He has the oratory skills of Martin Luther King Jr., the revolutionary flavors of Malcolm X, and the Pan-African creeds of the trio of African giants Kwame Nkuruma, Captain Sankara, and Patrice Lumumba. Professor Patrick Loch Otieno, PLO Lumumba, is a renowned Pan-Africanist and anti-corruption crusader. He is the lead solicitor at Lumumba and Lumumba Associates in Nairobi, Kenya, and the founder and chairman of PLO Lumumba Foundation. Named after one of Africa's greatest pre-independence leaders and Congolese first Prime Minister, Patrice Lumumba, PLO Lumumba took after his namesake's ideals and traveled across Africa, preaching the gospel of Pan-Africanism and the dangers of corruption. Of course, he admits holds no personal gains for him because of the truth he speaks.
I irritate people by speaking the truth. If I wanted to be appointed, I would be sucking up to some president. I would be sucking up to somebody in officialdom that I may be appointed something. I'm not interested.
Professor Lumumba believes Africa's problem can only be solved by Africans when we realize the West is not coming to save us.
But they don't care about us. To them, Africa is a zoo of sorts. And until the day that we Africans realize that we are on our own, we are going nowhere.
He was born on July 17, 1962, in the little village of Usenge in the Lake Victoria area of Kenya. PLO Lumumba obtained his Certificate of Primary Education (CPE) at St. Patrick's Primary School, Kenya in 1973. He obtained O-level certificate in 1975 and Pumwani Secondary School before proceeding to Ambira High School, where he obtained an A-level certificate in 1979. He got his Bachelor of Laws (LLB) and Master of Laws (LLM) degrees at the University of Nairobi in 1985 and 1989 respectively. In 2004, he obtained a Doctor of Philosophy (PhD) in Law at the University of Ghent in Belgium. A former director of the Kenya School of Law and Kenya Anti-Corruption Commission, PLO Lumumba has given hundreds of speeches on important topics ranging from anti-corruption fight and African unity to constitutional and judicial reforms. He is a passionate advocate for the urgent need for African leaders to ensure the continent's growth by taking the fight against corruption beyond the realms of rhetoric. He argued while delivering a keynote address before Nigerian lawmakers in the 8th Assembly that the problem of corruption in Africa is not because of lack of legislation, but their quality and implementation.
So we who are here must remember that when we are enacting laws regarding procurement, sometimes we do so in a manner that provides an opportunity for bureaucrats to steal.
Professor Lumumba's call to African lawmakers to enable the anti-corruption fight by strengthening legislation was indeed observed in reverse in his country Kenya, in a classic case of corruption fighting back. As head of the Kenyan Anti-Corruption Commission (KACC), Lumumba's dogged public pursuit of corrupt politicians upset the country's members of parliament. To undermine the efforts of the KACC under Professor Lumumba, the MPs swiftly passed legislation whittling down the powers of the commission and forcing PLO to resign. The mood in the parliament at the time was captured by the statement referring to PLO by one of the MPs, who was being investigated by the KACC during a debate. He said, "If the current person who is sitting as a director of KACC is going to be given prosecution powers, I do not think there would be anybody sitting in this parliament." What followed was total derailment of the anti-corruption drive championed by Professor Lumumba in the Kenyan parliament through the instrumentation of legislation. Men and women elected to serve the people instead chose to serve themselves. Though his anti-corruption drive was derailed, his advocacy for good leadership in Africa has remained firmly on track. Professor Lumumba has received numerous recognitions and commendations for his works, including his 2012 recognition by the East African Association of Anti-Corruption Authorities for his exemplary contribution to the fight against corruption, and his investiture as Chief Tamber-Taylor of Liberia for his Pan-Africanist activities, among others. Professor Lumumba has published several articles in peer-reviewed journals and written books, including An Outline of Criminal Procedure in Kenya, An Outline of Judicial Review in Kenya, Kenya's Long Search for a Constitution, The Postponed Promise, and Judicial Review of Administrative Action in Kenya, among others. PLO Lumumba has lectured at various universities, including the University of Nairobi, United States International University, Nairobi, Widener University, etc., with several thousand speeches across Africa. Lumumba is inarguably one of the most recognized public speakers on the continent. In one of his speeches on African unity, PLO said, "African unity and solidarity are no longer dreams. They must be expressed in decisions. I believe that we have reached a stage in the economic development of Africa where moving forward is perilous, moving backwards is cowardice, and standing still is suicidal." Standing on the shoulders of African giants of yesteryears like Patrice Lumumba, Kwame Nkuruma, and Thomas Sankara, Professor Lumumba has continued to point the way for political leaders in Africa to march the continent into progress. In his spare time, PLO is known to practice martial arts and is working to create his own version of the art called Ubuntu. PLO insists that for a continent as diverse as Africa, true nationalism can only be achieved when we do away with the tribe. He has continued to uphold and protect the legacies and visions of that African giant and his peers, including Kwame Nkrumah.
Hello. Early today, on the orders of the US President Joe Biden, more than 100 US troops from the Navy SEALs, the Army Special Forces, flew into Khartoum, Sudan from their base in Djibouti and evacuated American government officials in Sudan. Those evacuated were diplomats and their families. The US called the operation fast and clean. The Netherlands, Turkey, Italy, Belgium, and the Japanese governments evacuated their citizens too. The French government announced that its troops also flew in from Djibouti and evacuated its citizens and the citizens of other EU nations and allied countries. The French evacuation was not fast and clean, as their convoy was fired at as they left the French embassy. The Sudanese army and the rapid support forces blamed each other for the attack. The two sides have been fighting each other for a week, killing hundreds of their citizens and displacing thousands. Internet connectivity in Sudan has all but collapsed. It is the same with the power supply. Here is a desperate plea from a Nigerian student trapped in Sudan.
My name is Jose Idris Safio, mostly known as Fauzia through our social media. I'm a Nigerian student studying in Khartoum, Sudan. As you all know, there is a war, terrible war happening in Khartoum, Sudan, actually, and it's always getting worse by the day. So the day before yesterday, we flew from Khartoum, me and my family, because my sister was sick and there are no hospitals. We flew from Khartoum and we came to the border. On our way, we saw a lot of Sudanese fleeing Khartoum. What of us, the Nigerian students? The day before yesterday, by 10 o'clock p.m. at night, we reached the border of Ethiopia and Sudan in Galabat. We slept there, and yesterday we entered the border, the immigration office of Sudan, and they said they are going to stamp the exit visas for us, Sudanese border. And then the Ethiopian border, they told us they are not going to let us pass unless we have our visa to enter Ethiopia, and we don't have it. The Nigerian embassy in Sudan is really trying their best. We talked to them, they sent a letter for us, and then the people at the border said they are not going to let us pass unless it's a visa. So they send us back to Gadarif, which is another location near the border. We went to the consulate and we asked for the visa, and they said they are not going to stamp visa for us, they are only stamping it for Sudanese. So, Al-Muhim, right now we are stranded in Gadarif. Alhamdulillah, for the Sarkin Hausawa, Ambassador Hashim Shuaib Usman, he connected us with the Sarkin Hausawa of Gadarif, Martaba Harun At-Tahir Al-Abbakar the 6th at Gadarif right now. And he gave us accommodation, as you can see. Hotels are not available. He took us in like his children. He fed.
It is 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 6:30 p.m. in Nairobi, Kenya, 5:30 p.m. in Cairo, Egypt, 5:30 p.m. in Johannesburg, South Africa, 11:30 a.m. in New York City. Wherever in the world you are joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. On our show today is the great Professor PLO Lumumba. He is the founder and chairman of the PLO Lumumba Foundation and a solicitor at Lumumba and Lumumba Advocates in Nairobi, Kenya. The former director of the Kenyan School of Law is known worldwide as an eloquent advocate of Pan-African ideals. As a former director of the Kenyan Anti-Corruption Commission, he wrestled with corruption and bad governance. Professor PLO Lumumba will join us as we explore various topics in post-colonial African history. Who betrayed Africa? How do we overcome and reverse Africa's fortune? Join us as we welcome Africa's foremost illustrious man of ideas, Professor Lumumba. Welcome to the show.
Inviting me to your forum.
Thank you so much. We are glad to have you, and we have a lot of people from across Africa looking forward to hearing you speak. Let's start from what's going on in Sudan. What do you think? What do you make of the situation in Sudan today?
The Sudanese situation is tragic. Tragic because any keen observer should have known that holding all factors constant, we would degenerate into this situation. You remember that we had a civilian prime minister in Hamdok, and that he was removed unceremoniously. We'll remember that Sudan was the home of an Islamist group whose claim to fame was to dehumanize fellow Sudanese. We will remember that the present administration rode on the crest of a system that was justifiably maligned. And it's tragic that we are now behaving in Africa as if we did not know. I remember personally in October of last year in Bahir Dar in Ethiopia, indicating to my audience that if we are not careful, Sudan would generate or degenerate into civil war. And as if I was a Jewish prophet, sadly so, we now see the forces of destruction have descended upon Sudan, and they will not listen to anybody, not to what we call the international community, not to the African Union, not to the sub-regional organizations such as IGAD. They are bent on only one thing: to regain power and to use that power to the detriment of the people of Sudan. Sad and unfortunate at once.
Yeah, thank you so much, Prof. Let me ask you. There's this professor of history in Nigeria called Professor Femesia. he was talking about Igbo people, and he said that that the things that others did to them are many, but the things that they did to themselves are more. Do you think that applies to Africa?
Africa is sometimes, and indeed not just sometimes, but many times, treated as if she was homogeneous. This is one of the most heterogeneous continents on the face of the earth, with over 2,000 languages and 3,000 customs and traditions. To speak about her as if she were homogeneous is to delude oneself. Africa must be understood from several perspectives. The pre-colonial Africa, which was diverse and adventurous in her own way. The enslaved Africa, which was victimized by the Arabs and all other civilizations, if you may call them civilizations. The colonial Africa, which was dominated by foreign powers. The neo-colonial Africa, which is still dominated and in many ways, which is being abused by African politicians. So when we talk about Africa, we must understand her current condition, which is informed by all those issues that I've talked about, whether they be religion, whether it is politics, all of which conjoined brings a continent which is laboring under multiple identities, which manifest as confusion. That is the Africa that we must talk about, not a homogeneous Africa, but a heterogeneous Africa.
Thank you so much. Let's please, if you can reposition your camera so that we can see you. I think.
I hope I will succeed.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Very good. Yes. That's better. Okay. A little bit. Okay, good. Very good. So let me ask you. In 2021, there was an election in Uganda. In 2022, an election in Kenya, your country. And this year, there was an election in Nigeria. All of them were contested and still being contested, as the case is in Kenya and in Nigeria. What do you think about democracy as we practice it in Africa?
I no longer use the word democracy to define governance. And permit me to go across the oceans and repeat a statement made by a lady president of Philippines, Corazon Cojuangco Aquino, when she said that when the values of a country are such as the dominant segment of the society is a bunch of fools with a sprinkling of a few enlightened people, and we talk of democracy, democracy is just but a confederacy of fools. In Africa, there are two major stimuli that govern voters. Number one is ethnicity, and number two is corruption. And in an environment such as that, when the dominant instinct is tribe and corruption, and where the participants expect to win willy-nilly, and when they lose, the elections have been rigged or stolen, then that is a perfect recipe for chaos. And that is what we have seen in Uganda in the years that you've talked about. That is what we have seen in Kenya in the years that you've talked about. That was what we have seen in Nigeria. And what we now see in these imports from the Western world gives meaning to the very effective words of John Henry Clark when he said that when African countries regained independence, none of them adopted a system that was responsive to the African needs. Instead, they implemented systems that were inherited from Europe, lock, stock, and barrel, and that none of African countries will ever succeed using those methods. So don't call it democracy, call it imported governance systems which are alien to the African reality.
Thank you so much. Before now, just a minute ago, you divided Africa's history into post-colonial, colonial, pre-colonial. Let's look at the first tragedy that struck Africa, which was the slave trade. There was 1,000 years of Arabs enslaving Africans. The record says it's about 11.5 to 15 million Africans were taken to the Arab countries. Where are the descendants of these Africans? Do you know?
You know, when Islam came into Africa, particularly in the eastern part of Africa, the Islam that came to Africa was also an Arabizing Islam, so that Islamization was equivalent to Arabization. And the Arabs who came to the continent of Africa had only one thing. They said that we are going to Arabize these individuals, and the ones that we took to the Arab world, we castrated them. Therefore, you don't see very many dark-skinned individuals in the Arab world. And if you see them, they have been completely Arabized because they were castrated. The castration was designed to ensure that they did not have any relationship with the women in the Arab world, and therefore they did not procreate. And that is one of the most devastating things ever to have happened to the African people, or if you may, the Negroid blood in the continent of Africa by the Arabs. We don't talk as much as we should about the effect of the Arabization of Africa in this context. But Arabization and Arab entry into Africa through slavery and colonization in its rather defined terms was devastating and debilitating at once.
All right. Thank you so much. For our audience who are watching at home, we are going to come to you, and so stand by. Let me ask you more questions about the slavery and what happened. The transatlantic slavery happened for 400 years, and we have about 12 to 12.8 million people taken out of Africa. What is the state of the conversation around reparation? And do you think that Africans owe the people taken out of Africa some kind of reparation for the participation of Africans in that slavery trade?
Let me contextualize that response to you. It is true that the numbers that you have talked about, almost half of the population of Africa was spirited away into what was then referred to as the New World, whether it was in the Caribbean or the Americas, and even the Old World into Europe. And what happened is that the Europeans, particularly the Portuguese and the Spaniards, and later, of course, as you know, the English and the French were participants in this trade. And they recruited a number of African leaders at that time, so that they used ethnicity or tribalism, as it then was referred to recruit or to capture people from different ethnicities and then to sell them into slavery. And the net effect is that we had a large population that was taken away from the western coast of Africa, from the southern coast, from the eastern coast, and indeed everywhere in the continent of Africa. And that is what built Europe. That is what built the United States of America. That is what built the Caribbean. That is what built Australia. And the arguments and the agitation for reparations is a legitimate one.
The only reason why we are not gaining ground is that our voices are not united, our voices are not supported by the government that we have put in place in the continent of Africa. And many of the individuals who are talking about reparation are individuals who are outside of the government, and therefore their agitations are being poo-pooed. I would have expected Africa as articulating her demand for reparations through the African Union. The only person who in the recent past has tried to do so was in 1987 at the AU conference in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and that person was Thomas Isidore Sankara. And he was very clear on the day that he spoke. He reminded his audience that these things that Europeans and Americans call debts owed to them ought to be converted into reparations for the pain that they inflicted upon us via slavery. I hope and I want our voices to be united in this regard. Some of us are already working at it, and I hope that our African governments will wake up to this reality and give the weight that we need in order to articulate these demands in a passionate, sustained, and a consistent manner so that Europe and America can respond, and the IMF and the World Bank and other neo-colonial institutions will listen to our voices as they are being made loud and clear.
Thank you, Prof. So let's say the first tragedy was slavery. The second one should be the Berlin Conference of 1884 to 85, where Africa was partitioned. During that process, the King of Belgium took Congo as his personal property. It's been more than 75 years since colonization ended in Africa. But the impact will last for another 1,000 years or more. How will Africa survive the second colonization that is going on now, which is the one that is, we know that China is involved in the new scramble for Africa? What is your take on that?
You know, Rudolph, let me start by going back a little, albeit briefly. Adeke Adebayo, that great Nigerian who has written a book, The Curse of Berlin, Africa After the Cold War. And what Adeke Adebayo does is to remind us of how pernicious, how diabolical the events of Berlin between 1884 and 1885 were. European powers sat down and divided our little countries into the little fiefdoms for purposes of exploitation. After Berlin, they created colonies, and you remember all of them, the British, the Germans, the Dutch, the Italians, the Belgians, and indeed the French, and all these other colonial powers. Then after the World War in 1945, we regained our independence with Ghana leading the way in 1957. But as Kwame Nkuruma aptly and rightly said in his book, Neo-Colonialism, The Last Stage of Imperialism, what we received as our political independence was the crown without the jewels. Because no sooner had we regained independence than the neo-colonizers started attacking our independence. As early as 1961, the Belgians had assassinated Patrice Lumumba in Congo. In 1963, they had assassinated Sylvanus Olympio. In 1966, they had removed Kwame Nkuruma from power.
In 1967, they had removed Nnamdi Azikiwe and Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, not to mention what they did with Modibo Keita in present Mali, not to mention the damage that they occasioned in Guinea-Conakry with Ahmed Seko Touré and Ahmed Ben Bella in Algeria. And subsequent to that, they created neo-colonial institutions like French-speaking countries, like the Commonwealth, and all these institutions are designed to sustain the neo-colonial project. Today, the Chinese are in Africa. Today, the Russians are in Africa. Today, the Turks are in Africa. And I'm mentioning them, not forgetting that the erstwhile colonial powers are there, the French, the British, the Portuguese, the Americans, and the Belgians, and the Dutch. They are all here. And what can we do, therefore, to immunize ourselves from these diabolical powers and their diabolical machinations? The prescription was given to us by Kwame Nkuruma on the day that he addressed the Organization of African Meeting in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, on the 24th day of May, 1963, when he said, "Let us unite now. Let us have one government. Let us have one army. Let us have one currency. Let us have one common foreign policy. Because if we don't do so, what will happen is that we will be manipulated by the erstwhile colonial power, and our independence will mean nothing." And you will remember that at that time, the clarion call of the Osagie for Kwame Nkuruma in the 1950s had been, "Seek ye first the political kingdom, and the rest shall come unto you." But he assumed at that time that all the other leaders would embrace his clarion call. But as we know now, even the political kingdom that we are talking about has disappeared, and the economic kingdom is but a mirage.
All right, Prof, let me take you back to Congo, because a lot of people believe that for Africa to stand on its feet, Congo must stand. And we know what happened in Congo. But in June of this year, last year, actually, 2022, the Belgian government, they returned the gold tooth of Patrice Lumumba to Congo, and he was buried. And they had a funeral. That was the only thing that came out of his body, which was destroyed with acid when he was killed. I want to find out what you think about the situation in Congo. The King of Congo refused to apologize for what they did in Congo. The King of Belgium, what they did in Congo. And the Prime Minister said it was a painful and disagreeable truth, but must be spoken, that a man was murdered for his political convictions, his words, his ideals. What's going on in Congo? And why is it that it's difficult to resolve the situation in Congo?
You know, my dear brother, when we talk about Congo, we never say that King Leopold of Belgium presided over the murder of 15 million Congolese. That is 2.5 times the number of the Jews that were murdered by Adolf Hitler during the Second World War. We never talk about that. You and me, when we talk about Congo, we never talk about how the Belgians and the Americans used Mobutu Sese Seko and Joseph Kasavubu and Moses Shombe to murder Patrice Emery Lumumba, for whom I am named. We never talk about that. We never talk about the fact that the destabilization of Congo is deliberately designed by the Western world to ensure that they take the resources of Congo, so that when the Belgian king comes to Congo, he does not apologize, because he knows that an apology will legitimize the demand for reparations. It is deliberate. And I dare say this without fear of contradiction, that even the current president of Congo is but an appendage of Western powers, a pawn in the political chessboard. Congo will only know true change when patriots are elected into office. I look forward to the day when a Congolese patriot, rather than these lackeys who are trained in Belgium and France, is elected as the president of Congo. For the moment, as I speak to you now, the government in Kinshasa controls no more than 1/2 of that country. The rest of the country is controlled by militias whose only claim to fame is that they want to rape and reap what is in the belly of Congo in the name of resources. Painful. Painful.
All right, let's go down to South Africa. South Africa is today, after many years of being a country free from apartheid, is still a country that is where the poor Black people are still suffering. There's a major issue with land distribution and redistribution of land. What do you think should happen there? Do you fear that it might go the way of Zimbabwe?
You know, the entire struggle to regain independence in South Africa was to regain land. That is why we call our countries our motherland or our fatherland. The Boers came, the English came, they seized land, and even as I speak to you, they own more than 70% of the land in South Africa. Land is the last colonial question. If you pretend to give people independence without giving them land, that is a lie. And if Africa and the African National Congress government does not address that issue, then they are deluding the indigenous Africans. I look forward to the day, sooner rather than later, when the ANC government will make a deliberate effort to ensure that the bulk of the land in South Africa is in the hands of indigenous Africans. But it should be done in such a manner as to ensure that the productivity of that land is not compromised. There are lessons to learn from Zimbabwe to ensure that the transfer of land from the white individuals who own it illegitimately is done in a programmatic manner and in an orderly manner, so that production is continued in a productive way. That must be done, and if it is not done, then I fear that South Africans will become impatient, the younger generation will become impatient, and they will not care whether it is orderly or disorderly. The time is now to do it in an orderly fashion.
Okay, let's go to North Africa. Let's go specifically to Tunisia. recently there was an attack on sub-Saharan Africans who live in that country. The president of the country came out and blamed them for all the problems of Tunisia. What is your take on the place of North Africa or Arab Africa in African continent?
You know, the Maghreb has always been conflicted. In the early years of the struggle for independence with King Hassan of Morocco, they were clear that Africa was indeed, that the Maghreb was a part of Africa. In Morocco, they were clear and they participated in a very productive manner. In Algeria, individuals such as Ahmed Ben Bella were quite clear that they were part of Africa. In Tunisia, Habib Bourguiba was quite clear that they were part of Africa. In Egypt, Gamal Abdel Nasser was clear that they were part of Africa and they were part of the creation of the Organization of African Unity. But what we have seen in the recent past are groups of Arab leaders who are conflicted, who are duplicitous, and who, when it is convenient, they are Africans, when it is not convenient, they are Arabs. And we have seen that in Morocco, when they withdrew from the African Union and they sought to be admitted in the European Union. We have seen that in the continent, in Algeria. Algeria has been a lot more consistent. We have seen even after we lost Ahmed Ben Bella, even Bouteflika was a lot more consistent. So Algeria is not in that mood. But when we see Tunisia and we have seen Egypt, these are countries that must make a decision. Are they part of the African continent or they are not? And the current president of Tunisia is the worst of them all. He is the individual who has claimed without any evidence at all that there is an attempt to change the demographics of Tunisia and to Africanize, and otherwise rather to negrotize Tunisia. And these are things that we ought not to take lightly, because during that period we have seen people of African origin being sent away from Tunisia. The Maghreb is going through a very interesting phase, looking more to the Arab world rather than the African continent. And we ought to be wary of them.
Now, we know that Islamic fundamentalist groups are operating all over Africa, in the East, in the West, in the North, and in the South. If not content, they could run over all of Africa. What plan do you think Africa in the next 50 years will look like if nothing is done? And I don't think there is any force that we have in Africa that can contain the Boko Haram in the East, in the West African region, the Islamic, the people in East Africa, which is the Al-Shabaab, in Mozambique, in Algeria. You know, what do you think Africa could do to save itself from this?
Rudolph, you know that the Abuja Declaration several years ago stated that one of the major projects of the radical Islam world was to Arabize and to Islamize Africa. And it is in that context that you must see the Boko Haram, Al-Shabaab, and its other splinter groups such as the Janjaweed. And one can see in the entire Sahelian region now, when you come from Nouakchott in Mauritania, or in Bamako in Mali, or Ouagadougou in Burkina Faso, or Niamey in Niger, or Khartoum in Sudan, or indeed Cairo in Egypt, or Tripoli in Libya. That is the agenda. And in my view, there is no deliberate effort on the part of African governments to deal with this particular version of Islam, which I think is not Islam, is not classical Islam. These are terrorists who are using the name of Islam to spread an ideology which is violent and designed to dominate. And it has not only captured the Sahelian region and parts of Northern Africa, as you've rightly said, they are to be found in the Horn of Africa, in Somalia. We have seen elements of them in northern Mozambique and even in southern Tanzania and even in the coastal part of Kenya. Do we have a plan of them? On the basis of the evidence that I have, we have no plan. And in the next 50 years, if we are not careful, it is that version of bastardized Islam that will dominate the continent of Africa.
Okay, now post-colonial African history has gone from one crisis to another. You know, political instability led to coups in some countries, civil wars, and genocide. Rwanda being the last major genocide. Do you see any African plan to, or anything learned from what happened in Rwanda to stop it from happening again, where we could wake up one day and there is killing going on somewhere in Africa that could have thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people, like we saw in Rwanda in 100 days, 800,000 people killed? Is there any force in Africa that can stop it if it should start again somewhere?
The tragedy is that African institutions only tell me one story, that the only plan they have is that they have no plan. And I say this with pain because the year 2022 was the year of the silencing of the guns in Africa, a declaration of the African Union. But it's during that year that we saw the guns blazing in the Sahel. It is during that year that we saw the war in Tigray. And after Tigray, we now see what is happening in Sudan. We see what is happening in Somalia, in Burkina Faso, in Mali, in Guinea-Bissau, in Sahrawi, in northern Mozambique, and in other places. And African Union appears impotent with nothing to do except issuing statements which they do not follow up. There is not a single African leader today that I can say has the crusading enthusiasm and passion of Kwame Nkuruma or Julius Kambarage Nyerere or Kenneth David Kaunda or Samora Moises Machel or Modibo Keita or Ahmed Ben Bella. We are so circumscribed to our little territories that we don't care about what is happening in the continent of Africa. And it is sad that I can already begin to see that genocides are going to happen in different countries. Congo, if we are not careful. Central African Republic, if we are not careful. Ambazonia in Cameroon, if we are not careful. In Ethiopia, we have just stopped the Tigray conflict. We now have the Amhara conflict. And I dare say we'll have the Oromo conflict. In Chad, in Sudan, in South Sudan. And if we go on with our politics and the elections which we dispute on every occasion, even in Nigeria, we are in a very bad space. And unfortunately, we behave as if we enjoy immunity from the possible chaos.
Week after week, we hear about Africans dying on the Mediterranean Sea, trying to make their way to Europe. We don't know the numbers, the exact numbers. What do you think that 200 years from now, the people that will be in Africa, what they will think about our age, our era, when they look at what happened, how hundreds, week after week are dying in the sea, and nobody is saying anything, doing anything about it? No African leader is, how? What would they say?
You know, Brother Okonkwo, whenever I read about young Africans dying in the Mediterranean Sea, and I read that the European Union has called an emergency meeting about them, but the African Union has called no such meeting, I ask myself, what kind of men and women did we elect into public office? How can it be that a former slave says that I'm happier to go back to the slave master? And I've heard Africans saying that I'm prepared to die several times going to Europe or attempting to go to Europe than to go back to Nigeria or Gambia or Cameroon or Eritrea. What will they think of us? They will say of us, particularly our political leaders, that we gave them the honor and privilege of serving us, but they served us not. Instead, they enriched themselves and they dehumanized us. Those young men and women who will live long after we are gone will not think much of us. We have done a disservice to them, particularly the political class in Africa, who are selfish, kleptocratic megalomaniacs, whose only claim to fame is that they steal and rob the continent of Africa without serving her.
I know you're here, but I want to play a video of you speaking, and then I will come back and make a comment on that. So let's watch a video of you speaking at an event.
We used to say, I reject the devil with all his works. I'm sure many of you remember that. That is not true. You never rejected the devil with all his works. Those were words that you just spoke on the spur of the moment. I remember one day when my little daughter was getting baptized. So we went for preparation for baptism at my church at the All Saints Cathedral. And the provost of the cathedral asked me, do you believe in child baptism? I said, I do not believe in child baptism. And he said, why are you bringing your child? I said, because I don't want you to give her trouble asking why were you not baptized. And we entered into a debate, and he asked me, why don't you believe in child baptism? I said, it has no biblical basis. Because if it had biblical basis, Christ would have been baptized as a child. That debate still lingers, and I'm quite certain some of you may not agree with me, but it has no biblical basis. As many as believed were baptized. Children cannot believe. They have no power of discerning. I'm still talking about rediscovering mentorship in the Bible.
All right. I played that video because I'm guessing that you are a member of the Church of what they call Church of England, or the Anglican Church. And I remember that one of the things they talked about baptism is that because the child is not able to make decision at that age, that when the child gets to the age where they could make decision, they will go through what they call confirmation, which the child will now come on their own and say, this is me and I want to be part of this. So I want to bring it back to Africa and the situation in Africa. Most people believe, most Africans believe at this point that we have to reverse what they did at the Berlin Conference, which is partitioning of Africa. That is more like baptism that was done at birth, which Africans were not consulted. and people made a decision for Africans and said, this is where you should be, this is who you are. That Africans, they are old enough now to go for confirmation, where they will now say, I accept or I don't accept. What do you think about that as a solution?
You know, first of all, let me give it context. The first thing that you must realize, that all of us who are victims, if I'd been born in a Muslim country, I would possibly be a Muslim. If I'd been born in a Buddhist country, I would possibly be a Buddhist. If I'd been born in a Hindu country, I'd possibly be a Hindu. But there is one thing that I believe, that there is a God up in heaven. And this religion that was marketed to us by the Europeans, whether it's Anglicanism or Catholicism or SDA, Seventh-day Adventism or Lutheranism or Episcopalianism, these were things that were midwifed and were adulterated by them. But to come back directly to the question that you pose, African countries regained their independence in 1960s, particularly because after the World War II, there was a new hegemon in the world. That hegemon was the United States of America, and alongside her was the Soviet Union. And you remember the creation of the League of Nations, and thereafter the creation of the United Nations in San Francisco in 1945, and colonialism no longer became attractive. There is a sense in which the boundaries that we inherited invalid, and Kwame Nkuruma once again was the most eloquent and the most passionate about these things when he said, we have inherited boundaries which were imposed upon us, and the quicker we dissolve these boundaries, the safer we are. Because if we get used to these boundaries and get used to this idea of sovereignty, which is externally defined for us, then we will be creating forces that will be dangerous to all of us. I'm now convinced that if we want to retain Africa in an environment which is like we live in, and if we want to ensure that African countries are sustainable, we must have a united government which is confederal in character, but which allows the individual units to deal with matters of daily life, such as policing, such as taxation, such as education, such as agriculture, so that the confederal government will only deal with a number of things: defense, currency, foreign policy, and policy coordination. And if we do that, then the boundaries will be dissolved, there'll be free movement of persons and goods, and we will become one united continent in diversity.
Is that possible?
That is possible, yes. You and me may not see the possibility, but I see that possibility. Will it happen in our lifetime? Perhaps not. What is our lifetime at the very best? 120. But we are thinking about our continent and our people intergenerationally. So I hold the view that 100 years, several years after you and me are long dead and gone, if we plant this seed and water this seed and prune this seed, it will germinate and it will grow into a tree, and that tree will become the confederal African government, where it does not matter whether you are in Lagos, Nigeria, or Nouakchott in Mauritania, or Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. There'll be not a single passport that we will use. You'll move without let and hindrance. It will happen. Easier said than done, but it will happen. And some of us have chosen to be the crusaders for that.
All right, we are going to we're almost done 1 hour, and I have still a lot of questions for you, but we are going to let our audience join us to participate, so that it won't be just me and you. But before they come in, let me ask you one more question. Looking at China and India, the gains they made in the last 50 years, we discovered that the diaspora, Indian diaspora, Chinese diaspora, played a role in that transformation. What do you think about African diaspora? Are they prepared to play that kind of a role in Africa's renaissance?
Oh yeah, they are prepared. I was in New York last week, and I had the advantage of meeting my good friend John Mark, the Reverend Al Sharpton, and my very good sister, Dr. Arikana Chihombori Kwao. And you cannot imagine the appetite that they have. I met Africans or people of African origin from the Guyana, from St. Kitts and Nevis, from Antigua and Barbuda, from Trinidad and Tobago, from London, England, from Australia. They are prepared. What question that we must ask, are we prepared for them or will be threatened by them? What you must remember as we speak now is that we are about 1.4 billion here in the continent. Our GDP last year is 3.1 billion. The GDP of African Americans only is 4.6 billion. The GDP of other African continents is 1 billion. If we combine our efforts, let me tell you, we can move mountains. They are prepared.
All right. So thank you, Prof. Okay, I think we had too many people in the studio. Let me take out some people and see if that will make our internet better. Okay, Prof, can you hear me? Why is doing this on the? All right, Prof, we can hear you. Prof, we can hear you. Your audio is not. All right.
And his picture is inverted, the image.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. All right, Prof, can you you're not can you reposition your screen, please? Can you hear me? We can hear you, Prof. Prof, we can hear you. Yeah, the position. Can you reposition your screen? Just move it 90 degrees. All right. When we get him back, what we are going to do is we're going to let people in one at a time. Please just ask one question, and then we will. Yeah, Prof. Oh, okay. One question only. So think about your best question so that we get as many people as possible. And once you ask your question, leave the studio if you can, please, so that we let more people in. I'm not sure how long he has to stay with us. I wasn't able to talk to him before the show. So we're going to do it that way. And hopefully we can get as many people as possible in to ask their questions. All right. While we try to get him back, let me put in a video and we'll be right back.
I want you to remember a number of things from the lives of great men, because sometimes in order to know how great you are, you've got to learn from great men. Look at the life of great Mahatma Gandhi and hear him say, there is no way to success. Success is the way. Listen to the great Mahatma Gandhi. Listen to Mother Teresa of Calcutta when she says, you don't have to do great things, but do small things in a great way. Listen to Mother Teresa of Calcutta. Listen to Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere of Tanzania saying it can't be done, play your part. I am urging you to play your part. Listen to all great leaders in different sectors of the economy and be great.
We're back, and Prof, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Prof? Just reposition your camera. We can see you. Can you hear me, Prof? Okay. Let's we will get it right. Just give us a minute. All right. Let's see again if we can hear him. Hello, Prof. Wow. Okay. We'll get it right. Be patient with us, please. This is something that we did not anticipate. Dinda, he's in Kenya, and yeah, hello. Yeah, and it was going very.
From the north are famed for cattle keeping, And when you are driving the cattle through different grazing grounds, the cattle believe that you love them so much because you protect them from the elements.
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Because you protect them from other wild animals.
Can I be heard now?
But if the cattle were...
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Very good. We can hear you. We can hear you, sir. All right. I think we are good now. Welcome back, everybody. And we are going to take your call, your questions. Please, like I said, if you come in just one question and we let one person at a time so that we don't have this problem again. Mr. Tony Nadi, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
So you're meeting Professor PLO Lumumba.
Great pleasure being here to listen to Prof one more time. It's an intellectual feast as always. The only thing being that the facts and figures and prospects are troubling, and we should go from enjoying that intellectual feast to asking the question of what should we then do? How do we, like you have to do with science and to take science to become technology. It's only when science becomes technology that it becomes useful. And so we've listened to these things, we've seen them happening. We are living in that mess. What then, how do we begin to piece together the efforts that can now begin to translate to the vision being espoused in this lecture series? I will want to tell Prof on air. We have a mutual friend that's in Houston, and I will request, I don't know how we're going to carry on with it, Nigeria that is now talking about democracy on a constitution that is worse than apartheid. What is brewing in Nigeria would dwarf both Rwandan genocide and Congo, whatever is going on in Congo and elsewhere. Nigeria is sitting on a keg of gunpowder, and it does appear that many do not understand the depth of and the gravity of what is cooking. There's an ethnic agenda that has become we saw when Fulani headsmen were categorized, designated as the fourth most deadly terror group on earth. We have a president that is Fulani presiding over, because he's also, what do they call it, grand patron of Mieti Allah, that have been taking responsibility for the actions of this Fulani herdsmen, so-called. But it's an invasion happening to these 200 million people. And the constitution we have in place is worse than what the Boers put in place in apartheid South Africa. Just that somehow they've managed to control the narrative in distant places like Washington and elsewhere to make it look like it's climate change and farmers and herdsmen clashing. There's no such thing. And so I would want to see a situation where those who are concerned about what's going on the continent will dress back a little to now ask, how exactly are we going to piece it together? If we expect those in government houses across the continent from the fractured Berlin Conference countries that we see, it's not going to come even in the next century. But if those who are clear-minded as what we have seen Professor Lumumba, articulate so many times, now, come together with practical plans like the type that NINAS, the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination in Nigeria, is driving, anchored, based on tackling the constitution by which these situations are, orchestrated. And we begin to connect it with what can be done elsewhere beyond Nigeria. I had cause to go to South Africa at the trial of Henry Oka. And I had the privilege of talking with young people whom I had to explain what had happened in their country too, and what they could begin to do to recover from it. The political independence, yes, they became those who could go to government house. But the economic aspect, which had to do with the land he's talked about, that there's something they had to do to acquire the skills to be able to take charge of the South African economy, the kind of thing that has now become what our friend Malema is driving in the place. I know that there are a whole number of people who can come together and begin to put things that can become a basis of going into that future. I think that's what I want to say. Great listening to Prof. Thank you.
Sorry, Tony, thank you so much. Can you hold on, okay? For everybody who is trying to join, please don't try to join. We want to give room for Prof to join us again. Please don't try to join us. The studio is full. I have to remove a few people so that Prof can rejoin us. All right, so if I remove you, just be patient. I will get you back later. But let's make room for Prof to rejoin us. We have only room for 15 people, and we're more than 15 in the studio. All right, please. Thank you. Okay, so there's still not enough space for him to join us. All right, so Tony, I know when Prof comes back, please, just the question. I know that it's always good to give a background to our questions, and like I promised, we are going to bring Tony back one of these days so that he will do his analysis of the post-election in Nigeria, and that will happen soon. So please, if you are trying to join us, please don't, so that Prof will now be able to come back if there's no room for him. I know the names that are here. Don't worry if you are taken out. I'll find a way to get you back in when he comes back. All right. While we wait for that, I will play a video and hopefully nobody will come in and block the space for Prof to join us.
You cancel Kosazan and Lamini Zuma here in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. And I want you to read that letter, which I'll paraphrase, in which she writes an imaginary letter to Kwame Nkuruma. He tells and apologizes to Kwame, telling Kwame, we apologize to you because we did not listen to you. We are weak because we did not listen to you. We are divided into 54, 55, depending on whether the Moroccans agree that Sahrawi is a country. The speech you have no funds. Because if you have idea and then you depend on a Western NGO to fund your agenda, they are not interested. They do what is in their best interest, and I don't quarrel with them. He who pays the piper must necessarily call the tune. So the day Africa begins to deploy her own resources and understand that agriculture is at the very heart of it, because part of your problem is that you have many part of your problem is that you have many ideas, but you have no funds. Because if you have idea and then you depend on a Western NGO to fund your agenda, they are not interested. They do what is in their best interest, and I don't quarrel with them. He who pays the piper must necessarily call the tune. So the day Africa begins to deploy her own resources and understand that agriculture is at the very heart of it, the way you Africans and Nkosazana and Dlamini Zuma here in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. And I want you to read that letter, which I'll paraphrase, in which she writes an imaginary letter to Kwame Nkuruma. He tells and apologizes to Kwame, telling Kwame, we apologize to you because we did not listen to you. We are weak because we did not listen to you. We are divided into 54, 55, depending on whether the Moroccans agree that Sahrawi is a country.
All right, let's see. I have some bad news for everybody. Unfortunately, Prof cannot rejoin us. They've tried everything to do so. They are not able to. He agreed that he will come back as soon as next week, if it's possible. I will do talk to him about getting him back on Zoom. But he wants us to continue the debate, which I told him that a lot of people have been lining up since last night to speak to him. He expressed his regrets that he won't be able to continue to try. But he assured me that if I set up a Zoom conversation, that Zoom is a lot better than StreamYard. From where he is, that he will be eager to join us and have that conversation. He thinks that what we are discussing is very important, and I thank you all for being here and being patient enough. And so let's do as much as we can. And some of the issues that we talked about. Why is Rudolph in two places? All right, so
there are two reasons the team failed, and that is forefathers and Mama Echo.
All right, I know.
I said, Tutu send you message this morning, come for us. Tell Tutu say, you know, the message, say we send them back to and through you. So now me and forefather now I see today. Una not well.
All right.
Just match break.
Okay, hold on, guys. Let's have a recap. You know, for those, a lot of people are trying to join on. I've not even shared the link to join us. But let's start with let's start with finding out the questions you wanted to ask him. I believe that he may be listening on YouTube. I'm not sure, but let me start with Tony. Finish your thoughts. Let's hear from Tony. You know, Tony, go ahead. Go ahead,
Let's
Tony.
see. Okay, I was muted before.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. What I'm saying is that it's all well and good to, recount what has happened. The evidence of the continuation of those things still staring us in the face. And if we were to look at Africa as a big building, the strength of that building is in the building blocks. At the time they gathered in Berlin to fracture the continent, partition the continent for themselves, they were not thinking of building some great African civilization, some kind of a thing that could stand. It was, what will I get in Congo? What will I get in Nigeria? What will I get in Sudan? Amongst them. And so the time has come for us to take responsibility for our lives, for our future, and then take charge of our space. What you find on the continent mostly is a situation where people want to take charge. Strong men. They want to take charge and get the gun, get the money, get the gold, get the oil. That's all they're doing. But the day the rest of us, those who are not in government house, because you don't even get to the government house except they approve of you. We saw what happened in the election in Nigeria. There's somebody, everybody saw who won the election. Suddenly, the people who drafted him into the election could not recognize him at the airport in London. He is now duplicate. And if they are taking him into custody, he will be asking from after the swearing in. who was it that was sworn in? And so, can we dress back a bit and begin to take responsibility? Let us look at the whole space, find out who is where. Berlin Conference is 100 years and almost 50 behind. Why can't we look at that map again today and begin to stand where God put us and begin to talk amongst ourselves, which is what Ninas had done across the last 24 years. And we had identified for the case of Nigeria, we have identified the constitutional arrangement that were imposed on us was an apartheid. That is reason we are being invaded and being killed and being impoverished. 3 million barrels of crude oil being sold every day in our collective names by people who do not owe us any obligation in black and white. The constitution by which they are ruining our lives is something they imposed. Why are we not able to stand and say we cannot continue any business under this constitution? If we begin to do that, I see Benin Republic, I see Togo, Yoruba people here, I see in Ambazonia, that's the southern Cameroon. You remember they were governed from Enugu in the past. We're basically people who have the same problems and who can look beyond our immediate, cocoons and look at the continent. Like I was saying before the break, I had cause to be in South Africa at the trial of Henry Oka. At the time they said he blew up the parade in Abuja. And I had to confront South Africa with its own history of apartheid. And I did ask the judge whether it was by beheading Oliver Tambo and Nelson Mandela and Governor Mbeki that they solved apartheid. Why are they aiding Nigeria to do exactly what the Boers did in South Africa? Who is that Nigeria? The Fulani have become the owners of Nigeria. Those who talk about one Nigeria, the Nigeria we quarrel with is not the Nigeria the Federation. If Nigeria the Federation comes back today, we will do everything to get it to stand and grow. The Nigeria we reject is Nigeria, the unitary state that now belongs exclusively to those who have conquered us and who have imposed a constitution that tie our hands and our legs. Our economic assets are in their hands, all the guns are in their hands, and they drag us to democracy in a constitution that make us slaves in our lands. And people who have education are going about talking about democracy on a constitution that makes democracy impossible, on a constitution that render you slave in your homeland, including all of those who went to contest election, all of them without exception, because all the political parties in Nigeria subscribe to that constitution. And we say, let us stop the journey to election. Let us tell ourselves the truth, that nothing can come out, no matter who they swear in as president, as far as we are concerned. There is no difference between a Peter Obi and a Buhari and a Atiku or any one of them else. If it is this constitution, because the discussion about whether we're in union will continue. Those who say we don't believe in the union anymore, have you found out their reasons for which they are ready to lay down their life, for which they are shooting and ready to be shot? Why can't you ask the job people, on what terms are you willing to be in this? So you don't go blowing everybody every time. What's happening with Benue people? Why are they not able to pick up guns and defend themselves? The constitution the constitution prevents them. They can shoot better than the Fulani. They shot in the First World War. They shot in the Second World War. They shot in Biafra. Why are they not able to defend themselves in Vandekia today? Because the constitution forbids them from touching gun. How can you subscribe to that constitution? The constitution makes it impossible for me to generate electricity, which I can generate to power my industry. The constitution makes it impossible for me to do my road. And somebody is going to election under that constitution, like apartheid constitution. Imagine some black people that will come to say, oh, if only one of us will get to the government house, it will be well with all of us. And so what we need to do is to look at our problems for what they are, dissect them, get the best of our brains to work out what can become the solution. We've gone from continent to continent, talking to those who are preaching all kinds of things. Have you diagnosed what the problem is? If you have done the diagnosis, what's your prescription? Is it the election that will solve? Is it the election that solved the apartheid in South Africa? They were doing election every 4 years or 5 years. I can't remember now. But that wasn't the solution. The solution was to dismantle the apartheid structures that made it impossible for the owners of the land to become part of managing their society. We are living in something far worse than that. And those who go to democracy, to election under this constitution, I tell you, if I have one bullet left in my rifle, I will not be looking for the invaders from Mauritania. I will be looking for my twin brother, who is part of swearing to defend and uphold that constitution. That's how bad it is. And
Tony,
if we don't solve Nigeria, 200 million people, with all the potentials that are being wasted, it's been potential since 1960. Why can't we ask, why has this potential not translated into reality, into what it should be? Our people are being chased into exile all over the world. Young people, their organs have become organ market for everybody, whether they went to Libya or they ended up in China, wherever they are. What is it that is chasing them from Nigeria? Why can't we take responsibility to say that thing that is chasing them? We have identified it. It is the constitutional arrangement of Nigeria that make it impossible for them to be anything. But everywhere else, they excel. What is that thing that is wrong with our environment? Why can't we fix it?
Tony,
who are we going to wait for to come to do it for us? Some of us have carried the campaign to wherever. We've gone inside the UN. I was directly involved in what became the UN instrument for right to self-determination.
Tony, thank you. Tony, thank you. We are going.
Sorry, I wasn't looking at So please, if we can bring our thoughts back together. What is the problem? What are the solution prospects? Which one are we settling for? And we look at the wider picture.
Tony, I
think that's where we can go from.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to bring you and make you a guest on the show, if possible, on Saturday of next week. If I can get PLO Professor Lumumba to come back on Saturday, I will get him on Saturday. We'll find time for you. But let's get to people and give everybody 2 minutes. Just tell us what you wanted to ask him, and then hopefully when he comes back, because I want to rotate people. There are people who are waiting in the studio and those who want to join us. Osi, you're next. Osi, go ahead, unmute yourself. Osi, we can't hear you. All right, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, so my interest was actually talking to Professor Lumumba about how we as Africans should be, trying to address instead of looking outside it. Whenever I hear such words as reparation, 400 years of transatlantic slavery, I get triggered. Not because we shouldn't know about it, and that not because we shouldn't talk about it. I just feel like we have focused on it for so long, and we haven't seen any problem, and we haven't had any success of it outside the occasional virtual signaling by the Western countries. We started talking about reparation all the way back to the time of Martin Luther King Jr. When he raised the issue, the CIA actually advised him to kill himself. And then you come down to the time that the Haitians, when they got their independence, after the independence, Napoleon wanted to recolonize them and give them one condition, which was to pay them back for some of the things. Now, which they did, and it's part of the reason why Haiti is still the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere. Now, when John Baptist arrested the Reverend Father, became the president and made a big deal of that, what did they do? The French connived with the Americans and they basically overthrew the guy, So what I'm trying to paint here is the fact that all the things, all the idea of talking about reparations, we're not going to achieve any result whatsoever. It's just one of those things that African continues to, we continue to intellectualize, but it's not going to give us any solution to our problem. Now, I want to let us know that, bring us to our attention the fact that we are living in a doggy world where the fittest can survive. So Africans can be banging their heads for the next 100 years, talking about what was done to them in slavery and all those things, and nothing will change. We have to go back to the drawing board and ask ourselves, how come that Africa is always in the dining table, being taken for a ride? It was not like that before. If you go back to before slavery or before colonialism, Africa was joining forces with the rest of the world on equal terms. In fact, there was a time that Africans were like exchanging gold and cowries to the European salt. And the richest guy in the whole world, which was Mansa Musa, even till today, is a West African who was in charge of the Malian Empire at the time. You know, so when did it change for us? When did we become the pariah that we are today? It was basically at the time of the age of discovery, when the European explorers started going to all these, on their, in their route to India, finding this route to India, they bumped into North America and then decided to establish colonies there, and they wanted some people to help with the labor. Of course, having killed those, the indigenous people with the disease and all those, they came back to Africa trying to recruit slaves. Why was it successful? It was successful because even before those days, Africans were already trading slaves. We had empires and the rest of them conquering the world, conquering each other, and they made it possible that the Europeans couldn't even conquer us because we had strong kingdoms. So it was still us that sold our people to the Europeans, and they shipped them to slavery. So basically, the point I'm trying to make here is it's a dog eats dog. Even among the Europeans, even the Spaniards and the Portuguese, they were, that colonized a whole lot of people. There was a time that they were colonized by the Romans, There was also a time they were colonized by the West Africa, the Berbers of the Arab world, and even some North Africans, till after the period they called the Reconquista, when they conquered and then came back and became themselves. So what I'm trying to say in summary is, unless Africa starts to look into ourselves and try to solve our problem, all this idea of trying to blame the Westerners and blame all those things, you can do all you want, but it's not going to change our conditions. It is when we start thinking about what is it that we are, what is it that is holding us back, which I'll submit that is because of the fact that we still, as a people, we haven't been able to produce those who are so selfless to the extent that they want to do the right thing for us. We haven't been able to produce the like of Lim Kuan Yew in Singapore or anywhere like close to that. So as long as we keep that kind of mindset, Africa will never change. We will still become the pawn in everybody's chest. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Osi. Ovie, next.
Assalamu alaikum, Jama. I couldn't help but laugh when Tony was saying that people who are preparing for the election could not recognize him at the airport. So that sounds funny to me. And the expression on the two Nigerians, father's face, where the guy keep going on and on and on, just priceless. Yes. Well, quite unfortunate that our professor don't come out. So Mogo speak the language with AI. We work three shifts to really imitate. I wanted to ask a prof about my question wanted to be centered around the structure, the word our political is thrown around a lot during the months leading to the election. Structure. I wanted to actually ask him about the speech of Dr. Kwame Nkuruma in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia in 1963, where he cautioned his co-agitators and freedom fighters and the need for Africans to form a united front in the area of economy, governance, and economy. And while saying that, he also cautioned and brought the attention of Africans then, the leaders then, that any attempts not to actually go that route cannot stand the collectiveness of the new colonialism that would be followed.
Okay, where are you in America? We can't hear you anymore. Let's go to someone else.
You
can't hear you. I don't know what's going on.
I can hear him. I can hear him loud and clear.
I hear him. Rudy, they don't have a problem.
All right. Go ahead, Ovie. Keep talking.
Rudy, where are you? I don't believe you are in you are in New York.
Have two computers. So none of them is working. No, so
offense. So and then so why at that I actually wanted to bring in the what the statistic that is out there that by the year 2070 there are indications that we're going to have a classes of people or generation of people that will become useless in the sense that they will have no military or economic value, therefore no political power. So we are going to have that, and with the way with the way Nigeria is going, and with the structure the colonial masters put in place in terms of education, religions, and economy and whatever, which I wanted to actually ask him, how are we going to actually avoid the trajectory that we are headed? Knowing that Nigeria by the year 2050, we are going to be clocking by 400 or 500 million. So in other words, we are going to have this so-called class of useless or useless generations. What do we do, or how are we going to avoid that with all the structure that is what's stronger within our midst that have been put in place by the colonial master? But unfortunately,
don't worry. Next, I'll get him back on probably on Saturday. So I'll work on that. Mama Icho.
Yeah, I think the question I really wanted to ask you is what should we do to solve this problem? Since his generation are getting older and they are not ready to solve our problem, rather they are borrowing money on our head. My question would have been, what should me and my children do collectively, starting from Nigeria, to deliver ourselves from ourselves, then the Western world, that we think have our interests at heart. Rather, it is the interest of our natural resources and our intellectual is what they are looking for. That would have been my number one question. And my other question, which I would have struggled to fight you to answer.
I wanted to say thank God.
Is to say, okay, Papa, I want to come and see you in Kenya, because we get to discuss how we can bring those, my son in South Africa, Shore in Nigeria, Obi Wine in Uganda, and all these people that believe we get to fix our problem. I want you to help me to bring everybody together so that we can sit down in the inner caucus and find solution to this problem. Because if there's anything I'm desiring to do, is to bring all these people together, because they are so intelligent and smart. If we come to the table as their mother and he as our father, we'll be able to come up with a plan to solve this problem. I will also involve Akon. That was one person that motivated me. He was born in US, raised in Senegal, came back to US. He was called Black Monkey. He got into trouble with that. He ended up in jail. He did not allow the jail to imprison his heart. In the jail, he released his first album that brought him to limelight. He made his dollar in US, but he went to Senegal, where he get his honor to invest those dollars to begin to change the narrative of Senegal. Right now, he's building Akon City in Senegal. I want to challenge Nigerian musicians. Davido, you are using your money to buy gold. That they came to our country our continent to collect the raw material and process it. And you use your talent to make money. Instead of acting like Akon, you are using your money to gather their gold. The other day I saw you just buy a little purse for $2.something million. What a waste. Borrowing from Akon, who is building Akon City in Senegal. If you finish building that city, you people will start running there like you are running to Dubai. That they turn desert to a paradise. Not be say they get too brain, no. Not be say they smart person. But the only thing that has defined the Nigeria rich people, the Nigeria elite, now have to go to Dubai to show off for already made. Yet you people are intelligent and smart. So do more than that in your country. But no, I must go buga for Washington. Now go buga for Dubai. Very soon, Akon go build Akon City for Senegal. Now go carry una leg kurukere. Go to invest for them. Shame on us, Nigeria. And it is high time we wake up from this disgressive kelebe dance that we dance to where that has been developed. And you people are smarter than these people. Wake up and let's build Nigeria. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mama Echo. Janaba, I'm coming to you. Just before Janaba, let me just say that there's something that Mama Echo said, and I just need to mention that I'm working on getting Julius Malema and Bobby Wine and Shore to have a conversation on this platform. So we announced that as soon as it's all done.
Hey!
So, Janaba.
We don't win.
Janaba, go ahead.
Doctor, that will become a pay-per-view.
Yeah, the only person I'm yet to get to is Julius Malema, but I'm talking to
find a way of getting to Akon for me. My very picky.
So we are going to do that. Go ahead, Janaba.
My question was to ask a Prof. Did he think slavery have ended, and what is his own view about it? Because he could have answered. I won't answer myself again. But to cut the long story short, I cannot stop laughing when Tony was going the way he was going, and now you're going to have him the show next time. So when you have Tony, we take. I will have my own question for him or talk with him. God bless you. I will be going for now, and I'll join later. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Let me go the other way. Oh no, let me continue to go. I'll come back to the people at the other end. Isimile Honest.
Hello, Dr. Damages, and hello, panelists, and thank you, viewers, for joining us. And I feel a bit sad I couldn't talk to Professor, but I hope he comes back. I love all his works. I've been watching him and listening to some episodes of his work. I wanted to ask him. When I'm serious, I write my questions down, so please bear with me. Okay. I wanted to ask, why can't Africans be in charge of their resources, strive for and acquire all the necessary skills required within their industries, build progressive industries within the homeland of Africa instead of foreign companies using their own workers to fill out the important jobs, especially top jobs in Africa, continuing to steal from Africa. Also, I wanted to ask him since we all have our voices and we all, at least some most of his speeches are talking about the demise of Africa, slavery, and other things Africans have gone through. So what now? I wanted to know, what can African leaders do in effect of advocating for positive change in Africa, for security, economic, trade, stability, for growth and balance, both internal and external, serving their people in equity, fairness, exuding respect and dignity for the living standards and lives of their people.
Wow, you were prepared.
I'm an African and proud to be one as such. So the progress of Africa would mean a lot to me.
All right, I promise you I'll get him back, and that will be straight to questions from our audience. I won't have to interrupt you guys. Let me hear from Eddie. Eddie, go ahead.
Good evening. Good evening, Doctor. Good evening, everybody. Yeah, Gooks, I wanted to ask the Prof a couple of questions. One being, should Africa be taken serious in global politics, looking at what they've done, looking at what our leaders have done for the past since the first country had her independence, and looking at the trajectory of the world now, as regarding the G7, seeing that Russia is no longer in the G7, China is not in the G7, wouldn't it be better for Africa to charter a new course, maybe aligned with China, Russia, Iran, and the rest? Create another bloc. Since we have one bloc, the West, we create another bloc, and that way, I think we will. Wouldn't that be good for us, our development? And talking about you bringing Julius Malema to this thing, I'm really happy because I've joined the EFF. Yesterday, I was in one of their conferences. We are the deputy leader of the EFF. He made some speech about Leninism. So Lenin, and I asked why it doesn't make sense why South Africans are not all joining the EFF. It doesn't make sense. And someone said because they are not, someone among the audience answered that because they are not dumb, they had the right to make choices. I said, but it appears you guys prefer eating from the bottom, because if Malema and the EFF they're fighting for redistribution of wealth with how will I say, land, and yet you guys are impoverished and you're still in the ANC, then it doesn't make sense to me. But I'll leave that till whenever Malema.
Eddie, are you in South Africa? Eddie, are you in South Africa?
No, I'm not in South Africa. I just because of the politics in South Africa, because of the.
So you can join from anywhere. You can join the party from anywhere.
No, I joined the EFF. I follow them everywhere. I follow EFF, whatever they do. I follow them because I just feel the injustice. I feel if any change should happen in Africa, we should be looking at South Africa. We should make, I don't know, that's why I said the other day, the African Union is a toothless bulldog, because if they can't effect change in South Africa, then they should forget about EU.
I just want to say something quick to Eddie Bongo. Please read Frederick Engels and Karl Marx's class struggles, right? It's all out there. If I can get your contact, I'll send you all the things. Then you have to understand that everything is all about class progression. So that is probably why South Africans are not. That probably will give you some context into why not everybody subscribes to socialist ideals.
See, but if you go through, but Russia, they've done that in the Soviet Union after the fall of the Tsars. They didn't go through that. They didn't go through the steps as outlined in Marx's views. They went straight from capitalism. They went
from socialism to communism. Communism was supposed to be a graduation. Communism was greatly misconstrued in Leninism ways, and a totalitarian Stalin took over. It's a very long gist, my brother. Maybe we can have a private conversation about that.
Okay,
All
no
right.
problem, no problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eddie. Forefather, since Scribe already said something. Forefathers, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and greetings to everyone on the panel and the viewers. Let me see, I'm still doing a double job there. Regarding the questions I would have asked him, obviously, for me, it's quite straightforward. We had failings. The failings range from threat assessment, technological, racial loyalty, and our grievous sin, which was selling human beings for trinkets. And to fix these problems now, what are the paths that are viable to be done within the next couple of decades? Because I believe that the situation is quite urgent, and I don't understand how some people don't fully I guess I do understand why. We have not really felt the pain. Really, what Ukrainians are feeling today, we black people have not really felt it. What we've seen is just, the real enemies and the real problems we have from afar. We've never really experienced it. So we can't rally around to increase our IQ to deal with these things. And so from my point of view, what does he think? That's all I would have asked him. What does he think we can do to bridge this gap of awareness so that our people can actually start galvanizing themselves to meet the challenge of this century? Because we know the failings already. And the simple solution is to go after the solutions. And if you allow yourself to get distracted, then for me, we don't truly know the level of threat we face. We face an extinction-sized event. Any anthropologist that sees what has happened in the last 400 years will describe it as extremely fast. This is something that you don't see in the historical these records, where a population that is so small in Europe expanded all over the globe in less than 400 years. Less than 400 years that happened, and the people that were hit most, we saw in the America, they were completely decimated, and Australia and New Zealand. We are sitting here. Yes, our population is growing right now, but the technological gap is still expanding, and that trend hasn't changed. Not much has changed, and our people, for some reason, are still asleep. And I must say, for me, he also has that thing where the urgency is not there. For me, it's a very, very threatening thing that we are seeing happening around the world. And all this stuff I predicted, they are beginning to happen already. You are seeing the Middle East now, they are beginning to come together. More than Africans have ever, Africans come together. They are beginning to come together. You see Iran and Saudi Arabia having a rapprochement now, and Yemen and Saudi Arabia, the same thing. They are beginning to come together. These threats that is going to come in the next 10, 20 years is beginning to form, just like the Berlin Conference was formed. And our people are completely asleep because we've not experienced it. And that is why the question I would have asked him would say, how do you wake a people up when they've not seen it? Our generation, how many of us have been bombed by F-16? How many of us saw our countries getting leveled like North Koreans did? How many of us saw how the Japanese invaded China? No, none of us did. We didn't see those things. What we saw was we got independence. Some of them are still alive today that witnessed our independence. So we've not woken up. We don't know the threat. That is at the core. And I'm not sure he even realizes that because for me, I was struggling with this stuff because I've heard him speak a lot. I've been struggling with why have we not woken up to this threat? But if you look at all the countries that experienced it, all of them woke up to it. And that's the reason why a human being can decide that, you know what, I'm going to put my tribal affiliations aside and focus on the bigger picture. And if he refused to, there will be people there that would have suffered that tragedy that are willing to carry out those orders.
Over Russia to bring about an end.
So who is playing the TV channel? So, because I asked myself, why is it that Stalin was obeyed? Why was Mao Zedong obeyed? Why was Lin Kuan Yew? Why did they obey him? Because these people were very draconian. They caused the death of millions. millions of their own people who obeyed them to do those things. It tells you that they saw something that was far more dangerous before that. And they said, enough. We are not having this nonsense, because what we saw these people do to us is going to be worse if they return. And they were willing to obey these leaders and carry out some heinous things to fix their country for good. One man, Mao Zedong, took over his country. By the time he left, his country was set to become a superpower. But it was extremely bloody, what he had to do. And I'm trying my best to think my way out of it, to how do you wake Africans up to the challenges that we face now. And I hope that there is a way to do it peacefully. And that was the kind of question I would have asked him. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, forefathers. Igbo Basics.
I will soon have a family of lawyers. My family usually are readers. And when I mean readers, these people, they read books of 400 pages, 300, many, many more. Sometimes I wonder how they do it. Going by the spirit, my question would have been very, very simple. With all the great minds that we have, each and every day, I observe some things happen, and it doesn't baffle me, but I always try to tie it to what's next. I'm going to the Organization of Islamic Conference, which I have asked before. Perhaps this group would answer that question. Some of us, if not all of us, know about a man named Ebitu Kiwe, Commodore Ebitu Kiwe. I saw his wife the last December when she came to Iberi. Ebitu Kiwe left the seat of power during, I believe it was Bangida, something like that, as a result of the issue of Nigeria's involvement with the OIC. And the Aruba people recalled him and he went home. Since then, we have been overlooking this Islamist agenda in Nigeria. Nigeria being, I believe, still a secular state. I have asked this question on this forum before, and I'm asking that question again so that maybe some of us who read more can be able to enlighten me. With all due respect to my brother Paul. Organization of Islamic Conference in the context of Nigeria as a secular state. I asked again, is it true that a country, after paying its dues consecutively for 10 years, automatically remains member of OIC? And do we foresee Nigeria in that light, being that if Alhaji Tinubu is sworn in by any chance with his vice, then Buhari had paid consecutively for 8 years. If those two come into power and they're able to maintain that payment to that organization, is Nigeria going to automatically remain in that OIC, which has been an issue all along? Does anybody have any answer to this, please?
All right, thank you, Igbo Basics. A caller like you're next. If anybody has an answer for him, you know, when you get to your turn, you can answer him.
Hi, thank you very much, Dr. Rudolph. Sorry we missed the prof. We couldn't speak to him. It's so strange. I had questions to ask him, but I think I'll just put my opinion down, which was would have been a question. If any of us has read the book, Dancing in the Glory of Monsters, it's about Congo and the days of Mobutu Sese Seko. At the end of it, it said one thing, that Africans love to dance. And I will add my own observation to it. Africans don't just love to dance, Africans love to talk. That is why they're getting nowhere. You know, so they love to dance and talk. If you look at it properly, like forefathers have properly established, it's technology. It's not talking. It's just technology. The Egyptians became world power because they had a technological advancement. The British became a world power because they had a technological advancement. The same thing happened to the Americans when they were all by themselves doing their own technology until the World War II came, and they were able to establish their place in the world by bringing in the best technology to win a war. The same thing the Chinese are doing, technology. But one thing I think Africans don't realize is all this. And I'll put it as a story. Two cowboys were about to play a game of poker. If some of us know poker game. And while they were about to play a game of poker, there's a lot of ways to cheat in a game of poker. You know what they did first? One of them brought out his automatic weapon and placed it on the table. Then the other man looked at it and brought out his own automatic weapon and placed it on the table. What are they saying to each other? It's that if you cheat, none of us will get out of this table alive. And this is what some nations do. When the head of state visit them, you will see a military line up. Why do you think they do that? They are telling you, okay, look at what we have here. And after that, we are going to go and talk diplomacy. So please be fair so that we don't end up in a quarrel. You see, Africans love to talk. I was sitting here the other day, and it's surprising sometimes. A man was talking about his own tribe being killed. And another man said he shouldn't worry because they could dialogue with it. And then I asked him, I said, why do you want to dialogue? He said, because a chief will sell a land to someone, and please, I'll go off in 1 minute. A chief will sell a land to someone, and then some other people, because they think they've been swindled, will come and shoot the other people and say, oh, you tricked us. And he thinks it's fine because they were, why don't you say, okay, if my brother cheated you, you have no right to kill him. You have to come to the table and we discuss it. But he wants to talk while his brother dies. And I'm talking about the Benuis, I'm talking about the Southern Kadunas. It's strange. Africans just love to talk and dance. And it's established in TikTok. When you go to TikTok and look at it, most of the Africans are busy dancing. But when you look at the Europeans, you look at the Chinese, they're busy giving you technological advancement. How do you do this? Africans just dance. So I don't think there's a solution until they stop dancing and stop talking and act.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Paul, you're next.
Thank you. So my question I want to tell him when he talk about he met with Ashapton, the African Americans coincidentally happen to be the 1% of the 1% of black race all over the world. And that 1% of 1%, where they even find themselves to again, they happen to be one of the poorest community in that space. So what I'm saying is that even though the African Americans too, they don't really cooperate very well. So if every one of us is trying to bring ourselves together for this cooperation, I hate to say this, it will never work. I see my Igbo people in the markets, they have all these association, union, they pray every Monday morning before they start selling market. Immediately they start selling market again, they fight themselves. The guys who become the union in the market become extremely wealthy without selling market, but they take levies. This is what we get every facet of our life. So I don't really think we really need those type of things. Or what I just think is that two great nations just need to come out together and pick one product, probably work on that product very well, become great allied. I see what Kamala Harris came to do in Ghana some 2-3 weeks ago. You know, how she threatened about the LGBTQ. And a young man came out and said, America, you do business with Saudi Arabia and Qatar. LGBTQ in Qatar and Saudi Arabia is death penalty. What have you done about that? This is your greatest ally. You do business with Saudi Arabia. You can start with them. You are about to even do business with us. You are not even doing business with us. You only give us stipends. You don't even do business with us. You are threatening us. The people that you do business with, stop doing business with them. So these are the problems we are having. Let's just do business. So that tells you that Saudi Arabia and America, they do business. They don't talk relationship. So all this alliance that we are looking for will not take us far. That is what I want to tell him. So we can talk for all we care. The robots and the robots and the Soko talk, the robots and the Jaw talk, the robots and the Kwale talk, all the oil community talk. We are still living in penury. We still don't understand what they can use oil to do. When I find myself in Houston, I saw the power of technology, what they use oil to do. So this is what I want to tell him before Doctor will kick me out. Then I'll go back to Igbo Basics, the question that he asked. I read a book by Francis Bacon. I forgot the name now. He said two words that I like so much. He said, "Blessed is the man that hope not, for they shall not be disappointed." Then my Christian people talk about God created man in his own image and likeness. But Francis Bacon said, man created God in his own image and likeness. I'll go back to Loco, where Loco come from. When you see the Bini people, they train their children, everybody in the morning, they bore their own Ogun. The father will beat them. You say, have you bought your own Ogun? That is, you create your own God. You start, the family have their own. That's why when you go Benin, you see every house, they have this, their own small gods everywhere. They train them how. But Christianity came and every other thing. We condemn what we have. And the one we are using now, it's not taking us anywhere. Look, my Benin brother, they say, no, Mr. Christian, you pray tire, see where you and your obedient today. So it's my own opinion. So all I'm telling you is that what we have, let's go develop it. Let's go develop it. Before others will know what we have, it will become a product that we can sell and we can make something out of it. That's my take.
When I asked the question about African diaspora, I was actually not talking about African Americans alone. I was actually talking about people like all of us here who are Africans in diaspora.
First of all, I just hit when because of he talk about Ashaftin. Yeah, and they are 4 billion. You understand? That's why I hit on that one. If you talk about the African diaspora, first of all, there is nothing like African diaspora. African diaspora simply means my own immediate family have immunity for my hard labor. Then few of my friends that I pity for, I give them the remnants that comes out of it. The day they call me to do overtime, when I had those overtime, I pity them. The one that I don't like, I block them. That's how African diaspora work. We don't have anything. We've not achieved nothing.
But there's something he mentioned that also is true in terms of the amount of resources in the hands of African Americans in America, for example, which if is channeled towards something, but it requires a lot of work. If it's channeled towards something in Africa.
So doctor, that is true. When you start bringing all these unions, all these people, member countries, nations together, do you think the invaders, the people that don't want us to grow, do you think they'll just fold their hands and they'll make things work? This is what I'm saying. First of all, the African Americans that have the 4.3 billion, like he said, they, among themselves, they are not cooperating. If a black man in the hood make it, first thing he does, he leaves the hood. As a musician, as a celebrity, as a footballer, as a basketball player, he never go back and help the hood. It's even a condition to him. If you go back and help the hood, they strip you off. What do you see black footballers or basketball players do? You understand? When you see them, they always pick kids, maybe mixed kids or white kids. They don't go back to the hood because if they go back to the hood, they tempted to become an activist. Okay. They are scared of the money. So we just need to grow an industry one at a time. But if we are looking for all these union association, try to bring one umbrella before we can achieve what we can achieve, we will not go anywhere with that. The Europeans did not form all this union. They pick one thing and they go work on it. They pick another thing and they go work on it. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Prince.
Paul, I was just shaking my head. First and foremost, good morning, Dr. Damages, and then panelists, and then those listening to us. Mr. Paul, I pretty much differ in some of the opinions that you shared. First one is let me pick the last one you talked about African American, celebrities. There's a lot of them that do come back and give back to the community. I am in California, and I know a lot of basketballers that do come back, and they give back, in terms of reunion or some, they invest in different aspects just to see their community, children in their community grow. Another thing I will differ with you is when you talk about Saudi Arabia and you talk about Uganda. Saudi Arabia does business with America. Uganda depends on America for aid, for peanuts. You understand? In as much as, for me, before getting here, I have a different view about LGBTQ, whatever it is, I still do, but I'm not against them. I always tell those who I work with, who are around me, I say, you can do whatever you do, as long as you don't touch me, we good, But the fact remains that if you are depending on somebody to give you, to literally, kind of like give you money in order to fund your budget, and you going back, you are being divided and saying, oh, because this person is gay, then the person will be put to death. That's cruel. To me, I feel, that's the way I feel about it. People should be able to allow God, let God, he's the one that created us, and he's gonna be the one to judge us. We should stop, discriminating and doing all these things. These are things that they put in our heads, and then we go back. Even the Saudi Arabia that you're talking about, Saudi Arabia, they have more gays, but it's just that they hide. They hide. Most of those prince and all those things, they are all, they're all gay, homo or whatever you call them in Nigerian terms, but they hide, and then they make the law just, probably the less privileged ones that will be caught. Then those ones are the ones that will face the consequences. What I wanted to ask Professor was this: when he talks about African unity, Africa using one currency, African use probably one language or whatever he said, I was strongly gonna disagree with him. Why would I say that? When I nearly moved to America, I happened to work in the retail at that time. And in that retail industry, we have somebody who is from Algeria. I'm Nigerian, and then we have someone who is from India, and the main boss is from Pakistan. Now, could you believe that among the three of us, the Indian is seeing my potential and aligning with me, but the Algerian, who happens to be an African just like me, but because he is colored, he thinks he's white. He's always trying, whatever he could do in order to bring me down. But, being Nigerian now, I gather my sense. I know I could deal with her. Last, it ended up that he had to be dealt in a brutal way that he recognized. By the time he came back, he was telling people he fought with a lion. And that's it. So, there is no way African can ever come together. An Algerian, Ethiopian, they all think different about everyone else. If you meet, even in West Africa, a Sierra Leonean think different about Nigeria. So that's where we'll end for now.
All right, thank you. Maxi, you're next.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph, and good evening to all the panelists and those in the comment section and those that are watching us. I discovered that my great Professor Lumumba is a Pan-Africanist. Up to now, he is still trying to, preach the gospel of unity in Africa, integration, the removal of borders, and so on and so forth. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. He wants to destroy that Berlin conference. It's a good thing. But my question that I wanted to ask him is this. In the early 70s or mid 70s, my own country here, Ghana, through an Aliens Compliance Act, chased Nigerians out of Ghana. Late Buzia, the first in the history of Africa, if not the world. Late Buzia, my own president here, chased Nigerians out through what a policy he called Aliens Compliance Act. You can go and check it. In 1983 or thereabout, that time I was in Nigeria, Shehu Shagari's regime retaliated through what he called Ghana Must Go. When you go to South Africa, the people that are killing the South Africans, Africans there, are not the whites. They are their fellow African brothers and sisters. Come back to my own country today. Nigerian shops are under lock and key. They can't trade. Is that an integration? If all these things are happening, how will Africa integrate? How would they integrate? Let's bring it home to my mother's land. My mother is a Biafran, and I fought for Biafra anywhere, any platform I go. During the presidential election, people were ethnically profiled. Videos were there. If we can do that in Nigeria, what do you think? What will be the prospect of unity of Africa and their integration? That was the question I wanted to put to my professor. Unfortunately, the internet could not even help us. We have serious problem in Africa. Before Africa will fight the new colonization, they must come together, if at all it is going to be possible. Because looking at what these things that are going on, especially in Nigeria as well, I don't think you first of all get your family in order before you begin to fight the outsiders. That was the question I wanted to ask him. Thank you so much, for having me, and may God bless all of you.
All right, thank you, Martin. Shegun, you're next.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to be here to discuss these issues. Well, first for me was a privilege, obviously, to have met the Prof on this show, but unfortunately he's not here. My questions are quite just straight to the point. The first one was about when you asked him about the scrambling of Africa. What just came to my mind is just to get his thoughts about what African leaders should actually be doing about the scrambles of Africa at the moment. For now, it's no longer by the barrels of the guns, but it's more economical, and they're enticing us with money, and then they can gather us in France and then gather us in the United States just because they want to give us handouts. So the weapon here is handouts, and it's also in exchange for the resources that is between our ground. So I was just wanting to know his thoughts of what African leaders really needs to do, because I don't know if they've had a thought about it, if there have been concerns about it from the government side, but it would have been wanting to know. And again, I don't know if this is actually true, but the current war going on in Sudan, there is this discussion that Russia is supporting one side, the US is supporting another side, fighting proxy war in our country. And in the last few days, God knows how many more people have died. So I think just to get the thoughts about what leadership should be doing. The other question I would have loved to ask him, I know it was one question, but now that we're just discussing in general, would have been his impression about the Nigerian election. I mean, what his impression was, and what does he think that we as the people now, not even the politician, should be doing, in regards to the election. Another good question would be, he talked about one of the leaders saying that the earlier we demolish the boundaries that was created by the Berlin Conference into the various groups that we had. I found it a bit very curious, because you've got more than 2,000 ethnic groups, and you want to break these boundaries down into different components. How is that really going to work? So those are just some questions which I would have loved to ask him, but anyway, maybe some other opportunities and we could discuss it here also.
All right. Thank you, Shegun. Let me play this video.
Doctor, please, 1 second, please. I just want to talk something to Shegun. Shegun, every time that I see you, I see Osharimon. Have you taken time to DM your picture to Osharimon? You look like it too much.
Osharimon, okay. No, the thing you should have said is, you are seeing me probably for the first or second time without my hair, so it's different today.
All right, let me play this video. Let's see. It's something about Sudan that Shegun was referring to. I actually wanted to bring it up, but we didn't
about
have
the
much
fighting
time.
that is going
Let's see if
on
we
in
can
Sudan. What's happening there is more than meets the eye, and it's time for the world to discuss the actual truth of what is going on there. America and Russia are at it again, just as they did 60 years ago during the Cold War, when they fought proxy wars right here in Africa, leading to the death of thousands of innocent Africans. They are at it again in Sudan, fighting a proxy war. Let me explain. Two factions of the Sudanese military are fighting each other. One of them is led by Lieutenant General Mohammed Hamdan, head of the paramilitary group known as Rapid Support Forces. The other faction is led by the Sudanese Army Chief, General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan. So why are they fighting? This is where Russia and USA come into the picture. You see, in the last couple of months, Russia has finalized a deal with Sudan to establish Russia's naval base in Sudan's Red Sea coast. America is not too happy with that. Actually, they're furious. America's ambassador to Sudan, John Godfrey, expressly warned Sudan not to seal that deal with Russia, but they're going ahead and doing just that. And so when the paramilitary unit began fighting the other faction of the army, that wasn't happening in a vacuum. The big problem is that you're not going to hear this in the mainstream media. Neither are you going to hear a lot of African governments voicing this, which is very unfortunate, because Africa must learn to speak its truth and stand on this truth, because truth will set you free. So it is left to the African people, we the African people, to speak this truth and tell America and Russia to get off Africa, to get their hands off Africa. The days of the Cold War, the days of the shenanigans of the Cold War are completely over, and they cannot fight proxy wars in Africa at the expense of innocent African lives. That has to stop. The fighting in Sudan must stop. The puppet masters must stop their evil, diabolic games.
You're on mute, Doctor. We can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I said that was a perspective on what's going on that most people may not be aware of. Let's go to Loco P. Loco P, welcome to the show.
All right. Good evening from here to everybody. Thank you for coming here. So fortunate that the great professor could not be here, so I can ask some few questions and be enlightened. The idea of him saying, making Africa one. Yeah, it's possible. I think, and he's speaking from the end points. He's speaking from a bigger spectrum, But I think maybe what most of us don't understand is, like, he's not saying that it's going to happen right now. Because I remember when we were speaking to you, said it may not happen in his lifetime, it may never happen in our lifetime. But he's talking about the process, the ignition of the process starting. And I think that's should happen, from all of us, seeing each other as one, as just loving ourselves for nothing, freely, seeing ourselves as one, seeing the Senegalese as my next door neighbor, you understand, without looking at him that because he doesn't speak my language, you are no one. Like what Akwachi was saying the right time. Like you can imagine somebody from India is aligned with him, you understand, but somebody from Algeria is not, is trying to give him problem. So this is just like, is this a curse on Africa? No, but I think it's the way we were wired. We have been wired for a long time. Mali will say we should emancipate ourselves from mental slavery. Like I said, it's no longer guns and whatever. It's not even the aid they give us. It's that mental slavery that we've been subjected to for a long while, and that has become part of us. So to unwind ourselves from that is now the issue, and it's a process. So I think we should start giving ourselves orientation on how to unwind that slave mentality, as in that mental slavery, to unwind ourselves from that, so that we can see each other like as one. Julius Malema is in South Africa trying to do that. So I don't see any reason why we should have hundreds or thousands of Julius Malema around Africa doing the same thing. You get what I'm saying? So if we have people like that and the government is doing the right thing, not deliberately making hunger to be in the land, I think we'll start seeing ourselves as one, trying to do the right thing. But right now, there's hunger in the land. Everybody wants to think of their stomach first. Everybody wants to pull their brother down to eat. By so doing, dividing ourselves. You understand? So I think what's Patrice Lumumba is saying is in line, but we just have to break that boundary of different culture, different religion, and see ourselves as one and start working together. That's just the question I wanted to ask him. I'll keep it till he comes back again. So
all right.
I'll say.
All right, thank you. CM.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. What is it? Good evening, Gurudov. Good evening, everybody. Actually, I had looked forward to listening to Professor Lumumba for what it is worth. We all know he's passionate about African nationalism and being an Africanist, giving his copious reading of Nkrumah, Lumumba, Zeke, Mandela, and all the rest. He was the director of Kenya Anti-Corruption Agency. So the question I wanted to raise with him was, given his experience as former director of Kenya Anti-Corruption Commission, just like the equivalent of Nigeria's EFCC, I wanted to see how he could use his experience to sort of make a blueprint on how to tackle corruption across the continent, given what he knows and using Kenya as a case study. I know he's been to Nigeria and he has spoken to Nigerian senators about corruption. So I wanted him to be pointed and then sort of deliver a judgment on what corruption is in Africa and what he thinks he could, the way forward for it. But unfortunately, he's not here. So we can also tackle it here if there's anybody. He's referred to in this book. It is our turn to eat. This is about corruption in Kenya, and it was during his time. That's why I raised the question. I wanted to raise the question. Nothing.
All right. Thank you.
Nothing too great about that.
Henry, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rudolph. My question I wanted to ask him, why is it not time for Africans to move forward than to always blame other Western countries that's the development of Africa? Because we still have this sickness in our mind. Not the leaders, we the citizens, the Western could not let us develop. It's not time for us as African to build our home, to build our nation. We have everything the Western country need. Why we cannot bring, just like the Chinese people, for 30 years, Chinese was not like that. There was hunger in Chinese, But the government invests on the citizens. They travel every part of the world to learn the technology and bring back home. Is it not time for Africa to stop all this? The West people don't allow us to do this. Let me take, for instance, for my country, Nigeria. Is it the Western country don't allow us to have light, electricity? Is it the Western country? Is it the Western country don't allow us to build an enable environment, good healthcare system? Is it not? Is it the Western country? So we should stop blaming people they will not allow us to develop. That is nonsense. It is time for we to stand up and build our home. When we build our home, invest in our home, we have the raw material they need. We bring bring the expertise to come and join us to install this machine they have there. We have Nigerians who are very intelligent, who are specialists all over the world. We don't have to every time blaming the Western country or that's why we cannot develop. They hold us ransom. That is rubbish, because we can do this ourselves. Let's start from our own country, Nigeria. Now, our leaders, the so-called president-elect, is in Western country now. Yeah, what is he doing there? These are the person. Somebody want to rule you for 8 years or 4 years, but not me. I want to ask ourselves these questions. Your what do you call it? The minister of Keyamo, minister of works, is there jogging, showing you how his apartment, his house he bought in America. What is he doing there? Have you ever seen the lowest U.S. official come to Africa to build house there, do holiday in Africa? If you want to rest, we have other states in Nigeria. Go and rest there. We should stop this. Look at other countries that developed. Look at let me use Egypt. When Egypt was going down, Muslim Brotherhood was taking control of that country with terrorists. This general Sisi came in. He named them terrorists. He stopped them. He came as civilian. Look what he did all these years. He stayed there now. He's working with other countries too, who said that the dictator is a criminal, is this, but they are working with him. He's building Egypt. He turned Egypt around. Nothing like terrorists in that country no more. He shut them down. But we should stop blaming people where Africa don't develop. The Western hold us ransom. This is rubbish. Just like somebody who have his wife at home. It's not always at home. He always party with friends. By the time the wife need him, he could not be there. He will blame somebody. That's why wife don't have pregnancy. You are not there at home. You're never at home. You're blaming somebody because your wife don't have. You say call it witchcraft. This one do this. No, we should stop blaming Western country for our leaders' failure. We are wise enough. I don't want to see you guys here talking about the whole ransom. You will stop it. Let's build. We have the mineral resources. We have everything. We have the money. I want to ask ourselves why our leaders steal our money and put it in Western countries. Do they force you people to do it? You people should ask yourself these things. You should not come here. You are educated enough. You should ask yourself personally. And it's true what this man is saying. I'm saying nonsense, but it's the fact. Have you ever seen a Western country steal their money and bring it to Africa to stay there? No. Ask your question. Ask yourself this question. Answer this question yourself. We should stop it because it's time for Africans to build their own home. Mostly Nigeria. We have to build. We have these things there. Look at the money they stole. Look at the crude oil they steal every time. They could not accountable for what they stole. We are blaming. This I wanted to ask the professor. It's not trying. It's not. I'll be around. I hope you're going to bring me in to asking this question. It's not time for Africa to stop blaming the Western country. We should stop it. Okay, look at Sudan now. Somebody's blaming Russia and what they call it, America. Are those men? I didn't hold enough to say we are Africa. We are brothers. We're not going to fight. They cannot stop this. Nobody will stop me to fight my own brother. Nobody will force me to fight my own brother. Never. So we should not blame every time. I didn't know wise enough to say no. This is our country. If they're patriotic Sudanese, they will say no. We're not going to fight. We're going to beat our country. Russia, you go. America, you go. That's it. We should not come and say cry like a crying baby. The Russians make us fight. The America make us fight. Come on, man.
Thank you, Henry. There's a question, but before that, let me remind our viewers that next Sunday we have Chika Onigwe joining us. She's an award-winning writer, and she has a new book that just came out, The Middle Daughter. She will talk to us about finding the middle ground in Nigeria's socio-political quagmire. She's also a columnist for Daily Trust newspaper, so she's familiar with what's going on in Nigeria. So she will join us next Sunday. And like I promised, I will try to get Professor PLO Lumumba back probably on Saturday. I will talk to him after this and make sure that it works for him. If not, I will find the nearest possible time for him to join us. There's this question from Alexander. I don't know if anybody can answer it. Why do we, the birthplace of Homo sapiens, have a chip on our shoulders? Can a smart person answer this question? I'm just saddened. So if there's a smart person here who can take on the question, you can raise your hand. Let me let you talk. Otherwise, we go to Davidson.
Sorry, repeat the question. Sorry, repeat the question.
It's off the screen. Okay, let me find it again. Davidson, go ahead while I try to get it back.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rudolph, and everyone here. I also want to thank Mr. Henry for the comment he put on, as in it's brilliant. And Ikulala, sorry if I'm not pronouncing the word well, as in your comments, I really love it, as in the reason why we Africa should stand. And Mr. Paul, OC comments, and some other history reminded us. Before I go on with my comments, there was one session you had here. Paul asked a question. Then it was being headed by two Niger also. Paul said something that his own daughter, or son, I can't remember, he was looking for where to learn a code. He looked around, there was nowhere for them to teach her daughter also. If you can still remember that question, what happened? This is Nigeria. I came in that day just to come and respond to this question and the problem we are facing in Africa. If you go across Nigeria social media spaces, that's why I'm talking about somebody that talk about dance and talk. That's what we Africa do. Go to Nigeria social media spaces. We keep on talking. That is the problem we are having in Africa. Go to our university system, it's not working. We are talking about technology. Today, the word artificial intelligence is taking over the places. What is artificial intelligence? Just a simple mathematics put together. There is nothing working in the country. Go and check Nigeria curriculum. Recently, I discussed with somebody who's doing a PhD in one Nigeria university, top university, Nigeria university, computer science for that matter. I asked him, which of the programming language do you know? No one. Do you know this? Just simple mathematical linear algebra and all of that. I asked a simple question about logistic regression, linear regression. These are the basis of technology. No one. Tomorrow, this thing will be a lecturer. Then they will still leading your children. Then you people want to grow. Nigeria want to grow. One university in South region of the country, the bridge, just a pedestrian bridge, they constructed in front of university. The people that built it were foreigners. Meanwhile, we have engineering departments. Then tomorrow we come and still blaming foreigners for our problem. As you are streaming this video right now, people, you see comment, please click and like, so that other people will, this video will be recommended by other people. It's just a simple mathematics used by others and matrices, cosine similarities. These are what, as in, if you go to, for people talking about natural language processing, Amazon and lesser, these are just so simple recurrent neural network language modeling. Why am I saying all these things? Go and check all the universities, all the countries in the world that are doing well, both in the Western world, even in Africa. Go and check their university system. The Egypt we are even referring to, go and check Egypt university system. The America we are talking about today, go and check the millions of dollars they are spending on education. Nigerians, what pains me is that we talk on a daily basis. If you want to learn anything and you search on YouTube, the only people you will see now is Indian. For you to be great, or for a nation to be great, one of the key components you have to measure is human capital development. What are those areas? It comes through education. Education is not only when you go to university in the first place. Nigeria don't have lights where you can sit in your own house and learn whatever things you want to learn. We don't have internet. We cannot even stream video. I remember when I was in Nigeria, when I was learning one or two things, I have to go to one place and download video, save it in a flash, come back and start watching it. But here now, I can never remember when I save a video. Any video I want, I stream it and learn what I want to learn. I don't even need to, even if they give me assignment in school, when I was even doing my program here, you know, I will have to watch different videos to be able to solve those assignments, work on all those things. Then I was gaining knowledge. The problem, what am I trying to say in essence is that we want to build Africa, we want to build our nation. We have to first of all start with our educational system. We have to first of all build our own human capital. The more we talk, the more the problem keep elongating. Until we build our system, until we build our education system, we'll go nowhere. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate that contribution.
And just for the last one, if you can still be inviting people, we have people who are technologically advanced in the industry. If they can be coming on a platform like this, be giving us, you know, way forward. Because the America we are talking about now, what made the whole world respecting America today? Are all these areas. Somebody said it here. It pains me that some of the technology we're even using today was being proposed years ago. In the year 1950 something, 50 something, and all of that. Where those people, how do they come about it that Africa until now we still have not been able to do one or two? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me skip the people that have said something. Oh, go ahead, CM. I want to go to Mike next. Go ahead, CM.
How many times CM don't talk? You disappoint me. Okay, CM, how many times you don't talk for here? Now they won't drop me, go meet Mike. It not gonna happen, no. If you give CM time,
This is I just wanted to make a sort of an addition to what Davison said. This is my first time. I only ask a question and then get away. Davison, you must know that, or we all know, unless we just want to pretend, Nigerian education was quite high, comparable to anywhere in the world before. Education in Nigeria became what it is now because they lowered the standard. It's as simple as that. That is as simple as that. Nigeria, you can finish secondary school from Nigeria or A level, you go to any world-class university, you measure up, irrespective of anything. Their evidence are bound. It's only when we lowered standard in which these people from this area will come with this cutoff. People from this, the same thing with promoting lecturers. They may say that the vice chancellor must come here. The professors are in this university are mainly from this tribe. Why must they come from here? So that is what made it. It's as simple as that. It's not that Nigerians. That's why when a Nigerian lives in Nigeria like you are, you go abroad, you see you can shine. But if it's in Nigeria, they will ask you, where do you come from? Go to your state. If you apply for lecturership, if you are lecturing, they may say to promote Davison, you see his state. You know, we know these things. We know how we get to where we are now. Let's not deceive ourselves. Corruption and nepotism is what killed Nigeria, educational system. We know it. There's no other reason. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rudolph. Just the last part, then I will quit. Yes, you make a very good point. Mr. Rudolph, the reason why I said all these things is because maybe by the grace of God, you'll be meeting all those people who are in charge of educational system and all of that. The way Nigeria is designed to fail, especially from educational standard. It's not about nepotism, whatever is not the issue. Mr. Rudolph, they design education in a way that even if you don't go to class for 3 months, 2 months later, just go and write the exam, you'll still get an A. In the education system in the Western world, you earn your grade continuously. I spoke with one of the professors in one Nigeria recently, just a few weeks ago. A day to exam, a guy came to meet him. What am I trying to say in essence is that you don't, as in, when you base your judgment based on A and B, in short, if you school in Western world, you know what I'm talking about. That All these A and B, like once you get A, I don't know how to put it. You earn grade, like you do assignment 1, you get a point. Assignment 2, you get a point. But Nigeria system is not like that. When you have a system that 70% of final exam or 80%, in most cases, your final exam is your final exam. Even if you did not read, just come to class, memorize, come to class and read, then you just pass. At the end of the day, nothing you know, nothing is contributing. I just give you an example that somebody is doing PhD in computer science, no single programming knowledge, no mathematical equation he can be able to derive to form an algorithm or anything. It is well. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. We appreciate your input. All right. Let me go to, I want to go to Mike as soon as possible, but if you're raising your hands, I'm just thinking that I'll give you 1 minute. Colora, you first, and then Mama H, 1 minute, please.
Yeah, just quickly, 1 minute. It's just to add to what Davidson is telling CM. Look, it has nothing to do with how one area or one institution. Nigeria is designed to fail. Even if you look at we still come back to this thing called constitution. Even if you look at the constitution, say if a political candidate doesn't meet the requirements of INEC, which INEC literally sees, you as a person or as a group, no matter how powerful you are, you cannot take that candidate to court. You must either be a candidate of another party. How does that make sense? So they've designed it in a way such that, okay, and they thought it would be only PDP and APC, whereby if APC wins, if a corrupt PDP person wins, then he can bribe the corrupt person of APC, then they will all shift to PDP and rule. Or if the APC corrupt person wins, they will bribe the corrupt person of PDP. And so they've left you as a citizen out of the circle. How can that work? So if we keep looking at one area, and most Nigerians know these things and they will keep quiet. So it is designed to fail.
Our standard is low. Okay.
Thank you so much. I appreciate this. Mama Icho, before I go to Mike, 1 minute.
If Nigeria is designed to fail, who designed it? Because when I look at the map of Nigeria since I was born, it has not changed its shape or its color. But the people who failed is we. And let's stop pointing at accusing finger. When we remove ourselves from the equation of the failure, then we begin to chase shadow. We are the cause of our failure, period. And it is us that will be the solution. Starting from our living room. I sent something to Dr. Udo this morning on the project that I am working on. A fellow Nigerian I brought into the scheme is behind telling a Malaysia to dump me and take him to do the job. That is a Nigeria. A Nigeria brought in an idea that he didn't give to me. So, and this is what happened to this Nigeria we call a failure. We are the cause of Nigeria failure. Let's own up and stop this nonsense. When we talk about the people that carry our money abroad, is it their children that help them to do the looting? Is it their children? Is it not us that helped in the chain of the looting? So are we acting as if we don't know? The people involved, they are one way connected to us. Did we tell them to stop? When men gather in their beer parlor, in their joint, talking about all this, don't you see your fellow men and fellow women talking about how that money came into this place? Who helped them to buy the property? Because in abroad, yeah, most of those things you can't buy it without documentation. So who is that person that put his or her social security on grant to buy these properties? Did they buy it in their name? The company they open is in their name. The bank account. So why are we deceiving ourselves? We are hypocrites. And we are shame, disgrace to these younger children growing up, looking at us. It is either we wake up to tell ourselves the truth, or the time bomb, by the time it gas kele, me and you will also suffer for it. Davidson, I would like to speak to you. When you come aboard, my number is behind the scene. It is people like you we need to put our heads together and find solution. Not people who sit on the bench of complaining every day. Who rigged the election for Tutu? Who are the people covering up for him? Is it Nigerian map or us? That is why I say, the Bible says, the wicked shall not go unpunished. And every one of you that are perpetrating this evil, the blood of the innocent and their spirit will haunt every one of you from generation to generation. There shall be no peace for the wicked. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Mike, you're next.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. So, the professor, very, very brilliant man. I've followed him. That man is a very key asset to that continent, you know. Okay, his view, his position of Africa becoming united, I've always agreed with that. However, I think a lot of people don't understand him. How you see what is view depends on which angle you're looking at it. If you're looking at it from a pessimistic angle, of course, you'll be like, oh, but I look at it from a very optimistic angle. People that look at it from a pessimistic angle, the question they're asking him, in fact, it's even more, very ridiculous, because the question they will ask is, oh, if we come together, how would a Nigerian man and a Ghana man get along? How would a Yoruba man and a Hausa man get along? As if that question is not relevant in the status quo, as if the Hausa man and the Yoruba man are not already interacting, or the Nigerian man and the Ghana man are already interacting. So all these questions are just irrelevant. The key, when you look at it from an optimistic angle, the key question you ask, with question that is more progressive, more constructive, like how can we manage the continent? Those are the questions. So if someone like me will engage Professor Lumumba, I will just propose, first of all, I will approach his view from an optimistic angle, going, given the positive, the strength of Africa coming together. And where I see is, for us to even say we want to engage the rest of these powers in the world, there has to be that unity, that strength. Meaning, we have to approach all policies together in terms of negotiating with the rest of the world. That's one. That's how our strength will be. Because individual countries is very weak in terms of, say, individually engaging these big powers. However, to the question of how do we manage the continent, this is easy. I've always said it. Africa, we have to restructure this Berlin design that we have. We have to. And we have to take a step back. In order for you to go forward, you have to take a step back. What do I mean? We have to go back to the old kingdoms, in a sense. And I've always said that. You have United Kingdom. That's a perfect example, something to look at to even understand that this is what we need to do. Africa is a continent of different kingdoms. And we need to go back. And we have to design our continent as a United Kingdom of Africa, meaning these kingdoms will all become united. However, every one of this kingdom will go back to the old autonomy ways of having autonomy. You give autonomy back to these old kingdoms. However, we are united in terms of maybe continental progress. Like, okay, the continental economy, maybe one currency. However, you still have local currencies. Like in Europe, they have EU, the European currency, but locally they still have their own independent currency. So this individual kingdom, we have their individual currencies. However, we have a continental trading currency that we use to trade with the rest of the world. Things like that we have to put in consideration. And also people are saying, oh, these kingdoms, how do we get along? The reason we fight, the reason human beings fight is because of power and resources. That's the reason people fight. It's not because of their differences. Nobody wake up in the morning, I want to go and risk his life, fight another man because of his difference. It's because of resources and power. And once you give that autonomy to these kingdoms, you take their politics to their locality. Kingdoms control their territory. The resources in their land, they control it. The policies, how they want to progress within their land, they have that political control. However, you have a continental unity, one military, one continental policy like the European Union for the progress of the continent. Once we start, that's the way to manage Africa. Once Africans come to that realization, like, okay, we have this continent that's very rich, very advantageous compared to the rest of the world. How can we put ourselves, and we're all dealing with the same issues. We're solving for imperialism, neocolonialism. The eyes of the rest of the world are on us. They will do everything to want to take what we have. If they have to create civil wars, division and conquer, and the madness that's going on, we all know about the orchestration of the destruction and the assassinations of Patrice Lumumba and Thomas Sankara, those things. We all know the hands that were behind it.
Mike,
Government, huh?
Can I ask you a question?
Yes,
somebody listening to you could say that when Nigeria started, that was the kind of structure we had. And
I was going there actually.
But they could say what happened, because in the Western region, there was a problem. And that problem started from there, and then it engulfed the whole nation. So if someone presents that, what will he say?
Okay, if you present that, what I would tell you, what we did in the beginning wasn't exactly United Kingdoms. It was more United Regions. Because within those regions, there are kingdoms. Even in Yoruba land, most people don't know the history of Yoruba land. The Egba kingdom and Oyo kingdom were a civil war for 100 years. And when the British came, they came to end that war. And when they put the Southwest together, they created division between the Oyo kingdom and the Egba kingdom. That's why they educated the Egba people, the Ogun State people, those people, then they educated the Oyo. And when they made, Awolowo is from Egba, Akintola is from Oyo. Most people don't even know that. They don't know the history of Yoruba people. My mother, in Yoruba land, when the Oyo people marry Egba people, they have issues. So we still within Yoruba land, we still have kingdoms. Yoruba is just an empire, you understand? So though Yoruba can still become one kingdom today because they just needed to iron out that issue. However, even in the East, the other kingdom issue with the Ijaws and the Igbos at that time during that era. So we're still having that. Even the Western region was included, the Benin Kingdom, the Delta and Edo State back then. So it wasn't, the regional system we had wasn't really a United Kingdom situation. It was more of United Region of Nigeria. And we're having the regions still have kingdoms within them. And the kingdoms were all fighting for autonomy. That's why the Midwest region was created, because they wanted autonomy from the Southwest. So the different kingdoms came together and did the referendum to form new regions. So why was all these battles? It wasn't because we didn't like each other. It's just power and resources. That's all Africa fights. It's always been about. And the moment we say, and there's no tribe going in Africa, there's no rich enough to sustain themselves. Because if they could sustain themselves for thousands of years, they're good. All we need to do is just eliminate that problem of what's causing division, which is give every kingdoms in Africa, and no matter how small they are, if you have a territory, you have a tribal land, you have full control of your whatever is in your land, whatever, and the local politics there, policies of how you want to survive as a people. Just give them that sense of power that you have control of your destiny. Africa will not have conflicts, and whatever issue may have, it will be so minimal. And once we agree on that way, you have control of your land. However, let's form this big continental union where we have one military, where if somebody wants to, and this is one thing people don't understand, if UK or America wants to come and negotiate oil deal in Ogoni land, then we have to negotiate with Ogoni people. And if the Ogoni people dictate what they want and America doesn't like it, America cannot come and attack Ogoni land, because the whole continent is what they're attacking. When the whole continent has one military.
If America wants to come and negotiate oil in, gold in the Sankara, they have to negotiate with the local kingdom there. And if the local kingdom say this is my deal, America cannot fly and come and invade that kingdom because they are invading the whole continent. Because the continent is one army, like the NATO. You understand? One continental army, one continental policy dealing with the rest of the world. However, you just give autonomy to the local kingdoms. Political autonomy, that Africa solution, that's what Professor Lumumba is picturing. But we approach the problem from very low. I don't want to insult ourselves. Oh, what about how we can get along? How about you find solution how we can get along before you start asking the man question, how can we get along? Are we not already dealing with each other right now? Is the Nigeria all over Africa right now? Are we not traveling all over Africa? We're not dealing with each other already. So if the man is saying let's unite, why are you saying we shouldn't unite because we won't get along? What sense are we making with all these kind of questions we're asking? We should be asking how can we eliminate the problems in Africa? And it's simple, which is what I just said. United Kingdom, what's causing this problem? What makes people fight? Even in Sudan, those guys are fighting for power. That's it. Once you eliminate the reason why people are fighting for power, you eliminate that conflict problem in Africa. People fight for power because they either want to control what's in their land or they want to become the president, or those kind of issues. Once you allow people to have the sense of power, they won't have a problem. It was okay, what's next? Once every African feel like, hey, I'm powerful within my region, they will stop thinking about the next tribe. Now they will begin to think about the rest of the world. Because now the next Awusama is no longer my problem. Igbo is no longer my problem. Now who's my problem now? Oh, the China man that wants to come and invade my continent, the American, that's where Africa will start thinking. And then the education system, we need to restructure our education that the brothers have been saying, because Africa, we don't know about ourselves at all. When you go to school in Africa, you learn more about England and all this that you know about. Most Nigerians don't even know about. A Yoruba man don't know that Kanuri tribe exists, or even Efik. Like, and if you go to Africa, they don't even know, but they know more about America. They know about the rest of the world. So Africa themselves don't have the knowledge of themselves. That's another thing. Many of them don't even know their histories. They don't know where they are coming from. So all these things is what our problems are. Not, So I agree with the professor that the unity is very important. Very, very important. If we look at it from the right angle, the right perspective. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Before Henry, I just want to point out that today's conversation is a little bit different from what we had yesterday, because I think, there are two ways to look at these issues with Nigeria, Africa. To look at it, the bigger picture, which the professor brought our attention to, or if you look at the smaller space, Nigeria, then we approach it in a different way. So it's very interesting. And as we move along during the course of this program in the next few weeks, we are going to expand it. Actually, the Sunday program is called 90 Minutes Africa. The whole idea is that we have a wider conversation, not just about our little Nigeria, but other African countries and what's happening across Africa. So hopefully we'll be able to be true to that title and bring in guests who are from other parts of Africa. All right, Henry, you're next.
Yeah, Mr. Rudolph. Mike, I wanted to ask you one question, but before I continue, you were talking about people coming to take your oil. The local are the one who's bringing this. Okay, they look at it in the nether data where the crude oil they were stolen there. Who allowed to steal the oil? It's not the locals there. It's the same locals, the same people there. Yeah. Because they are corrupted, minded people.
If you just answer your own question. If you own something, that's your house you are living, right? Would you steal your own television? If you are the one that, if you feel like you own it, you don't have to steal it. So because the locals that I'm asking you a question.
Mike, your son can steal your TV and go and sell to outside now.
It's fine. But what I'm saying, wait now. If the Ogoni people, the Ogoni kingdom, they are the one that control their resources there. The Ijaw, the portion of the Ijaw part, they are the one that control it fully. Which are all the other kingdoms there, whatever oil is in their land, they are the one that control it. This problem is not what you be talking about. They won't. If their sons are now stealing from their own kingdom, it's easy for them to even solve that problem because that's within their locality. But what you have in Nigeria, wait. But that oil in Nigeria, you're going too far.
Let me just cut you there.
Let me just so we don't prolong this.
I'm done with your explanation, but it's not making no.
But let me learn now. You don't get my point. Let me learn.
You're not helping me.
Listen now. You will get it if I make this last point.
How can a foreigner come with their ship to go to land and take the oil and go free.
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Relax. The people that are controlling the oil in Abuja, they don't know what's going on there. They don't know what's going on there. So,
now.
Okay, that's what I'm explaining. So if that ship, wait now, if that foreigner come with that ship, Buhari in Abuja cannot see what's going on there. The locals, I'm sure, they will work with the foreigner that's coming to take it because they know that they are not taking their oil, they are taking Abuja's oil. So the locals will work with the foreigner and collect whatever their own share. But if the locals are the ones that are controlling it, would they not tell the foreigner to come and steal their thing? Would they not tell that foreigner to bring that ship and come and take their oil? They won't do that.
You know, as I was saying, I was just laughing because Asari Tokumbo and the others, I know how they say they are fighting for their people. After they got Ghana must go back, yeah. Some of them could not come back to their hometown. They stay in Abuja. Now they enjoy big boys. They do big boys in Abuja. Say they are fighting for their people. It's all power. It's all about money. All about their own self. Until we as an African say this is our, like me, where I'm staying, nobody can come in and say you want to take what my car or my house or anything. They don't have the right to do that. Till we as an African love ourselves individually, love our country, be a patriotic Nigeria or Africa. All this one we are talking, we're just talking out of our own self. Because I cannot see, because they are afraid, because who give them this room to come to Africa to steal our oil? Who give them the room? Your brothers, my brothers, we did it. We should stop blaming our governor, our governors, local, chief, and others. Be loyal to the people of that country, of that continent. All we are saying, they will still keep on draining our oil, stealing our resources in generation to come, to an unborn generation to come. Because we are not loyal. If we are loyal, okay, Tinubu as a person is going to UK. Yeah? He want to be your president. He's going to UK. And some people, young people, still vote for that kind of man who that's, is not capable, it's not healthy. It's not, all his life is all about lies. You seem to say, Emilio come, Naim come. Are you supposed to clap for him to come and be your president? We are crying for 8 years for Buhari is going now. 8 years for nothing. The same youth, people like me and you vote for Buhari to come in, and we suffer this 8 years. And we still want to bring this same sick person who is not healthy, who is not thinking about the betterment of that country. We want to bring him back to come and rule you for 8 years. Not for me. Because we are not thinking too much how to make that country develop. Have you ever seen any Western country, the poorest country in Europe, or the poorest country in Asia, coming to Nigeria for medical treatment? Have you ever seen something like that? No. Because these people have look, if any Western country stay in the jungle, it will make that jungle to have everything he or she wants in that jungle. But we have a country, we have the resources, we have the manpower, we have the money. We cannot even develop our own country. We cannot have good healthcare system. We cannot have good road. Common electricity, we don't have it. We are still saying we always put blame on the Western people. They don't have to let us develop. We are talking of developing to become Africa to become one. Are we Nigerians one already? In our village, are we one there? These are the questions I'm asking ourselves. The Yoruba selves they are talking about, are they one? The Benis, they're those. Are they one? The Benin will say they are the best one. Isha will say that. Are we one? We have to love ourselves as human beings, call ourselves as one family. All this one we are talking about, want to have one African currency, border free. Look at what they do with Nigerians in Africans it's not Algeria, if I'm not mistaken. Look what they do to them. I know Africans. Look at South Africa, who we Nigerians help to fight apartheid for them. What do they do to Nigerians? They're not killing the white people, they're killing the black brothers like them. See, we as an African, black, love us. We don't love ourselves as a black people.
My brother.
Don't you see that it has nothing to do with whether Europeans don't love themselves too, but what they know is
no. Listen, you see, that's the problem we have for ourselves. Mama, she should talk about somebody who's trying to rip our own things now. It's not a black man.
My brother, let me talk to you. When it comes to nature, you need to understand nature first.
Leave that thing.
No.
Leave that nature 15.
Africa on too much for nature. Africa on just too much. We like to bring ourselves down.
Please
Why?
give me 1 minute, please.
Which nature be that one?
That's the problem I have with we Africans. Listen, no, don't. It's my time.
It's
my time. Let me finish my time.
Doctor, I think it's my turn, because I even came before Henry. Doctor,
let Mike say
just to let you know, Doctor, I even came before Henry. So it's my turn, Doctor.
But you have been making your point now that we don't love ourselves. That's the point, isn't it?
Yeah.
Listen.
No, hold on, everybody. I want to get to Austin. He hasn't said anything here, and some of you have
not
twice. Yeah.
Then Doctor, it's my turn. I even came before Henry. I hope you know that.
Oh, you said something today.
Now, Henry has said something today. Now Henry is saying the second time, and I talked before him the first one.
Well, Henry, then we go to those who never talk at all. Waiting.
Mama, you don't talk 2 times before you do gra-gra. They do gra-gra. You don't talk 2 times. So, Mama, make it quiet.
Talk 2 times. How many
Mama,
times
you don't talk 2 times. I never talk 2 times. I don't talk only once today.
Okay.
So, Mama, make you quiet.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Austin. I'll go to Paul. I remember, even Igbo Basics. I think he spoke only once. So Austin first. Then
so my question would have been just a straight question, and that question would have been, Professor Patrick, I have been listening to him. He's one of our good speakers. We have wonderful speakers. But the question I wanted to ask him, who is he addressing those speeches to? Is he just talking, or is he addressing an audience? And that question will follow up, like all what we've been discussing here. Sometimes I invite people, when you come to a platform like this to talk, don't just come to impose your knowledge. For me, it's an open. Before I was taking research, is only when you add chemicals. What we do here should be a part of research. And by being open to hear the views of others, I don't believe that we have one way to solve a problem. We have multiple of ways to solve a problem. And how would a problem be solved? When we can gather all these opinions, all these views, and think deep into it and come out with something. But when somebody stands on his opinion or her opinion and becomes so convinced, you block yourself. Listening becomes difficult. And when somebody is talking, you're already preparing your response without hearing the person. That it inhibits listening. So if we just come here to make debate, it won't lead us to anywhere. Or if we come here to propose and listen to other people's own point of view, we come out better. And why did I say I will ask that question? Can anything change? Let's go to our case study in Nigeria. Without government, can Nigeria really change? Can individuals drive a change without government being part of it? And it is a concern to me, because I feel that anything you do as an individual, the government can stop it. Government will clamp it down with laws, justifiable laws. And sometimes when you answer these questions, you begin to ask yourself questions. Ever since Tinubu opened up how he brought Buhari, I stopped blaming Buhari. I blame those that brought him. Tomorrow, if Tinubu makes mistake, I won't be blaming him. I will blame those people that have surrounded him and impose him on us, because these are the voices he hears. Every human being has people that can influence him. But if you have right people to influence you, you will be very lucky. And sometimes we talk about this human being as if we come from the moon. Some of us are in the Western world. You blame Nigerians that all their life have been in that little conclave. If you come from a village, the world you know is about your village. When Friedrich Nietzsche was saying that Africans do not have soul, he never traveled out of Germany. His research was with the newspapers he read and what happened within Germany and some allusions he got from people. So when we blame our people who do not have the real knowledge, who do not have experience, we should be very careful. If you bring a human being and put that human being in the garden of cows, how would you expect that human being to think the way you're thinking, who have passed through education? And if your own education is
is written in a platform that you only get what is being taught, how will you know what have not been taught to you? Our education system, we have what we call, all of us here, we know that even in the factories, companies where you work, there are some people that don't do anything other than to work on the platform, the template of the company. And they will, after setting the template, they will give you the result. At the end of the year, they go in and see that result is working. So the human person can be manipulated. You can work a human person to work towards one direction. So it is only when people with different views gather that you can now recreate. So when we blame our people, you blame somebody that cannot afford tomorrow's meal, that is being given today's meal to commit a crime. You can't blame that person. I blame myself if after living in America for the number of years, I go back, begin to hang out with these politicians and begin to listen to them and begin to praise them. Now that is when I am stupid. But somebody that have not known that the politicians are their problem, you can't blame that person. What you need to do is to educate that person. And the question is, how far do we contribute in educating our people? I had a moment to discuss with my mother and my father when I went home for vacation, for that election. After speaking to them, their eyes opened. I was like, it's not that you know this politician. What can this politician provide? Can this politician solve a problem? After that, my dad said, thank you for listening for attending to us. So we really need to bring our experience. You look at America, I work in America. No matter how they play their politics, when they have a fine hand on the job, they will go extra mile to put that person so that that job will succeed. If you are the person that will make the company to grow, they will protect you. And that is why if they want to give, if you know the job, they will pay you for movement. They will double your salary because they know you would provide that thing. But what do we do back home? You know who. Whether you know the job or you don't know the job, you go on with the job. So we really need to look at our audience and know how to address our audience. Thank you, Dr. Damages and everyone.
Thank you, Austin. And Paul, you're next.
All right. Yeah, Austin, you really spoke well. I really enjoyed your speech, and you make it so brief and so catchy. Then what Mike said today, I completely agree with Mike 100%. I agree with Mike. I will cite an example. For example, look like Texas. Maybe very many of us that lives in America, they'll say, oh, the capital of Texas is Houston. It's Austin. But Houston is so popular with what they are doing in that city. We all call Chicago, Chicago, Chicago. The state name is Illinois, and the capital is not even Chicago, but Chicago is so popular. It's what they did with Chicago. So outside Arizona, the mayor of Phoenix is the 5th largest city in America, now 4th largest city in America. Phoenix, the mayor of Phoenix is a Democrat, and Arizona is a red state, is a Republican state. The mayor negotiates and brings the semiconductor that America needs tremendously all the way from Taiwan, 40 billion. When she's closing the deal, even though the governor traveled to Taiwan, they closed that deal. Biden came, they celebrated and everything. She brought a job to our city. You understand? She brought a job. She is the one that closed the deal. She is the one that negotiates everything before the governor comes, just to also play politics with it. So if the man in my village that owns oil, if they can talk to a multinationals about how to do something there, I don't think they will steal oil there. Because it belongs to my village. It's my village they are talking to. Government is only taking their tax. If we sell products, government is taking their tax. That's how I work. In Texas, they don't pay state tax, but you pay federal tax. So which means all the oil they are selling in Texas, the federal government is making its own money. The states have a way of running their own show. You understand? They bring people here and everything, deceive people, come here, come and invest, buy cheap property, but you pay high property tax. But the property itself is cheap. You understand? So when states run their resources, when community run what they found in their land, and they pay tax to city, or as the case may be, pay tax to state, and pay tax to federal. It betters for everybody. Than the man sitting in Abuja controlling everybody. Doctor, my TV is 50 times expensive than the remote, but the remote control the TV. But in real time, that's not how things work. The president cannot sit down in Abuja and want to control the whole country, send one police to control the whole country. It doesn't work. You cannot achieve it. Police that we have here, we don't even have state police as the case may be. We have city police, county, sheriff, and everything. Then talk less in Nigeria, one person want to control the whole police. We have commissioner of police, want to control the whole state and can't even cover the state very well. You understand how they do it just to do damage control. So until we go back and give this thing back to the people, then if my city know, my community know that they don't have what it takes to negotiate very well, they can even ask the federal government, they can ask anybody, they can find the best of the best to negotiate, to help them cut deals. That's how it works. That's where it's just going to be easy. The federal government is concerned is that how much you sell, pay us our tax. The state is concerned how much you sell, pay off our tax. If they so designed to get city tax, some places have city tax. In Arizona, some city don't take taxes for groceries. Some city pay taxes for groceries. You'll be so greedy that you drive to another city just to go buy groceries. You understand? Because you don't pay city tax. You don't pay tax on groceries. So I think it's just better than one person, one case fit all. Will not take us far at all. Will not take us far. That's my take. And thank you. I have to leave for now. I have jobs this morning.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you so much. Sorry, let's hear Austin before we'll come to you to cover. Go ahead, Paul.
Is it Paul or me?
Oh no, sorry, not Paul. Austin. Sorry, Paul is gone.
Anyhow, I didn't listen to Dr. Lumumba because I wasn't around. I just came when Mike was talking, so I just tried to marshal my thoughts to find out what is really happening. But I know I've listened to him very well. He's a fine gentleman, and I know he's very articulate in his thinking. But maybe I'll just go from where I started listening to. Look, life, if you want peace, is just fairness and justice. Even when you want to use a unitary system of government, you can still make out something if justice and fairness is the backbone of every administration. You know, sometimes when I always say that whenever we speak and try to look at me, I always say this way: whenever there is a problem, you identify the problem and you provide a solution. In case where we talk up and down and don't provide a solution, that's where this is worse. And where is my solution going from? I will cite my friend, my namesake Austin. I will cite him. We need to learn to start educating our people. If you know that something is supposed to be done and it's done free and fair, nobody will complain. Nobody will complain. That's one thing I just want to say. Because I want to borrow from Mike. Yes, we should control our resources. Even in a family where we have resources in common, people fight over it. The once is something to be done, I give you your part and you take your part, and everything was done free and fair. There will be no fighting. Sometimes I don't really, even though we blame the unitary system, from the top, like in Nigeria now, from the top to the bottom. Yes, we blame it. If you can decentralize, I think that would be the best. But the point is that even in this unitary system, if you do things the right way, if the person there does the right thing and make sure everybody benefits from what he's supposed to get, especially when it comes to things like competitions, if the rules are fair and just, nobody will complain. Because you know that you have lost. You will know that you have lost. I always take myself as an example. The first time I wrote a letter to apply for grad school, I was not accepted. But when I finished, I'm the type that always sits behind and listen, maybe look at what I've done and evaluate myself, what went wrong. When I noticed I was not accepted, I said, okay, how do they write this kind of letters? I went and read how they do it. Then I looked at the letter I wrote and I told myself that even if me who wrote that letter was the person who was at the admission office, I will reject myself because it was poor. It was from there you now start learning to know that yes, you were rejected, but yet I can now learn how to do it and do it well. But in Nigeria, it's not like that. I'll make a very strong statement here. The more skillful you are in the Nigerian politics, the more they will hate you more. If you think I'm lying, ask people like Mike Egini. They will tell you. There are people who are capable hands, but the system does not like them. So that is my own point I want to say. The solution we need to prefer here is that if you want to do anything, choose the best hands. if those who are the best and see that, yes, they can do the job and do it perfectly well, those who are not good enough will go for more training so that they can meet up. And that is how you raise good people who can build up a nation. Not a case where the person who is at the top who is driving is somebody that is not good enough. You expect the person who is skillful enough to sit at the background. So if Africa wants to be one, I need to make sure that if it's time for us to discuss, a person from Ghana will be treated fairly as the same person from Rwanda, from South Africa. Once there is fairness and justice, everything will be fine. Just that's it. Everything will be fine.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Austin. A caller. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity again. I just want to add a little thing, my observation actually, before I leave. Mama H.O. and Mike has said some things here. But the point is this: we can go on and talk and talk and talk, but action makes things work. You see, the Africans or the Nigerians, because every politics is home politics. Before you can go from your local government to your state, you must be a very good man in your local government. And before you can be a very good man in your country, you must be a very good man in your state. Someone placed it better. So I think the biggest idea, there are two things. Money is power, whichever way you look at it. And that is why Tupac asked someone, he said, what do you believe in? Is it money or God? Money is very powerful. And until the Nigerians in diaspora not only come to shows to talk, but decide, and I saw this with the Jews, I saw this with the Israelites. It doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter. They don't even want to see you in the synagogue. But make sure you contribute your monthly quota at the synagogue, such that they can use it to help the state of Israel. So until Nigerians in diaspora decide to form that kind of bond, because it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And those little fires, because if you look in Nigeria, there are very, 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 very faithful people. We might think, oh, everybody's corrupt there. No, there are some people that, but when they don't get the encouragement, when they don't get someone standing behind them, they will fail. So this is what Nigerians in diaspora must do. Form a bond. I mean, do you know the amount of power you have? Your $1 is a lot. Can feed someone, just one person in that country for 2 days. The $1 that you put at the back of your sofa, forget it. Imagine, but when you put all that $1 together and say, okay, we are forming a civil group, and this civil group, everybody that comes in must be authenticated. It is not a political party. Before you, I mean, look at disobedience. I still speak about those people. And it's just them coming together to speak and talk, and they are, look at the force. Imagine where it's a long-term plan, whereby it doesn't matter whether you are in Germany, whether you're in the States, whether you are in the Netherlands, whether you're in the UK, you contribute your quota to that group and forward it, and we all work in unity. Then when Nigeria becomes better, Ghana might emulate. When Ghana emulates, Senegal might emulate. But if we think we're waiting for one person who was brought in by corrupt means to go to AU and speak on Africa's behalf, I think it's a big joke. With that, I would want to leave and say thank you to everyone.
All right, thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you. And I'm also leaving. I want to thank everybody for being here. I will hand it over to forefathers and Mr. Scribe, and they will guide you. Like I promised, I will try to get back Professor Lumumba next week, most likely. I'll talk to him outside of this. And then remember Sunday next week we have Chikunigwe. She's already booked and she will be here. And in subsequent weeks we have
Unigwe.
we have a lot of interesting guests who are lined up, and once I confirm anybody, I'll make it put it out there. Okay, thank you guys for joining me, and forefathers, take it from here.
And thank you, Dr. Odo, for moderating our mode.
Thank you.
And Dr. Damages, Rudolph, just before you leave, I had wanted to say something so that they can also sink into your here.
Go ahead.
I was listening to all that has been said, and I took not issues, but I looked at a couple of things. Austin was talking about research and solutions. So the Mama H.O. was talking about the backstabbings and what I call the direct flight of Africans or Nigerians particularly. And then I was also going to talk about the Africa is in trouble. Let me take the one that you probably would look at immediately. It's the one that I talk about, the direct flight. Talking about the issue Mama H raised about she was doing something in an African, some kind of country somewhere there. And somebody whom she introduced into the program was going behind to backstab her. That is the common language that we all understand. That's also happened to a friend of mine who used to be a director of the court systems here in New Jersey, one of the biggest places. He introduced, not just try, he introduced the e-court systems to Nigeria. And the so-called generals went behind him all the way to Israel to go and tell the people, don't worry. The money has been approved though, don't worry, we got this whole thing. But those people were smart enough and they referred them back to the originator of the concept that we don't do that here. So talking about Mama H.O.'s concept, 39 years ago, some people are probably younger than 39, but 39 years ago, I had a concept, and that concept was Zebrodaya in pictures, going after what we used to call Lance Spearman magazine and stuff like that. I was functioning with a friend, Okeozo, trying to put that. We put together things, had an agreement with NTA, and then Mazu Kono was relieved of his managerial position. And then the idea was stolen. The idea that we had was stolen. So Mama Echo is not new, always expected. During the course of this whole process, when I said 39 years later, by the grace of God, before the end of the year, the book of Zebrodaya will be published. When I brought that to the knowledge of Rudolph, Dr. Damages, he was like, wow, what happened here? Da, 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 da. And then he opened my mind into a different level of what needs to be done before that book is shelved. I had no clue that Rudolph is from the same village with Chief Zebrodaya Origwe Obe, alias 430. I don't know whether Rudolph had met him in person, but in our conversations, it turned out to be, I'm not quite sure, Rudolph, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not sure that they have met in person or they knew that they are from the same village. With that said, I'm referring to your issue of when you do something, just bear one thing in mind, and this goes to all of us.
No, you know, Daddy, sorry, sir. There are only 3 options for whoever that is doing it. 1, the person has to call me behind and apologize and repent. 2, I will find out who the person is and I will make it a global disgrace, put his picture everywhere. Then 3, I will ask heaven to use the person as a burnt offering before December this year. I'm going to tell them in staff meeting to make a choice. This is the life of 24 players. I want to send to Malaysia and you want to pull and destroy it. The life of 29 players that you are working to send to Thailand, you want to pull it down. There are only two options. You see this my journey, now two edges sword. Now,
okay, Mama Echo. So
now the
back to Mama Echo. Mama Echo. Back to the point I was trying to make, Mama Echo. JJ.
Evil human being.
Mama Echo.
I'm going to say our leaders.
Yes.
We are evil. Nigerians, we are evil.
Rudolph got to go.
The devil is a saint when it
Mama
comes
Echo,
to Nigeria.
It's okay, but hold on. Here is the point I was trying to make. A stolen dream falters. He never goes too far. The original dreamer knows where they are going. Sooner than later, the reality will come. The person who stole the dream blocked the whole process 39 years ago. He had become secretary to one of the parties at some point, Nigerian political parties at some point. But we are going to laugh the last because we will publish the book of Zebediah sometime, somewhere along this year. And that also brings me to Mr. Scribe and the points I was trying to make here.
Igbo Basics, sorry. Thank you so much. I have to run, please.
Yes.
Okay, I'll see you guys.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Dominic.
You didn't answer his question. Do you know the man?
I actually haven't met him, but I know that we're from the same town. Yeah, that's
okay. Great.
Okay, so and that's a giant of a person, as we all agree. Some people would think, oh, who is that man? Those are the shoulders on which we stand, as far as Nigerian comedy and entertainment is concerned. So, Mr. Scribe, I was referring to, if you went to igbobasics.com, there is, in that igbobasics.com, there is a picture you find that says Igbo Research. You'll find out that when you click on Igbo Research, it's telling you something else. And I will say the reason. Sometimes some of you computer gurus can be able to step in. I can see the work that is behind Igbo Research is since 1995, and a lot much more of what you can think about. I can see it on my system, but I try to reopen it to the world so others can see it. But because I was collaborating with some Pakistanis and they gave some passwords, and if you click on some in that one that says Igbo Basics Archives, it's going to ask you for a password. So maybe we'll talk on the sideline and we can resolve the issue that what is there so that it can be open to every.
No problem. Anything. All my life, I was confused as the son of because I share the same last name with Chika Opala, and he's also my kingsman. So all my life, I've been. People always confuse me that I'm the son of Chika Opala. So, but that's not true.
We're in high gear on that particular project. Anyway, let me just have my little talk here about the Africa is in trouble. First, I looked at the Sudanese situation where non-Sudanese were being beaten. I saw that in my old boys association, that's a Zema High School site. And I looked at it, I just turned it off. It was a bit much. And that is considering the inhumanity of what we have against one another. And if I may even address the issue of trying to talk about resource control, which the program I was looking at this morning was talking about Africa in trouble, and it talked about nothing but land, resources. That's what this whole game is all about. And it also talks about that we, the Africans, are the answers to our own problems. Somebody concluded that if you're expecting America, Britain, Russia, China to come to your aid, no, they aren't doing that. They say you can have all the beautiful ideas on earth, but if you don't have the money, it's not all about money. It's resources. And in this particular forum, we've talked about the resource which is in your backyard. Can somebody actually come to your backyard and take the thing that is in your backyard and leave? without you being aware or participating. It takes two to tango. I always talk about cocoa pot. Some of you will know about cocoa pot, where somebody took toxic materials from here and went and dumped in cocoa pot in Nigeria. And then I think we have to make them to ship it back to where they came from. So it is the people that are collaborating. It's still an appeal at this stage. It's time for the older ones to actually hit the sign of the times and yield way for the younger ones who are technologically inclined so that we can catch up with the rest of the world. Because if we don't do that, I think we're in bigger trouble that we can think about. So for now, that is the much I have to contribute. I was just trying to summarize that the stolen dream never goes too far. The originators of the dream know what they have in mind, and by the special grace of God, Mr. Scribe, by the time that book, the book of Zerudiah, I don't even know what the title of the book is as it stands right now, but by the time that book shows up, I think all of us in this panel and all our viewers and even all those who grew on those giants, because they were television as we knew them, we will come to appreciate the fact that we have giants among us, but we take them as Lilliputs. And that is very unfortunate. So Nigeria, we must have to wake up to recognize that if you don't stretch a hand to rise the elders, nobody's going to do it for you. You come to America here, you wonder what's happening. The Indians are holding the gas stations. The Pakistanis are holding all the corner stores, and name it. I don't know if you ever looked at it. These people and the Hispanics are holding their own in very, very strong ways. Nigerians, what are we holding? Africans.
We are bringing ourselves down, Daddy. We are
what are we holding?
one
We as
another.
Africans.
We are sending others to jail, and we are sending our men into the street. We are calling a lockdown for the men to be on the street and own a house and dress with gele, and they do party, they go, they cruise. That is what we are doing. We are snatching each other's husband, and we are snatching each other's wife. That is what we are good at doing in abroad. Useless people called Nigeria, including myself.
Oh, please, I don't follow now. Please, I try to live my life very, very responsibly.
Can I just Igbo basics, have you finished? If you are finished, let me know.
I'll hand over to you in a second and drop it back. Why I brought that subject is that when I talked about the Pakistanis holding corner stores, what you call delis, if you go and look around, I have been a witness to some of them who they come, they set up the store, before you know it, they bring their brother, send it over to them, and they move, they sell up another one, and they move, they sell up another one. They hold that industry. As far as New Jersey is concerned, in some other states, it might be the same kind of a thing. So what I'm trying to say is that Africans, besides our African food stores, where we go to, even the Chinese are giving you a run for your money. Joey's Market sells you kola nut more than the African store will sell you kola nut. They will sell you everything. The Chinese are giving us a run for the African stores as we know it. So my appeal, again, is that let us stop this concept of my brother moved in next door, I move away from there to the other side. My brother moved in next door, I make sure that if I see him or her, I won't even want to speak the same language. It's unfortunate. That's where we are. We need to do something so that Africans can take their rightful place where we are in foreign countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Igbo Basics. I think we are children of our ancestors. And the other day, somebody asked a question because somebody said, an African American was saying that if all these Europeans try them, that they are not going to back down the way their ancestors backed down for them, or a kind of. So this lady, African lady, was saying that why was the lady being disrespectful of the ancestors? The question she asked, needed some answer. So I responded that, what that lady was doing there wasn't necessarily disrespecting the ancestors. We're just basically saying they're not going to respond the way the ancestors respond. And when it forced me to think, what did our ancestors do? One of them is the greatest mistakes that they made, from what I put down, is the lack of sound threat assessment when the Europeans arrived. True, a lot of our ancestors fought back. Yeah, they fought. They kept them up for a bit, but probably why we are still alive today, because they fought back for a little bit. That's why we are still around. But that said, they traded with Europeans for centuries without learning how to build ships, without learning how to manufacture guns or cannons. Even when guns were introduced on the continent in the 14th century, when Mansa Musa was still around, 400 years later, our ancestors didn't learn to make guns. They were not able to do that. They didn't bother to try even. And then again, the third one is without uniting with fellow Africans to fight the Europeans, we didn't do that. We gave the Europeans enough time to go get the Berlin Conference to even colonize us even further. Some of our ancestors helped the Europeans and the Arabs to spread Christianity and Islam within our people. Our ancestors did that. And then they went on to this thing. The worst of them, in my book, was selling human beings. We sold human beings on an industrial scale. Selling people for trinkets. People that you can use to invent those things that you are selling them for. Because we don't want to use them to do anything creative. And today, can we say we are so different from them? Are we so different from these ancestors that did these things? The other people didn't behave like that. Even at that time, they didn't behave like that. The way of some of our people come here, and even when they heard what Professor Lumumba said, the first thing they did was did exactly what their ancestors did. Oh, the Fulani man, the other one, exactly the same. We have to love ourselves more than any other group in the world. Europeans didn't love themselves. They're very, very practical people. They knew if they came together, they are stronger. They killed each other in the millions, not thousands, in the millions. And they still ended up creating the European Union and NATO that is still running circles around us today. Russia lost 18 million people in the Second World War. And they are still there today. You don't see the Russians acting as if the whole world owes them something. Oh, whenever they tell our black men, let's do something for ourselves. Oh, we need to resolve our constitution. That's an excuse for cowardice and not wanting to open their eyes to the truth of the world. It's downright cowardice. I can forgive them for the fact that they have not been slaughtered and killed like their forefathers were during the time when they were colonizing us. So they don't know what it's really like. The only people that they are experienced war in the context of Nigeria or in Africa is fellow Africans that they fought. They don't really know where most of our problem is coming from. Africa is bleeding every day. Every day we are hemorrhaging resources. All our hard work is being bled dry. And we don't know where it's coming from. Instead of them to open their eyes and say, that is where it's coming from, we still, as a people, don't recognize that. That's why you see very few of people like Lumumba that talk about this macro level stuff. Because we are so focused on this micro where we see our fellow African doing all these things. If Oyibo came now and bombed our country, you will see that we will forget all this our division fast. If they came and tortured us proper, and we had the chance to retaliate, like the breeder the Chinese had, the breeder the Indians had after the Second World War, then we'll get our act together. But we never had, I don't know what I would call it, gift even. Because a Chinese official he actually thanked the Japanese people that invaded his country. And believe me, the Japanese invasion of China was a very brutal one. Very brutal. Not in the Germans were even nice. If you heard about some of the experiments the Japanese did with the Chinese people, you would be like, what kind of human beings can inflict such punishment on fellow human beings? And that Chinese official thanked the Japanese military people. They thank you for invading us. You've woken us up now. From that time, Mao Zedong was still alive. He was born then in 1930 something. He went on to rule China. By the time he handed over, the country was a superpower because they saw it with their own eyes. They know what it's like to be tortured by foreigners. They know the consequences of that. Hence, they were willing to do what it took to get it done. They were willing to kill their own people in the millions. You know why they did that? Because they said the consequence of not doing it is even graver. But what is the consequence? We don't see it. That is why we feel that we need to love each other more than any other part of the world. Stop setting very high standards for our people. No human beings ever, even in families, they never loved each other that much. Even families, sometimes they have mortal enemies. They kill each other. There's always a reason to divide, but there are better reasons to unite. Stop. What do you want? You want us to be killed? You want us to be tortured first before you wake up? Maybe that's what people are waiting for. Maybe that is the only thing that can wake us up. That is the question I wanted to ask Patrice Lumumba, whether he has any answer to getting people to get their acts together. Because intellectual knowledge is not enough. You have to feel it. You have to feel the pain of losing the loved one in a brutal way to foreign enemies. Then your eyes will wake up. You will wake up to the truth. When you see your family members being made to breed with another family member because you want to breed a better slave, and then when you have the child, they separate both of you asunder. The mother, they take the dad, go and sleep with other women to breed more slaves. When they feed your children to alligators, burn you people like animals, use you to make furniture, maybe that will wake us up. Maybe we will not survive it. You want to bet that if we have that experience again, because when they had their last Berlin conference, we didn't stand a chance. They beat us hands down. If they do that again, do we stand a chance? Because with the Second World War, the way it happened for the Chinese, the way it happened for the Vietnamese, Koreans, all of them, at least they had a chance to recover. We never did. When they defeated us with the colonization wars, they colonized us for 60, 70 years and they handed over in peace. If they come again, who says the same thing is not going to repeat itself? We have a chance, because what tends to happen is that when people defeat you and the people that was defeated are still alive, and when those people left, you will be able to fix it, because those people that suffered that defeat, they are still alive, they witnessed it. They will remember and they will do what needs to be done. But if they die off and the people that hand over to you are nice to you, you are not going to remember. That's one of our biggest problems. Our people don't remember. They even see Europeans as friends. That is why they go to their countries for treatment, for resting even. They say they want to go to Europe to go and rest. They want to go to America to go and rest. Our senior officials are proud of it. This is a problem. If these people don't wake up to the fact that we are actually basically a slave population right now, that is the truth. It may be sad for us to hear. There is nothing else to explain how you can explain this sort of state that we are in. We are basically a slave population being used to service their economies. Whenever they need us, they open the gates and they say more visas for us. And you see our people rush over there, go and serve them properly. And our people work even harder when they are over there, thinking that they are working for salvation. It's a dead end. And let's not make the mistake. It's a dead end. You work, eventually they are the ones controlling the outcomes. Whenever they like, they can do away with you. Look at some of the things that are happening in America recently. Look at the videos that are coming out in America. What they are saying about what they need to do, what they want to do to our people. And this time, new arrival Africans are around. If this stuff goes back to, you think this world cannot turn, the world can change. If I was then, hey God, people don't know the kind of stuff that comes through my mind sometimes. If I was them, I would do worse to us. Sometimes I wonder why they put up with us, even why we own such land and they just leave us alone. You think about it. An armed robber comes to rob you because you have a few flat screen TV. These people look at us and say, seriously, what is stopping us from taking everything? What is stopping us from taking everything from these people? If you live in a world where you are even wondering why your enemy leaves you alive, you should be really worried that you have a serious problem amongst your people. And when I hear our people talk here, man, I really worry that maybe it's already over. Maybe it's already over. Maybe we are just the embers of the embers of a dying race. Maybe it's already over. Like I said, if you look at the way this was spread around the world, if this was an anthropological study, they would describe what is happening at an extinction-sized event, that we are going extinct. It's a wave. When a wave happens, historically, it tends to lead to, when it ends, it covers whatever is racing through, except the group decides to break it and push back. And I've hardly seen that happen in history. The Neanderthals are in their genetic line right now. The Neanderthals have about 2% the highest presence in their genes of Neanderthals is about 2%. They didn't die overnight, obviously. They were probably alive, thinking that they were still alive. Maybe even intermarrying with Europeans when the Europeans were there. But they died off eventually. Just like the ones in America are right now. The reason why they are present in their genes is because the Neanderthals didn't die overnight. The death happens slowly. What we are experiencing right now is a slow death, and we don't know it because we are asleep, and maybe we are going to remain asleep. Maybe we will never be blessed with a uniting factor. My belief is that the only solution to that is we have to get invested in our own countries. We have to have a stake in the economy. We have to have a stake in the outcomes of what is happening there, especially all of us that are overseas. I'm going on very long because whenever I hear people saying this type of stuff, that they talk about constitution, talk about tribes, I'm like, you still don't get it. You still don't even understand the scale of the problem.
Can I say something?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Now, look, as I said, the truth is that I always go back to my old language, fairness and justice. That's what will help us. During my first year, during my first year, or let me not say, when I graduated, I had to go and learn how to do yogurts. I learned how to make yogurts. The question is this: how do I make my yogurts to be very special? So I told myself that to separate myself from the rest, I'll make it to be enriched with vitamin A, because I saw everybody in my campus wearing glasses. So I had to make sure that I can substitute add just vitamin A to the yogurt to make it good. So I had to do it, bring it to school. So people had to take it and say, well, it's good, it's nice, beautiful. I had one problem. If I make the yogurt, I don't want to make it that's put a lot of preservatives, so as to preserve people from all this biochemical stuff. So I had to now have a challenge of trying to make sure that I can increase the shelf life of the yogurt. So while doing that, I had to go to NAFDAC. I and my friend say, look, this is what I have in mind, and I would like to have a NAFDAC number to make things according to where it's supposed to be, according to the procedure. Do you know what the NAFDAC woman told me? That now, according to the rules, they are supposed to pay 67,000, something like that, as fees. She told me that if I don't have 500,000 to bring, forget it. I said, Bema, what is the problem? This is my product. How do we work for it to be better? If there's something, say, okay, I don't like this kind of thing you used, or this is what you have, this is what you have, let us improve it. The only thing I heard is that if I give you NAFDAC number now, you go and start making money and forget us. That was the last thing she said. Do you know what I did? I left that office. For me, I will not bribe you. I know they bribe. Shish, I know they give. I know they bribe. I prefer to give you, if I have money, I'll give it a take and go. But for me to bribe you for something, I will not. So I just left there, packed all my equipment, keep in one room, continue with my studies, do my application, and boom. So look, we are our problem. We don't do things the right way. She never asked anything about my method of preparing the yogurts. She never asked to find out if maybe there are contaminants. She never bothered to ask anything. So it means if I give you 500,000 and I make toxins and put in that thing, people will die. But she never cared. The only thing is that if you don't give me 500,000, then you are going to go and start making money and forget us. That is the country we live in. Let me tell you. So even if you carry all the investment and go there, go back to Nigeria. Everybody wants to invest. As I said, in Nigeria, there is high risk, but there is much turnover. If you go there and establish the business, somebody stands from as far and think you brought all the world money and decides to strike you. Our bureaucracy is very poor. Our way of doing things is out of wickedness. If you come and want to make a boxer that is so beautiful and well designed, the next thing you will hear somebody, maybe who is a regulator, will tell you that you must pay this amount of money before we allow you go to the market. It is rubbish. It is bizarre. And that is why we need to start putting the right people in the right position, so that if you come to my office for you to get NAFDAC number, I should look at the toxins. What do you have to give the people? How does it affect the people's life? How does it improve their health? If that thing is okay, I give you your NAFDAC number, you go.
And these are the same people that just flagged through a malaria anti-malaria vaccine that they just flagged through. You know, when they were saying that our African people have checked it for that it is safe. Or like, safe? These people that can be bribed and everything, they will check and they will just use our people for experiment. But sorry, Mama H, I hear your hands has been up. Sorry about that. You wanted to say something?
Yeah. What are they telling us? Say the devil. Now saint. If God give devil second chance, he go waka enter heaven neatly. On Nigeria na hellfire. The problem we are talking start from the home. Home. Mama, papa, what do not they do when children they see? All the lie when they talk for phone. You see that the children not the learner. When I say not the learner. Neither they learn when they'll enter office tomorrow. You see, if we must move forward, if we must stand to change this monster, it has to start from me and you. When we finish this conversation today, let us sit down and ask ourselves questions on our own. I wrote something down today. Let me look for you. He said two things. He said, if your life does not glorify God, it glorifies the devil. If your life and my life and those around us that we see does not glorify God, it glorifies the devil. And if your life does not impact people, it destroys the people. So, our daily life, who does it glorify? Our utterances, who does it glorify? Our behaviors, who does it glorify? So, there is no middle court. Is either we use our life to glorify the devil, or we use it to glorify God. Is either we use our life to impact people positively, or we use it to destroy them. There's no in between. So let us stop this. We are sitting on a gag of bomb in Nigeria. And because of the Ajegudi Jera of our life, we are aiding them to do the evil. What did they happen for Sudan? Una not see what did they happen happened for Sudan? It's our doorstep. Nigeria judiciary. Do you see what is happening in Sudan? It's knocking at our door. If you pervert justice, what is happening in Sudan will engulf Nigeria. There is no two-story about it. So who? What are we doing every day with our life? With our utterances? As a social worker, I saw a lot in this system. I discovered that this system is not built for the black race. We brought our children from Africa here. A lot of them are in the juvenile system. A lot of them, they are in the adult prison. Why? Because we are busy chasing dollars. We want to impress. We want to seduce. We want to be able to go to Nigeria and say, I have arrived. In that process, our children ends up in the system. God will require them from you. What about our wives? What about our men? Let me go to the men. Did God make you the head of your family? How did you build that family that God gave to you? How? How did you treat that woman that God gave to you? When it comes to the black Americans and the white men, women, you treat them like queen. But when it comes to your women, you treat them as slaves. And when they know they have upper hand here, they bite you hard like a wounded lion. Change! Change! And if you can remain married, divorce, and let peace reign. And to our women, how did we get here? Things you were able to look at and handle in Africa. No. No. You came here, women liberation. You forget the good aspect of your culture that says you should respect your man. You can respect the hypocrites, goatee pastors in the church. You reverence him. You bow down for him. You give him all the respect he deserves. But your husband, you take him as a footman at home. And the children are learning all this from us. We've confused them. We confuse our children. And they grow up, they don't know what to turn to. We brought the unproductive Christianity from Africa. We brought it here. And we are practicing it. Tithe and offering Christianity. What we preach in the pulpit is different from what we live at home. And our children are confused. They are confused. We give them laptop, we give them TV. And we they booger our life chasing dollars. What has laptop? What has iPad? What has smartphone done to this younger generation? It has only taught them things. And when they are confused, they want to ask questions. You are not there. Then they are left with peer pressures. And what does it return to? What does it return to? Pornography, lesbianism, and gay. God will ask every one of you to give account of those children. We know our problem. We know the solution. But we are not ready to let go of our egoistic behavior and attitude. We left our younger one to be astray, and today we are blaming them. How dare you? How dare you to condemn these children that were given to you in custody? How dare you? If we must
Mama Echo, so that other people can be able to contribute, otherwise they will start
stop
leaving.
for a long time, who stop you? I mean, these are not.
I know now, but
Okay, do match
the others have to.
Make I round up.
Okay, good. I'm not stopping you. I'm just saying that you are going to
You
speak again.
with your own now. Why you want cause quarrel?
Okay, because other people, because people are leaving now. If they are not going to be allowed to talk,
then why did you not stop when you were supposed to stop? Why you not time yourself?
I stopped now when I was stopped now. When this guy wanted to ask a question, I stopped. You remember I wasn't even on for a long time.
Please don't cut me when I'm talking.
Go ahead, please. Take a minute.
So please.
Take a minute, please.
If we must repair Nigeria,
they are all going to.
If we must repair Nigeria, let's repair ourselves. When you repair yourself, when I repair myself and repair our home, then we can fix Nigeria. First of all, let's learn to love ourselves. When you love yourself and love your wife and your children and start the repair from there, it will be a collective repair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama Echo. And some of the things you are saying, I don't even come close to disagreeing with them. So, and I think maybe you benefit from people having to and fro with you. When they have questions, they ask you and they can stop you in your flow, then you answer them so that you can get this and they can get where you're coming from too. Because I think when I was talking the other time, I was just talking from sheer frustration and because I've been in the background for quite a long time. So if anybody has stopped me, I will not, have issues with them if they have stopped me that I've been going on too long. It's not because I disagree with you. It's because other people have to talk. Because sometimes they will hear what you are saying, they want to say something, but they can't say anything, and because they've worried that you're going to be upset about it. You see what I mean? Not because they disagree with you. Uzo,
questions at any time.
Yeah. Oh God. Uzo, what have you got to say today? Welcome, Uzo.
Yeah, I will tell you welcome, but I'll be here this morning before you.
Oh God.
So welcome. Even subscribe, welcome also. We are here.
Michael Kusaya, can you put your mic and your camera on? You can't stay there without your camera on. I will take you down so that until your camera comes on. Policy. Yeah. Oh, you haven't said anything actually. You were here before, Uzo, weren't you? Please, sorry, Uzo. Let him go first because he was here first, just to be fair. Mark, what do you think about what you've heard so far? Can you hear me? Yeah. You can. What do you think about what you've heard so far? Or you want Uzo to go first? Your mic is very low, you know that? You may want to turn it up or come closer to your mic.
Can you hear me now?
Still quite low. You need to come up a bit more.
It's still very low.
Yes, it's quite low. I can hear you, but it's not going to be loud enough, so people will not hear you. Yeah, it needs to be turned up.
Hello, is that better?
Yeah, that's a lot better now. A lot better.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying my own, what do you call it? strength is about the current state of affairs in Nigeria, the election, the court case. But when they deviate from this and they bring other topics, I'm living abroad for too long, 47 years, so I don't know much. But it's about the election. I've been following that a lot, so that's what I can discuss about. What we'll be discussing just last few minutes is not really about elections, is it? It is about the prosperity of Nigeria, but not really about OB, about televising, about Jagaban, about some people say it's mind game that Jagaban is already picking his cabinet. I don't know what you guys think about this.
Of course, he's going to pick his cabinet. It's his job to do that because you can't leave a vacuum like that. And if anybody say whatever you like about Tinubu, he seems to understand power. You know, for whatever reason, how he wields is a different thing, but he seems to understand power. And he understands that he can't just leave. To be fair, he did leave a vacuum. He wasn't in Nigeria for a long time. But that is out of his own way of looking at Nigeria. He's arrogant about these things. That's why he always thinks that he's going to win. And guess what? This is what we are dealing with right now. So, but we don't know what the court is going to say. And but you know, the topic, you know, PLO Lumumba was here earlier on, and we were discussing things on a more macro level instead of, you know, individual Nigerian election and the individual issues. And I dare to say that the macro level is often more significant than the micro level. If you don't pay attention to what is happening on the macro level, it's like a wave, a tsunami. It can come in and hit you, and you don't see it coming at all. You'll be dealing with stuff on an individual and, you know, micro level and, you know, events, and you will not be able to picture it, and you will not be able to fight it. It's just that simple. So if you, I'm sure you must have something to say about our current state and the areas that you think you might have a great suggestion that we've never heard of before, you know, and because you sound like an interesting person. You've been in foreign countries for 47 years. I don't even think you look 47. How is that possible?
Everybody says that. The truth is, I came to UK a baby. I was 9 months old.
Yeah, well, I see. That makes sense because you barely look a day over 47. So how could you possibly be overseas for 47 years? So I guess it does make sense. So what do you think now? Do you have any suggestions for us? You know, how to improve things? You know, you can go at it on any way you would like, so that you know, it would be nice to hear from someone like you.
Yeah, the what do you call it? The talking is just one aspect. We can talk for hours. Although we got thousands of people watching us, but at the end of the day, the show finishes, everybody goes to bed. I don't think that makes any improvement. What the country needs is Obi finish. If Obi comes into power, then you have some sort of change, because one biggest threat to the whole country, why they're still the same for centuries, is corruption. That's number one. When you have the squirrel nature embedded in the nature and is running down right from the top through to the society, through to all classes, that squirrel nature is called corruption. You take your own cut and then you hide. If you open everybody's cupboard, you see the skeleton, all the packs of dollars and naira in everybody's cupboard. This squirrel nature is called corruption. So if we eliminate this, then that's when you can start talking of improvement or development. So what I'm saying, the country needs somebody like Obi, who is a straightforward person. Everybody can see he's transparent. You know what I mean? This is better than just talking. Although it makes sense having a discussion, but for things to start happening, you need. So that's why I'm interested in the court case.
Yeah, I think it's important that the people that want Nigeria to do better pay attention to the court case and ensure that decisions that are made are based on the Constitution and strictly applying the Constitution. And for me, one of my nightmare is a situation that arises where the court decision is not very clear cut. That's it's funny, clear cut. Yeah, because let's say there was evidence, but the evidence was a bit, they can make argument that the evidence is not very sound. That is a nightmarish scenario.
Yes.
You want something to be clear, otherwise it could lead to, we are seeing the warnings from Sudan already. And that's why it's good for people to keep an eye on the judgment and ensure that those judges do the right thing by the country. I hope they know that the fate of our people and maybe the entire continent is on their hands. And
so what's
no pressure.
Is, sorry to interrupt. So what's happening in Sudan is to do with their own election as well.
It's basically power sharing, really, issue. And that's basically what is at the essence of Nigerian problem. It's not necessarily election, it's about power sharing. And some people feel that they are being marginalized, and others feel like they need the power, otherwise they will be nothing, and all kinds of competition. Other people feel like they can manipulate their way and get what they want. So, and the worst thing that can happen in such a situation is where unfairness is shown. And clearly, if you look at Nigeria right now, no side wants to accept unfairness to happen. So that judgment is very, very important. And whoever is going to win it needs to win it clearly. And it's very important. Otherwise, people will flood onto the streets. And then all bets are off. You see what I mean? So it's something that we have to keep in mind. But in the meantime, Tinubu needs to do what he needs to do. And if he, for better or for worse, if he does the right things, people will think twice about what they need to do, even when the judgment comes in. My problem with Tinubu sometimes is that he doesn't seem to care the way he talks about people, and he comes across as being a bit sectional. And if he governs like that, God help us. God help us. But if he does the right things, I'm willing to forgive him 100%. If he fixes electricity within a year, I will forgive him. Like, I will literally forgive him. Because that's what P2B wants to do too. It's basically P2B in disguise. So if he wants to do value-added manufacturing, I'll forgive him. So it's not about him. It's about what the Nigerian people need. What our people need. And so we'll see. And I like the fact that you are paying attention to the election. And I hope everybody does the same, because it's important that we put enough pressure on those judges so that they don't go and pass a useless judgment that is going to cause problems. So please, let me let you finish. Go ahead.
I just need to add a question, just a question to what you're saying. Does character really matter?
Character does matter in terms of culture. It encourages. It does matter a lot. But results also matters. And I get to say that results matter more than character. Sometimes you can get terrible characters, but they achieve results. Like I'm not sure you can describe Stalin as somebody of good character. The guy was responsible for the death of millions, but he left his country a superpower by the time he was done.
I disagree with you.
Matters more.
I disagree.
Why would somebody with examination malpractice having passed? Why would the paper be cancelled?
The adult generation are looking for what you just described. But for us to leave a better legacy for this younger generation, we need character first. We need character.
Because you think you have the luxury, but I dare to say that we don't have that luxury.
Result without character. We continue to destroy this younger generation. Please.
But don't you see that?
Let us always put these children first in what we think and do.
See, what you answered philosophically is correct, but it has a lot of issue. Most of these politicians, remember, they have people they sponsor. They do free education in their communities. So even some armed robbers, some kidnappers do wonderful humanitarian services.
Exactly. And they are terrible people that are leading to terrible outcomes.
Do we have to duplicate more armed robbers with character that is wrong? Because of humanitarian services.
Governor, control this now. Which can be?
No, I think they are talking now. I think Uzo, don't worry, you will get your chance to say. You know, I'm not going to let them. I'm not going to let them short you.
But
Yeah, you are free to jump in.
Wrong, what is it? If you want to enter, but don't tell me that they should give results.
Look, go ahead and ask.
Okay, that's part of character you're talking about. This is part of it. We have to start from home.
I think this platform so far, at least we've seen how far it has gone, how great this platform is. Now we'll be talking. Okay, can we? Okay, let's act. Let's act. What? Just anything. Let's act on. Just create something and let's start acting. And probably if we are acting, maybe like I said, action speaks louder than words, right? We are talking here, giving brilliant ideas, solutions, this and that. And I think, yes, we enjoy coming here and do that. But okay, now enough of that. Let's act. Anything at all. Solution.
I have one that shouldn't be too hard. Stop our leaders from traveling overseas for medical treatment.
No.
Let's start with that one.
That is like
that one is easy.
like demonstrating or like maybe
no. You
protesting. I mean, anything, whatever movement, whatever, just something, just just a body, a community, just from here and start. And if it's the way we do things, it is where we move to stand. And maybe in the UK, if there's something that happens in the UK, these maybe people from this platform can assemble somewhere and like, hey, this is no, so that people should start hearing us physically instead of online. You understand? Because I'll tell you this, most Nigerians right now, the way the Western world has programmed these Africans, they've indoctrinated our younger ones with this westernized way of doing things, nudity, rap, sports, entertainment, music, movie, and distract this coming youth from what we're talking about. If you tell this coming youth now what they're talking about, they can't even comprehend. All what they want to see is what is trending online, Instagram, blog. What is the head? They want to know the next movie star, who is quarreling.
Can you give an example of the kind of action you are looking at actually doing?
Hold on, listen, I don't know. As I said, I don't know any. I said let's just build anything.
I gave you one now. You're saying that one is it needs to be different from what I said. I gave you easy one.
If you say stop leaders from traveling, it's like, okay, yeah, if you can see some level of traveling, right? We can maybe get the movement from here, this platform, maybe the UK branch, go to the UK embassy and whatever, like, hey, look, see, stop this. So maybe by the time people see at least a group of people coming out in the UK, don't be surprised. Other people might just key to like, yes, enough is enough. At least maybe enough of talking, let's start acting. And like, okay, no,
because it could be one of the main because platforms generally like TV, for example, they have what they have their own, what do they call it, private campaigns that they run. Sometimes it could be child labor thing or other things. This platform could champion that one because you have to target one thing, especially the one that are lower hanging fruit. Target it and push the agenda and say, okay, this is one thing we don't want our leaders to be doing anymore. You know why that is also important? It ties into quite a lot of other things in terms of self-awareness, healthcare provision. Those are very key things that Nigerians need to listen. Now, not to mention security. There's also security in terms of the fact that these people keep going overseas for treatment. So if a people start getting conscious, it can bleed into other things. So, and it's easier. It's not so complicated, and most people are in support of it.
Like I have one, diaspora voting. Let's put the movement behind diaspora voting.
So diaspora voting how is it going to change Nigerians on the ground?
No problem. Let's put that so that at least it will help hindering those evil leaders getting there. At least if assuming diaspora vote is right, is if we are allowed to vote in this last election, the margin between the maybe Obi, Tinubu, Atiku, it would have been reduced. Tinubu would have had the chance of even be where he is right now. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I'm not sure Tinubu will be against that. They might even implement it when they get into office.
On that you just said. Let me tell you what I just said. You want to talk about that diaspora voting? We have no power. We have to start from the legislatures, the house.
Fighting it here, so that they will listen to us over there.
Yeah, the bill you are talking about, this the lady They throw it out of the house. They throw it out. All right. So if we can sort our relatives, persistence, put pressure on them to pass the bill, then here we go.
Yeah,
there we go.
If you come back, we fight again.
But that one is which one is harder to accomplish? The one that Nigerians support most, or the ones that is harder to do? Don't you think you should go for the easier one to accomplish first, that can even give results on the ground in Nigeria?
This is the right time. If you want
to stop those people from traveling overseas constantly, it's a security problem.
It's freedom. No, it's their freedom.
Not officials that keep going overseas repeatedly. Because if you keep saying that, okay, let's put it this way. Let's say they even end up rejecting it. But by the time it made that type of noise, and something that many Nigerians support, it might force them to build a very good hospital in Nigeria that is going to help the healthcare system and improve outcomes for Nigerians. Because if they keep traveling overseas, not to mention the security aspect, they are going to understand. Because when you start making this argument, they are going to understand that Nigerians are concerned about these things. But if you say, oh, diaspora voting, it's almost as if you don't even care about policy, you just care about getting a vote.
No, it's not the voting. Because, voting, putting the right people there is paramount.
This that does not go hospital that will treat those guys at home. That's good hospitals. But their problem is that they don't like some of them don't want or somebody else to know about the medical history. They are not safe. Just like
but that's the argument you want to argue against that, because they are willing for our enslavers and colonial powers to have it, but they don't want to put it in their own country. You will need to change their mindset. Those are the kind of things, because I believe the leaders will give us the vote one way or the other. I think probably Tinubu will do it. You don't even need to convince him. So that one is not. But it doesn't. Nigerians don't feel that one. The one Nigerians will feel is the one that impacts their lives. You want them to believe that the diaspora is also fighting for them. When you are busy fighting for your own vote, you are fighting for to them. They will be like, we are here suffering, and you are talking about you voting.
So
you see what I mean?
So my point is that if we can go to God, if you want the traveling, they have traveling allowance. You know that they have traveling allowance. Yes. Money. All right. So we have to start from our representative from our federal houses. All right. By then, this 10th assembly. All right. If they are, I think deputies, they are not majority. If we can reach our federal representative from our own war community where we come from. All right. They can start pushing these bills of not be of a government worker, a civil servant, which all of them fall under it. We should not travel abroad for medical checkup. All right, I know it's like passing beer against themselves, but if they can start pushing it, I think we'll have some. This guy, I think we'll have some.
And the good thing about it is that all parts of the country support it. If you fight for diaspora voting, there's a part of the country that won't support it. Because they will know it's mostly Southerners that are overseas.
I don't think so.
No, man, they're voters. You say medical trip abroad, right?
The people that are overseas are not mostly from the north. They don't care. But in terms of health provision,
you don't
the
know.
entire country don't like it.
Overseas, is it only Americans and Europe?
Exactly. You don't know. They are there.
Most Northerners don't go there. I'm telling you, they don't go. They remain in the country.
Saudi Arabia, Dubai.
Yes, they go for visit, but they don't stay. Many of them don't stay there.
They might go to Arab. They might go to Saudi.
They go to Arab. Exactly.
Oh, you are not. Did you not hear what I just said? I said they don't stay. It's not like us that go and marry Arabic people. How many Nigerians do you see marrying Arabs there? Jesus.
No,
they don't go there and stay.
Nigerian family. They stay with Nigerian family there.
But my point is that If are you talking about Southerners going to the Middle East?
No, the Northerners Southerners are going to the West. Northerners are going to the Middle East.
No, they don't go as many as you think. They don't go as many. Do you know? I actually know people that are in the Middle East, like Saudi Arabia. They barely mention Nigerians there.
Now,
okay. What father? You see the problem with
Indians go there more.
Father, we talk too much. If possible, this lady representing diasporas, all of us here, we have somebody. If you can call him and bring him to this, bring him here, all right? And push it through here.
Abike Dabiri, isn't it?
Abike Dabiri, yeah, that's the only person that can push this for us. If you can bring him here, bring her here.
That woman annoys me. That woman annoys me. Don't get me started.
Useless. Tinubu daughter.
See,
that's the only channel we have. That's the only channel right
but
now.
maybe she doesn't know. Maybe she doesn't know. Maybe she will change her attitude a little bit when she comes here. Because the way she behaves like a glorified slave trader, where she praises our people for going overseas to go and work for foreigners.
But she's the channels now. It's the only channel that can push it down to this house, you know.
Nah. But I think that you want to go to areas that Nigerians generally are in common opinion about. All sections of Nigeria don't like their leaders traveling overseas. All sections of them. So what you need to do then is a uniting factor. Can you imagine you push something that ended up, even if it doesn't succeed even, but unites the entire Nigerian group? That is a good thing. You don't want to start in an area. Even NSAS, the Northerners didn't even support NSAS, for crying out loud.
Yep.
So you have to, when you say diaspora voting,
they know to fight against
when you say diaspora voting, what comes to their mind is, oh, it's mostly Westerners. They want to come and start voting, and so before you know it, they start voting for gay rights.
You see where it's 9. If Tinubu goes with 9, any protest is a fight against the Yorubas. You know that will become the call for. So that's what we should stop. Because it's a brother in there, that doesn't mean it's a strength. So
okay, now, that's the family when I come from. There was a I think Mama Esho, beat your mic, I beg. There was a what's it called? I think a member in the house, right? I think it's from Edo State. Something. For that, I mean,
all of the world regret it now.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, good. Thank you. So I think he came up with a proposal in the bill, like any serving senator, minister, or House of Rep member, that none of their children should go overseas to school. None of their children. If you want to do that, either you do it before you come into service, or you do it after. And if you are in service, withdraw your child's education and bring it back here, because the education is even short. 3 years they are done. You start to bring it back here. So he said it. The bill did not even last.
It didn't even land.
Exactly. We're just saying it. It didn't even land. Like, you understand? So what I say that if you say diaspora voting will not listen, the truth is this, even let the North believe that it's a fight against, no problem. But at least there should be pressure group that is checkmating them, that will hold them to their jugular. That, oh, I think this voice is loud enough. I think we should consider this voice, or we should negotiate with these people, at least instead of throwing them away. You understand?
The diaspora in terms of voting, you mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Trust me.
I'm not talking about. My concern is that the vote is dispersed, but even when you vote, it's dispersed between the states, and the total population of the diaspora that is capable of voting is probably not going to be up to 1 million. And so
you know how many of us that is in diaspora?
Yeah, it's a lot, but I'm talking about the ones that are actually capable of voting. There are some of them are younger ones. I think we're at about 2 to 3 million.
No. I mean adults that are sending money to their wards in Nigeria, Western Union.
I think that's what I'm saying. About 3 million. I guess it depends on I'm talking about Western diaspora now. Maybe there are other African and South Africa and all the other places that there are.
You sound so. So if you put those in TED, you know how many votes we will get? You know what difference it will make?
You will get votes, but you will get a lot of pushback. To be fair, you can pursue that, but I think that is a harder lift.
Exactly.
You want something that is going to unite the country.
Let's fight first. Fight.
As far as I'm concerned, Father, I still believe we have some new guys coming to the 10th Assembly right now, which are like, if you like, Dino always speak out. If I talk about I don't die, all right? We always hear him. People always enjoy when Dino was speaking out, whether he's speaking there, whatever. So we have some certain guys now coming to the 10th Assembly, which I know they are outspoken, like this CPPU guy, Gochi Nerimo, all right? The guy is coming to the Senate.
Correct.
Some of them are coming to the Senate right now. If you can get 3 or 4 of them, all right? I believe they're still coming back. Because 3 or 4 of them are outspoken, bringing bills out. They drag it. Well, we can have one that they go through.
I think those ones they are our age mates, so they can come and talk to us, Jare.
So if you have 3 or 4 of them like that pushing on a bill, different bills, one will go through one day.
Consistently.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You can have, I guess, you can have different projects. One for this in diaspora voting, the other one for this in leaders staying in Nigeria for healthcare treatment, and you can give it a name. But the reason why I think that one has a better chance of success is because one, even if there are certain things you pursue, even if it doesn't get passed, it changes the culture. It means there are people in Nigeria care about it and people overseas care about it. That stop coming over here for treatment is embarrassing.
Yep.
You see what I mean? So you want to help change the culture.
You're impeding on their freedom of movement. Freedom of
let
movement.
me come in quickly.
Freedom of movement. How many people, you tell them how many people travel the way they do? Freedom of movement. Their people can't even travel. They want to be traveling to European countries for treatment all the time. Let them build hospitals in Africa.
What about us? We're talking about medical tourism and sending their kids overseas. That's just simple. They travel. They don't travel every day for medical tourism, but they have investment overseas. That is the investment. Those are the things that we should be worried about. Not about going to take treatment. The investment they're making overseas. The amount of money Nigerian electorates have on the streets of London, Night Bridge, the amount of properties they've got there. Those are the things we should be worried about, not treatment. Because
the reason why, you see, you have to think about what brings Nigerians together to an extent. If you say, oh, let's go and start tracking their properties down, that involves a lot of investigation and all kinds of different things. You want to go after things that are easier to do. You want to say, okay,
if you tell them, like, okay, for instance, like Gino Malai from social media, I use Gino Malai as an example. I know he's still got some. He's still got little kids, like 10 to 15. I know he's got one or two of them. Are you going to say even if he push a bill, he's going to bring his kids back to Nigeria because of it? He will naturally make that bill die. So those things.
No. I don't worry about his children. Their children going for treatment. I'm talking about because their children are not the officials. The officials are the ones that are breaking security protocol repeatedly, that they don't care about whether we are secure or not, because they just go to. You have to understand that when they do these things, they are compromising your country every single time they do it. Maybe the country is already compromised, but you have to start closing the loopholes one after the other. And when they know the people are becoming aware of what they are doing, maybe they will start reining themselves in a little bit too and start having a little bit of dignity in what they are doing. Because I believe that the one that is uniting the people the most is the part you want to take. Why go through the part that one section of the country will be like, man, that's not my problem, and then you have people opposing you all over the place?
Before for us, why you feel so say they go oppose diaspora voting? Why you feel say northern people go?
Because the northern section don't see that as their priority. Don't you see that? And I've had conversation with them too. They too are concerned about this health tourism. They don't like it.
Mr. Loco, if you see what they call it, if you see the demography of Nigeria, most people in the diaspora are from the southern. So automatically, it will be as if it's a southern agenda. Naturally,
no, most people on the west. Most people on the west. You just talk about North America and the not on the west, not India.
No, I'm talking about Nigeria. I'm talking about Nigeria.
Yeah, Nigeria and the west.
But when you look at diaspora, mainly people don't care about even Asia. People don't care about Asia. They care about people in the west. America, UK, Australia, Canada. Those are the when you talk
they sell their market very well.
In local terms.
Do you know the amount of Nigerians in India and in China?
I know. But when you talk of diaspora, they don't think about India.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So, but the thing is that if you go to the north to make this argument, they would automatically say it's a southern agenda. Automatically.
Yeah. You already raised on this.
Exactly. The moment you talk about voting, and then they will be thinking, oh my God, those diasporans, they are used to gay marriage and they are used to all these kinds of things. Oh, you want those people to go and vote? They'll be like, oh no. Oh, you mean all those women that want our women not to marry our men anymore? No. The Northerners will be against it. I can assure you, they will not like it because they see us as people that are westernized. They don't like it.
Fine. let's fight. Like I said, persistency is key most times in everything. You understand? This thing that we are even the kind of skits they do these days in Nigeria. You see somebody will come, will start fooling themselves. Let me use like this what's it called? This guy's name, Brother Shaggy. For instance, he come like a madman doing crazy things like, oh, is this idiot? Get out, get out. But now you can see consistency. He's doing this repeatedly, and now it's kind of subconsciously accepted. You understand? By people watching a funny guy, hey, just laugh and laugh and laugh. You understand? Now he's making his own money because now it's now one of the rave of the moment. So, like I said, persistency. By the time we do this, yeah, throw it away, we come back, yeah, throw it away. It will get to a time, maybe 3 or 4 times, with serious reasons, not just doing it for it's just because of election sake, as if we are supporting somebody. No, we're not supporting anybody. We just want our voice, our vote to be counted because this is our country. You understand? We want our vote abroad to be counted. Period. It's not about whether it is southern or northern or whatever, because we know even in America we still have southern northern people living there. You understand? We know many northern, at least we still have some.
Don't you think that if you succeed in something that the entire country wants, if you succeed in something that the entire country wants, anything move you make again will lend you a lot of clout in terms of the credibility that you have. I think in terms of politically, if you want to start thinking politically here, you want to approach things from the part that most people will even be divided from their elites. Because most of the people don't like what their elites are doing on this one.
Yeah, we agree. We'll see, when it comes to health insurance, with some health issues, right? You can't really tell a man how to spend his money on his own health.
So you are being the elite here.
No, hold on now. See, I'm trying to say something because they can hide under that excuse, that guys, that it's my money now. If I got the money before even getting to government of any government office,
then quit government office and go and do your money.
That's what I'm saying. That they'll tell you okay that because they are the emergency, this health issue, that because they may not have the doctor even in Nigeria can tell you no, their personal doctor was even the one who recommended them to fly abroad to go and get this. You can't see.
Let me explain to you. See, I hear what you are saying, but you see, what did I say just now?
Not bed rest.
Sorry.
Not bed rest. We're talking about special case, all right?
Special cases, waivers. You can always get waivers, but not every you
there's no bed rest. Someone wants to rest.
You go overseas.
You go to America.
If they sample a letter that their doctor, their consultant recommended that, the law, no judiciary can say no to that.
Yes, you can. If that service is provided in Nigeria, case closed. Any doctor that writes this recommendation has to answer for it. And in the process of doing this, one of the demands is that they build a world-class hospital in all the regions of this in the country. A significant world-class hospital that doesn't give them the excuse that Nigeria cannot take care of this. This thing.
As now, is it there? As at today, it's not.
No, it's not there. Now that is the process of pushing for the agenda. You see, if you push for the agenda, you can get that stuff done because you have to understand. Nigerians will so be happy to hear that kind of agenda coming through because it's for their healthcare too.
Yeah, I know, a good one, but I'm just looking for where they will not have any reason to hide.
No, you plug you plug it. Like one for me is security. You will tell them and you show them examples of other nations. How many times have they seen Boris Johnson fly to America for treatment? Do you think that America doesn't have superior healthcare service than the UK? They do, but it doesn't fly over there because they have the reasonable service in the UK. How many times you fly to China?
Because everybody, at least 90% people in UK know Boris Johnson health condition. True or false?
They don't actually.
90% knows. If just like here, before the election here, people must know health condition.
He doesn't publish his health condition. He doesn't.
Yeah, as a public servant, he must. But in Nigeria, nobody even know who have malaria.
Do you think you know Trump's health condition when his doctor came and said, Trump is so healthy. He's like the healthiest person I've ever seen. You know, you think you really know his health condition when the doctor is saying that kind of stuff? He sounded like a doctor that would be they're about to throw his family off a cliff if he didn't say those things. So
Nigeria is nice, man. I don't know.
Come on, man.
Going back to what the guy we have today, Lumumba, what is it called, all right? I just have only 2 points, all right? Just 2 points. Some of us are hypocrites. I call it hypocrite because, all right, we are talking about bringing Africans together. We can't bring a common community together, all right? That's why I say if you cannot even bring a family together, How can you even rule a country? Some people blame Tinubu of ruling a 200 million people, and they can't even rule 10 people. Put 10 people now, make some of us president of the union. You will see how the whole money will disappear. Just yeah, that was I tell people, like, just put 10 people together, let them do monthly dues. Put one person as the treasurer in charge. You will see that for all the end of the year. You start looking for the money. Where the money goes to. You will see the decision that we made that is not going to be even like difficult. For example, just give somebody, people don't complain about police, army, this, that. Just give a man over, just a man over with Koboko in Nigeria. Look at how you're going to be treating civilians as if you have a machine gun. Just a man over with Koboko and they just stick, all right? See where you're going to be flogging a downfall driver or kind of person on the street as if you have the whole power. Those kind of way give man machine gun, what will happen?
It's just conditioning that got people to be like
and
that.
the system is not it.
It's just the conditioning.
My mother used to say, you can't from outside I look beautiful and come back home. You have to look good to home before going outside, all right? Like somebody, they say a bunch of broom can sweep, but one single broom cannot sweep. It's not possible, all right? If Africa to get you together, all right? Western will not come and put a division between two brothers if there is no quarrel. Because you say that if there is no quarrel between a family, Asada will not come and put division. It will be very difficult to break that family. But if there is a quarrel between that family, a little Asada with no nothing can just divide the whole family and turn it to a war zone. So that's what I see that is most happening. That's what is happening in Nigeria. Okay, let's say the truth.
I wanted to ask somebody, about this about Nigeria anyway. What has happened in Nigeria that has united the entire country in the last 4 years as on one agenda that you feel like Nigerians were united on, and they did something in the last 4 years? Is there any one thing?
Israel Adesanya, that's only to sports. And of that, nothing.
Augustine has been quiet for a bit. Yeah, I think anything to add to it. Do you have any ideas of, because Loco is saying that we should do something? Do you have any ideas? Easy ideas. We need something easy that the entire country can sign up to.
Let me tell you where our problem is. Right? Can I tell you our problem is? Wait, listen. We understand that Nigeria have manners of drinking and eating. The next thing that put Nigeria together is sports.
Yeah.
Sports.
Okay, sports. Okay.
Sport with east, west, north, and south. You have no boundary of brother or sister together to live, to go to camp, do this. I was in Lagos. I represented Lagos State as a youth form division in Benin. I play against my state over it. You understand my point? I don't care that my state I play against them. I was presenting Lagos. It doesn't say, all right? But in Nigeria right now, the whole youth transport is dead.
Yeah.
Nothing brings them together again. Nothing. Sport activity is something that brings people, all right, from all over the world together.
Okay.
So
Loco says that we should go for the actual voting. I say we should go for healthcare. We should stop health tourism, and because the country is already united on that one, that every part of the country that has spoken to, they don't like it. Is there any suggestions you have, Augustine, about something we can do that campaign for, like this channel can campaign for, that that it should be easy so that we can get a victory out of it easy, or make an impact? Do you have any suggestions?
Yeah, my suggestion goes back to the root. These politicians, they have private researchers that gives them the information to go into the society and make what they want to. So for me, if we can stand up on tribe. If I can get, like, I'm going home to get somebody, 5 people from the northern states, 5 people I'm from eastern state, 5 people from the western state, 5 people from south, gather them in my village and say, these are my friends. Interact with them. Because remember, Abiola was able, people stood up for Abiola because the tribe wasn't strong. So after that 1993 incident, they started working on intensifying the
tribal
politics.
identification.
So if we can debunk that tribal politics, look at now. The Northerners are quiet. Why are they quiet? Because it is Tinubu. And look at the fight. Who are those defending Tinubu? They are not defending Tinubu that he is their best man, but because he is their brother. And they have been told, if you allow your brother not to be there, who will be there? I know he's a criminal, like the Igbos. If you bring somebody like Ojo Zokalo, who they sent to court and release, then I will start fighting. He is our, yes, we know he's a criminal, but he's our criminal. Keep it for us. So if we can work on tribal sentiments, it will definitely, it will help.
That is quite interesting, actually. I think, you know what, that one is easy. And I think most people in Nigeria support that. Most people support that, and it's often the extremists that don't. And I think that's interesting. So, what kind of vehicle? How do you think we can do that? Because you said something about having friends and stuff like that. How would it easy to do? What do you have in mind?
So, the way I have it in mind is that, like, if you go to my local village, they don't know that they don't believe that you have a northerner that will be a professor. They feel that every northerner is a shoe mender or megad. So if you can sit them down and tell them, man, my colleague at work is from northern state and he's a professor in where I work. I have a VC that is from northerner. You begin to tell them that the problem of the problem of Nigeria, your problem is not the Buhari that is from the north. Your governor who is from here is part of your problem. Your brother who is the representative of APC in your village that is allowing them to cheat on you is your problem. So your problem is not tribe. Your problem is the gang of criminals that sit together. They eat the money and they put us into this tribe. So it's
wow. I must say, I can see a lot of potential in this. What you are saying, and I've seen some documentaries on this TV channel that Tinubu is associated with. That they were talking about anti-tribal stuff. They thought that it was this by the British Council. Like, how did that even happen? But if we start championing that kind of stuff, I think that's also very good. And it's also good for this channel to be standing for, you know, the tribalizing, the toxic tribalism, you know, for us to start fighting back against it. I think I must say that's quite an interesting one. If this was exam, man, this guy got he gave an easy. I think that's a good one. I really appreciate that. It will be very difficult, but I think it's what it's easy.
Forefather,
how hard can it be to tell people to get along?
Forefather, until we come out,
you don't even have to fight politicians.
No, forefather, listen, it's not like where I am, right? I can't come to my workplace now and just refer this white guy. I can't say that. I may get fired. I may be in trouble for saying that. You understand my point?
Yeah.
Someone cannot just see me as a working place. I did this. Look at this black guy. No, I will feel like, oh yeah, guy, why do you say that for? He'll be in trouble. Until that comes to Nigeria, you will not see somebody. You will call him Omoyibo.
They do that a lot. And,
if that does not come out, that means if that will be a law that we can take care of that, a politician will not come out in this election and treat Igbo say they own Lagos. Somebody will retweet it before you know it. Who even said that? Nobody can bring it. What we're hearing, Igbo say that.
It's a kind of hate speech law you're talking about.
Yeah, you can put a hate speech law into a place that will address many issues. Somebody cannot just come and say that, okay, I say bring that person that said that. You can't give me the person. It's just a politician that is that, like, during that time they want to like create that thing, they create that division, they bring that narrative and things sell like a Wi-Fi. Is it selling now? Is that Wi-Fi? Is it selling right now? Is that in already? Is anybody talking about that again? No, politics over.
So I love that point you made. So why that is selling is because we don't produce counter narrative.
That's
Now,
it.
let me give you what happened. Remember, there was a story that went last year about a Catholic priest that was very angry that the congregation was speaking Igbo song. When
Yes,
those of us from the East heard that story,
Yeah, I remember.
now
Yeah.
you could use an Augustine. Yeah.
some of us
Yeah.
allowed that emotion to carry us. But I told some people, the 2 years I stayed in Lagos, there were Igbos that were parish priests in Lagos, but I had a Yoruba guy that opened his door, opened his room for me. He was more supportive to my ministry in Lagos than others. So that's a counter narrative. But when I keep quiet without expressing that part, this other negative person would take over the population. But if I bring a counter narrative, now this person will be singled out, and his case will be treated as an individual. But if every other counter narrative is silenced, now this story becomes a global or a community story.
Augustine,
So how we can work on tribal sentiment is by bringing counter narratives and by singling out individuals.
I think you will need people at the top to push this narrative. If not, it will
So
get
that goes back to my first question. Can anything be achieved without government?
I think you can do that. This is why if let's say a group of people come together from the diaspora, you can fund people and support them because there are people doing that work already. You can amplify their voice. You can share their message on this channel. You can go on Twitter. You can do all this sort of thing. There are campaigns. I think I've heard of cases whereby there is this institution. They have this machine that you can use, and computer farms. They use them to run campaigns and change opinions of nations. That's how they win. I think what they call them, Cambridge Analytics in the UK. They did that to win an election for the Conservative Party here in the UK. So they can manipulate opinion. If you know what you are doing, you can do online campaigns. In other words, you can reach people with that message. Let's say that official in Nigeria wants to go and present an anti-tribalist law, or he wants to make a big speech, and some people ask, if you go online, you hear that some people will be attacking him. But if the group that are organized go there and counter them and change opinions there, you find that generally, if you win the argument online and you sponsor the guy on the ground, your narrative will win that argument. The problem with most of our people is that when it comes to that critical moment where you need to win the argument, most of us don't care about it, and then the other side the last time they wanted to pass the hate speech law, somewhere along the line, Nigerians were convinced that that law was meant to shut them up, not the politicians. That it was them. They were convinced of that. That's why they turned against the law. And that is based on campaigns that they carry out online. So you have to know how to be smart about these things to change opinions on the ground and change the opinions online, and then you get your agenda. You have to be sophisticated about it.
If our religious leaders, say for instance, the imams, the bishops, the cardinals, based on which religious incline you, if they start putting this message of tolerance, of it doesn't matter if this man is from the West or from the East or from Muslim, or if they start preaching, because in Nigeria, in Africa, we've gotten to a stage where people don't listen to their moms and dads; they listen more to their pastors, their imams, their priests than their parents, or they listen more to their priests than common sense. So if these guys, but unfortunately, that won't happen because people spewing out hatred, people spewing out tribal sentiments. People are these.
Exactly. That's something you want to deal with too.
You just need the whole thing. Even the churches themselves, you're talking real leaders.
They are part of it.
This is a redeem. One mind's gap. If I see my redeem member go to the redeem member, it become an issue to the same church. If I see him go to the same other branch, that is not my branch. It becomes a problem of his own. So on that religion issue, let's not go there. Religion is part of it.
When I was in Port Harcourt a long time ago, they used to have these adverts that they played on the radio, and I thought those adverts were really powerful. They always encourage people to be of better character. They always encourage people to be of be their neighbor's keeper and stuff like that. You don't tend to hear much about those type of things in Nigeria now, where people are encouraged to be good to each other. Sometimes our politicians say it now and again, but not enough of it. And I think maybe there's something to be said about what Augustine said. Maybe this is where the diaspora comes in and start, pushing some of all this agenda. I think the diaspora, they've learned a lot of lessons from the West. I think the lesson they've not learned yet is the lesson that the African Americans have learned, or let's say the Brazilians or all the other groups have learned. They've not really seen the true full danger of what the foreigners represent to us. They've not seen it yet, but they will. They will in time. A few generations. Just give them a few generations. They will.
I just want to, as we are going on that line of thought, I just want to make a recommendation on issue of religion. We actually need to be very careful when we clamp down on religion, because if you have a deep thinking, the only thing that is sustaining Nigeria is religion. But the problem we have here about religion is when it is misused.
Toxic one,
you have some pastors, you have some religious leaders. When I mean pastors here, I'm not excluding imams. That are politicians. They only use their pastorship as a cover to their political agenda. So this is where the danger lies, because religion teaches peace. If you go back to the IPOB, they started pushing down on religion in order to convince those youths. And told them that go to the Jewish tradition. So when we talk about religion, we need to be very careful, because it's the only religion that tells you to be patient over certain things. It's the only religion that gives you the encouragement to forgive. So when you take away religion, take away patience, take away forgiveness, what becomes Nigeria? It becomes a battlefield.
I think maybe something we can be doing is having conversations.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something I feel that affect Nigeria as it is. Like I think I know I've gone to that system as well. I go to help. If using poverty to weaponize the masses, that's a really huge. And I see the results after 2 years being played in this election, where it played in this election. All right. So now, for example, I don't give it for myself. I lead the committee of, okay, let's try to do this to the community, do this. We'll have some couple of politicians there in my place. We'll call them, look, let's bring our people out of the politics. They promised, they supported. Do you know that, let me say, the end of 2 days before the whole thing, we fly off, go project, the project, they turn around and mess it up. All right? The money we contributed was gone. So my people in diaspora, which is the only people that can give the politician at home run, like money to money, back to back, all right? Finance to finance, run, give connection to connection. Now, what they did is that they put okay, you guys are there, you guys know what we are facing at home. That they put that distance, put that immunity between people home and people in diaspora. The politician, now they are the gods, their rules. They control them with that bag of rice, give them tea, call them together, cook food. During the election time, they take youth food to vote. They take which police station they are going to mess up. So, all right. But if those youth have something doing, have the market we are proposing to build, they have their shops, have their money, they won't have that time to go and gather from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Listen to hoping to welcome one local government out of them, come to share money for them. That's what you tell them what to do. So that's the thing. That's one thing we need to even work out. All right. I think that's late.
So you see the good thing in openness in conversation. Now go back to what we were saying before. You now see that there is a misunderstanding between poverty and religion. Most, you see, we all are in the Western world. How many people gather in the church? So why people gather more in the poor countries in the church is that they are looking for that closure, and religion offers them that closure. Most people go to church fast because they have been, these prosperous preachers have told them, you will get to a point and God will blossom you.
So
if
why
we
would the preacher tell them that kind of lie?
Because that preacher is also looking for, he's also pursuing poverty. He's
no, he's not pursuing poverty. He wants to run from poverty himself. Wants to run from
so
poverty.
he's running away from poverty.
Poverty, jam poverty.
By taking from others. By taking from others.
So that's the point. If you can differentiate religion from poverty, and when we talk about poverty, we also include poverty mentality. Because poverty mentality is why a rich man is stealing. Because he's afraid that he might be poor tomorrow. So that is poverty.
I think that one is greed, because if you are poor, if you steal, you are comfortable. Why stealing more? So I think the more is now the greed now.
So when you remember your experience when you were poor, you will grab more.
Okay, then why not think of what I've grabbed? Okay, how long will this go? This is enough now. I can invest this one.
So now they think like that. They're already used to abusing
my brother. So you see, that is why you use the word mentality. So you need to deconstruct this person to know that a community, when a community is rich, you don't need individual wealth.
Personal wealth, yeah.
You don't need personal wealth.
So to simplify it, because I think it's very, very important, especially when you are starting anything newly, it's important to start simple. Because with simple things you are able to do, even if you can simplify it even further, it will be good. If you can achieve simple things, you can achieve more and more complex this thing and more difficult challenges. So if you can get like something like this type of agenda going, whereby we call it unity kind of movement, then you can start with because most of us are Southerners here. We can start having conversations with people in the North. And the beauty of this platform is that you can have conversation on the backstage. You don't always have to be open here, or through other ways where we can be interacting. Then we can look at how we can deal with this thing. Maybe some of them are actually in the diaspora too that can, contribute to getting this stuff done. It's going to need finance, and it means that somewhere along the line we have to figure out how to generate finance to be able to influence this on the ground in Nigeria. And whatever needs to happen has to be dispassionate about trust. You don't need trust. You have to be completely accountable. Everything has to be 100% transparent. And but if you, that's why it has to start simple. Because if you want to be able to do something that involves a lot of tricky parts, you don't want the agenda to be complicated. You don't want the agenda to be complicated. You want it to be very simple, so that once you get the tricky part ironed out. Personally, I don't trust anybody on this face of this earth, and neither should anybody trust me. Believe in me, you don't want to come in. Exactly.
So the problem cannot be solved.
No. The point is that you create systems. You create systems that is impervious to corruption. You create accountability systems that nobody can move until everybody moves, and that is accountable. So,
but somebody will be in charge. Somebody will definitely be in charge.
No, that person that's in charge is basically toothless. You'll be in charge, but you are toothless.
When you use the word, somebody will be in charge. I use the chain. Somebody will be in charge. Somebody will be in charge of somebody that is in charge. If you have an endpoint,
each other.
What's conversation going on? I just have people in diaspora, all right?
Yeah.
On so many platforms. The same thing we are saying here, all right? How to change the system, how to get our accountable, all right?
So why don't
you here in diaspora? Why don't you here in diaspora, right? Try to come together. There are so many platforms or so many people, so many. On the day, we are talking.
Is that what Okosi was saying? You know, when I drop out, I'm still seeing you. So
what I'm saying, there are so many platforms, so many groups. The same thing we are saying here, that is what everybody is crying for. All right, what are they crying for? A better Nigeria. How can we hold our leaders accountable? All right, how do we do that? How do we go there? What is the way? What is the way? What is something? What is the Why don't the platform, so many of them come together and pursue one goal? It will be more better. We pursue one goal. If you can get the list of our senators, our federals of rep, represent our consistency in so many states, we can start working on them. Start engaging them one-on-one. Once the way bring them like this, engage them. If they can have some change of mind. Because anything we are saying here, right? As you said, end of the day, you go to the house, they're going to pass it on bill. They're going to rule over it. Whatever you said here today.
Are you saying that? Are you saying all the platforms should pursue one goal, or all the platforms should have one individual goal?
We are saying the same thing. Go to every platform, the same thing we are saying here. That's it. Everybody's dancing all over the place. That's masquerade. But we don't know that we don't have any concrete. Look at the way we move about it. Why don't you like start to do something? I don't see that.
I think I've always been researching this problem, and it's not only you are right. Sorry, let me just add this. You are right that even in the African American community, they are having these discussions, and in East Africa, all of them, we are having this discussion on how we can do this. And I think where he always fails is the point of trust and the structure that needs to be put in place. And I've thought about those type of things, and what I've come up with is a system that when stuff is done, everybody has to be signatories to when any project is supposed to be done. Any funds are supposed to be allocated, and the funds are always in an account that they always know that everybody has to be signatories. Otherwise, if it's not everybody, nobody does. So the power. No, they won't be able to see. The reason why I say that is because charities do that already, where some people you have to have signatories from all the trustees for stuff to go through, and which means that the trustees are basically pen pushers. That their job is just to sign and approve what the committee has already approved. You see what I mean?
But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the monetary aspect.
Also, let me help. What you're discussing here, this issue you're bringing here, have been tried. I have a friend here. This man is from Ogun State. He has a construction company in Florida. So you know what it means to have a construction company in the United States. Yeah. So one day I was sharing this experience with him. He said, "We've done these things." That he became indifferent to Nigerian politics after a point, that they sponsored somebody to be a governor. He gave me the name, but I can't call the name yet. This guy from the United States became a governor in Nigeria, and they thought that he's going to transfer experience, he's going to transfer technology, but he went and became the worst of any other politician. They were like, who are you going to trust?
I think one, we don't know exactly what he experienced. We are taking his word for it, because if he gave us details about the sort of stuff we are talking about, we can know where the failings are. Then we work against it.
But no, the failing is from the individual person.
And if one person fails, doesn't mean you don't try another. And maybe that person failed for a specific reason that we could have taken care of now, but we don't know why the person failed.
What Augustine has said is true. Remember, there are times in all politics, OVS platform, we are having this discussion about the political party and other stuff. I said the problem I see in Nigeria, although people disagree, the people that have stayed in the diaspora that have gone back to join politics are far worse than the homegrown politicians. Now it's not just one experience. If you start call politicians, is it Badamila? Is it if you go to River State? A lot of politicians there that have lived in the diaspora, they've gone back. And what change have they affected?
I think part of it is that if you see, like some of the stuff we are trying to do, it's not as exactly like promoting a politician. I think we are not there yet. We are just promoting agendas and specific changes. And if you want to change politicians, you have to be prepared to also enforce a level of discipline if they misbehave. you have to have some leverage. In the, you know, when they say people know how to manage people, but that is a totally different distinct kind of a campaign. If you want to run, because let's say the Zionist campaign now, when the Zionist campaign did what they did, you think all of them was about throwing flowers? Yeah, all of them were not about throwing. Some of them had some really dark intentions. If you screw around, you pay for it, and you have to really toe the line. And so those are for other areas. But when it comes to health tourism, tribalism, and other sort of things, yes, I think we can do a lot of things out in the open. You can sponsor anybody that wants to do this. You don't have to tie yourself to one individual. Like Aisha now, Aisha Yusuf, she's a very passionate person that wants to do the right things by Nigeria. Like that guy that, you know, a quarter rider that won, became House of Legislature. If he wants to get into do something, wants to promote a bill, you can help him because he doesn't have all the baggages that the ones that are there already have had. It depends. He may even be worse, but you don't know.
A little. That is something I'm saying. It's not about sponsoring the candidate. All right. Now we are going to the 10th assembly. All right. Man, no person, no person, no person. All right. Most of us here know, at least if you go to the around, we know every Satan house that are going to that house. We know them by brother of this. If you can start engaging them, like this guy said that won this thing as a quarter rider, all right? If you can start engaging him, all right? Like once in a while, you bring him, we talk to him, all right? You come to show like this, we discuss with him. And start engaging them. That will also be a change. We tell, okay, look at if you do this, like they're going to be right, all right? Like the guy from our own local government from here, he went there, he won. We can all okay, always I can always engage him. I can always people here, let's call him on Zoom. Thank God for the COVID that make us know that we can do video calls. Let's call him on Zoom. We engage him. What do you have? What do you have for the community? What are you talking? What do you have for the nation? We start engaging them, making them like talk to them. Not that they will just be there. Nobody is asking the question. Let's start asking questions. Let's start asking them. Okay, see what you want. See what the people want. Can you go? You know. So that's what I'm talking about. Not sponsor. If it's a sponsor, it's not going to be because nobody, my money is not going to go there.
You know, and depending on the agenda, this one is not the kind of stuff you worry too much about, like, because if the agenda is like a heavy lift one, like diaspora voting or something that is heavy, you tend to have a situation whereby people can be bought. They can be bought. They can be told, oh, you are trying to say this. Okay, how much would it cost me to stop people from talking about this nonsense? And people get bought. And then you have to worry about the people that you are involved with. If the people you are involved with are susceptible to getting bribed, then you have to be careful. These are not something else we have to vet through, because there's no point. For me, the way I look at it, I would rather have 3 people that are committed. For me, anyway, that's the way I look at it. 3 people that are committed, that are impervious to bribery, that have this agenda and say, okay, this is whatever happens, this is what is going to happen. We all agree to this and say this is what we are going to do. No matter what comes in the way, that goal is the objective. It doesn't matter anything else. And when we go for it, because now you are sure-footed, you are more sure-footed in what you are doing, and the system is going to be put in place that is dispassionate of whether you have trust the person or not, and it's lightweight too. It's not like a heavy lift. You just say, okay, you don't want your leader to be doing medical tourism. You want people to be united. It's easy. That should be easy. And I don't even understand, like, supporting the military should be very easy. Those are powerful institutions. I think there are a lot of good we can do from all these platforms, actually. We can do a lot of good that are easy.
But like, I mean,
diaspora
will impact more if you begin diaspora voting. If you begin diaspora voting, politicians will change. Because already,
you mean when they can rig the election?
No. When
you finish voting, they'll just increase the one on the whole line.
In every, I went home.
You see how Uzo laughed? If local people, they'll just put another local C in Nigeria. Good luck with that one.
I went home during the election.
Prof, let me tell you something.
Let's let Augustine finish.
I was at my polling unit. They were coming in. They came in. They destroyed a polling unit before mine. But the moment they drove in and saw me, because they know me, they just left, they avoided my polling unit. If I was not there, they would have caused confusion there. So I'm telling you a particular experience. So it's not just that I'm trying to throw it out. I went home, I purposely went home for this election. And on that day, I was on the polling unit. So, and my cousin brother that lives in Germany came back for the election. He was also in his own polling unit. And because he was there throughout the election, the election went the way we wanted it.
But you see, when they left, do you know what they were thinking? We're coming to rig it by 50 or 100 votes. But now we are going to go to that place and rig it by 200 votes. That's what they're probably thinking.
Now imagine if everybody in my local government living abroad had come back and stayed in their polling unit.
Good. Listen, let me tell you what happened. Actually, all right. Like in my village now, I can't come out to where they are voting.
That's interesting. You know, you're coming up with some
boys that I give
strange ideas.
Dede is back. They call me Dede. Dede is back. They come, I buy drink, but I give them money. Then they will come here and start their vote. They have to go and scatter vote. When they see me there, they will go back. They won't do that. No matter the amount you give to them, because they know if they do that, tomorrow they won't come to my house to say Dede anything. You understand my point? They will go back. The amount they will go back. That's what happened. So if you are standing there, what they see you as, they respect you as they did. That will be helping them. They won't do not to disrespect you. They even tamper with you.
But sooner or later, do you think INEC will employ you?
Let me tell you what you guys don't understand after this election.
Look, you said what?
I said, how many people like you do you think those guys, those touts, will be afraid of?
So now that becomes
maybe they know you now that you were former Ogologo.
It becomes what happens before election. Like there are some people also in my village that are living overseas that my people have forgotten. So you must be impactful in your community for that to happen.
John Augustine said,
I think when they saw Augustine, they probably thought maybe he was running for governorship too. They
no. Listen.
Look at it. Let's just leave him. We don't want to go out where the governor is.
I have so many uncles, all right? They will stand there. The children will look at the boys will look at them as Onyenka. Like they're not even lucky if he's there. That kind of person is there will start the election because he had no impact. He doesn't see them as, like just as he said, he doesn't see them as human being, you know. He goes from when he comes back, maybe he's staying nobody. He comes back, he breathes out. So what is the impact he having? He have a home in the village, he comes back home, he's staying nobody. When he finishes from there, he travel out. There's no impact, he doesn't come to the markets.
Were you an employee of INEC? Were you an employee of INEC?
No. When I went
what were you doing at the polling station? Yeah.
I was also an employee. Now because my community, they know me. I had enough drinks for everybody that came to polling unit. I went to the INEC staff, I greeted them. Somebody introduced me to them. I gave them drinks. I asked them, do you need anything? It was there that I realized how daft Nigeria is. Like I was telling somebody, if you want to conduct this election well, why don't you on transportation, you get one of the staff that has a car and say, we're paying additional 15,000 for your gas, and you give insurance for that car for 2 days. Now, every other person come to the local government, carry your car, take these people to your polling unit. Under 30 minutes, every dispatch will be done. So when at the end of the day, they brought them with bus, there was no car. I had to arrange for somebody to take them to back to the local government. So I am already involved in my community. So look at the problem we have. When I came back, one of the guys working in my office I was showing him some picture. He said, whose house is this? I said, it's not a house, it's just my apartment. The question he asked me, how do you maintain the tax? How will you have a home in Nigeria and still have a place you're paying house rent in America? So that's the mentality that needs to come into our head. I have been discussing with some people overseas with their kids. I say, do you realize that these children are not going back? And when you realize that these children are not going back, you now begin to ask yourself, those mansions you're building, somebody will have a car of 15 million back in Nigeria, you drive it only once in a month out of 12 months. So when you less those burden of building mansions everywhere, living luxurious life. So why wouldn't I go home, wear my shirt, and walk around my community? Why wouldn't I join them in the same place they are eating akara? Coming out where they are roasting corn and join them. Not because I have been in America, then I'll be speaking in tongues. They will be here, they will be asking you, what are you saying? What are you saying? So why would you be low? That's the only way you can bring them. That's the only way you can educate them.
So I think what I gather from what you said, you've suggested two interesting things actually. That's maybe I'm translating it a little bit because you were present on the ground. So you are saying that it would be good for the diasporans to be coming back during elections and be on the ground there too.
And you have to be empathic to your community for that to happen during elections.
I want to go one meeting. I go join later.
Sometimes it might not be chance.
Yeah, thank you for coming in. And yeah, obviously you're welcome anytime.
And the truth is this: when I did UNAMIS, I speak the English when I left from Nigeria. Not because I know sabi the fune, but we just like Austin has said, we go home, we go carry fune, we not get sense. Because say you go Obodo Yibo. It's wrong. It's very wrong. And these are the things we need to change.
Yeah, what's up, my nigga?
Mavo, onyovo. Mavo, onyovo. So, may I go to one staff meeting, I'll come back.
Really?
This guy hold on.
I want their bodisha.
Yeah, I think some interesting point. I think maybe what local P is saying in terms of this thing, maybe there could be different projects. I think we've had this our conversation before. The problem with doing these things is getting it off the ground. And the formula I came up with.
Let's act.
Yeah, to act you have to act you have to plan these things very well. And you have to have good formula for doing these things. Except you have one. Are you a billionaire that is just going to fund the entire operation? So except we have a beneficiary that can do that. So one of the ways to start is to have a structure, and you can start simply by Dr. Damage's Rudolph championing one specific policy and say, he puts a logo there. I don't even know who put that Action Now logo on my this thing. I don't know where it came from. I don't know what it means. Somebody somewhere tagged me.
It's not you. Now DSS.
I don't know who did that. Where did that come from?
It's not you. It's you now.
No, it's not me. I didn't put it. Where did it come from?
It should be the master. It should be.
I think it could be one of the channels I went to. Yeah.
The channel he follow you to this place.
So,
yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
So forefathers, look at how this works. It doesn't even mean coming to have fun. Like you see, when we change this conversation, we're now selling ideas. We can individually go home and do the little things we can do. Look at what Chinese. Where I work there's an institution attached to the place I work. The Chinese here, do you know that every Chinese that is doing a course in America has a class back home he teaches? Most of them that came from the university, they continue their class. So during vacation, the university bring them back, they do crash program. From time, within the course of work, they send materials to their students.
Yep.
I have been able to go to one or two schools here to know how they learn, because you see a child of 4 years, a child of 5 years reading fluently. Back home, 10 years, 11 years, unless the parents are paying exorbitant price in the school, that's when they can read. So how can you get somebody in the community to gather these kids in the evening and teach them? That might be costing you 100,000 a month. but the impact in the next 10 years will be more than what you think. And if we really can go just after this place, you think about how to help and make impact in your neighborhood and how to see yourselves as one. It will go a long way in helping us to drive at this. Because even when you bring up, let's form a body, the problem will be, which state are we going to begin first? Now, even when we come to the state, the question will be, which local government are we going to begin first? So it becomes, so if we can gather here, sell idea, like I met some Nigerians that were sent here through the university's trust fund. I was like, you don't need to forget the university that sent you here. Go back to the VC, tell the VC that you are able to fund the internet. Let them give you a class. You will teach them from here. It's not of having a projector. Pay somebody 50,000 on your class time. You wake up early in the morning and your students will be there. They push assignment through internet. You can do it.
And you can do advertisement. I think about, when you said about in the case of, I'm still going back to the anti-tribalistic the show. Don't worry, it's going to come to you soon. And solution minded. That's very interesting name you came up with, because that's basically what we are talking here. So like when you talk about the anti-tribalism drive, it doesn't necessarily need to start any local thing. You can start with a campaign that is on the mass media. And the thing about mass media is quite powerful, really, because it reaches thousands of people. If you go individually on the ground, you're talking to one individual, you can't traverse the whole country. But if you go through mass media, you talk to hundreds of thousands of people at a time, maybe even millions, depending on whether you're on TV or whether you're doing it over Twitters and Dr. Damages and all that. So I think that is not a bad place to start. And we also have to think about, the free ones are the type like Dr. Damages can do, all the other channels can do. Those are free ones. They can generate because they want to champion such things. But when it comes to money things, there has to be plans for it. If it's a beneficiary, somebody that has vision and has the resources, wants to fund it, that's more simple, because then it just pays for whatever the group bills the person. But if the group that is funding it, then you have to have a structure to manage in such a way that is completely immune to corruption. And maybe that is not a bad thing. If you can defeat it within the group, maybe you can defeat it within the country. And in my way of doing things, this stuff has to be bulletproof. Literally, you could even hire somebody to try to steal it or influence people to steal it. And if they fail, you understand that you've created a viable system. And obviously, it's going to be viable because no authority is going to sign anything off until they do their due diligence to ensure that every member of that group is participatory in the approval of whatever needs to happen. That said, anyway, and that is something I've been working on for a long time. Because I've had this type of conversation happen in so many places, and I've seen so many cases where they've actually been taken advantage of. Like, I've been on a panel where an African American was talking about an idea in Nigeria, and people were just donating money. Like literally online, they were just donating money, and it just came from nowhere. It's like, oh, you want to do something, and during that George Floyd era when people were COVID-19, people were at home, people were donating money and wanted to do stuff in Nigeria, and this guy went and tried to kind of insinuate that the Nigerian realtor, that's SA agency, was the one that tried to defraud the people, when it was him that tried to do it. And I was furious about it, because it's one thing for foreigners to start, maligning Nigerians. It's another thing for a black person that is greedy and a fraudster himself to try to malign Nigerians again. And I was very furious about it. And that guy has not shown his face. He's been disgraced and eliminated from the discussions till date. And that got me thinking about this idea that you have to create a system that is completely bulletproof from being able to this thing be subjugated. In other words, the banks will be the biggest losers. If anything goes wrong, they are in this. You can even insure the system. If you have a clever plan, you can even insure the system against possible issues, so that they can this thing step in and sort the problem out if there's any issue. That said, but I think all the suggestions are actually valid. I'm just biased towards I like easy things. Start easy, simple, and then we build from there. Eddie hasn't said much, but Show just came in, and Show and Solution Minded, I think we can hear from them. I'm sure they are very, very sharp people. And probably Show is from London and from the UK. You know, UK produces the best minds, you know, better than the best minds.
Don't let the Americans eat you alive. You know they have guns. They don't fight you.
You don't want to mess with the Americans, so you're welcome.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Good to be with you, brothers. I missed the whole interview session with Professor Lumumba, so I'll watch it back. I only joined when who was speaking at the time. I think I joined when I can't remember who was speaking, but you know, it's been great listening to people. There's been less shouting and argument and name calling today. I haven't even seen any. So I think Professor Lumumba must have set the tone for the rest of the day, which is quite interesting. And I've seen people discussing solutions and ideas. And you know, every idea that will be thrown out there would not necessarily be the solution, but it's still, you know, step in the right direction that we're discussing ideas and solutions. And you propose one idea, I will tell you, oh, there's a loophole in that. You think it would work, and that takes me to the point. That the main thing I came to say, because me and my friends have discussed in the past, say, you know, diaspora voting and all of that. And one of my friends said, when you start this diaspora voting, just be reminded that it's not UK, US, Canada, Japan, or you Southerners that will vote. That when they vote,
put your camera on.
That when the votes from Niger Republic start entering and they tell you how many Nigerians live in Niger, don't complain. And honestly, I laughed, but on my own, I started thinking about it to say, you know what? How do you argue with that? Because you know the way we used to hear about the KKK votes, Katrina, Kaduna, and Kano, and they say they are coming, and you see the images of 3 lions when the results have been counted. That's the same way you get from Chad and Niger, and it would shock you that you might find out that you'll be told that there are more Nigerians in Niger and Chad than all of us combined in the US, Canada, and all these places. So be careful what you wish for. Now, I'm not saying it's a bad idea to consider diaspora voting, but this is the whole point of our discussion. Somebody will throw up an idea. Some people will say, let's look at the pros and cons of it. So let's just put that at the back of our minds. How do we argue with the number of votes that will come in from Niger and Chad and Mali and all these places? So hey, let's think about that. And also another thing I would say, which is something I mentioned last summer when Peter Obi declared I was going to run. I did mention, and I don't think we should wait till 2027, regardless of what happens. Obi wins at the court, Obi doesn't win at the court. I don't think we should wait till 2027 before we start campaigning. What I did leading to this election is I told the people that I'm responsible for in Nigeria that, not in these exact terms, but basically I'll be buying your votes the same way politicians buy your votes. Not that my immediate family would ever collect money from politicians or anything like that, but the people I support in Nigeria, I told them, see, the politicians come to you every 4 years. They pay you whatever they pay you, and they disappear for 4 years. We are the ones that sustain you in between those 4 years. And that applies to the middle class in Nigeria as well. The middle class are the people that sustain the lower class for 4 years. The politicians will visit them once in 4 years. So anybody that you sustain for 4 years, don't be shy. Don't be arrogant. For some people, it's arrogance. I can't be talking to my driver. I can't be talking to my driver about politics. I can't be talking to my gardener. I can't be talking to my megad about politics. No, talk to them. Come off your high offices and talk to these people. And for some people, they think, how can I be discussing things like that? It's like I'm buying votes. Yes, the politicians are buying it. So you to buy it without buying it, if that makes sense. So talk to these people. Let them know. See, the money I'm giving you, I can only make more if you vote for this person. Some of these people don't need explanation. Just tell them, the money I'm making, I would make more. And even you will make more on your own if you vote for this person. We need to canvass. You need to canvass for votes. It's one of, see, I think, I'm not sure if it's still the case, but I'm sure I've read somewhere that the most effective way of advertising anything is by word of mouth. I've bought something, it's worked for me. If I tell you as my friend, oh, buy this thing, especially if you have kids, you don't just go and try something on your baby. You ask your friends who have babies, oh, this, this baby lotion, this baby this rash, what works? So your friend tells you, I've bought it, I've used it. You use the solicitor that work for you. If I recommend the solicitor to you, chances are you will use the solicitor as opposed to going to Google. So if you tell people and say, my family, my niece, my nephew, before 2019, my mom was proper APC. Not card carrying or anything, but she, there's a way they traced it down to like family tree. They somehow linked APC to Awolowo's party. And for my mom, that was it. And the word progressive that APC falsely carry and, bandy around, progressive. My mom liked the idea of it. So when I was in Nigeria, just before the 2019, I was in Nigeria for the 2019 election. And I spoke to my mom. It took me about 2 weeks of every day, just, casually 10 minutes here, 20 minutes there, of talking to her and saying, look at APC. Look at what they've given you so far. This is what these people do. This is what they're capable of. This is what they would give you. This is as much as you would get. And I spoke to my mom extensively because she's educated and she has an independent mind. But I convinced her over time. I didn't even think it was going to work. You can't talk to my mom about APC today. She will literally walk out of the room. You can't talk to her about APC. She's not interested at all. And that is what I contributed. And there are people who look up to my mom. So many people in our family, extended family, who are not educated, but they look up to her, and she's been spreading the word gradually. So I think this is something that we underrate, and we shouldn't wait till when election is for. I've told my mom, I said, see, 2027 election, whatever the case is, even if Peter Obi he wins in the court and he messes up, I told her, I said, I will tell you who to vote for in 2027. Wait for me. I'll come and tell you.
Hold on there. I think we are crossing some lines here. What is going on here? So there's no freedom.
What lines are you crossing? This is what the politicians do. That's how they beat you. This is what they do.
You know what? I'm really torn on that one. I'm really torn on that one. I don't know.
I'm not torn. I'm deliberate. See, this is what they do. They come openly on TV. They carry speaker everywhere. This is the person you vote.
Wow.
Do you laugh when the politicians say it? No, but it works. You need to convince the people you can convince, canvas, influence. I'm not forcing them. There's a difference. I've won my mom's mind. I've told her I'm for your good. I'm about Nigeria. I don't personally, as I am, I don't need anything from Nigeria to survive. Thank God for that. So it's not from a selfish point of view. It's not from a tribalistic point of view. It's not from a religious point of view. I couldn't care what religion you do, if you're a Shango or Batala worshiper. As long as I have a feeling, you will do well. So I've convinced my mom to the point that she knows that, okay, if this guy, I'm younger, I can do more research. I hear about news happening in Nigeria before she does. I will send that Twitter link. I mean, she sent me a TikTok, something the other day, and I nearly collapsed. Like, sorry, I'm not even on TikTok. Who opened the TikTok account for you? You understand? But she knows that I'm younger, I get news faster. So she believes what I say more because I'm younger and I can get more information. You understand? So that's what I'm saying, that we need to convince the people around us. And you see, I mentioned being shy or being arrogant about it. Don't be shy about it. Bro, be bold. If you believe in something, your Yorubas will say, Ti ogun your bad down your loju. I won't explain it. Once I explain it, translate it, it loses meaning. But if it's sure for you, you will beat your chest. You understand? That's as close as I can get. It's sure for me. This is the person I want you to vote for because I believe that's the best for you. I don't even live in Nigeria. So of what selfish benefit would it be for me? So if you can convince people from now and tell them that, see, when 2027 comes, we will let you know the person we think you should vote for. It's not forced. There's a difference between forcing people and influencing people. That's the point I've come to make. So, bro, me, I'm not shy. I'm not ashamed. You can't shame the
I
female.
know. I'm not saying you're ashamed. I just worry that you sometimes you are making it sound as if you are telling Nigerians who to vote.
Not Nigerians, not Nigerians. My family, the people I look after,
Okay, your family.
the people Nigerians neglected that I have to pick up their bills. Those are the ones, not Nigerians.
Even sure.
Mr. Scribe. This 94 JC Kanwan Kwabi.
Yes,
God.
yes.
Wow. You remember that?
Atlanta 96.
Wow.
So
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, so even when you talk about convincing Nigerians, I believe if every Nigerian understands where you are standing from, they will join your group, because you are not standing from the point of somebody that will favor you. I have made this confession in this place. I was too close with politicians before I came out. But when I came out and saw how America is and realized that it's leadership that is everything, I have a very close relationship. A very close relation that is a politician. I went home. He was driving 2023 Prado. The mileage was 4,000. A local government chairman. A local government chairman driving Tia Rubber Prado. And look at people around. You can't even face your community. They look very... I went to Cameroon. Cameroon is very poor, but I went to Cameroon, I was relieved because they have food, so they look refreshed. But when you look, if you go home and look at your people, I just avoided staying in the city. I went to the village. So I was seeing people, how they look, and I was ashamed of myself. So I took time to call them and say, look at where I work, a cleaner in my office. The minimum wage in our company is $12. A cleaner is more richer than me, that holds degree and does a very big position in that place, because every month I will gather everything I have and send back home. So you really need to fix this country. If you fix this country, we don't need to be providing school fees. We don't need to be providing school uniform. So that if you can
so you are invested in Nigeria in terms of, like, you are doing things on the ground in Nigeria.
Obviously.
You see that I think that thing is something that we need to start developing a culture of doing.
Like, this is whoever that is not invested in Nigeria will not be sad over this election. It's because of what I'm throwing in. That's why I am emotional. People were like telling you, politics is not about emotion. Yes, it's not about emotion. But when you are committed to the cause.
Yeah. Once you have a stake too. That's what they call stakeholder, isn't it?
Like, I feel free to go to hospital here because I pay. Whether I go, I don't go, I pay. But in Nigeria, if anybody around you is going to hospital, you must look for money.
Yeah. And they have health insurance.
How much I have pushed in just today alone.
You see, that's another thing. They have health insurance in Nigeria. And we need to get the full pricing of how that works out, because that's something that one can also push. Because from what I gather from Ngozika, she said many people don't even know of the existence of health insurance. So they get caught out when they fall ill, that they have to spend a huge amount of money and, sometimes go bankrupt because of it, or crying to, cousins overseas to come and help them. Solution minded. Sorry for keeping you a bit longer. Welcome. And what do you think of the conversation so far?
He could pass for your brother, forefather.
Good evening, everyone.
Yeah, I'm the older one, clearly.
Good evening, everyone.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone.
Probably from London too, from the UK. We all have got them here. Yeah, UK.
Yes, I am actually.
You can make it up.
You can know this sleep.
Well,
yeah,
it's only 10:24 here.
You won't understand.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Good evening to you all. It's really good to join you today, and I just want to say that until and unless we begin to, as those of us in the diaspora, as soon as we begin to think about having a diaspora community where we can actually begin to discuss solutions that we can implement. Because those back home, if they really had solutions, they would have started applying them. You see, and we could say a whole lot of things here. Yes, we're sharing a whole lot of ideas, but are these ideas implementable? What could be done until and unless those of us in the diaspora decide to help Africa, Nigeria particularly? Nothing is really happening. So we just talk, and it seems like we talk, and then we go to rest. And then we look forward to the next time we're going to talk again. But when do we start thinking of implementable solutions? When do we become solution minded? When do we begin to look into how we can actually transform our continent, our country, where we can be proud to go back home one day? Yes, Austin said he's got investments. Yes, some of us, most of us do have investments. There's no place like home. You know, we all look forward to a time when we go home. Each time we go home, it's a struggle. When you get there, you stay few weeks and you are looking forward to running away back to your base. For how long is that going to be for our Nigeria? So let's assume what you said, sure, when you talked about the amount of people that may vote from Chad would surprise us. Remember that there's a way with IT system, there's a way we could actually identify who is who, because you've got the NIN. You're in the UK, I'm sure you can get the NIN right there in the UK. I just
I
got that
have.
for my
I've got
daughter.
NNA. I've got
Good,
mine.
good. So that's a way of identifying individuals. So that's where we can actually find out that the diasporans being able, those in the diaspora being able to vote, it's already easy because we've got ways of being identified. You see, so but until and unless we begin to propose, those of us who are probably IT minded, until and unless we begin to think about solutions such as writing out specifications, system specifications, like these meetings we have, we can actually take minutes, convert these issues we're discussing into implementable solutions. If we need to get developers, we have those who are developers among us, or if we need to employ people outside, we can actually begin to think about building IT systems where we can, because we think we don't have a voice, but we do because of the remittance we give back to the country. We do. But when we can bring out solutions and tell them this is a possible solution we're bringing that can actually help us remove some of these issues. One of the problems we've got in that country is transparency. So how do we get public transparency? How do we become transparent in what we do? For example, in the UK, you can't move A to B without everyone knowing. But in Nigeria, it's that way. People only find out money is missing after so many years or after it's gone. After the people who have stolen it have actually eaten it. How do you tell the thief to bring back what they've already eaten? You know, so these things go a long way. I don't think that Nigeria is a very difficult or complex country. No, it's not. The only thing that is lacking there is when we bring in IT solutions into this country, a whole lot, all these things we're saying, a whole lot will change. For example, if we say that transparent public affairs, if we say, for example, that everyone in the public office, for you to be a local government chairman, or a governor, or whoever you are, a minister, you would have to you have to have a public profile. Let's assume we had a system from the diaspora community, and we demand that they should be on it. Listen, people, A would join, C may not join, D would join, W would join. Those missing, in no time they will begin to find out that they need to be there as well. By the time we begin to see what they do, we have their public profile, we have their CV. If they need to declare their assets, they declare their assets. And then let's not forget that we have investigative journalists who are actually exposing a whole lot. And in the Western world where we are, there are people you pay to do some investigations for you. How much would it cost us? Let's look at this thing. So there's a whole lot of ways we can actually hold our public officials accountable. We do not have to wait for them to first loot the wealth, loot the money, and then we find out later, and then we're hurting. People are suffering. I was in Nigeria in September last year. I was almost weeping. I was sharing money on the streets. But how many people can you help? How many people can you really help? How many? Would you be able to satisfy them?
Which state did you go to?
I was in Lagos. I was in Lagos.
Wow.
And I didn't go to other states. So you can imagine if you see the level of poverty that's in our country.
Which government did share money? You went to Oshodi?
My brother, I won't go into that details, but it's terrible. If you've been, you have families back home. Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. If you've got families back home, if you tell them, if they tell you things are difficult, brother, people, things are difficult in that country. Things are difficult, but for how long would it be? For how long? We are here, we are comfortable in the diaspora, wherever we find ourselves, we're comfortable. Our family, I have a 15 years old who's never been to Nigeria, and I don't intend to take her to Nigeria because what's there to see? I go there and I show her the video and show her everything she needs to see. Why do I have to take them there? Our children are not going back to that country. Some of us seated here now, you won't even have the zeal to go to Nigeria. So how would you allow your children to go there? So this is where we are. If we don't do something, those of us in the diaspora waiting for people back home. Peter Obi, someone mentioned, was in the diaspora. He went back because he wants to make some changes. He could always stay in the diaspora just like any of us are doing. But until and unless we begin to think implementable solutions, and these things are not difficult, we can convert these problems we're discussing into possible solutions. We can propose these things. We are smart people. Nigerians are smart people. We're doing so well everywhere outside of our country. Why are we not doing so well back home? That's because we have not really taken the bull by the horn. We don't need to worry about this.
About when you talked about transparency, this is one of the things I really feel strongly about, because Nigeria, the level of distrust is out of this world. They distrust their politicians and leaders and tribes, name it. And this is why I propose that we should have one of the most transparent systems in the world. I think Nigeria probably distrusts their politicians and people more than any part of the world, really. And one of the measures I was proposing was that we need to see where our money is at all times. All the government accounts should be able to be seen in real time by top institutions of the country to start off with. So everybody is policing each other, because the more there are people involved in policing each other, the harder it is to bribe. Because if you can bribe one person, bribe two, bribe three, well, you can bribe thousands of people at one go. And
very true.
So the accounts, they should be, every transaction should be flagged and sent to a network that distributes it all over the country, so that people know what the resources, especially EFCC, the police headquarters, Air Force headquarters, all of them. We need to be seen. Let me mute Uzo. I think family, this thing is scripting. So we need to be able to see transactions in real time. And like you said, you don't want stuff to be discovered after the money has been taken and run away with. And for me, the campaign that I was pushing for was a kind of show me our money. We don't, because what gave me that idea was when I hear about some of the projects the NDDC is doing and how they are wasting our resources. NDDC has had a lot of money, but they don't have a lot to show for it. And there was this idea where somebody was talking about NYSC trust fund, or like trust fund to a politician that I don't trust. And then the money, I don't know where it's going to. Nobody who is accounting for who questions this politician, what he does with the money. Another politician. So you need to take that, you need to bring that away from them so that people can see. I was even saying that the public, at least the maybe university level educated people, should be able to subscribe to any official account, like state account or whatever, so that they can be seeing the transaction that is going on. Oh, this is how money the state had. Oh, this is the contract there. Any major stuff, not petty money that are used for transportation and all that stuff. So you can be able to see those things, because if you know what is happening with your money, the incentive to steal goes away. It's like CCTV camera on your money that everybody's watching at the same time. And if you want to stop people from stealing, like I said, I'm very, very keen on this thing. That's why when I talked about the system I'm looking to put together, you have to make the system bulletproof. If Africa is going to move forward, Nigeria is going to move forward. We were talking about it earlier on. We are too diverse.
Extremely.
We are too distrustful. And to get rid of that, you have to have 100% transparency. No hidden agendas. Nothing.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is the enablers of this sort of the enablers of this government, these corrupt officials will defend, will come and defend it or push you and say that's not what we need. That's not the solution. They try to make our problems so complex to the point that you'll be second guessing yourself. Am I crazy? So what solution do you actually? Nothing that you say that's not what we need. That's not what we need. That's not what. No matter what you say. I mean, look. You mentioned NDDC. What happened to that Professor Ponde guy, the one that collapsed?
The one that collapsed, and
they were opening his mouth. Where is he?
Nobody.
What's happened to
They
him?
switched the mic off. Have they on it?
Yeah, that is the same thing. That is the same thing that has happened to everyone else. That's the same thing that has happened to everyone else.
When you talk about
But
accountability,
forefathers, please, I'm
for me,
interested in what you're talking about, because we need to try anyway. Where there's going to be opposition, definitely. But for how long? Our generation is passing by. If we leave this fight for the next generation, they are not going to fight it. If we cannot do it. So
they can't.
Listen, majority will carry the joke. Majority will carry the votes. We're forced to be reckoned with. We in the diaspora, we've got a lot of energy and power. We do. These people, I mean, we can take them to International Court of Justice. We're abroad. So if we bring out the systems, it's not an option. They are supposed to be served. They are public officials supposed to be serving the country. So it's because citizens are actually keeping quiet. But those at home, they may not be able to do so much because the oppression is so much. But we are abroad. We've got so much power. We can begin to convert these issues into solutions, implementable solutions, IT systems. We can begin. There's this young guy in back home who actually does something about follow the money. So that's already in existence. Follow the money. We can partner with these people. We can fund them. We can fund these existing organizations. We can partner with them to make it on a bigger scale. Because we've got it. How much would it cost us? Think about it. How much would it cost us? Our monies, the monies we use abroad here, is way too large compared to what we've got there. So we are not going to spend so much in order to get these solutions. That's why I put it as solution-minded. I believe that sorry, I'm just rounding up, just the last thought. When you have a mountain of solution, if you can solve just 1% of it, it's no longer 100%, it's now 99%.
Facts.
I think do you have the link of the follow the money guys, so that we can highlight some of the things they like to do?
It's Hamza, right? That's Hamza.
That's Hamza. Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
Please, I would want to be more
follow him on
involved in
LinkedIn. He posts more on LinkedIn. If you're on LinkedIn,
this guy already, his organization, they already have a way of following the money.
When you see northerner, when you see a northerner like that, you just like, what's going on?
You see that's gonna Hamza what?
You now see what you're talking about, right?
The guy,
the northerners will do something else.
Yeah, man, he's a northerner with a difference. So I mean, and this is not me following him.
They can key to what we are doing.
Is it Hamza Lawal?
He's the one, that's the young man.
Hamza,
he's doing great.
I can recognize him actually.
We've got so many of the people. But the truth I believe here is that once we can actually speak in one voice, I do not want to know where you come from. because that is something that is dividing us. We don't want to know whether you're outside Igbo or Yoruba. We don't want to know. All we know is that we're Nigerians. We're having the same passport. There's no passport unique to Yorubas, and there's no passport unique to Hausas or Igbos. And these things, we just have to understand that we've got a common goal, and the goal is Nigeria.
Yeah. Thank you. And I really appreciate your point, because I've been going on about this this in transparency aspect, because I know it's an essential ingredient in Nigerians engaging with the state. At least that's my submission when I, because I sometimes, maybe I'm a little bit autistic, I don't know. I do spend some time thinking about these things. And wondering, how do we get around this problem? You have to do a bit of work thinking about these things. Because nobody's teaching you, this world, there's no free lunch out there. They're not going to tell you the truth so you can free yourself. So you have to figure all these ones out. And I looked at Nigeria. Our culture, we say, use your tongue to count the number of teeth in your mouth. And I know our people are highly distrustful of their leaders. And if we try to copy the Europeans, we are always going to be behind. We have to take steps forward and maybe build a system that is even more advanced than theirs. And at the same time, it could be even a weapon against them, because you have to understand, the way this world works is that when you are operating a system that is more advanced, you have an edge over the others, and you could attract people to follow your system. And now you become a leader instead of the follower. And so we have to start having bold ideas that can transform not just our lives, maybe the world itself. You heard what I said earlier on. Our forefathers helped propagate Christianity and Islam on the continent because they saw something in it. And the same thing can happen the other way around. If we have ideas that is worthy of this world, they will copy us. And there's no reason why we can't be more ambitious than they are, because it suits us. We are very diverse. They are not. They may not need to the level of transparency that we need, but we do. And I believe that because whenever I talk to Nigerians, one of the things they tell you is that, you put money in the hand of this politician, God forbid, this, and all that. When you hear that repeatedly, sooner or later, you have to start thinking about how do we get around this circle. Because there's always a solution. You just have to have your mind ready to find it. Just because you have not heard about it before doesn't mean it's not there. And it turns out that it's something relatively simple, basically IoT protocols, and that you can use to send people alerts regarding stuff that is happening in the country in terms of finance. I'm sure anybody that is in the UK that has a mobile phone got an alert today regarding the emergency system that they sent out. I don't know whether they sent it out to any of you there. So they can send alerts to everybody in the country here so that they will know that something is going on within the country. There's no reason why you can't be able to subscribe to your, you look at your governor and you think that guy is acting a little bit dodgy. You go and subscribe to his account to find out what he's doing with your money. And you can be able to know what your state has at every single point in time. You know the amount that the state has in its coffers. And that amount you are seeing, the people that are going to be accountable for it is going to be the bank, not the politicians. So because if the bank lies to you, they will be in trouble. All their money will be in trouble, because if you rely on politicians to share the information to you, they can lie to you. But the banks, because they have a bigger interest, they will not lie to the public about this type of things.
Banks might tell you for confidentiality now, data sharing restriction now, and hide under the guys not to share their data or share any information with you. Because your organization is not legally backed by Nigerian constitution, so they might decide not to share any information with you.
That is when you flag it up. You will flag it up that the people gave permission for it to happen, and it's not that you don't need the constitution. You can pass a law to get those sort of things done.
The bankers, most of them, I'm not going to say most of them, few of them are in cohesion with the politicians, because it will only take an accountant to move significant amount of money without trace.
Eddie, you mean some of them, not few of them, some of them.
Some of them, that's what I mean some of them. A politician cannot move money or hide money without the help of an accountant and an inside man. So these guys are very smart when they try to do these things.
But they can't anymore. That's why
Sorry.
I say you should put it on the banks, because if you put it on individual politicians or an accountant, you can get corruption. But the bank has something at stake, their credibility. If they mess with your money, they pay for it. Just like when people put their money in the account. How many people have the banks seize their money? You can't seize people's money. They have a right to see it, and they have billions already in the account that surpasses whatever the government or state governments puts in the account. So they are credible enough to be able to handle that kind of stuff. If they go wrong, then they pay, because they have reserves on the banks. Always are allowed to have reserves. If somebody steals the money under their watch, they pay for it.
Sorry, let us not be delusional here, because I've dealt with Nigerian banks. I made mistake in transaction. The person didn't get the money. I called them immediately. I called them from United States for over 35 minutes. The chance of calls, at the end of the day, they didn't refund that money. I went back home. I went to the bank, no face. Everybody sounded indifferent. So will you go to court?
Did you get did you send the money to that person and the person didn't get the money?
Yes. But over here, once you put up a call, they'll make sure that that case is resolved.
Yes, I'm surprised that happened in Nigeria, because I've never had that happen to me once. Has anybody else had that kind of problem?
If you take it to court in Nigeria anyway, you win the case.
Fathers, it happened to me while I was a student at Uniport. I paid money into someone's account. I was trying to pay to my account, but the numbers, I put the name complete, but the numbers, I missed the digits. Instead of this guy to cross-check the name with the account number, they went to pay into somebody's, and that I will never forget that my 10K those days in the university. I will never forget that 10K.
Oh boy! So you sent it to the wrong person. Somebody got the money, but just the right person didn't get the money.
Miracle money come from somebody's account.
The purpose I think somebody got the money, the right person didn't get the money. What Augustine said is very interesting. I've never heard of a case where money just disappears into the ether. And the Nigerian banking system, they're quite advanced. They literally interview you face to face. You have video conference with them. The UK, they don't do that. They will interview you and they will ask you what the problem is, and they will help you solve the problem.
How?
So I'm a bit surprised.
They interview you online?
Yeah. When I wanted to reactivate my account in Nigeria, they literally video conference. You have to have video conference with them for them to confirm who you are, and then you go through the paperwork again. They are they do due diligence on this thing. So I'm sorry that happened to you. I don't know how they could have just ignored you. I don't know how that is possible.
They did. They ignored me. Even the airplane I was to fly last 2 years, December, I called them, canceled my flight 2 days to the day. I made all the necessary calls. They said, okay, they are taking percentage to refund the money. They didn't refund that money.
What account are you using? Is it?
I use GTB.
GTB.
Okay. Yeah.
GT. I thought they were good. Now I've never had problem with those people. Though. I don't know what. I don't know what to say to that.
See what I noticed in Nigerian banks. You never have problem until you meet one of their staff that probably is in transition. Doesn't know where to direct things. As for the
but I think that this can be done. You can have specific type of bank. Maybe GT Bank is a little bit low scale. Maybe Zenith Bank or the other.
GT Bank is top. Come on.
It's quite. It should be. But Augustine is maligning their good reputation now.
No. I use no. The only thing.
Guys.
Augustine is saying that they are running away with.
May I interrupt, please?
Guys, can I interrupt?
Yeah, please go ahead.
I want to really say this, all right? Let me take that on my mind. No? All of us here are just talking and smiling and laughing, especially people in Europe, like people in London. For the past how many months I've been on this group, you guys have been here late nights, sleepless nights because of Nigeria, man. It's not easy. So let's this not be a waste. You know? Let's not just come here and laugh. Last week, come out, you'll be here at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. every week. Go out.
That's the early morning.
It's not easy, man. This sacrifice you're doing, it's not easy.
Yeah.
We here, I know how it is for me to be away by 1, go to work again by 6 in the morning. And you guys be here 2, sometimes 3, talking about this Nigeria is going to be good. All right, this is a very big sacrifice. For the past 6 months, this is going on. I let you sacrifice not to be at waste. After all this, keeping vigil, all right, keeping vigil, we didn't achieve anything. And everything will have to let us do it as fast as possible. If it's message, you push it out there. Even though it's not message, you push it out there. Even they like, okay, whatever I want to do, sanitize people, tell people, let's go to the mind of people. Whatever message we are going to push, they push it out there. It must not be physical or they push message from the electronic media. Whatever I want to do it, we can push out 2-3 minutes video of message about Nigeria. Remember years back, NTA, I like where Nigeria is, everything Nigeria. We can push something. People should be thinking about. We don't say all those things anymore. Coming into our, like, you see people talking good about Nigeria or something that's going to benefit everybody. Like vitamin A, na good food, vitamin A, na good chop. Years back, vitamin A, like but eat or go eat this, eat this. 90s, vitamin A, but vitamin A for your sight. Or Papa give you a little child vitamin A. Something like that. We can put something message, something people can.
You see that he remembers. He remembers because he used to hear it. And these are what things are good. It's a good message to be getting out there.
Twice a week, saying a week like this, man.
Something is going to come of it. Something is going to come of it. And I think sometimes when we do this about things, and sometimes even a catalytic, an event can occur that even charges the movement up, even for that to make a change. But it's always good to move, and sometimes you can smile about this thing because you don't want to come across as being like you are going on some kind of suicide mission, and so you want to be feel easy that you're coming to discuss with fellow Nigerians about this thing. So solution minded, you wanted to say something. Sorry about that.
Yes, thank you very much again for the opportunity to speak again. You see, like you said, also, it's important that we are able to convert these sleepless nights and these times we spend talking about the issues. It's important that we're able to convert them into some way of trying to solve the problems, because I don't think any of us here or those of us participating, I don't think there's any of us that is unaware of the issues we've got back home. We may not know it 100%, but we know some of us, you must know in parts, or you know it all. So it's not new to us. So since we are conversant with these problems, then it would be nice if we begin to brainstorm towards what do we do. For example, now, forefather, what you've said about follow the money, we already have a solution on ground. So it's just a way of reaching this young man and see how we can partner with him and see how we can move it forward in that area. The other system you talked about, please, I would love to connect with you because these things are things we can do. I'm an IT person, and there's a whole lot we can do. There's just a whole lot. But do you understand that if we can actually begin to pinpoint and begin to create these solutions, it may not be accepted by the current government, but one day, at least we have them. A prepared person is always better than a preparing person. So we don't necessarily have to wait until we get good government that we may think, or people that will lead us, that will listen to us and listen to our yearnings. We do not have to wait. If we wait for the next 2 years, for example, for a leader, or maybe 1 year, for a leader who would actually empathize with our concerns, at that time, we then begin the solution. That means it will then take us, if it's going to take us 1 year, that's another 2 years before we get to the point where we begin to solve the problem. But if we begin to actually brainstorm and think of how do we do these things from now in preparation, the good book says faith. If you have faith without works, is dead. So we must have corresponding action to what we are thinking, the substance of what we're hoping for. We must begin to prepare for it, you see. And that's where I really would love, where we see like-minded people. It's not easy to gather people like us in one platform like this, but look at what technology has done for us. So we do not need to go looking for like-minded people. Look at all of us right here. So but can we then apply our minds to think in a bid of providing, or in a bid of looking for possible solutions? If you don't, there is no idea that is messed up. Even if it's not good enough, we're all here. We can patch it and we can make it better. We can add to it. We can remove from it, but we will grow it anyway. We
Yeah.
will grow it. So please, it would be nice if we actually take out some part of the session to actually brainstorm. Okay, what's the problem we are having? How do we solve it? If we don't know how to solve it, let's look for people that can help us solve it. If we can do these things, we can fund these projects. We can come up with these things as projects. What are the problems we have in the country? How can we solve them?
Yeah.
This whole thing. That's the way we can change that country. If we don't do it, there's no hope for that country.
Yeah, I think I like the way you are approaching this, because you sound like somebody that wants results. And yeah, because results are quite important. I think we were even discussing that recently. That is a good way to approach it. And like you said, this gentleman handling this stuff in Nigeria, we probably need to work with him and liaise with him and see what we can do to extend, amplify whatever he's doing, because these things are very, very important. They are going to be the foundation. People worry too much about, we talk about foundation in constitution and all the rest of it, but these simple things, transparency. Why transparency is so powerful? It transfers power to the people, because now they see what is happening clearly. And any politician that wants to steal, they will be thinking, before I move the money from this account to this account, my next door neighbor will be asking me, what did I just do? And stuff like that. So they will know, people know what they are doing. And it sounds simple. If you look at this is Switzerland, one of the things they did, that democracy, we have some things to learn from it, is to give the people so much power. The people can propose laws. The people can propose to remove laws. They just need signatories. Then they go and debate it in the house of whatever they call their assembly, and they vote on it to see whether they can change stuff. Can you imagine those people, they want to remove their MP, whether they cannot? Because they are involved, they are being consulted. The only time we are consulted is when they want to bribe us to go and vote for them. They're not consult us on anything. So, and those sort of things, we need to start. When people say they want regional government, I think bring the government to the people. The people need to take over their government. That is what in the context of Africa, we are too diverse. We are too diverse, and nothing short of the ultimate form of democracy will do, or ultimate form of tyranny will do. Those two, because we are the most diverse group on earth. So you always have one extreme. Either you have to be governed with ultimate tyranny or ultimate democracy. This halfway house that we are doing is not going to work. This is why we always have problems. This halfway house we are doing with transparency is not going to work. Either total darkness, secrecy, or total transparency. You either have one way or the other, because the middle ground is what leads to all this argument, because we don't trust each other as much. So let me go to the all the guys are. Eddie, you want to say something? Loco, Uzo, before I let
I have a small thing to say. Just Eddie, I sent you those links.
Yeah, I'm going through them.
I've seen most of them, but I logged out. So the last three you sent, I couldn't.
Okay. I can package them again and send it to you. So
please.
I think the culmination of everything is that professor's the great courses. I think you should check them out. It will explain, communism. Socialism first, build on socialism first, and how, according to the writings of Marx and Frederick, they saw communism as defined as a promotion. But what it later became, what we now understand as communism, which is just a very totalitarian kind of, not allowing the masses to get rich or restricting wealth distribution for the proletariat, which was the initial idea. But so you can go.
Why is it that people that want to know about government always go to Marxism and all the rest of it? But there must be writings of capitalist and democratic systems too.
Okay, so Marxism, you have to go. Marxism is like, so 12 democracy started 1215 when King George and the barons kind of had to share that power, right? And then the next iteration of it was Oliver Cromwell, creation of the Houses of Commons. Then now you now have the French Revolution in 1789. Then what came out of the French Revolution is what inspired Marxists to now put a framework together for the common man, which he defined as the proletariat.
Did Commonwealth happen before the French Revolution? Just
Yes,
I'm not,
see, that's 17th
that's
century.
interesting.
Now.
That's quite
17th
interesting.
century, yeah. So before the Great Fire of London, which is 1666, Cromwell was already Lord Protector. So, where was I? So the offshoot of the offshoot of the French Revolution led Marx to kind of, and Marx was a troublemaker generally. So, but there's a background story to it. Just watch the great courses. I've never seen anything as good as it that summarizes everything. So Marx kind of looked at a way of making a framework of how an economic system should cater for the proletariat, and so that wealth distribution will be round. Then communism, as espoused in that course, you see that communism, its initial intentions were very, very, very good. It was seen as a gradual graduation of when socialism has been practiced properly, then communism was going to be a promotion. But now, to be fair, what we now know as communism it hasn't worked, So it's been a mess. It's been a total kind of.
I think in the end, what we find that works with societies is a mixture of both. And all the so-called capitalist system have socialist element or communist element, however you want to describe it. Where government in the America now, the government can just come and confiscate your business, your entire business, if they want to. That's a communist tendency, but they don't do it because they don't need to do it. And the military is basically a socialist system. In other words, people band together to pay money for a common cause. That is solidarity. That's solidarity. So there's always elements of, and that's why I don't subscribe to some of all these systems. I just subscribe to what works.
I think what you've espoused is more of a centrist idea, where we have to acknowledge
a bit of everything.
Exactly, capitalism has its advantages if practiced properly. To me, I think capitalism is the right way, because capitalism, you have to understand that we all have unique talents. And if our unique, if, say, for example, forefathers, you come up with an ingenious idea, you should be rewarded for it. Right? But the part of capitalism which has to do with allowing lobbies and allowing quantitativism, something like that. Quantitativism is just a sophisticated word for printing money. Right? Doing all those kind of cheats so you can pay off fat ass
and giving to rich people.
Exactly.
That's even worse. You print the money and then give it to rich people.
So if capitalism would be ideal if it was capitalism that was able to punish you when you slack. You see? So if, let's say, for example, you mess up, you don't manage your resources well, and you get the punishment for it, capitalism is ideal, in my humble opinion.
Yes.
You understand? So that way, and capitalism also allows a son of a nobody to become the son of a to make it.
That is when it is working normally. But the problem is that the moment human beings get involved in any of these systems, they just put a crank in the machine.
Yeah.
Now they refuse to pay their taxes. When they are supposed to fail as a business, they expect the poor to come and bail them out, which is a form of socialism for the rich, capitalism for the poor. And the human beings corrupt all systems. And what I find with if you want to deal with some of all these things, that's why they put systems in place in terms of they try to mitigate it with all this anti-corruption system that they have in the West. And maybe in the end, these type of things will be done by even non-humans, like AI systems can be responsible for, because I think in the UK now they're already using AI system to pass some judgments, court judgments in the UK. So because those ones are dispassionate, they don't care. All they care about is evidence.
In China, there's a CEO, there's a company that has an AI CEO.
Okay, that's
right now, and it's working.
You know what? It might actually work. It's
using
he doesn't have a girlfriend. He doesn't have anybody that's going to blackmail it.
Yogi from Untapped Capital. He's using his baby AGI.
Don't worry. That's the perfect CEO.
Nigeria is getting there. We're still debating if our Senate president should be Igbo or Hausa, if it's Christian or Muslim. We'll get there one day. Leave us alone. No, don't rush us. Don't rush us. Senate president will balance it.
Please, I seek permission to leave the studio now.
All right.
Yeah,
I'll
thank you
be
for
Solution,
coming.
solution
I think
minded. It's been a pleasure having you.
I hope
yeah,
that we would. I hope that we would be able to see how we can begin to have the kind of diaspora, like we're doing, solution hub, where we can actually begin to see how we can work together, because it's the unity we're looking for in Nigeria has to start from here. If we're able
okay.
to unite, my mother would say, if we stand in one place, all of us together, and face the floor to urinate, it will form more than if one individual is doing it. You know, so
That is some
it
hardcore proverb there.
it is actually,
No,
that
it's an
means
Igbo
that
proverb.
unity,
Wow.
unity,
It's an
unity.
Igbo proverb.
It means that if we can build this bond, if we can begin to build this bond,
Yeah.
then before we know what's happening, we'll begin to attract like minds, those of us that want to see a change in our generation. But let's remember, our time is passing.
Yeah, you know why I like this guy. No wonder they call him my clone. Although I will not go to international court, but you have this sense of urgency about you, and I like that. And it's good that we have a sense of urgency about fixing things.
I would like to
It's
hear
very
his view
vital.
on military strength, though. But maybe he has to go. So that
No,
we
it's
can
not interesting. It's not.
I
I don't think.
and say this is
I don't think it's.
Well,
No, so
I could contribute. I could contribute, but
I think the way it's going to work is
I
the
could
left side of the
contribute.
clone will deal with security and defense. The right side will
I
deal with
could.
IT.
Yeah, I
Come
could
on, if you don't
contribute.
cover the dead, then it's only a mother that give you such. Only a mother will give you that.
Well, I don't know if it's there anyway, but yeah, I wouldn't want to disclose wherever I come from, but I could contribute in every other places, but I'm not a fan. I don't really do so well in just talking about the problem. I think I understand it to a large extent, and my passion is to how can I solve? What can I do? If I can solve 1%, I've done something. It's better than not doing anything at all. You see, so
that's good,
brothers. Thank you very much again. I'll be
always looking forward to meeting you again. Yeah, come back and we'll have more.
We are here twice a week.
We enjoyed it.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you so much, and
thank
speak
you.
to you again soon.
Well done. Yeah.
So, like we were saying, I think capitalism is the right way. If only
because you're making a lot of money. You're a big boy now.
There you go. Why else?
Don't mind him. He hasn't learned any lessons yet. Capitalism is the right way. Capitalism is the right way when you have.
No, I think capitalism is the way that allows it allows a rise and a fall. And if only it will allow the big shots when they mess up that they get punished for it. Capitalism is the best way.
But the others allow it too.
Socialism, socialism indirectly espouses or directs you towards being comfortable, not taking risks. So,
it's a non-state.
I'm not sure. I need not the first to go into space.
If you start as a carpenter, for example, in a socialist setting, there is no roadmap for you to advance and become an entrepreneur. Whereas carpentry, as we understand it, it's an entrepreneurial area, or if you are an artist, somebody that carves this thing, you should one day aspire to own your own art gallery. You know what I mean? So, but if you're in a capitalist setup would indirectly introduce you into borrowing money to fund your business, to fund your endeavor, take risks, do things like that. But in a socialist setup, you'll be like, no, everything is set for you. Right?
I'm not sure that is the case. See, I think maybe what you are gathering from there is that if a system starts saying everything is set for you, then the system has become corrupt. I don't think any socialist system will advocate that.
I said corrupt. I'm only saying that if you study implementations or pseudo implementations of socialism, it's not that it doesn't explicitly say that you are restrained, but the way the triangular lifestyle it imprisons you into, would indirectly suggest to you that, there's a certain limit to your capabilities. It's not espoused by Marx. Wait. This is not directly espoused by Marx. But if you look at climes where, say, for example, Cuba, where the Che Guevara was involved in making, and that's part of the links I shared there. The Netflix, Cuba and the photographer. Go through it and see, especially when those nightclubs guys and everything were trying to go against the mold and everything. You kind of understand, you kind of see how Cuba has come into where it is. Where when you meet a Cuban, if you've met a Cuban, I've been open to meet a Cuban, they have malts. And I was there trying to buy Nigerian malt, normal Nigerian malt. And then there's a Cuban tiger, they call it tiger malt, right? The way this guy was talking about it, you could tell it was from a real, worker's way. The words he was using to sell something to me, you could tell that he was always talking about how it related to his work. If you look at their doctors, if you look at everything, so they are kind of socialism does that unconsciously. It prisons people, but capitalism allows you to have wings. And
what do you mean? How do you mean somebody talking about his work is an issue? I don't understand.
A product from his country, a bottle of malt that's Cuban, and the way he was selling it to me, the terms he was using.
Then give us an example, because
he was saying in my country, it's only when you leave work at 4 o'clock, you sit down with your family, you have this, you replenish and everything. Whereas, if you are in a capitalistic mindset, you will look at it from the perspective of, these are the vitamins, or these are the advantages, or whatever. You try and market it to me, but he was
he's
selling a culture
synonymous with luxury.
So
are you saying that it was synonymous with luxury, like the malt drink?
Luxury, but the way he was selling it with its lifestyle.
Yeah, he's selling the culture to you, while the other person is selling the benefits of that particular
coincidentally,
drink.
this was like 2 weeks or some weeks,
which is what he's doing, but he's doing it in a different way.
Cuba and the photographer documentary. So I was really like, hang on, isn't this very similar to what I saw? The way that they try and control the environment to just make people only see.
But I don't see.
I think it's a bit of extreme.
I think it's not fair. I think what you are doing there, you are using your own Western way. I just say it's not fair. I didn't say you are wrong.
No. I'm only espousing an idea. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm saying what I'm saying. I know what I'm saying. I'm only just.
Let me ask a question.
Expressing how I felt, how it came across to me.
Mr. Scribe,
go ahead.
Let me ask a question. You see, the world currently now, the economic war going on is between the how will I say, the West and the, so I'll just use China and what they call China, Iran, Russia. and Russia. And if you look at the system, I don't know what system we'll say China uses. It's not
socialists.
What about Russia? Because if you see, they are towing the same line, like almost totalitarian, communist. Okay, they say Russia is communist. No, China is communist. But these guys, in a matter of years, they've taken themselves from begging for aid from the West to almost world
dominance.
World dominance.
So
do you think, would you say, because the system in Cuba, the capitalist system in the
socialist or communist
system in Cuba wasn't that successful, would you say China or Russia, that has been sending missions to Mars, they as well isn't successful?
I know where your question is coming from. Remember, please be conscious to understand that I was talking about my personal preference. But now let me take away my personal preference and analyze it objectively. Now in Cuba has been able to produce the best doctors in the world, right? There are advantages. Like you've said, I agree with everything you said. There are advantages. I'm only talking from now. When I say it, I do agree that I put myself a little bit in the way of your question. Now, as long as a system, when Chairman Mao in 1980 looked at everything that they did, he decided to remove the communist aspect and allow free enterprise to an extent, so that way they will compete with America, right? That was one of the things that Chairman Mao did. Now, when you look at Russia, with the fall of the Soviet, with the wall of Berlin and all those things that happened, right? When was it Boris Yeltsin, right?
Yes,
Boris Yeltsin came in, and that's when you had the likes of Abramovich. They were allocated with all those oil blocks and all those things. They opened up a little bit to this thing. So now, in an economic sense, these are not pure socialist environments. They are more centrist, but with a lot of governments or totalitarian, saying, okay, say for example in China, when Alibaba guy Jack Ma was trying to overdo Chairman, the CCP,
they put him in his place.
Yeah. So it's more of a centrist but totalitarian, unseen hand or dictatorship. That's in my limited view of what I need. That is it. So, but I'm trying to separate what my personal ideal is and what you said. So, in terms of agreeing with you, I do agree with you 100%. But I'm only espousing the fact that from an angle of somebody who my life's journey or my own experiences and my own biases, I think capitalism done right is a more democratic way, in my own opinion, because people have talents. People also have to be able to come to the world and fulfill and live to the fullest of their life's potential. Under a socialist system, as we have seen with all these examples, you can see that it allows too much government thing, but in a proper capitalist way that is devoid of lobbying, that is devoid of quantitativism, that is devoid of that, it allows that when the businessman fails, he gets punished. He gets punished, or at least the government will come in and say, okay, fine. Okay, after you come out of this bankruptcy, now come and see us. We can borrow you money or we can give you one assistance program, right? Not, oh, you have failed. Let's try and cover it up. Now, if capitalism is that way, in my humble opinion, I feel is the best, and it will be the best that would help a democratic setup based on the failings. Please be very. I have to be very based on what we've seen as it. Now, I do have a little part of me that does believe that socialism, in a very, I would say, devoid of human beings, it can still work and it can still allow. You can see, Baba. Okay, I'll just.
I think what you are saying. I think what you are saying. You're not looking at.
No, that's a rabbit hole, I admit.
One of the outright benefits of. Sorry, Judy, I will let you say all you have to say. Sorry, but I know you've been very patient with us today. See, one of the most benefits of socialism that you didn't highlight is the incentive for a lot of crimes that will vanish instantly, and the incentive of a lot of vices, kidnapping, prostitution, all that stuff, through the window, all gone.
Wait. But you forget one part that I mentioned there. Crime only comes as a result of imbalance that is created through all these quantitativisms and all this compensation of banks and unfair treatment that isn't balancing off, that is cheating, that is only.
Yeah, but what the socialism that you are reading is also based on imperfections of socialism.
When it comes to fiscal policies that you create or legislation that you create only to favor the rich, then
I wish I could speak a lot of grammar like you both. See, what you get is
I like your don't mind us with our English.
Whichever government is employing either of the two. The unfortunate thing is they give you the extreme. When you have capitalism, in most cases you get the extreme, and that's why you have the big banks fail. They will be reckless in their spending and in their living, and they will crash, and they would use the taxpayers' money to build them out. That's the extreme, and that's what you get.
And that's not capitalism. That's actually socialism for the rich.
Yeah, but they said it as capitalism. That's
because you're bailing them out. Capitalism, you are supposed to allow you to fail.
But these are the capitalists bailing themselves out. The people that are being bailed out and the people bailing them out would tout themselves as capitalists.
That see, scribe. That's the poor you are saying there. They
I'm
should be
sharing
allowed to
another
aspire to
course.
their
I'm
extreme
sharing another
when
course
they are
from
busy
some
bailing
great
out the
course
rich.
that directly. Please let's go and watch it. I advise you guys from greatcourses.com. Capitalism versus socialism. It addresses this. You know, I'm not good like these guys to give you word for word these ideas, but please watch it or read the accompanying book, and then you can form your ideas. You can kind of see where I'm coming from. You may disagree or not. I
It's a long time I've disabused myself of listening to these different ideas. You see, what they do is they bring two similar ideas that are supposed to coexist and separate them and tell you. It's like saying choose between water and fire. It depends on what you do with each of them. They can kill, and at the same time they can also save lives. You have to look at your problem. Don't look at it from the point of view of capitalism or socialism. Look at what works for you. And I think, I've engaged in UK politics. I've been listening to them for a long time to know enough to know that both sides work. In Scandinavia, they operate both systems, and they are some of the best places in the world to live in. So we have to know what suits us and go towards it, and not worry about. So let me let Jude go. Sorry, you have been very patient. Jude, you don't have any timeline. If you like, talk till tomorrow. All of them can live here if they want to. You have been very patient with us.
Fafada, sorry, before I forget, sorry. Where are you
How is
from?
everybody doing?
I'm from Nigeria.
What region? What state? What
Nigeria.
No.
He's mentioned this before now. I don't know why people keep asking. He said it a few times. Why do people keep
from
asking?
Nigeria.
I'm not aware.
Don't let me say where he's from then, because he said it on this platform a few times.
I'm from different parts. You see that they say I look like the Igbo guy that just came just. I could be Igbo. You don't know. I could be Yoruba. I could be anybody. And the truth is, I'm all of them.
He doesn't want to declare his identity. Anyway.
Because I don't want to be pigeonholed when I'm talking. I just want to be talking as a free Nigerian.
I'm just curious. My own
guys,
at least I'm from the south. Let's put it that way. And the truth is, that's the truth. I'm from everywhere. I'm linked to all of them.
I'm linked to everybody too. I'm linked to Osho. I'm linked to Goga Junior.
Exactly. So that's what we all are.
Where are you from? Trust
I'm a city boy. I don't subscribe to calling myself anything. I'm a city boy. I'm a city boy, man. I was in Lagos. I was in PH.
You're sharing him with our president elect. Jude, please have the floor, I beg.
Okay, please, I wanted to ask. Hi guys, hello everybody.
Hello.
Was anybody I'm sorry, I'm going to talk not related to the global, the capitalism or anything. I'm talking about something back home that has been personally have been troubling for me. Did anybody hear any update or any news again about the greatest seizure by NDLA that happened in September last year, 19th of September last year? Anybody heard about the cocaine seizure in Lagos?
So let me tell you what I know about the cocaine seizure. The little I know, maybe events have happened since. What I know, around the 18th of September, there was the biggest cocaine bust in Ikorodu in Nigeria. It was in Ikorodu. 19th, total value 194 billion naira thereabout. So that happened on the 19th. Yes, but that's the biggest in Nigeria. So 194 billion naira. Wait, now Marwa didn't discover it. NDLEA discovered it. Marwa didn't go there. So Marwa's name will come in on the 25th of September, just about 6 days later. The president elect, well, he wasn't president elect at the time. He visited Marwa as part of his consultation campaign and all of that. So Tinubu visited Marwa. It was not hidden. It was publicized. There were pictures and everything. A day after that, NDLEA said they burnt most of the cocaine in open fire. It was like a bonfire. They were throwing sticks of fire and it was like a show of shame, some nonsense charade. They said they burnt most of it and they kept a little as evidence and sample, for all of that. But nobody has had anything. Nobody has been tried, not that I know of. It's almost like the case is just one of the men in Nigeria that's dead. So people are now linking it to say, we found drugs. Tinubu visited the NDLEA boss, Marwa, who handed over to him in 1999 in Lagos. And the next day, they said they burnt it. And we've not had anything since. So that's the link people are making.
Okay, let me tell us a little more about that. You see, the reason why I brought up this is that I haven't seen, even in the main media in Nigeria and other platforms, other social media platforms, I haven't seen where people are really talking about. These are supposed to be some of the most sensitive issues Nigerians should talk about, beside the election. But they swept this, the crime of this magnitude under the carpet, and everybody move on as if nothing has happened. To me, it is, I don't know, it further speaks about the kind of society and country we have. Now, this is the update about this issue. By the way, the amount of cocaine that was found was 1.855 tons of cocaine. What? About $195 billion.
Naira.
According to the estimate, it's
Naira.
Billion naira, I mean.
It's gonna be naira.
Billion naira.
$278 million.
Otherwise, I would say Nigeria should just keep the drugs if it was billions.
Okay, now look at this. This thing happened. This thing happened under the same president. Under the same president that executed 3 Nigerian young men that were just a minute compared to this magnitude, compared to what a few kilograms of cocaine, and this wicked terrorist man called Buhari executed them. And one of the brothers of that people that were executed was
Nkemowo.
Okay, Nkemowo. Okay. Now, this same man that executed 3 Nigerian children that were found in Mota Mohammed Airport trying to smuggle out a few kilograms of cocaine. This same man is still a president today. That 1.855 tons of heroin was busted under his administration by the leadership of Buba Marwa. And then after it was discovered, they arrested people. I'm sure many of us saw those people they paraded. Of course, those are not the people that owns those. And I'm sure all of us here will also attest to the fact that not ordinary Lagosian that is doing his business could own such a magnitude of cocaine. You and I that. Now,
that's for the big boys.
Immediately after that, Tinubu visited Marwa. Marwa is the current NDA. What is it called?
NDLEA.
A boss, right?
NDLEA boss.
Yeah, Tinubu visited him. And then after that, immediately after that visit, a few days, I think 1 or 2 days after, the part of it, just like Show has rightly said, were burnt in the open. I even have the video of the burning. Okay, was burnt.
They didn't burn any cocaine there.
They were just probably a public show. Okay, only God knows whether they have not returned it to the owner to continue his business. Now look at this again. To the Friday Vanguard listed the names of announced the 14 people that were appointed in the transition committee of the so-called INEC select president, right? And in this INEC select president, Marwa's daughter is one of them. Does anybody smell a fish? Does anybody smell a rat?
It's a rotten fish.
Okay. Now, since after that incident, everything had been swept under the carpet. Now, what kind of society are we? That if it were to be an ordinary individual, or that if not for somebody in the higher up that was caught with this cocaine, don't you and I wouldn't they have been prosecuting the person under the glare of every Nigeria, and they will be beating their chest that we as a country, we cannot tolerate this, and make the whole world see that they are fighting against drug business in Nigeria. You see, but what has happened? Look at the kind of country we are. And this is a country, this is the same man now that they want to hand Nigeria over to. You and I can agree, I don't know, there's nowhere that they can trace this cocaine not to be from Bola Tinubu, Ahmed Bola Tinubu. I can categorically say that. If anybody want to disprove me, if they want, whoever that they're supporting them, let them come and prove it wrong. There is no Bola Tinubu that is responsible for that cocaine. There is nobody in Nigeria that in Lagos, because this thing was found in Lagos, there's nobody in Lagos that could own such magnitude of cocaine ever busted by the Drug Law Enforcement Agency in Nigeria. There's nobody else other than somebody of that powerful, of such a powerful entity in Nigeria that could have happened, that this thing would have not been, that this thing could be swept under the carpet. And everybody kept quiet. The social Arise channel, all the TV medias in Nigeria, everybody just kept mute. I don't know what kind of country are we, what exactly is this called, is this Nigeria called? This entity called Nigeria. What kind of future are we? I don't know. Because any of us, almost all of us here are in Western world. Can this thing happen in any of the country you are, and it will be treated like this? Certainly no. It can't. It can't. Look at how they have the same president that executed 3 people. Now has not even nobody even heard anything, any comment from Buhari about this. Did anybody heard any comment about Buhari about this? The NDA chairman, Buba Marwa, has he ever come out to talk about this and then to tell Nigeria what they have done? Okay, those people in the court right there, okay, who could have given them that this is the owner of this, of course they will know the owner. There's no way. But those people now, have they prosecuted them? Did anybody know whether they have been prosecuted? Even if they are prosecuted, they are just innocent. They are just, yeah, well, they will still prosecute them.
Yes, Abakari. Yes,
illegal substances. But who is it that owns them? Who is it that owns the products?
But Mr. Jude.
It's their job.
Mr. Jude.
Yes.
Yeah, that pointing accusing finger. Is he only a cocaine heroin godfather you have in Lagos? It's not. There are so many guys that run that show from South Africa all the way to Cuba to Colombia to Lagos. Not you're pointing finger.
We are talking about the one that was found. Those ones we are talking about have they been found? We are talking about the one that was found and the way it went underground, the way they swept it under the carpet.
Something of that magnitude. It must be anybody, can be anybody.
No. What you trying to say is because it happened and somebody who has maybe history with drug, alleged history with drug, went to visit the boss. You understand? If Tinubu hadn't gone there, it would have been okay. It can be anybody.
He went to visit the boss and few days.
Buba Marwa handed over to Tinubu.
Exactly. He handed over to Tinubu. So that report has been there.
Let's not go there.
Okay. Who is it that owns those drugs? 1.8 tons cocaine. Who is it that owns it? Is it a spirit?
Go and ask NDLEA. There are so many drug dealers in Nigeria, even from the southeast in South Africa, that have taken that money.
Up to today also, Abakiari.
Alaba is a small boy now. He's a small boy. He's just selling by the street. We are talking people that move large quantities. Abakari is just selling some little ones.
No, I'm just saying, even that one, he's okay. The one that he was busted, trying to say up to today, that case have been swept under the carpet as well. But if it is ordinary young man that is trying to, whatever hustle, that person would have been prosecuted, arrested, and jailed. And the whole Nigeria will see, they will parade him before the whole Nigeria. What kind of country are we? Is this not a banana republic?
They are selective in serving justice. They are very selective. So look at this guy, the guy with the mental health issue, allegedly, the guy that they've said is obedient, that was trying to stop the plane and hijack the plane. He's been to court already, but the Adamawa wreck is missing.
Yeah,
you understand? You can see the difference. When they want to be swift with their judgment, they can. Nnamdi Kanu was picked up from Kenya, from where was picked up. You know, the US wanted to extradite Abba Kyari, but for some reason, it's still in Nigeria. So the Nigerian government they don't help. They don't help. It's very difficult to defend them, and that's why you have to give credit to the people who come on different social media platforms to defend them. So this drug bust that you talked about in Ikorodu. So when you say, I agree that the mainstream media are not talking about it, but a lot of people on Twitter, it's like it's everyday discussion. People put the dot from the day it was discovered to the day the person people suspect owns it. Might be wrong, but he visited the NDLA boss. People link the dots. The minute you tweet it the minute you put it out on Twitter, you know what the defenders do? They tag the local police, DSS. They are so quick to tag DSS. The minute you tweet it, they will tag DSS. Oh, DSS, come and look at Jude. He has information for you. They don't want anybody to talk. Honestly, that is what happens on Twitter. I'm telling you for fact. Really? Go on Twitter. Oh no, honestly, go on Twitter. Just you see that topic. Anytime anybody mentions it and sort of links it, they just tag DSS. Come and see what Jude is saying. Jude has information for you. Because they know that the chances are high that if Jude is a high-profile journalist or somebody who's famous on Twitter, DSS will actually come and pick you up and say, come and give us more information. You seem to know something. Because they've reduced the DSS to their own personal police force. You understand? So they tag DSS. Honestly, so if the mainstream media are saying that, I mean, what did this guy say? The VP to Peter Obi.
That's
what did he say? That Osinbajo didn't say twice as worse in 2015 when Osinbajo said we'll form a parallel government. He said he said we'll form a parallel government if we feel
that was worse actually.
Exactly. Dino Melaye, when Dino Melaye was in APC, or not Dino Melaye, this one that knows just about food, when he was in PDP, he advised Atiku to form a parallel government and shut down the government because he felt that they cheated Atiku in 2019. All these people said worse, but my guy from LP went on channels and said, if you hand over to somebody that we feel that has not satisfied the requirement as per the constitution, you've ended democracy. It's as bad as bringing in military. They find channels. Channels was fined 5 million naira because APC campaign team were the ones that they complained to NBC, and NBC fined channels.
But you have to give it to El-Rufai though. That guy can say all kinds of things and still walk free.
Do you understand?
The guy is
because he's true. He's speaking the truth.
It is government.
He has been receiving data. So many data.
The commander in chief.
You're talking about not Rufai of channel, not Rufai of Arise. You're talking about
El-Rufai, the governor.
The Kaduna midget.
Yeah, that El-Rufai, yeah.
So this is one of the reasons why the mainstream media like Arise. I mean, you don't expect things like that from channels or NTA or TVC, but Arise will probably have picked it up. But they'll be thinking, how much fine would we even be suspended by making such insinuations? They can sue them.
Yeah,
they can.
No. I expect Channel TV.
What channel?
AIT.
Please, no. Forget those ones.
Arise are the only ones that say something. NBC is a very gentleman. He doesn't interfere. Let him say something so that Judy can carry on.
Yeah, 1 second. This something purpose. Okay.
You guys have been talking about the drug-related issues with Tinubu. My concern is that the mainstream media can't do much. One is that some of their owners are in bed with this.
Are the same people. They're the same people.
That is one. Then those who are trying to be objective, like Arise, they are afraid of what, like Shu said,
stifling them.
Like he said, that he didn't say that he didn't invite the military. He just said that if they sworn Tinubu in, having not met the constitutionally provided.
That is as bad as swearing the military.
It means that nobody nobody's practicing democracy again. That means democracy is no longer being
we have to be careful about
and which is 100% correct.
Hold on. Hold on. Jude, let's not go too far. Because we have not caught Tinubu with drugs before. So make we be careful with the kind of accusation we are laying on him here.
Who owns the drugs?
Jude, you carry rumor, When you carry rumor, I'm scared of you.
This is not rumor.
Where is the evidence? You can't just say Tinubu is associated with drugs. You have not caught him trading drugs before.
Listen, forefather, if at night, if my brother, 1 second, okay, please. Forefather, if at night, in your house, somebody, a witch cried in your house,
God.
and the following morning, your child died.
Jude is going to kill us with all this.
A witch died in your house at night, and in the morning, your child died. What would you say?
Maybe the child had malaria or something. Let's not start blaming anything. Come on, man. Stop doing that. This is serious though. We shouldn't see. Unless this is quite serious because I saw a video online the other day. Hold on, stop it. I don't see. You have to be fair to people because you really don't know the truth sometimes. Like some people said, Boo Boo, according to Mama H.O., is dead, and they call him Jibril and all that. He's still here, so we have to be careful. Some of all these things. We don't know the real truth. You've not stood one-on-one with Tinubu before. You don't really know.
Can you not tell us who owns the drug? Maybe you have something. You know something.
Did they find drug with him?
Please, can you tell us?
Mr. Jude,
Why did you have to visit Marwa immediately after the drugs?
If I learn something from the all right, if I learn something from
the way you carry information, you just links things up, whether there is evidence or not, you just links them up.
In his transition cabinet.
It doesn't matter. That's a planning committee. That's a planning committee. I have to say something. If I let him for this show, from the when you speak, when you bring information for him, he asks you, how do you get it? Do you confirm it? Don't say he wants to confirm. All right. So don't come here and tell all the Tinubu that owns it. Why he didn't even know. He didn't even confirm. So what I would say is it's not fair and it's not safe to say Tinubu owns it. But you cannot run. Wait. But you cannot run away from the dots connecting. I can't say Tinubu owns drugs because there's no proof. But what we're saying is, a lot of people are saying is, there are court papers in the US where you live that Tinubu had proceeds from narcotic stealings in his accounts. Court papers, legit, right? That's established. Now, the same Tinubu that has that past with this Guinean link, Guinea being the hub of cocaine in Africa, he has links to that place.
Not Guinea. I think
Guinea Conakry. Guinea Conakry.
Guinea Conakry is also okay.
Yes. So the Malian. So he has this link, right? It's not denied. Nobody is denying that. They're giving him whatever passport, their presidential chopper. So there's that link, right? And drug was found in Lagos. It's not drugs that small boys would push. And it doesn't have to be Tinubu. It could be any other big boy that nobody knows about.
Yeah.
Now, what people are now saying is how convenient that they found this drug in Lagos on the 19th of September. Tinubu visited Marwa on the 25th of September. But 6 days later.
Oh my God.
And a day after the visit. No, wait. Uzo, wait. Are you disputing any of these things? Or are you just saying
No. I'm just looking at
not you, Uzo.
No. Listen.
Was found in Guinea just this month.
Yes. So
they said
they bought this drug.
There's not any proof that he went to Guinea to push a drug.
Have I said did I say Tinubu is the owner? Did I say Tinubu is the owner? No, wait. Did I say Tinubu is the owner?
No, you didn't.
I started by saying there's no proof. But I'm saying to you that if you look at the dots, a lot of people will say it's connecting. But there's no proof. And that's why I would never say Tinubu owns it. I won't. Because
one thing more. And you know one of that proof that
if someone, excuse me, in United States, right? In United States, if somebody is registered as a sex offender in a particular, and that person is in a particular area, suddenly somebody gets raped, and they're looking for that person. Who are they going to suspect first and go for first?
They'll call you first.
Is it not a sex offender?
Jude, you may be onto something.
Who has
Tinubu registered as a drug trafficker?
Please, let's not compare. He's a prime suspect. Tinubu is a prime suspect.
Okay, good. That's a good one to use. You can call him a suspect. They don't make it look like he's concluded. And I think what I can add to what I agree with you, Jude. I agree with you. Please take yes for an answer. I think let me just
one more thing. That matter was not followed up. It was not those people. They just displayed those guys they caught on that day, and that was.
At all, they just buried everything.
So if it's a serious country, that's a very huge cache of
the government.
All our crude oil is being stolen. How many of people have they brought forward? They have not brought anybody forward.
Why again? Know that a prime suspect is a ordinary person will be found with that. Because
you know what? I think you need law training. You need law training. You need to go and prosecute. You need to go and prosecute.
You can't tell me that I don't know who owns that cocaine. Can anybody tell me that they don't know who owns that cocaine?
Can I just add one point?
Can anybody tell me?
Let me ask you something.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me ask you something. Mr. Jude, FWC, we all know that 3 years ago, all right? You know this guy, Bishop of Ozobro in South Africa. We all know him, all right? That 3 years ago, a cartel called from South Africa, Ozobro, open fire in a church looking for this guy. They kill more than kill the father, kill many people as a cartel. The guy has not been caught with a drug for 1 day. They put him a drug. Has he been tried, accused, or do anything? People died, more than 7 or 8 people in a church.
He probably was involved in drugs.
It's still a failure of the
So can you call the guy a drug guy because his family was killed, someone was killed, he had not been caught, and they have not caught him, he's moving around doing a project. Do you call him a drug person?
No, not necessarily. But if you think that there are
also, I don't heard what I just said.
But let me add the other evidence. Let me say something now. Let me get one word out. See, I wanted to address one thing that I wanted to address one thing that Shu said. You know, I think there's some truth there where because he's been associated with this civil forfeiture in America, to me that civil forfeiture is basically conviction, really, because it's his account. You know, you can't really create his account. Let me please now. Jude, calm down. Jude, calm down now. Let me finish my point, Jude.
His blood is boiling.
So the point I was making was that since the funds that he forfeited was associated with drugs, so one other evidence you can associate with Tinubu is that first I was thinking that maybe the money was just transferred to his account because during that period Nigerians were transferring stolen wealth to people's accounts and all the rest. Maybe that's what happened. But then how has Tinubu conducted himself since then? He's conducting himself like a lord, a kind of godfatherism. How that is associated with somebody that really is a kingpin. And that is the thing that really disturbs me. And now you talk about Guinea Conakry being associated with drugs, and he just got citizenship there too. And I'm just reading that they found just this month 1.5 tons of cocaine.
1.855. 1.855.
No, not Nigeria. This is Guinea.
Yes,
Jude, Guinea.
I'm talking about
Conakry.
Guinea, where Tinubu had citizenship.
Oh,
so the places he's associated with seem to be coming up with drugs. You know what?
Coming up is the home.
And it's not the
I'm just trying to be fair here.
I
don't know.
Now, did anybody see the money he was getting out of helicopter?
The coincidences are getting out of control here.
Getting out of helicopter in Guinea. Did anybody see that picture where he was getting out of helicopter in Guinea?
This is bad though. Is Nigeria about to swear in a potential drug?
So all of this is, if you cannot put them together, all these things, come on now. I'm not an FBI. I'm not an.
I think it's beginning to worry me now. I think it's beginning to worry me now because
it might not be him, but the omens are not good.
Associated with drug, like controlling that finance somehow. But the mastermind is somewhat behind it. That is scary.
Can anybody ask me a question? Can anybody ask a question? Where is Tinubu getting all the billions and billions he has been spending since this election? You can bet this election.
He said he inherited
more than 500 billion naira. Where did he get it?
He said he inherited real estate.
Is so much.
He said from his father.
Mr. You know what it takes? Let me tell you this. You know what it takes for everybody in Lagos State that sells a pure water, all right? Taxing them 500 naira, 400 a daily. Since 1999 to date. Every shop in Lagos State, it tax them, everyone carrying kaya, it tax them.
You are going too far. The
thing is that Alpha Beta collects an average of 45 to 50 billion naira every month, and of that, Tinubu gets 50. Initially, it used to be 10%. Now, I think since 2 years ago or so, they increased it to 15%. And remember, he also whatever he does, the Lagos State, this is what he collected after taking his 15%. That's what the Lagos State takes. Only God knows how much they remove after they have removed their 15% and now present to Lagos. This is how much he collects. We know that he makes tons of money, billions of money every month in Lagos. But
every Thursday.
That will not still be enough compared to the amount, tons and tons of money Tinubu has spent in this election, buying almost the entire Nigeria. Do you know that Tinubu has bought almost the entire Nigeria in this election? Where did he get the money? It
don't buy market for you. Don't buy market. Get it back for your hand. What did you buy for your hand? Fire out this evening.
Unfortunately,
these are the kind of the reason why we are laughing and we are. Imagine, I live here in the United States. Some of us that live here in the United States, we all knew how America fought to throw out Donald Trump, because Donald Trump and Tinubu is almost the same thing. They're almost like they're almost like the same parents, the same GPT, the same way of life, the same crookedness, the same thing.
It's not in that.
No, but on serious note, if this is
not a Latin matter for crying out loud.
Mr. Jude, whatever you said,
Nigeria is in deep shit. If this is true, so I understand that is involved.
Like I keep saying,
the reason why he didn't go to jail is that he wasn't in the United States when that case was being prosecuted, because he got a hint that the FBI were after him. He ran back to Nigeria. He was in Nigeria when that case, so the forfeiture was because he wasn't here. So that was the only thing he could, that could happen. Okay, he wasn't in the United States when that case was being prosecuted, and many people that were involved in that ring went to jail.
Mr. Aju, let me ask you something. Has his name blacklisted in the United States?
Huh? Is
Mr. Tinubu's name blacklisted in the United States?
Well, I don't know about that because right now the whole thing is coming up fresh. I hear there's something going on here now, to resurrect, to now look into this case. Okay, to now look into that drug case very well. I hear there's something going on in the United States now for them to now scrutinize it, maybe to reopen it and see whether something was done amiss or something. I heard that it's a rumor, but I know that it's yet to be confirmed. But I heard something is going on in that respect. But of course, he can't come. Okay, look at his two children. One had bought a condo. When was that? 2020 or so. One bought
just after the left uni. Yeah.
After the year, bought a house. You know about the story, right?
Yeah, 2 million, and they paid cash. Apparently, they paid cash,
in a
not mortgage.
In New York. Okay, another one in another two of our children. A total of close to 4 point something,
4 million.
close to 4.5 million. Okay, cash. Where did they get all those money from? Those children, they have never worked before. How did they get the money to buy those houses and pay cash?
This is why YouTube is a safe place. See, these things you are saying on YouTube, on Twitter, when you say things like this, because these things are being said and discussed on Twitter, the minute you tweet about it, they will tell you, what was your father doing when Tinubu was working? Those are the sort of answers you get on Twitter. Twitter is a mad place. They will tell you, let your father go and hustle. Why are you counting somebody's money? But it's only a fair question that we ask that, how did these two girls get the money to buy properties worth about over $4 million in the US without mortgage?
My brother,
these are the questions.
They ask somebody who is a friend like Tinubu. Somebody who is
not concerned about things like that.
What kind of question be that, man?
Like, where did
you get somebody like Tinubu? How do you get the money from? That's so good.
Well, it's a pity we take some of these things as a joke and we laugh about it, and yet we want to build a better country. To me, in trying to build a better country.
Under this man, it would be.
So I was asking you, why can't America ask the source of that fund?
Because they have to raise it. Somebody have to raise up the issue.
No. At least the system is already there. Like in the UK here right now, right? There's a certain amount of money from your hand in your account, and they'll ask, raise alarm, like, how do you get this money? You understand? So I expect that the same.
Remember here in United States. They have a visa policy that will make you a permanent resident, automatic permanent resident, if you have a certain amount of money to invest. Okay, remember that.
If you are bringing in the money, maybe that was how they came. Maybe that was part of the investment. They came and they invested in the name of those people to get them here as a residents. Of course, if not, how did they become residents? That is
by marrying fake marriage, you know.
I don't even have a record that they are married.
It's crazy. I mean, it's dangerous. It is dangerous territory. It is dangerous territory.
We are hearing about Diane Abbott and her racism letter. Anybody knows it?
You just came, Mr. Moderator. You just came with Diane Abbott. Diane Abbott said that Jews don't face racism. That's what she said, and she's been suspended by the Labour Party. We are very strict to the UK. We don't mess about. You talk nonsense, you collect. She's been suspended by the Labour Party for anti-Semitic comments she made. Yeah. So she said that the Jews don't suffer racism or something. She just made some. She talks a lot. So
she did talk.
Yeah, she don't collect. So she's been suspended.
It's not the first time she's been suspended, as far as I.
Dan Abbott, one of the.
Jeremy Corbyn, her right-hand person.
Yeah, she's a female black woman, top Labour politician in the UK.
Honestly, if we are ready, if we are really ready to build a country where corruption will be eradicated, where people will believe in hard work and not stealing, everybody have to have their hands on board. Everybody have to be willing to, when we see somebody who have stolen or who have been involved in any of these kind of businesses, any of these kind of shady characters, and we should call them out. We should, no matter who they are, we should all speak out and make sure that the law take its course. Otherwise, we are not ready for a new country where things will work. And we all know that Nigeria is the way it is today is mainly because of corruption and ethnicity. And corruption thrives. They all feed on each other. Corruption thrives with ethnicity, with racial this thing. The politicians thrive in their corruption by using racism or by using ethnicity to wipe up, to build support, so that when they are involved in their corruption, then you see people from different race supporting themselves and supporting whoever that is there. Okay, whereas it's only few that, no matter who they are. For instance, Ojo Zokalu, there are many Igbos that cannot even tolerate Ojo Zokalu for 1 minute. In fact, there are many Igbos that cannot even sit in the same party, attend the same party that Ojo Zokalu attended, because they know he's a crook, or somebody like this what is he called, the status man, Iberiberism man. Rogers Okorewusa.
Where is he?
Is he not believe your now? Since they came to arrest him, nobody hears about him anymore.
Since he tried to walk
when he turned emergency prayer warrior.
Is this in Nigeria?
Yeah,
nobody knows where he is. Nobody have heard anything about him. Even tried this election, I've never heard anything about him.
Nigerian government is evil.
But Mr. Dude, let me tell you something. Some people go for what they don't know. I have 2 examples to give you, which I know some of the guys. You remember last 3, 4, 5 years ago that some guys were arrested here in United States by ABI, 117 Nigerians, youth. You remember?
In Houston, right? I've been saying
in the whole America, they raided them.
Yeah. Even most of them were in LA, in California.
You know those guys, not all of them that committed the same crime. I'm not the 2 guys, 1 or 2 guys. They came. They all come from London. The money was sent to the account 215. All the way to 250. They don't know anything about it. Just like a friend. Can I send the money to help you to buy a car? That they are involved. Their name appeared. They are involved. I have another friend here. That's number 1. Now that guy now, people see him as a internet fraudster. Which guy is hungry here? They put him as he was paraded as internet fraudster. He didn't. Just like a friend. Hey, can I send money? How much? $250. They say the money passed. One money passed through that. It was raided. So I have another guy again. That the only God that saved him. You know what they did? Someone in Nigeria sent, oh brother, I want to give my brother money. He said, how much? The guy said 5,000. It's okay, send it to my account. I will give it to your sister. The guy that said, how much you send? 50,000.
50,000. Jesus Christ.
Into the account. The guy started sending the money, all right? He said, but he said it's a mistake. Can you send 55,000 back to social account? If the guy is not wise enough, all right, and then we have already tracking that money. If he's not wise enough to call to his account manager, say you don't know anything about this money, they start tracing the money. The guy is into it. He's nothing about it. All right. So you see how the innocent person who have his name we appear. That's it. So some of these people, they are not what they would think they are. Due to like me, like my brother tell me one day, he said to Computer Village that he have somebody when allergy from Kaduna, he came to buy Apple
laptops.
Apples. I said, okay, you know what happened? I'll go to the mall. I will connect them, give them their number, I talk to them, you send their money, you pay, I pick up the host stuff, I send that to you. But pay money to my account, I say no. Sometimes they die 2 times. You know, he said, I say this is a customer I don't send. Putting money into my account to buy 20 laptops, Apple for that matter. I say no, it's not me. Then if I lose guide, he send about less than, let me say, 500, 1 million, 2 million naira, or less than 20,000 to my account. Maybe next 5 years, the guy is in the ABI, they're tracking him. They will track that 20,000 to my account. That means I'm a partner. I will get arrested. There's nothing can come. I can't escape it. It takes me lawyer, it takes me to escape it. So that's just it. So they all have to be careful of people doing that. Some of these guys, they don't even know what they are doing. They don't know what their friends are doing. At the end of the day, they will be linked to a crime which you don't even know where it started from. So it happens.
Yeah, but that is not it's not the case of the people we are talking about, right? Those are exceptional cases.
Or catch him with one. As America will tell you, he's not a guilty until he's found guilty.
Yeah, you see, when somebody has a history,
as I said, if his name be blacklist here, if Truby is a wanted drug lord, as they said, all right, that is leave America, the guy cannot come to this country. Immediately he step here, they will pick him up. Even though it takes him 30 years.
Yeah, but the case has been finished now. He had done his forfeiture and seizure.
The case has finished. As a drug dealer, that is not a just Igbo. That is not Igbo. That is
Didn't you see the documents? The court documents? The court documents is there online. You can go and read it up.
I don't know.
I mean, are you saying that it doesn't? Because the way you're talking, as if these things are fictitious, as if they are made up. Go and read, Google it. You Google it, or you go to because here in America, they have a data. Anybody that have gone to jail or committed any crime, if you know the person's name, you go to the American listing, American crime, what do they call it? You go there, you put the person's name. It will pull out every information you want. It's there. It's not a hidden thing.
We were not suspecting. Was it written this money was seized in connection to a drug deal or
to narcotics? Yes. It's in the case file. It's linked to narcotics. The major peddlers of these drugs, the actual drug lords in the case, they went back to Nigeria eventually. I can't remember the name. 2 Yoruba guys. So there are people, according to Tinubu's defense, there are people he lived with. They're like relatives and all of that. So they were the ones that. So his job, according to the case, the American, the prosecutor, what he said was Tinubu was the one helping them launder the money. That was his own offense. Because he was an accountant, smart, and all of that. So his offense or the case they brought up against him was he was helping them launder the money. DEA? You guys use the DEA officer in charge of the case. What he accused Tinubu of was money laundering, narcotics money laundering. So he was the one helping them launder money. So he was saying that how do you have $1.something million in your account when your salary is $2,400 a month? You don't have any source of income. You have 10 bank accounts. Him and his wife, Remi Tinubu, according to the case, so not me speculating, you have 10 bank accounts. And even today, when somebody has 10 bank accounts, you look at them in a funny way, like, why do you need 10 bank accounts? So you have 10 bank accounts between you and your wife. The accounts are registered to the same address as these drug lords.
And they have properties, and they bought properties also.
So you understand? So these are the case. This is the case that the DEA officer built against Tinubu. That's what he built against him. Not speculation, not anything. To say how is it coincidence that you are registered at this address as these two drug traffickers? You understand? They are big pushers in the market at the time. So how come your address is the same as them? Your bank account is at the same address as theirs, and there's so much influx of money into your account, and your salary is $2,400. Eventually, he didn't go to court. He wasn't found guilty. So there was a forfeiture. And what Keyamo is saying is it was Tinubu's account that was that was tried, not Tinubu himself. That was Tinubu's account. You know, lawyers will come up with the craziest things. So Keyamo is saying Tinubu was not the one, that it was his account, it was his bank account. So that it was a forfeiture and all. So it's not made up. There's a case somewhere that Tinubu didn't go to prison or didn't go to anything. Does not mean there wasn't a case against him. But it's been dropped off. You know, it's been let off by the US. I know some people are writing to the FBI to say they want to know what exactly is in the file. Can they reopen the file and all of these things? But what Nigerians are just worried about is we have a bad enough reputation. If we now get somebody who has links to all these things, even if it's in his past, Nigerians are just, some Nigerians are worried, and especially they didn't like him, they didn't vote for him. So of course they would keep beating the drum of, we don't like you, we didn't vote for you, and yes, you're a drug dealer, yes, there's cocaine, yes, there's this. People will throw anything, whatever sticks. You understand? So that's why people are just shouting about it. All these things. There is too much of a coincidence. It's too much to be coincidence. It might be innocent, but it's too much coincidence.
Too much coincidence, though. Even I look at some people that supporting all these impunities. Every Nigerian is worried here. They can't answer you, where are you from? You can't tell someone openly I'm in Nigeria. You'll be like, you will start, you can't say, hey, where are you from, guy? You can't just open up, I'm in Nigeria. You'll be like, think and think it twice first. That's how bad it is.
Are you in US? Are you in US?
Huh?
Are you in US? Okay. No, because
no, never come here. This is 10 minutes after 6.
Okay, US here has a narco state policy, right? Where they list, where they shortlist a state, where they kind of blacklist a state that is involved in drug trafficking and all those things, right? Now, the same reason, you see how Nigeria was excluded from how Nigeria was excluded from American lottery, visa lottery, green card visa lottery, right? Because of Farouk.
We reached our quota. Nigeria reached their quota. Yeah, they have so many people they expected to come here. So Nigeria, maybe it's open like this. More than one people start applying.
We reached the limit. So they stop.
We reached the limit. From now to next 20 to 40, 50, you can't get that because we already reached the limits.
Was that the reason why they excluded Nigeria?
That's the reason, yeah.
From what? From visa lottery?
Yeah.
Yeah, from green card visa lottery.
We've reached our limits, yeah.
I suggest you guys go back and make.
We checked out so many times now. I take my brother many times. That's the reason. I already called. That's the reason.
Each country has to be number of
because I don't know that they reach a quota because each year they have a quota for each year for every country. They have
Nigeria have overcrossed it. Without really limits already.
No, I mean they have a quota each year for every country, and you cannot pass your quota for that for each particular year.
No, they have reached from now to
America can be every year now. Every year. No.
Okay, guys.
Is it for now to 23rd or 24th? Then can I apply for visa lottery?
I want to say good night to everybody and enjoy the rest of your week.
Thank you.
You too.
Thank you.
No, sure. I know he has when he leaves. I need to go here. I go like 5 minutes to man, but this place is too small for him though. I know what people will say me about our house. That's a very old neighborhood. Not even buy house there. It's a very old neighborhood, 2007. Who buy house 2007? And the place about the house is like the place is far away from even the main city. Like after going down. Yeah. It's nothing too special about where he bought the house from. So I look at the environment, I know that area and everything. I say, why are people so mad about this? Because how can the hosting minister buy a house 2021, how they will bid in 2007? 2007, not even like a new house, it's an old neighborhood. Like when the house was built, it was like $207,000, and the market rate then, 2007. So how a city minister has said a sound for that matter, only thing you can come here and buy is 2007 houses. where his maid are buying just his maid are buying just a penthouse in Galleria for 2.3 million, just 2-bedroom, a penthouse like there. You know, I don't look at it. I said, okay. Well, I don't know what I'm talking about that too much, because for him, someone like him, that house worth nothing. It was nothing. As I said yesterday, I was telling people that even somebody that makes some of these people that do bartenders here will get a house just like close and get it. Bobo attendant and get it. You see a little girl of 22 years that do bartending from 2 restaurants in a day. They will close and get it without even looking back. So that's how America is. It doesn't because you buy a house, that means you are super rich. No, it's not super rich, man. Anyone can get a house, even you do credit, have a good job. You have a good job, stable job. You can only get a house. No, it doesn't matter if you are super minister or dental minister. You can only get a car of your choice. The guy that was serving me drink one day, the girl was serving me drink. Okay, that's okay. Say I should go and buy food. That's okay. Let's go and get some food from one of the. I open my car. What is guy? Let's us 3 feet. I feel like okay. Just that when I came about attendant, look at the kind of car these guys are using. We are here struggling, you know. So somebody will come from Nigeria and start messing up with whatever car they want to use. That car was like $600,000 if she bought it, paying on just a
monthly. It's a mortgage.
It's a mortgage. So if you have good credit, have a good job, stable job, go whatever you want. The issue that whenever you don't pay, that's it. There's no limit. Whenever you don't pay your mortgage, they put a lien on it. That's what happened. That lien they are talking about. If you don't, like, even if you don't pay, like if you own a business, all right, you put your house, your property, list your house as a property that you own into that business. Maybe that business, when something happened, it couldn't like pay some money. They will put a lien on your house for you to pay that money you're holding. Not that you're holding for the house, but your house was listed as one of the things you need to, like, you know. So it happens. So for him buying a 207 house as a super minister in Nigeria, that we all know, guy, we know that he went too low, like over low. Like, he can flog him.
He actually said that's the cheapest of his homes in the US. He said he has
I'm not telling you truth. I can't live in that neighborhood. That's fact. No Nigerian will live in that neighborhood. Like our Nigerians now that live in here in Texas, Houston, here, all these guys that graduated from T of H, all these guys are making money now. I can't live in that neighborhood. None of them can live in that house. That is 207. None of them can live in that place. None of them. No Nigerian will go and buy a house there as it is right now. No Nigerian will go and buy a house there in that neighborhood. No Nigerian live in that area. You understand my point? So for him going there to buy a house, it's not a big deal for people here, because even then they cannot go there to buy the house. They will give, even though you offer that house for them for 200, they won't buy it. All right, because for me to come out from that area to my office, I can take like an hour. One day we watch about traffic, what everything, neighborhood, everything. No. So when I look at the whole level, look at everything, I say there's no big deal for where this guy bought this house now. And this is an old building. He bought it in 2021. And this house was in 2007. So what is everyone like shouting for him about the property? When says men are buying penthouse, buying a condo, ordinary condo, buy condo in Galleria for something million, just a condo in Galleria for 40 million.
I think the reason why people are looking into it is not because they don't think he can afford more. I think the reason why people are looking into it is just to find out, did he acquire these properties after he became a minister? Is it legit? Is it from his salary? So, because to be honest, I mean, right now it looks like witch hunt. Anybody that's not on your side, you start digging into them. It might start off looking like witch hunt, but I think that's where we need to get to, where we can actually ask questions of our public servants, of our political office holders, to say, okay, these things you own, how are you affording it? And it's not bad belly, it's not beef. We need to get to that point right now, because it's political season and all of that. everybody is saying, it's bad belly, it's witch hunt. But we need to get to that space where our public servants have to come clean. If the Nigeria we all desire, if we would have it, we have to let people ask questions.
They have to, even if they are, you see, the thing is, even if they are like going after only one side of the aisle, is either way it's a good thing, because the other side, when they get to power, they will do the same
Exactly.
thing.
They will
And
do the same to you.
cleaner in the process. So, and it doesn't matter who is sweeping, as long as it is somebody sweeping the rubbish out.
Exactly. So, so in Nigeria, we see it as, it's witch hunting. Well, I mean, forefathers, you will remember, look at the party gates, for instance, when there was lockdown and Boris Johnson said everybody should stay at home, don't visit your parents. But they had several parties. You understand? Now, when that was coming out, then all of a sudden, there were pictures of Keir Starmer having lunch or dinner with his team when they were on a tour, maybe political, whatever, they're going somewhere. And they stopped somewhere and, they were in a room together, like, just a room, and had lunch together. So the conservatives went after Keir Starmer to find out what is done wrong as well. And for me, I don't mind if they dig Peter Obi, go and look into his past, his history, how he made his first 100 naira, search. Because when we do that, when APC and PDP do it to Peter Obi, and PDP and LP do it to Tinubu, and APC and LP do it to Atiku, Nigerians are the winner. This is the point people are missing. The citizens are the winners. Don't fight for them. It's like defending God. Don't defend them.
Let them go on their witch hunt.
You understand?
Let them witch away.
Exactly.
Catch as many as possible.
Exactly.
That's
because at the end of the day, Nigerians will be the winner.
Mm.
PDP failed in, I think there's a guy in the group in the chat, someone that we've become quite acquainted. Initially, we start off on the wrong foot. We used to be country first, but now Kakun or something like that. I think it's Kakun, yeah. PDP guy probably would disagree with him, but I think PDP didn't play opposition properly for the last 8 years.
Mm.
What LP have shown? What LP have shown in the last 1 year? Yes, it might be very strong-handed. It might be occasionally extreme by some quarters, not everybody. But what LP has shown APC in the last 1 year, APC, they had a free ride for the last 7 years. And I think that's partly because today a lot of people wake up in APC, by the time they go to bed, they are PDP, and the next day, the cross-carpeting is a law. So it's very hard to play opposition. But honestly, if people will play opposition, I don't care if Peter Obi is in office. I want APC and PDP to be on his tails. See, there's only one winner, the citizens. When public office holders are held accountable by everybody, especially opposition, they will do well. They will do right by the citizens. They will fulfill more of their promises. Who wins? The citizens. But it's funny when people start defending their principle. Oh, don't look into his case. Why are you looking into his case? You are wicked. You are this. What's the relationship? You understand? I don't care.
It's not the governor that came out from prison the other day. They were praising him that, he's back from prison. He came from corruption or somebody that stole money.
So you say Ibori or who? Ibori?
No, Ibori
I think this person is from the north.
Even this guy from Delta State now. Say is Ibori now.
No, I say Ibori is long. I mean somebody recent.
Okay, recently, yeah.
I think even when Dino Milai was arrested, I think he was arrested just last year, and people were like, "Oh, why was he arrested? That he was being like witch hunting again and all that."
Yeah, so people started posting videos of how he helped them and all that kind of thing, justifying.
No, Dino Milai, we know that he's really they're going to arrest him because the way he challenged the opposition was becoming obvious. They're going to set him up. We all know that. All right.
People, if Wiki is arrested tomorrow, people will defend it.
Let me tell you something. I'm from the East, okay? The one thing I know.
Are you sure? RBL said you look like a Yoruba.
That's why his name as Uzo now, so it's not mistaken for Yoruba.
But one thing I know is this: like we are saying in an OVA platform, like, why don't you have that allegiance, have that bridge with the North? Then I asked them, who are you going to be the bridge? Who is going to be the contract? Who won't be the bridge? Someone like all this Okano and Okorocha. I say, instead of that bridge, where the Water carry everybody.
Why do you people? You know what? Hold on. I think this is too much now. Every time people measure Oji Ozokalo, it's like he's a devil. What did that man do to you people?
Only thing, wait, no.
It's like he's a devil. Everyone, Igbo person I've heard mention that guy.
Don't forget Rochas.
You know, when you put trust, no, when you put trust on people, all right? Just like Obi, all right? People come out to vote for you, see that you got to change. You're going to change stuff. End of the day, it becomes the worst, all right? It becomes the worst. As of the corruption right now, people put their money, people compare for, people do everything. He promised the Catholic bishop take him as Mbappe in comment. They see as Mbappe, like the way they see that Mbappe change, Mbappe, you know, when you see how Mbappe is like the old instance things, like everything is good.
It's like Jock on Day. It's the equivalent of Jock on Day in Lagos.
Yeah, at the end of the day, this guy was like, he was the worst. All right.
How was he worse? What did he do? Because people actually kill people.
He was man. All his family.
Have you forgotten the statues?
Appointing this he's only one that appointed Ministry of Happiness.
Have you forgotten something? Using state resources to build oversized
Ministry of Happiness. Have you heard of the Ministry of Happiness? They ask you why.
It's a good thing now. They need to know how happy the people are. I'm just saying, this guy didn't kill anybody. You acted as if they killed people.
Wait, we did not invite people. Oroch has invited every governor to Imo State. He lodged them to become a commissioner. He'll be the statue, all right? Each Mandela had a statue there in Imo State.
Zuma.
Somebody commissioned it.
Yeah, he built one for Zuma.
Even there was a song. They even made a song about
for Zuma. Why Zuma though?
But everybody have a statue.
Salif, the female Liberian president. Salif.
Oh, that's nice. He did all those things, and you go hate him for it.
Nothing was done.
So is it the guy? Is it Oji Uzokalo? Is he not the one that were arguing that maybe he should be the Senate president? And you are rejecting?
Because he been to Aba.
Okay, yeah, I know about the shame of Abia. I know about that.
Igbo go say all right.
Yeah.
When you are a governor, you are bad that you call it their own constituency. A city in
he's the only candidate you will have to become Senate chairman, though. What are you going to do? You just reject him?
No, it's not.
Who else is there? Who else is there that is
the
senior?
strongest? The strongest. He's the only one in the cackles of the Tinubu, right? So that's what gives him. And he was chief whip. He's had experience in the house, so technically he's the right person.
Technically, this man did steal a lot of money other than build statues and put his family members on the cabinet. And
I think he also set Abia State on the path that they are right now, because he was the first governor in 1999.
Yeah,
he was the first governor in 1999. Do you remember?
Yeah,
but I'm talking about Jesus Okalu.
Right.
That was
what
I'm sorry. I think you're still talking about Jesus Okalu. Okorocha, forget.
All right, there are two brothers, two neighbors. So
Okorocha was the one that was praying when EFCC bought his house like it's a movie.
Oh, what?
It was one praying.
If this come up, what was it called? For this Shakaya come out there, challenge us Okano. They will vote for Shakaya, not us Okano.
Well, Uzo, what happened to this guy's leg, Okorocha's leg? Does he have a broken leg?
I don't know. He has a limp.
He have something. I don't know. I don't really know.
His leg is becoming bent. Like his leg becoming bent.
He's getting old now.
He has a limp. Did you remember the primaries? The APC primaries? Rochas went there. He quoted the Quran. He spoke Hausa to them. He did everything. He didn't get any vote. And that's why I laugh when they say go and build a bridge across something. Go and get the royal handshake. Go and shake their hand.
No, wait, tell of them. They say
this guy, how many votes did he get at the primaries? How many votes did Rochas that was speaking Hausa, that was quoting the Quran? How many votes did he get at the primaries? APC primaries.
If you ask me now, who I go ask?
I think that
You understand? So when they keep saying go and form alliance, go and build partnership, it's a lie. It's a big lie.
This partnership is not a crime. But who are you building the partnership with? They will not allow someone like you to build the partnership. They will not allow somebody like Magoli for the partnership. They will not allow somebody that is clean to be. They want someone that's corrupt.
Uzo, the one that they say they like, the Rochas, that is part of the class. How many votes did he get at the APC primaries? This man spoke Hausa. I was shocked.
No,
he spoke Hausa.
The argument was that if Quran. All right, they will support him.
They won't present him. That he will never be presented. That's the bottom line.
That's always the argument. If you go to Okorocha, or account, they will support him from the north.
But they won't present him. That's what I'm telling you. They won't.
Whom are they going to present then? Since Igbo people, it looks like anytime I hear any Igbo person mention these people's name, it's like Tufiakwa. They don't want them at all.
What, my brother? You know
the average Igbo man.
Let me tell you the truth.
The average Igbo man does not want that opportunity that they've been waiting for such a long time to be messed up by Rochas Okorocha or Ojis Okalu. Because what will happen is if you get a Rochas Okorocha represent the Igbos as the president or Ojis Okalu, and they continue with the status quo, the Igbo man will forever have no mouth to say, give us our turn, will be different. Because you will have had somebody who's gone there and robbed the country blind. How can you say, oh, when it was our turn, we did different? So that's why I laugh now when people say Yoruba turn, somebody turn. For me, I don't particularly care whose turn it is. I know it's good for fairness and all of that, but I want the best person to do the job.
So,
the best person is the person that leads to people not tearing the streets up. That's what I say. The way Nigeria is going right now, where we are busy looking for the best person, people are going to tear the streets up.
Sure, advice from here. Yeah, that's from here.
It's northern. And Nigerians love him.
Castina, he's from Castina.
Yeah, people love him.
Yeah, he's from where?
From Castina as well.
Is Castina 24 hours light or?
But Uzo, I think if you don't have any other politician that can fill the position, allow Ujo Kalo, allow him to go and do his job, or Korocha to go and do the job.
Show has already said what
better that than nothing, isn't it?
Like it's better not to even have him. So that way when Emilio comes again for the Igbo people, right? Supposedly, then maybe we can feel a better candidate because we already know when he goes there and feels that thing, it's going to be from one scandal to another. So that's why people want him.
He might do a very good job.
Forefathers, did you see the video of when EFCC posted or DSS posted Rochas' house? Just days before the primaries. You didn't see it. You don't follow Nigeria. It was like a movie. Forefathers. It was like a movie. Literally, DSS were banging on the doors. They came in through the roof of Rochas' house. The guy knelt and was praying. His daughters, they were doing live videos, like Instagram live or whatever. Days before the primaries. This was few days before the primaries. It was like a movie.
No, Tinubu did with him before the primary, but the guy was coming after Tinubu.
Is that the person you want to go and represent the Igbos as
Tinubu doesn't
president?
like him, and Igbo don't like him.
No. Tinubu never liked Rogers.
So nobody likes him then.
Have you seen him comment?
That guy is an unfortunate individual.
So I think
the people they want to call Agbero doesn't like him.
I think
people don't like him. Nobody likes him.
People don't like Rochas. I don't think that kind of sits well. But I think the thing is that Rochas before he became governor was like a jewel of Igbo people because of his
he looks quite charismatic. I have to give that.
He was like a jewel. He was like a jewel. It was when he went into politics and he started with living the way he left Abga. So that set him up, that kind of those who will spin normally, those who will spin those mistakes that he would make, that's the beginning of Rochas, going sour. So, and then Rochas, I also question him that he surrounded himself with people who were always glorifying him. But in Abga, if he had stayed in Abga with the likes of Victor Ume, Ikoye, and all those guys, they'll hold him, they'll put him to his, they'll make him, those guys would, they will talk to him.
Hold him accountable. And, yeah.
So that would have at least made him an average in my speculatory eyes. It would make him sort of like an average governor at least.
Mr. Scribe,
don't have money back.
Mr. Scribe.
Right.
So let me tell you one thing with what you said just now, that he went to a party where he was surrounded by sycophants. Nigerian politicians and most people with power that are not politicians, they love sycophants around them.
Oh, absolutely.
They really, really do crave sycophancy. Yeah. I'll tell you I have a friend that we went to school together. He went back from the West to contest for, I think, House of Rep in Nigeria. And, I saw posters. We don't keep in touch, not because of anything, just because we don't live in the same country. Decades have passed since we left secondary school and all of that. So I saw posters and, the secondary school chat, somebody sent, one of our mates is running for office under this particular party. I was like, okay, good luck to him that, hopefully when he gets in, he will do right by his people. Not that he grew up in that part of, he didn't even grow up in his own, part of the state, but he was going to represent them. So I said, I hope he does well. And that common friend said to me, well, I kept telling him from the day he told me he was going to run for office, when you get in, we would keep you accountable. I would make sure you do this. You can't afford to go there and join them. You have to be different, blah, blah, blah. He said he kept telling him these things. The next thing he realized that this guy he didn't even win his election in this past election. He didn't even win. But leading up to the election, like a year, 18 months before the election, he started avoiding our common friend every time he went to Nigeria, because that one was already telling him the things he didn't want to hear. When there are 1,001 other people who are already playing the role of a sycophant. So even before you get to office, you want sycophants around you. Politicians in general, most of them, 9 out of 10 prefer sycophants. You don't want someone to be telling you have an idea. They'll tell you, if you have an idea, go and run for office.
There's something that there's a Washington say. He said, small minds discuss people, average mind.
Great mind discuss.
And then great mind discuss. I find that politicians, I don't want to say it sound harsh. I find that politicians, they rather, especially APC, the thing they were trying to do. 1 year into government, everything that's happening is PDP's fault.
Yeah. But do you know that if things don't go well, that's if, and I know with ifs, people will tell you if my grandmother had, cojones, she would be my grandfather. But if Tinubu gets in and things don't work out, you know what's going to happen?
What's he going to say?
No. It will be less of PDP. He probably wouldn't say it. We're likely going to have another presidency and not the president. The Tinubu wing of APC.
In Chatham House. That is the epitome of presidency.
The Tinubu wing of APC will blame the Buhari wing of APC for the last 8 years.
Exactly what happened during the money.
So are you saying
we've already seen it during the campaign
already?
What verified?
I think if they do that and get away with it, it will be malpractice.
They've started
the opposition to let people know that
they've started disassociating themselves. They've started distancing themselves from Tinubu. Do you remember that Lai Mohammed went on TVC and said, "There's no getting away from us. We are Siamese twins. We are together. There's no way Tinubu will not campaign on Buhari's achievement," because Tinubu didn't actually want to campaign on Buhari. During the campaign, they were distancing themselves from Buhari administration.
Of course, they would do that because they see that Buhari is not very popular in the polls.
I hope and pray things work, regardless of who the president is. Tinubu will be Atiku. I hope and pray Nigeria works. But if things don't go as smoothly as Nigerians expect, and Nigerians start to grumble and murmur, they will tell you the last 8 years of Buhari has been disastrous. Tinubu won't say it himself. The presidency will say it.
So do you want fashion interview? You want to interview?
That he said Tinubu is like a coach who is like Mourinho. Buhari is like a coach who sits down. Is a coach who sits down and lets you play.
Then Buhari is a
So-
micromanager.
Yeah.
He said, I think he said Buhari is like a micromanager, something like that. And then, sorry, the other way around. He said Tinubu is a
Buhari, a
micromanager.
micromanager, the one that doesn't even talk to people.
No, he was talking about Tinubu being the micromanager.
Oh no, Tinubu is a micromanager.
That he doesn't rest.
Like a micromanager. Then Buhari is now like a John Bonfrey.
Like Enyimba. He said he will just tell player what to play. He leave them in the team to do whatever
And
they
just
want.
leave
If
them
they say, it
and
doesn't
walk
matter.
away.
Walk
And
away.
after the match end, he will say they should come home and not go into the field anymore. That's Buhari.
Yeah.
He just leaves everything and walks away.
So if things don't go well, they will blame Buhari. Tinubu won't say it himself, but they will use presidency to say the last 8 years, as Nigerians have seen, it's been disastrous. You can't expect us to come in and solve insurgency in 1 year. Buhari, even a general, could not solve it in 8 years. These are things you've seen before, so it won't shock me when it starts. It won't shock me. The scripts have been written.
No. The scripts have already played
It's
out.
who let them get away with it. That's the problem.
Naira,
If I was your position, by the time I'm done with them,
the
they
Naira
will
problem.
be, anytime people see them, they will be seeing Buhari.
Exactly.
Anytime people see them, they will be seeing Buhari around.
Most of these things that you've said already happened in the campaign. When the Naira problem came, El-Rufai went awol.
Ganduje,
What he did, started blaming the Buhari side that Emefiele is deceiving Buhari, blah blah blah. Then in Chatham House, look at that's the presidency. Those are the people that will execute or be coming out to talk and do all whatnot. So it's not going to be a surprise what's going to pan out in the next 4 years.
Do you think Remi Tinubu will allow that people to get away with it?
Oh, that's another important part. I think Remi Tinubu is going to be
the comeback of he doesn't even expect all these men.
Dr. Damage is going to have a lot of content from
because that lady, I know her one-on-one. All right, that lady is not a true stick. It's a brush. You can't take her.
She comes across as a very strong, confident.
Haven't you seen her fighting at on the Senate floor with another senator? She's quite feisty.
Yeah, he did one day. When Dino was too much, he puts Dino down, put him on his side.
She's quite feisty. She's feisty, so
she's okay. I mean, I take her as a woman. I take her any day, right? She's strong. She's feisty, but she does have that edge about her that she would drop the odd one. So look out for it during.
I just think the presidency might just be like one of those keeping up with the Kardashians. Not that I know what happened, but I think there'll be a lot of drama. I
for sure.
Oh yeah, they're gonna be all over the place. If
I wish there wouldn't be. I wish there wouldn't be, but with Tinubu, and it all boils down to Tinubu's age and his being there, being present. If he was
and he's surrounded by draconian people. He's surrounded by people that like they are very, very.
All of that wouldn't matter. All of that wouldn't matter if Tinubu was younger. You could be draconian, you could be mad, you could be crazy. Tinubu would have been more in charge. But I just worry because of his age. I mean, what we saw during the campaign, his health. He couldn't remember things. I mean, he said undergraduate students would spend 8 years in uni. That if that doesn't happen, call me a bastard. A lot of gaps. It was one too many.
It's something that we have to aware of.
Have you paid to retire home before? Paid to retire home, man. You see those men, all they have is only match. They can use map like Kota and Goku. But with no strength. 2 minutes like that.
No.
His math is still sharp. No, what I mean is math is still sharp.
Tinubu is talk for nothing.
Yes.
I wouldn't call Tinubu that.
I hope he does well. I really hope he does well. I just feel because and what would be everything that's happened so far. I mean, the people that were killed annoyed me during the election issue. I annoy anyone, regardless of what party you support. But what would annoy me just after that is when and if Tinubu becomes president, and things don't play out well based on his age, or God forbid, he dies in office like Yaradua did, if any of the APC voters come and say, Nigeria would have been great under Tinubu if not that he died, I will curse them. Because we have been telling you, not that causes work or anything, but when I say curse them, I'm not saying you will die like proper curse, like, Western world curse, like effing word and all of that. Because people kept telling you, the signs are not good. You cannot tell me 10, 20, 15 gaps are coincidence. So coincidences. No, it points to something. This man is not the man he used to be. A lot of these people will have played Kanu, the one that Mr. Scribe is wearing his jersey, at this last World Cup if Nigeria qualified, because of nostalgia, because Kanu was once good. Kanu was 10 times the player. What's JJ's nephew is Iwobi. Kanu is 10 times the player, but today I'll play Iwobi ahead of Kanu. You understand? I feel Tinubu personally, I feel his age and his state of well-being, health. I'm not a physician, but you don't have to be a physician to see some things. They test the mic. He was licking the microphone. Sorry, what is that? How do you explain and defend that? Why? No. Honestly, for me, I wasn't even laughing anymore. It was empathy. Why are you licking the microphone? Why?
Wow.
What made you leak it? Any APC person, please tell me, why did they leak the microphone? If that was in isolation, you say, okay, maybe. But add it to saying it in Yoruba, not even in English. He was in Australia State and he said, if your undergraduates don't spend 8 years that they are meant to spend, if they spend anything more than 8 years, call me a bastard. They don't spend 8 years. He doesn't understand our 6334. He was trying to say it, he messed it up, upside down. He was saying F11. A lot of, too many. It was a catalog. But they are saying, oh, don't worry, it's like that. No, you don't want that. You don't want the comedian as your president. So when he goes to speak at UN, at AU, at whatever, any summit, is this what is going to be said? Are you going to send an interpreter and be explaining to these world leaders that he doesn't mean it that way? One of my friends who supports APC, a very good friend, this guy will be telling me he does not mean it literally. When he said recruit 50 million, I know forefathers like us to recruit into the army, but even you don't want us 50, but you don't want 50 million Nigerians to be in the army. So I said to my friend, I said, why would Tinubu say 50 million youth into the army? He said, oh, it doesn't mean it literally. I said, so.
I think he just misspoke. He was probably talking about a different side, maybe 500,000 or something like that.
Brother, so what I'm saying is, if that was the only one he said, or one of the two, you'll be fine. But when you add it to everything else, every campaign produced, a viral moment.
The man is ill. We all know the man is seriously ill. Because they said in that speech, I think it was at the Ola's channel, she said in that speech, he paused for more than going to 20 seconds or so. He was just standing.
Haven't you seen that?
I'm not. That's some scary stuff, man.
You understand? So these are the things that worry me, and that's why I think that there might be drama at Asoro, because he might not be fully in charge. If Tinubu was younger and in charge, forget all this anybody causing drama. No, he will be the president and he'll be fully in charge. But my worry is because it's slowing down, everybody will be jostling for power, everybody will be looking to be the next, the right-hand man, the voice of Tinubu, and we'll have presidency. That's my only worry. I don't want drama. I used to follow American politics a lot when Trump was your president, for the guys in the US. Because he just provided content. Sorry, I don't mean to offend you, but the guy just provided content. I used to watch Stephen Colbert every day. For 4 years, I was watching Stephen Colbert because he just gives Stephen Colbert free material. And this other guy, what's the other one? I can't remember his name now.
John Stewart or
no.
The South African guy.
No, not Trevor Noah. No, Asian guy.
Asian. I forgot his name.
Wait. So, you know what corn? Agbado?
So let's look at the people staff again.
When I go tell you, I make that. When I go
say, I don't want to call. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Fasala or Femi Garaju, what is it called?
Una go see special speed for this corner na Badoma.
Uzo, you're saying, oh, you muted yourself. You said Fashola or
Femi Agbalabdilla, what is it called?
Gbajabi Amila or Fashola?
Fashola, yeah.
That who do I prefer?
To handle issues.
Are they good enough? Those are two of the closest people to him. It's going to be one or the other. It could be Erufai. It's going to be one of these people. It's not going to get you or me. It's not going to. It's going to be one of them. If they are good.
Boo speech. He do harm. He knows say Nigeria hater. They can't lie to us and make him go apologize. Hey, he apologized. Finish. He got your story with him.
I think his apology was more if you vex. So if I offend you in any way, no vex. So.
Somebody advised her to go tender that apology, and the person knows say go get this outcome. They set her up and the four put.
No, I think the apology, right, is to. He knows he's going to leave. So I think the apology is like,
as an advisor,
no, he wasn't making it to the ordinary Nigerian.
Angry.
He wasn't making it to the ordinary Nigerian. He was making it to captains of industries, maybe those who tried lobbied stuff and they didn't get them. He was making those apologies to those when he leaves that could, potentially influence his post-presidential kind of situation. He wasn't making it to the Nigerian people.
Even if
he wasn't, in my opinion.
Even if it's to the average Nigerians, I mean, it's medicine after death. Of what use is the apology?
No,
it's too late now.
What was the point of that?
He said everything was good. Election was good. So what is he saying?
But remember, his wife already apologized about 6 months ago or longer when she said, if we've offended anybody, we didn't meet your expectations, no vex. It's almost like, if you vex, those apology that's half-hearted. It's not like, I'm sorry. It's almost like, if I offended you, no vex. So. It's either you're apologizing or you're not. So, and somebody asked me in the chat that is Biden not old? And I've had this question a lot of times because the only thing I go on about Tinubu, apart from his character and all of that, is age and all of that. Because, like Kulata was saying in the chat today, he said, when has piousness ever helped a nation? And I find it funny. Nobody's asking for piousness, but we're just asking for a bit of decency. Mm-hmm. It's almost like he put it in different words, but saying exactly the same thing that Fashola said on TV and saying that sainthood has never helped a nation. So basically, you're saying forget character. That's what you're saying in essence.
Exactly.
Trying to use words to bamboozle people. Sainthood has never helped a nation. Piousness has never built a nation. But we need a bit of decency because you're the number one role model for the country. You're leading the country. So it is not too much to ask that you have a bit of decency to you, a bit of uprightness. So somebody's asking me now. Let me answer the person in the chat because I've spoken to a lot of people before the election and they said, but Biden is old. You keep going on about Tinubu age and mental health and all of that. And what I say to them is, the US is not Nigeria. The US can run on autopilot for a bit. It can't be sustained on autopilot for 2 cycles or 3 cycles or whatever. But for a 4-year cycle, the US can run on autopilot because. See, the things I ask for from our presidents are the things you already have in the US, built generations ago. The primary schools in the US that is free, government owned. Please take a picture of it and let's take a picture of a primary school in Nigeria and put them side by side. This is what I'm talking about. I'm not asking for you to be doing neuroscience and cutting people up and doing things for free. I'm saying basic things, standard primary schools. US can run with Biden or without Biden on autopilot. Nigeria can't afford such. We need primary schools that children can go to. We need primary health care. And people keep telling us we don't have the money. We don't have the money. Someone in the chat was saying, put figures to it. Stop generalizing. It's not my job to put figures to it, but there's somehow that they can afford to pay the pensions of every governor.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen their pension package?
Oh my goodness.
Medical tourism is part of it. For them and their family and extended family, whoever they deem as family can go on medical tourism.
They change cars every 4 years.
So somehow you can fund this. Somehow you can fund all this, their excesses, the largesse. When Wiki is buying a bottle of whiskey for 9 million naira. Please, what job did Wike do before becoming a politician? He started politics as soon as he left law school. He didn't do any job. But Wike can afford to. I mean, when they alleged that Wike was spending 50 million naira a week on alcohol, when Amechi said it, I thought it was political madness. But Wike confirmed it by sharing a bottle of the 40-year-old whiskey that he talked about. He shared it with Fayose when Fayose visited him a few weeks ago. People Googled it. I Googled it myself because I didn't want to believe in the screenshot. That bottle is about 10,000 pounds. So when people can afford these things, and you're telling me, oh, put figures to it, don't just generalize. How much Nigeria don't have enough money to do all these things? Like solutions provided, that was that brother's name. Like he said, if we can solve 1% of the 100% problem, we will have done something. But as far as some people are concerned, if we can't solve 100%, let's not talk about it. No, that 10 million, that 50 million that Wike is alleged to be spending on alcohol every week, spend it on primary healthcare in Rivers State. It will make, even if it's paracetamol that people can get for free, that changes something. The one that is happening in Ibadan times this madness by 36. Our lawmakers are one of the highest paid, if not the highest paid, in the world. But minimum wage in Nigeria is what? How much is 30,000 naira? And they're still owing people. And when you talk about it, they say, how much are they stealing? Nigeria is just not generating enough money. Why did we elect these people? Isn't that what they promised? They will tell us all the raw materials or everything that God has given us underneath our soil. Even Mama Icho's son was telling us that we should be exporting weed, which I support. On those states, they're growing weed, cannabis, do whatever you want to do with it. They will promise all these things. The minute they enter, nobody's willing to do the hard work. Oil is already there. Let's spend that money. Cocoa House was built with, that's why they called it Cocoa House. Somebody was saying that in the chat earlier today.
Liberty Stadium. No, Cocoa. I was just going to continue. Liberty Stadium was built on Cocoa.
Do you understand?
Ibadan had a television station before France, through Cocoa.
Yeah, we did. So that's what I'm saying, that what happened to cocoa production? I went to Birmingham on a family weekend break about 9 years ago with my daughter. She was about 5 at the time, so she was interested in stuff like that. So we went to Birmingham in UK, not US, where the Cadbury World. And, we did the tour. It was like a mini, like Legoland or one of those places. So we did the tour, and they were talking to the kids and telling them about cocoa, the cocoa they use for Cadbury. And all they talked about was Ghana. And I just sat there and I was thinking, gosh, what happened? All they talked about was Ghana, how to get cocoa from Ghana. So what happened to Nigeria? Well, this is part of the job of our politicians. But you say it and people say, we don't generate money. When all you focus on is the oil, it's easy, it's already there. But the one that requires a bit of hard work, you're not interested. But you come and tell us we don't have enough money.
They are exporting cocoa from Calabar already. With
how much of it?
They are not promoting enough. We are even making chocolate in Nigeria.
Somebody posted a picture of, was it Makodi? I don't want to get the name wrong. Was it Makodi? Somebody posted a picture on Twitter yesterday. The picture made the round. It was the trending picture. If you see the amount of mango that they harvested in the market, and the person said, I think it's Makodi. Probably Makodi, and said, I'm not going to eat anything else until I leave this town, apart from mangoes that I'm in the market. Honestly, I've never seen so much mango in one place. And, people started saying, why are we not doing mango juice? Why are we not exporting these things? Somebody else posted a picture of 4,000 containers leaving Nigeria empty. And this is the way they will bring goods into Nigeria, all these containers, and leave empty. Another picture that was making the rounds on Twitter, 4,000 containers it was on a vessel, leaving Nigeria empty.
Because this
so when we say we can generate more money,
they are exactly to be dependent on other people.
But what my beef with, not beef like that, but my issue with people who say we don't generate money, we don't have enough money, we just don't have enough money for the things you dream about is, what are these elected politicians doing? This is the sole reason why we employed them. That's the reason we employed you. So there's cocoa to give us money. You said no. There's cotton to give us money. You said no. Flour to give us money. You wouldn't bother. All you want to do is just sell crude oil, something that was going to be useless in a few years. Then what? And you keep borrowing. It's just like somebody not going to work in the UK and you're going to Wonga, all these loan sharks, to borrow money. You refuse to go to work. You refuse to do any job. But you say, let me borrow from Wonga. That's not the way to sustain
You know
living.
now. Did you see that Nigerian guy? That Nigerian guy is doing a very good job. I don't know what are you guys doing. This guy, he presents videos online. He shared something that I didn't even know. He went and found out that the IMF loans compared to that of the Chinese is on average almost 9 to 10 times the interest from the IMF is 9 to
Can you
10 times
imagine?
higher. So it means anytime you see your government saying they want to borrow from IMF, no, they are betraying you. They have other sources that are cheaper. They have not gone there. And IMF sets conditions. They will set conditions, but the Chinese don't care about conditions. As long as you pay them back, and otherwise they'll take your stuff back.
Have you looked at how America came out of the Great Depression of 1929, and how they didn't borrow money? Roosevelt, I believe it was Roosevelt. I stand corrected. So, but the way he did it was, I did a lot of Keeping It Real, covered it many years ago, where he just said, okay, I have a labor force of youths, right? But I need infrastructure. I need trains to bring me those mangoes from the other side, things that are coming from Mexico to move to this side. What they did, they drew up a blueprint and a plan. And he said, look, I'm not going to pay you as much. We're in their cases, but what I'm going to do, this period of, he used this Joseph dream, 7 years of lean and 7 years of fat. We're going to we're going to use this period of this thing to put infrastructure in place so that way, when we now want to go out to borrow money, then we are now showing whoever is going to borrow us that money that look at what we've done and put in place. Then now we need the money to move from point A to point B. And throughout the period of the Great Depression, that 2-3 years, they started putting in infrastructure, building roads, rails, everything purposely for commerce, not for luxury, not to macradi, right? Identifying places where things were, and during that 7 years of lean 7 years, they walked their way through and got paid stipend, but used the power. They identified that he had a workforce. Now, putting this to Nigeria, 70% of Nigerians are under the age of 35. So, looking at it, we have a fantastic workforce here, right? What is hard there in this period that we are suffering? Just everything that Show has said, that Coco used to give us, Granite Pyramids used to give us, and all these things, and then we go back again, into those days of cooperatives. I mean, I'm not that old.
It's crazy, because when you look at,
I still met a Nigeria of cooperatives. I remember agricultural. My mom was an agricultural. Worked in agri-finance, right? So I remember very well how farmer, all this. I remember her article, things that she wrote. I remember all these things. So I saw these things, but where are they now? It's just it's insane. It doesn't make sense.
See, what I'm thinking is that.
Where is
Scribe. What I'm thinking is that. Can you hear me? I don't know whether anybody can hear me. Just to be sure.
We can hear you.
Yeah. Because sometimes when he talks to you, I'm not sure whether he's even hearing you at all.
No. It was painful, my brother. No, just I got lost.
I hear you. And
I got lost in the thoughts.
The thing is, when you look at the Nigerian economy, it's like, is it me, or technically you could create almost 5-6 million jobs in 1 year. In like someone like me, if you look at, I'm looking to increase the size of the military. If you are looking to rapidly increase the size of the military, do you know what happens? It's not only the employees you are creating jobs for. You are creating jobs for the downstream market too. The people that are going to make the supply the boots, the uniforms. I hear they are importing it from overseas. Okay, that may not work very well. But the barracks, somebody has to build it. The boots, all those things. By the time you cater to all these jobs, you are creating a lot of jobs in the economy just on that alone. Then you revolutionize the agricultural sector too. You could create jobs rapidly in Nigeria because there's so much to do. Actually, there's so much to do in the country.
There are so many low-hanging fruits. Too many low-hanging fruits that they can just...
You see this thing you said about uniform and boots. There's no how that if you iterate and sit down and work with the guys in Aba,
they will do it. Oh no, definitely no. That one is easy right
just for us. We're just lying to ourselves.
They are not patronizing them.
And you iterate with. Please mind this word. Iterate. Like maybe the first version may not be good, but you go back again. You keep improving. you will get world class.
People have been making shoes for a long time. I don't think
materials.
it's even that new to them. And
Yes.
it's not rocket science. You just develop it and you start churning it out.
Or
And Nigerians
you
will
go
wear
and
it.
buy the machines. You know where the machines are. Just
Exactly.
bring
It's
those
not that.
machines
It's
and bring
not
them in.
breaking ground technology. You go and bring them and just make the shoes in
That's what I'm
Nigeria.
saying. Honestly, there are too many low-hanging fruits that any government can easily just tick off their boxes, and it will make an instant impact in the lives of Nigerians. Too many low-hanging fruits. Too many, but they just ignore it.
This is why it should annoy you if any government that comes into office, let's say Tinubu comes into office, is not able to hit the ground running. Because there's so many things to be done. It's so
Too many.
obvious.
Too many.
And some of them don't even cost a lot. Just start employing people. Just start creating activity. You will see that the economy will just be booming, and people will be like, "Oh," and then the wages will start rising, and they are looking
But
to
you
remove
know,
subsidies too.
the funny thing
Many
is,
things to do.
there are supporters amongst us, the general people who are not looking to benefit anything directly from them, like, whatever. The supporters amongst us will tell you that, oh, but you can't compare Nigeria to this country because we are 200 million. As if having numbers is a disadvantage.
It's a big advantage.
China are happy because they're plenty. India are doing well because they're plenty. When it gets to Nigeria, it's an issue. Our problem is because we are plenty.
Because we've been brainwashed now to think our numbers is
No, these people are not brainwashed. I think it's just deliberate. I don't want to be insulted. You understand? It's deliberate because
the reason why I say that, I'm just watching while we're talking. I'm watching about Nigeria's nuclear power plant that they wanted to put together. Arise News was reading about it, and the context they were reading about it. That why does Nigeria need nuclear power plant? And at the time when Germany is giving it up and people are moving away for nuclear power, this is our buy into the narrative that they sell to us. That our population is a problem. We need to reduce it. We don't need nuclear technology because they are the ones that deserve to have it. All this sort of mentality, and our people buy into it. And this is why I'm thinking that this idea of population, we don't see it as a strength because it's been sold to us that it's a bad thing.
Another thing though that we should still look at for sure. I know, yes, we are blaming politicians, not taking advantage of our cash crop, exporting them and all that. But at least we should also look at the people. The people in ministries, in parastatals who are in charge of signing your papers, giving you permissions to export your own stuff. We look like maybe maybe we in diaspora now exporting just maybe like gari or rice or whatever, or local foods into the UK, and you go to this custom office and you want to export, and they will tell you if you don't pay so and so amount, bribing them, your goods will all perish in the container. And at the end,
That's
end of the day,
these people you talk about, they are government agencies.
Yeah, I know they're government.
They are not private, so they're not private. So it still boils down. See, if you have a president, if you have governors, because it's not just president, if you have a president and governors who give the right, the right body language and even say the right things, people will fall in. Like, you will have the odd, son of a gun that would try to frustrate you. Yeah. But 9 out of 10 will fall in line because they know their Oga is not about that life. But when you have a regime where people that are not Nigerians might hear this, I don't know who's hearing this, but where monkeys are alleged to have stolen money, snakes have swallowed money, termites have eaten vouchers, millions of naira. When you have a regime like that, you can't tell a random custom officer to be upright because he's thinking, these people are. You understand? Ponde fainted. Dino fainted. You are not telling a custom officer not to eat. He would ask you. He will ask you. You understand? He will ask you why. Why am I different? But if you see that your president is saying the right things and doing the right things, doesn't stand for nonsense. Cocaine is found. Your president is interested in it. Presidency is interested. This is not 1 kg. It's the biggest bust in Nigeria. You understand? Almost 200 billion naira. If your president is interested and speaks about it, people would shiver and be like, oh my God, this guy is looking at this case, so we can't. No, if you're giving off the wrong vibe all the time, the amount of money that's been stolen during this administration, and not just them, the ones before. Crazy. Okay, look at this guy, Osun State Governor. I don't support PDP. I have no love for them. But the dancing governor in Osun, Adeleke, They said, how has he been able to start paying some, backlog of salaries and all of that and all of that? And the guy said, what I've done is I've blocked a lot of leakages.
Loopholes.
Loopholes. He said we blocked loopholes, leakages, and we are paying backlog of salaries. What has he done? Not much. And that
all these state governors,
not rocket science.
Are you telling me that these state governors, their budget generally includes the salary of staff and they don't pay them? And that same state allows them to carry on being in office? Because
of course.
I don't understand how you see this thing this thing that we say that they are the ones causing our problems. And to an extent, there's a lot of truth in it. Because look at around even our country, the seaport to clear goods is a nightmare. When you want to ship something from one country to another, even in Africa, so that you can increase trade within Africa, they have tariffs all over the place. These are our leaders doing these things. Why do they have tariffs amongst African countries? Why? Because what is happening is that we have to now start worrying about selling to Igbo people. Then the Igbo people will be like, oh, this standard is not nice. It's not as good as those ones from this place. So you are not allowed to ship to our people. And they will put us through the long grass. We will not be able to send our goods to them. That's why if you go to UK now, you hardly see anything from Nigeria. It's only maybe for Ghana or one of that.
Indomie is from Ghana. I was telling people in the chat, Indomie noodles. The Indomie noodles that we eat. The one we buy in the UK is from Ghana.
Everything is coming from other places. Nigeria has so many variations of yam.
Tanzania.
There is, you see that yellow yam we used to have in Nigeria, the Hausa yam. We don't see them in London.
The only thing you get is puna yam everywhere.
This yam is what we get. What is this? Because Nigeria, we can't see that these people are trying to sabotage us because we have goods that people will buy, that our farmers can sell and make money for the country. But I think we have to start from Africa because we can't even sell to other African countries. And we have a lot of goods. You talk about mango. Nigeria has, if you go like to Abuja now, you will see cashew trees all over the place. And they don't have anything to do with them. They can't make cashew drink out of it. They just leave them. And sometimes they will just cut the fruit and throw it away and just use only the seed. They waste a lot in our country instead of us to be able to sell those things.
It's not quick money like oil.
It's our leaders, African leaders, who can start with them. Why do they have the trade barriers? They should be removing all the trade barriers. We should be able to be doing free trade amongst Africa so that a Nigerian farmer can go and sell to other countries so that they can make money from it. If your people want to block us, at least they can influence our ability to make money. Because anytime you want to sell to European nations or others who that want to use trade barriers, they will kill your market.
I think
we should start with African leaders. They are the low-hanging fruit.
I think African leaders do not want to help Africa. I think, and
but we can force them. We can force them. They are easier to change than to change your
buy from you. You can't force them to buy for you.
No, you can force them to remove the trade barriers that they are putting in place. And you didn't even hear what IMF is saying recently. It was saying Nigeria should increase its tax. What?
Yeah.
What do you mean increase tax? You're acting as if Nigeria is some kind of London or Washington or like we have the luxury. We should be bringing the tax down so that people can attract businesses in
and make money. Numerous to say and make money.
Bring the tax down and charge people for tax people on this thing, employment tax. That's the one, payee. That's where you get the businesses. Don't worry too much about charging corporate tax because you want the businesses to come in. And this IMF, they give people terrible advice. In short, what did you expect from them anyway? Nigeria should not be listening to those ones.
They are not out to make your lives better.
Exactly.
You know what? When that Nigerian guy showed us on the graph, there are periods Nigeria was paying up to 33% interest rate with IMF and the World Bank. I was like, that is loan shark level.
That's Wonga. That's Wonga. Payday loan. That's Wonga.
That's Wonga level.
What is Wonga level?
Oh my God. They are wicked. I'm telling you, this was wicked. And that was in the 90s. All those 90s, when I told you that Europeans were at their apex. The American empire was at their apex. That was when they were more evil with us. They completely ripped Africa to pieces. And this guy was like, look at the Chinese interest rate. In Chinese interest rate, 2.5 to 5% max. Till today, Europeans are around 12% or more. So it should tell you that whenever our leaders go to the IMF, they are betraying you. They are going
It
to
all,
somewhere that's expensive.
like I said, it all boils down to our leaders. You know, the Yorubas will say, "Entoba tara ye lopo kolere ra lomo." So if you sell your own person for cheap, eh, you won't be able to buy it for thousands of dollars. You know, that's the
See,
closest I
that's
can
the
get.
good point.
So our leaders have to do our bidding and defend us. But of what benefit is it to them? They don't care. These things don't affect them. All these things you're talking about, mango is rotten in one market. How's that their business?
What's that
They
business?
can
That
import.
is so
See,
childish
they
thinking.
go
The way
to
they think.
London and eat
And
the
drink.
freshest and the juiciest mangoes. They don't do all these local. You know the word local in Nigeria is negative.
Yeah,
Local,
Yeah.
local dog.
local.
But you come to the West and they say local, and it simply means somebody who lives in a particular
Even
area.
better,
Yeah,
yeah.
close to you. Yeah.
You know, it's a local. You're my local pub. I'm going to my local. You know, that guy's a local. It's somebody who lives around. So everything, is local, is local. So their children would eat the nicest mango, the GMO. You've seen the bananas in Tesco. Now look at how big and yellow spotless they are. You go to Nigeria and you think, is this the same banana? At times you're like, what's going on here? So their children eat the best of the best as far as they're concerned. They do the same. They can import these things if they desire. They can afford it. So for them, making like something happened in 2018 or 19. My daughter went to Nigeria for the first time. So when we realized that her Nigerian passport had expired, so we thought applying for that would take longer. Let's do the option of getting a Nigerian visa on a British passport. Apply for British passport. We made a mistake on the application. Right. So it was just a simple mistake on the form we filled. Can't remember something that we didn't include or that we included that wasn't correct. Nothing major. So they denied her the visa. So I was like, she's leaving in a few days, all this denied visa. How do we start fixing this, reapply? I think it was like £90 or £60. I can't remember. It wasn't anything expensive, the visa fee. So when they contacted us to say, when we went to pick up our passport and they said they had denied the visa, I thought, okay, we're going to pay again and all of that. Let's quickly correct it. And they said, no, that you're covered for 3 months. Is it 3 months or 90 days? The whatever pounds we paid covers you. Go and correct the mistake on the form. It was a simple error. Go and correct it and bring it back. That is what the British government have secured for their citizens going to Nigeria. When you apply for visa for UK in Nigeria and you make one mistake, your money is gone. It's bye-bye. And it's not £60, £60 or £90. You understand? It is their government that will negotiate those sort of stuff to say the British government they will ask Nigeria to say, are you feeling all right? So if my citizen makes a mistake on the form, they should pay you again. No. You should cover them for 90 days or 60 days.
You feeling all right?
Do you understand? No, but it's true. That's the way they will talk to these people. They don't care. So you can see the difference. Nigeria will not protect your interest.
It just opening another kind of worms in my mind anyway. These tax treaties, they call it, where your citizens go to other countries and then they have to pay tax to the country that they are from. Like, American citizens are taxed everywhere. When our people go to like the UK now, they don't pay tax to Nigeria. When they go to America, and a lot of them are traveling recently. And these Western countries are making a whole killing from us. And Nigerians don't have a good tax treaty. They have one with the UK, but nobody knows the details. For all we know, they give them a penny out of anything. And then in the America, they don't even have. But if American citizen is working in Nigeria, I can assure you they are paying tax to America. So this is the thing. We hemorrhage money. That's why I keep saying we are bleeding. Anywhere you turn, we are bleeding. And we need to start plugging all these gaps one by one. Earlier on, we were talking about medical tourism. At least that's a lot of money. But he spent more than the equivalent of a year overseas in this presidency, where he was really running to hospital and all the rest of it. That's a lot of money we are spending. We need to be.
Their children go to school here. How much do they pay? Private schools. Their children, their grandchildren. How much do they pay?
So much money Nigerians are spending for education.
But they will tell you there's no money to fix anything in Nigeria. We don't have money. We are broke. But these people can. Let's even solve one of 1,000 of our problem.
For me, I know Nigeria is poor, but I also know we can solve some problems.
Of course.
Hospitals are buildable. They are not like too expensive. You can get very world-class hospitals for even if you spend 1 billion, it's not the worst thing. And in the context of Nigeria, we need our life expectancy to start going up. Our healthcare system needs to get better. Because if you have that kind of hospital in Nigeria, what is going to happen is that the insurance companies will sign up to that hospital and they will be pouring money in that Nigerians are going to be paying to the insurance company. So all those things, you are going to improve the ecosystem, the healthcare ecosystem, that we could even start having tourism from other African countries.
Look at the way our politicians were dropping like flies during COVID. During COVID, because we just didn't have standard hospitals. Look at the way they were dying. If flights were not grounded, they would have flown out, all of them, for treatment. But look at how many of them died during COVID, because there was nowhere to run to. They didn't build hospitals. They didn't build anything that is of standard.
And they didn't learn anything, no. They didn't learn anything.
And that's what I said. And that's what I tell people. They will never learn from it. They are not interested in learning from it. Of what benefits is it for them to build standard hospitals in Nigeria? So, that's what they call a leveler. They don't want a leveler. You be dying in your UCH and your Luth and your nonsense hospitals. Who will go to the best hospitals in the West?
Sad, isn't it?
That's what they want. It's classism. It's classism. That's what it is.
But there's classism in the UK, there's classism in America, but they don't want your people to die.
See, the classism in the UK is they will go to the private wing of the hospital. It's the same hospital you probably end up at. Of course, there are a few private ones like in St. John's Wood and all these places. But Guy's and St. Thomas's, for instance, it was next to the parliament. I know that, top politicians have been there when I worked at Guy's and St. Thomas's. I know some of them were treated there. They will probably have private wings for them, but it's the same hospital. It's the same doctor that treated you that will treat them.
Yeah.
If they have to make a choice, so they might get the top consultant to drop whatever he's doing, get someone else to go and show up while the top consultant goes to see Theresa May. You understand? But it's the same doctors. But in Nigeria, they can't afford to be in the same hospital as you. There were pictures of Ojus or Carlos, so I'm not sure if it's recent or old, on the bus in London where I was standing, posed for a picture. And people are saying, look at you, no convoy. You are standing on the bus. There are seats. London bus, there are free seats, but you choose to stand. They cannot afford to be on the same bus as you because they've robbed you. Somebody who's stolen from you doesn't want to be in close proximity.
I can't believe how many times I've had
this Abbott woman, God knows the Abbott that was suspended by Labour Party, God knows how many times we were on the same train when I walked around Westminster. We'll sit on the same train. She'll be going to Westminster. I'm going to my office near Westminster. So she's a top politician. But they've built public transport that we can all share. If you say that, they'll say Nigeria is broke. Buy paracetamol for hospital, Nigeria is broke. Anything you say Nigeria should do, people will tell you Nigeria is broke. But our politicians' pension is never late. Their salaries is never late.
See, you know what? By their pictures,
what exactly can we do?
Hold on now, let me just say this because this is getting me a little bit disturbed. I don't know what I'm laughing. Because, see, the two candidates that the Igbo people hate most, and anytime you hear that, the people hate them, Ojus or Carlo and Okorocha. When they mention them, when I look at their picture, they look charismatic. Why do they hate these people so much?
Brother, forget charismatic.
I must say, the guy looks charismatic. He was just suit, looking at him, looking proper and all the rest. They are hated like a disease. I've never seen this type of hatred before.
Forget being charismatic. People can be charismatic and be useless at the time. It's not mutually exclusive.
You know what? People actually hate these people more than Tinubu because they actually hate him. They hate them more than anytime you hear their name is in a bad way, like they kill someone.
So I'll give you a parallel. The way Yoruba people don't support Tinubu, the same way they can't stand him. It's the same way the Igbo people don't like these roaches. There are a lot of, the Yoruba people who don't like Tinubu. For me, I don't hate Tinubu like there are people who have very strong opinions. I just worry that he might not be able to do the best for us. You understand?
The one I don't like in politics is that one that is for education or something. The one that was overseeing the strike between ASU and the Ngige. Was it in Ngige?
No, I think it's Labour. No, it's Labour.
That guy, my God, I dislike him with a venom.
How's that guy?
He is so spiteful. He's an Igbo man, actually. That guy's an Igbo man.
Which one? You say Minister for Education?
I think it's Minister for Education or
No.
Works
Minister,
or Works.
No, Minister of Education is
Yeah, I think it's Minister of Works.
In labor.
Nigerian Minister of Works. That is an Igbo man. The guy, oh my God, yeah.
Works of fashion like Works was of fashion like.
Work. Is he Minister of Works? Something to do with the people that workers report to.
That's labor now. He's labor Gige.
That's not him. Where is Minister?
In Gige, Minister of State for this is this Sang guy now. What's it called?
Is he Minister of Employment? Do we have Minister of Employment or something?
You're talking about Chris Ngige.
Is that Chris Ngige? Yeah, I think that he was the one negotiating with the ASU. That guy is horrible, man. He is horrible. He just like it's almost like now it's true. I mean, what I've been suspecting turns out to be true anyway, because that last week that Okech came and confirmed it that these people, they pretend as if they are protesting against each other, but they are in cahoots. They are already in cahoots. This is what, because when you see him, the way he talks to ASU people, he's like, this guy, they don't want to reach any settlement at all. 9 months, students are at home, and you need to see the way he behaves. Like, what kind of people are, he's the one that said, if our doctors go, they will train more.
He said they should go. He said they will send money back. That it would help Nigeria. That they will send foreign currency back. He's a doctor himself. To think he's a doctor, he's a physician. Chris Ngige is a physician.
Yes, a physician. Yeah.
To be saying that our doctors should leave, and now one of the legislators is now saying they want to propose a bill to stop the same doctors. Chris Ngige said they could leave now. So what changed? Let them go. Let them go if you don't want them.
What kind of leaders are these? You know, when you say leaders are bad, this is one of the worst types that we have.
It's so terrible.
He sat there for 9 months and allowed the strike to just go on. These people are saboteurs. I call them saboteurs. You can't have a university system of a nation like Nigeria be paralyzed for whatever reason. If for some people, even if you have to kneel down to beg the lecturers, go to class, just teach. You don't know what that, because when we get the money to pay you now, you can't go back in time to teach these students again.
But they proposed that. They said on TV, I'm not sure if it was Keyamo, if it was the junior minister or the senior minister, that Nigerian parents should go and beg ASU. During that strike.
Not them. Go and beg them.
What's it called? Festus Keyamo.
Keyamo was the junior one. Hey, I know one of them said on TV that Nigerian parents should go and beg ASU. You understand? So is these things, one of the reasons why they won't care is because their children are graduating from foreign universities every day. Oshibajo, Buhari, all of them. Their children are. So how does it affect them that your universities are short? You know, was during that ASU strike that Femi Gbajabiamila posted that he was undergoing crash course, one of the quick courses at Harvard, and there was a big backlash to say you are the number 4 citizen in Nigeria. People, your children have been on strike for months, and you are posting that you are at Harvard getting a certification. So he quickly took it down and apologized. They are tone deaf. They don't care. And I was discussing with people in the chat to say, I agree that we should pass laws, not that it would ever happen, that we should pass laws banning their children, at least their direct children, from schooling abroad. Banning them from doing medical tourism.
That medical tourism one, I think that's the one everybody will sign up in a heartbeat. They will sign up to that one in a heartbeat.
Bro,
but the students one is
they did it and they threw it away. He did it.
Of course, someone mentioned it. Someone mentioned it, and they just shut the person down completely.
Bring it back again. Bring it back again, over and over again.
Yeah, they shut it down straight away. They just booed the person because the person said our children should go to school in this country.
Yeah, just
because if we put you in charge of our education, our health system, and all of that, but you don't use that system, what is the incentive to make it work? Nothing. But you say it, and people, even before we start to discuss it, no, it won't work. Don't mention it. It's nonsense. Why are you defending your oppressors? What is it that you get? Stockholm syndrome, or what can we attribute it to? It doesn't affect me.
I think we need to understand that a lot of people have sold out in Nigeria. People that you don't even know, because from what I gather, if you look at the way even within the parties they work, the reach of some of all these people is quite deep. They really don't take anything for granted.
I don't think it's sold out. I think, see, you know, when you are so if you stay too long in darkness, after some time you begin to see. So it's like Nigerians will be so deep into this mess that it's not part of us. We're not used to it, so we can't even think outside what we are in right now. You know, so thinking outside what we are in is like, no, you are telling us what is alien to us right now. So we're afraid of going outside our shadow. Let's just remain in where we are and manage it. Don't worry. Don't give us solution. We are okay by it. Let's just be there. Don't worry. Probably afraid of. I don't understand, because you'll be seeing people, you'll be telling them, giving them examples, try to break it down for them. Graduates, they still don't see what you are saying. So
They just would defend, no matter what you say, they would wriggle.
Some of them, I've spoken to some of them, they will say all kinds of things, especially people that don't have anything to gain. You know, they are not associated with politics. But the ones that are associated with it, those are the ones that have actually, if you hear the way they talk, you can even see that they are actually, they know what is happening. They will just tell you it's not going to work.
Those ones are waiting for their turn. Exactly. They are waiting for the baton to be handed to them. But for the ones that are not even linked, they are like, there's no link. They will never meet Tinubu. They will never meet Peter Obi. They will never meet Atiku. But they are the ones that will go online, offline, and be defending this madness. And you're asking, no matter the problem of Nigeria that you say, let's look at this approach. The first thing is, no, it won't work. No, just leave it. No, it won't work. And they'll be citing examples. I don't care who he is. Peter Obi's children went to school in the UK. Atiku's children will be graduating all over the world. Your own children, even if you live in the West, your cousins, your nephews, your nieces, don't you care about them? Don't you have any? You just want, let's just keep it the way it is. Let's not change it. Let's not ruffle feathers. Everything is just yes. No,
as long as it favors them, they will not want to change anything. And for me, if you want to change stuff, you sensitize the people from all the regions. And I think that regional aspect matters a lot. If the entire region supports an agenda, just watch the politicians. They will be really, really scared of that move. Because they know that if something happens, they will have to pass it down. They don't have a choice. They will pass it.
Doesn't this take us back to what a lot of people clamor for, the regional government? Because if you're saying if everybody supported it, it would work. Now imagine the South or the West or the North saying, we want this thing. So for instance, now the North might say in support of Sharia law, majority might want it, and it might fly in the North. Down South, we might say we're not interested. Education is something that is taken seriously in the West. And the West might say, you know what, we'll focus more on education. That's what we're going to do. And they would vote in people who are pro-education. If we talk about our lawmakers, honestly, I keep going on about this thing again, because I said it earlier, what they are discussing is the person Igbo, is the person Christian, is the person this. That's what we are looking at to choose our Senate president. But in other parts of the world, they'll be looking at this person. Does he have the numbers? Does he have the backing to be able to propose laws and get to pass it? What is it for? Is it education? What's his passion? What sort of work is he interested in? Is it equality? Is it our own? None of those come to the discussion table. Is it Igbo? Is it Hausa? We have to balance it. The Igbos are protesting, and I quite enjoyed when I see it online and they say, "Oh no, we don't want Oji's or Kalu. We are not mature yet. We are still building bridges. Don't worry. Don't give us Senate presidency. Give it to Northwest. Give it to a Muslim." It's like a protest, to say we don't want to just keep everything. Nobody is discussing the person that would come in. Is he, somebody who is strong on education? Is he somebody who is strong on police reform? Is he somebody who is strong on none of that? It's just about federal character.
I hear what you are saying regarding that if you had regions, then you have the regions.
It might help.
They will have their will be done.
Yes. It might quicken things.
Make up their mind. But especially when it comes to national stuff, you still can't escape that aspect. If it's national stuff, especially when you're saying national politicians are supposed to be restricted, you still, because in the states, technically you could, state government, you could force them. Technically, you could do that now. You could say within the state they should stop their political officials from traveling overseas for treatment. So you could do that in the states. The question now is the national level one, and I think that the national one is even more alarming. Actually, the way they go, they are crazy. They just keep doing it like mad. The judges, all of them are overseas. So if you can get those ones to be, and the beauty of this health tourism one is that the entire country is in support of it. I've spoken to a few northerners, and they too, they say they don't like it. They simply don't like it. So even they don't like it, the South doesn't like it, the Southwest doesn't like it, the Southeast doesn't like it. It's a matter of having a campaign. Then those people that put the bill together again, if they are still there, you champion it again, you go back and keep going back. Don't give up. Because one thing you are putting in their mind is that you're concentrating their mind that they are not going to hear anything else. Sooner or later, they will be thinking, these people are beginning to get themselves, they are beginning to realize that some of the stuff you are doing is not as good as we'd like to think. If they were taking 50 trips before, the trips will reduce and their consciousness will start changing.
And guess what? They will start investing in our hospitals because they know they would have to use it.
Exactly.
But the money some people have told us doesn't exist would miraculously appear, and they will start spending it on our hospitals.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying give people paracetamol. Let's start from that. You understand? In the UK, once you're 60, your medication is free. It doesn't matter what medication it is. And from 0 to 16, your medication is free. So from 17 to 59, you pay. Now, from 17 to 59, if you don't work and you can prove that you don't work, it's free. I'm not asking for that in Nigeria yet.
We're not rep.
I'm saying give us paracetamol. Everybody that needs paracetamol, you can get it for free. Let's start from that. But they will tell you the budget for paracetamol, it doesn't just exist. We don't have it.
Asorok that even like Asorok.
What do we have? They will budget the budget money for Asorok clinic, but our president doesn't use it. It's everywhere in the world.
He said he travels, he dares to travel
Nobody
overseas.
uses it.
For who? For the workers? For staff of Asorok?
You understand? Peter B is not a saint, and there's no saint anywhere. His name is not Saint Obi. You understand? But there are
I've
some
always had
things
a
he
problem with him
mentioned,
having families overseas.
and people laugh about some of the things he says to say, "Oh, those things are minute." When you add it and times it by 36 states, then you know that it adds up. This guy said the first time became governor and he came back and he saw the platter and he had to ask the head chef, "Sorry, who is this for?" They said, "In case people come back home with you." He said, "In case of what? I live here with my wife and children, or just me and my wife. Stop cooking this sort of feast." People will say, "How much is that in the grand scheme of things?" Use that money to buy paracetamol for the people in a local government.
Free.
Use it to buy plaster.
I'm just, something is running through my mind.
All this money, put it together.
How much is private health insurance in Nigeria? What is the average price? It would be nice to know. Somebody's sharing. Does anyone in the chat know the average price that they know of private health insurance in Nigeria? Because it would be interesting, because one of the highest, the child mortality rate in Nigeria is part of why our life expectancy is low, because they're also counting the children.
Of course, they
that
count it. Yeah.
And with health insurance, that will bring that, collapse that thing down, and children will be surviving. And these are people that we need. Human beings, we need human beings. Human beings are
was it a governor that said they give 500 naira voucher to new mothers in his state? And they said 500 naira. He said yes. Like 500 naira to buy what? To buy what exactly?
Is it
for new
Abia State after birth?
500 naira.
It's
I don't even know what anything is cost 500 naira in Nigeria.
You understand? These are the sort of things these people do. And you see, if our government officials were not living the life they are living, and you tell me that we're broke, I'll have a conversation with you. But when I see the sort of life these people live, and you're saying we are broke, you can't tell me we are broke. It's not, bro. It's like we're siblings of the same father. Popsy is dead or whatever. We're all in the same house now. You are not telling me to drink Gary every day. But I see you order Nando's today. You order Uber Eats, is always delivering to you. You understand? So Nando's deliver today. 5 Guys deliver tomorrow. And you're telling me, guy, there's no money. There's no money. Just manage this, Gary. You can see that the money Popsy left is not. Sorry, but you are eating fat every day. Your own food is never late. You are telling me to manage 1 meal a day because we are broke. But you can somehow eat 3 times a day and you eat whatever you want.
I was struggling.
It might not be enough. Like someone rightly said, I can't remember the famous African man who said it, or maybe it's not even African, that there might not be champagne enough for all, but there might be enough water for everybody. That's what we're saying. But it's quickly knocked back by people who just defend these mad politicians.
I think that is true. If you manage it to be better, it will go around better.
It won't solve all our problems, but things can be slightly better. Just a tiny bit better.
My focus, okay, one of the ways you can transfer the money to the people is to make them spend the money in the country. And because sometimes if you make them spend the money in the country, they have to spend it for somebody. They have to give it to somebody. And the money will circulate around. And those are the kind of areas, if I was like to, because that's, if Showore should be a little bit more cunning and clever with his approach. I don't even think it's about being cunning. It's just about being clever about solving this problem. It's not always about taking the hammer and going to solve a problem. You can just you can go on the side of the rich, present a plan that is a win-win. If the Chinese can come up with a win-win plan, you can come up with a win-win plan that works for economy. If you cannot find it, it's because you've not thought expansively enough. Because it does exist. I believe that if you can make an argument to the rich that even if you are involved in power supply, anything, I can help you make more money. You just need to work with me on this one. You will double your income in the next 4 years or so. But the people are also going to be better off. So people will not be happy, but you need to be on my side on that one too. That's all you need to do. And yes, many of them will still stick to their paymasters from overseas. But the others that will sign up to you because they will think that, okay, if you win, chances are that you might not get 50%, you might get 30% or 20% support from these people, but maybe that is enough for you to actually convince and get the agenda going. And if they see that, if the other rich ones see that these people are making money, what do you think drives rich people? More money. They will come and join the party too. Everybody starts enjoying themselves. Because when I look at the West, there is corruption in the West. There is classism in the West.
There's corruption everywhere.
Yeah, there is wealth at the top. But it gets to the people, and that is where we need to get to as a minimum. The wealth has to seep down to the people, because right now it's just man, I don't even know where to start. 52 years life expectancy in Nigeria.
Syria that has been at war for how long? Theirs is it's like 65 or so.
No, I think Syria is probably higher than that too. It's Somalia that is around 56 or so. I suspect Syria is probably higher. Syria life expectancy. Syria is like a Jebota now. Life expectancy. I can't believe I just said that Jebota. 72. I told you. Nigeria is 52. 20 years ahead of us. That's like a Jebota.
You understand? That's a country at war. You say it and they'll tell you there's no solution. They can't do anything.
Where I saw people in Syria eating a human heart just how many years ago, their life expectancy is still 72. I'm telling you, Nigeria, we are in trouble.
I don't honestly. I just wish they would do right by the people. Just a tiny little bit. Just a tiny. Just do more. Stop looking for. It's just like the prodigal son. Just give me what I can get now. The oil money is the easy one. There's so many things we can do. There are so many things we can do to raise our revenue. Like what I said now. I mean, ship will come into Nigeria with thousands of containers, drop off, and go empty. Why? Why is that? That would even strengthen our currency. But we're not exporting enough. We're not doing enough. But you say it and people will say, all they keep saying is we don't have money. We don't have money. Whose job is it to create money? To generate revenue, not create money, to generate revenue. Whose job is it? It is the government's job to create an enabling environment for private sector to come in. The federal government can never, ever.
Are you seeing this record here, this stuff here?
Yeah, so it's yeah.
Yeah, because that's interesting, isn't it? That's the entire money floating in the economy.
Osibajo will come and start
telling you that we are not rich. That's what this guy is saying.
I start telling you about SMEs around the country, SMEs. Did you create any enabling environment for them? SMEs.
If you understand, I mean, to get a loan in Nigeria for business, like small business. I'm not talking big boys who have links and all of that. Just to get a loan in Nigeria, one of my friends tried to get a loan to sustain his laundry business not too long ago, but maybe 3-4 years ago. The amount of bottleneck, the amount of people, the amount of times he went to the bank, the amount of people he had to see, the amount of conditions they were giving him. We can't give you the money. We have to give it to somebody that would import all the laundry equipment that you need, all the machines and all these things. There's a guy that will give it to. He will be the one to import it for you. The guy said, "I'm taking a loan." Why?
Can I read this? Because finish what you're saying.
No.
Okay, let me just read this stuff about health insurance. Say, how much does NHIS cost in Nigeria? I think it's you know about it now. It says if you are not eligible for NHIS through your employer or educational institution, it's possible to become a voluntary member of the program. You can do this through the NHIS website. It costs around $75 to register as a voluntary contributor to the social healthcare insurance in Nigeria, plus $23 per person you wish to cover. This fee will renew automatically every year. Does that mean that is not per month? That is annually $23?
I'm not sure.
You see what I mean? The fee will renew annually. Does that not mean that it's per annum?
Yes,
I can't make sense of it. Because if that's quite cheap.
If it's annually, that's good. So which makes me doubt it. I mean, if it's annual, that's really good.
That's why both of us are doubting it, because it seems like it's too cheap. Then if that's the case, why do all Nigerians not have it?
I think there's one thing anyway. You say insurance. That word insurance, I think it's not marketed well in Nigeria. In the sense that when you talk of insurance, you are paying some certain money in case of, and Nigeria is not my portion. Even to insure your car, it's not. Are you praying for me to get accidents? You understand? It's not my portion. Okay, insure your house. Are you praying for my house to catch fire? It's not my portion. Okay, just pay insurance for your health. Are you praying for me for me to sick?
They'll drink anointing oil now.
You understand? Nothing. Oh yeah. So you don't have to pay for it. So like I think that
it's quite cheap. They said that's the amount. And that is the national health insurance scheme. I guess the private one is a better one. I don't know whether the national one is very good, because after all, it's the national one that is killing, resulting in the death of so many people. So it would be nice to get the private one, because if it's something that can be mitigated, one can target pregnant women to reduce the death rates among their children. So you can target them so that you cover them first, and so that their children, the mortality will start coming down, and life expectancy starts going up, and healthcare probably starts improving. It's one of those things it's awareness, according to what Ngozika said. A lot of people don't even know it exists. She didn't know herself, and she just found out that, I didn't know. I was just signing up. It's not that expensive anyway. So I think it's something we can look, and the amount is not a lot.
Okay, hold on.
They say if it is annual,
Nigeria, they say Nigeria.
If the diaspora put head together, you could cover a village. How many pregnant people do they have in a village?
Nigerians live less than $1 a day, which is poverty rate is very high. So how many really sincerely Nigerians can afford that £25?
£25 per person, and that makes it tricky, because
many of our families are big.
Yes, per year. That per year is good for that amount, if you ask me. And if you are going to get good care and you're going to prevent, so that when they are going to hospital, they don't have to think twice about healthcare. I would say, you see, those are the kind of utility areas that could come in handy. And if you go as a group, let's say you go as a group, you might even bring that amount down, because
the discount.
You can get discount. It comes down to 20 or maybe
family package or that stuff.
So it also depends on. I mean, it's worth looking into. It also depends on what does it cover. Because one is to be sure what it covers. Because I wasn't too familiar with the Nigerian health system. Public health system, because it was always private for us growing up. But over the last few years, my mom had to use the main hospital in Ibadan, and she was there for a bit. She was in the intensive care ICU, and I can't remember. I know it was is it 100 and something thousand per night? And a few people passed away that were admitted around the same time as she was because they couldn't find the money. Because they will tell your relatives to go and find the money so that your relative can be looked after, put in ICU. Thankfully, thank God, I mean, we were able to pay. You feel sorry for those because I wasn't there. I only had the stories. I went to see her after everything had happened. And people passed away just because they could not afford to put their families in intensive care because, my mom was in coma for a few days and she was there because we could afford to pay. But people were just dying like it was nothing. They said they needed oxygen. They told us we're going to buy oxygen. Okay, there's money to buy oxygen. Then UCH said they didn't have the what's it called now? The mask, the one that they used to administer the oxygen. So they had to tell them to go and buy it private. Go and find it wherever you can find it. We have oxygen, but we don't have that. The oxygen is not free, but at least the mask. Go and find it wherever you can find it. So even things like that, even if you're selling it, let it be available. At least this is not free. But it's not. Somebody could have died while somebody is driving around or getting Okada to go and get the mask. The person could have died. And so all these little things you paid when she got there. They told us to pay for the meal because she was going to be there for a while. So we paid because you pay for the meal, like you get breakfast, lunch, and dinner with NHS. No, so they told us to pay. We paid for maybe a week or two or something. She wasn't there for the whole duration to get the refund. It was hell. These are the little things, and that's not federal government. It's the people. But I still go to. If the man at the top is sending the right message, the people below him would have no choice but to conform. So you see all these things happening. So when I went to Nigeria and we were not going for outpatient appointments, every outpatient appointment was 900 naira at the time. To see a doctor, 900 naira. Is now 1,050 or something like that. But there's no appointment time. They just tell you, come on Tuesday, the 28th of something. So first come, first serve. But you now see what happens. The first come, first serve. Some people will now be tipping the nurses and the HCAs to put their files, medical files above. And they will see the doctors. So all these things, I was in UCH Ibadan, twice a week for 2 months. So I spent a lot of time in UCH. And I saw many things. And I just thought, for somebody especially who works in and around the hospital in the UK, and I'm not expecting the same standard. I'm just saying what level of madness is going on here.
Nigeria is a huge country.
I bashed my shin. I bashed it into a bench. The corridors were pitch black. People were using their all these mobile phones, their torchlights, because they said there was no electricity. UCH said we're not putting on the generator. There's no diesel. We're not putting in. They now said. After I left, my mom was now telling me that they introduced something called diesel fee. It didn't last for long. They said, yes, because I think there was a lot of blackout in Ibadan, just on blackout for weeks. So they said, okay, we'll put on the generator, but you have to pay 500 extra or something stupid like that to see a doctor because they're going to put on the generator for you. These are the sort of things we were saying that all the excesses of our political office holders, if we cut back on those, block some of these leakages, it can help so that somebody won't have to pay 500 naira to see a doctor. You don't pay that, you miss your outpatient appointments, you might die. This is it's life and death. So all these political psychophants that will be defending madness, it's about life and death for a lot of people. You can't see your doctor because you cannot afford. So it's 900 naira doctor fee and the 500 diesel fee. That's 1,004. That might cost a life. Not everybody can afford it twice a week. If you don't have children in the Western world, or you didn't have a proper job that you made a lot of money while you were working, how do you do that?
Sure.
You understand? So
they said Nigeria has 36.4 births per 1,000 people. I was trying to see how maybe potentially the diaspora could help with insurance and all the rest. Do you know how much that translates to for the entire country of Nigeria? Nigeria, 7 something million people.
I mean, if there's any way So those of us in the
That's a
diaspora
lot
can
of
help
people.
and put our money where,
Wow.
if
7 point
there's any way,
something million.
if there's any
That's
way
a
we
lot
can
of
help with finances, of course, people in diaspora are not be today now. We send money almost every day to Nigeria, almost every week. There's somebody you're helping. So it's not if we can send the money to build some sort of institutions rather than giving people stipends all the time, I'm all for it. A lot of people are all for it. There are people who don't
Okay,
even
let me
engage.
7 million times 23, isn't it? $23 times $23 comes down to, let's see what it comes down to.
Is it 13?
161.
Less than 2.1 billion.
No, it's not up to billion at all. It's 160 something $million. That's what it comes down to, which is not a lot if you want to cover the entire country. The women anyway, the women that are giving birth, you want to cover them.
It's something that people would happily do. A lot of people in the West would happily, in the Western world,
And
and even
government should be
Asia.
able to afford this.
Nigerians in diaspora would support, not even just the West, even people in Cote d'Ivoire that have money, Nigerians in Senegal, people would contribute. It's the level of care they will get that will now worry you. Because the last thing you want to do is send money and some, I don't want to say things. And they will add it to the one that they've already
those
stolen.
diasporans, you know what? Those health people, they will be scared of diasporans. Because they come from all over the world. No, the reason why I said it is because one, they come from all over the world. You can't pin them down in Nigeria. So, and if people pay their hard-earned money for you to treat pregnant women, you go and eat their money. Some people are gangster. They are not going to just take that lying down. Yeah, people are going to pay. And you see what I mean? And this is what I mean by people having a stake. If you have a stake in the system and you go and spend that money, man, I think in short, even people that were sympathetic to you, they will not feel sorry for you that you go and spend money that is meant for pregnant women. Jesus Christ. That's low blow now. Jesus. And it's insurance companies you're paying to, not even the help you. That insurance company, you hold them accountable.
But honestly, like who's checkmating them now? The hospital, who's checkmating them to make sure that they are giving them
the insurance company. They have to do their job. If you give them that money,
in one time in Nigeria, in the hospitals, they were having not hospitals anyway. Every service providers anyway, they have this what's it called body they created, Servicom. It was in every office parastatals like. They are they are where you report to if there's any maybe bad service, if there are any
like PALS in London.
Something like that.
In the UK, like PALS, patient advice.
Exactly. So they are
liaison,
all services like in case they want to check, okay, how are you giving your customer services or public this and that. And he worked for like 1 year and he died natural death.
See, I'm not sure if that's what it's called. While I was in UCH in Ibadan, I had an incident with a gentleman. Not gentleman. I had an incident with a thug. It's not a gentleman. Just let me tell you, he's a thug. And yeah, so it got loud. It got really loud. It was going to get physical. It was older guy, probably in his 50s or something. And I told him, I said, honestly, like I and you and I will fight now, and I'll beat you. Like I'll beat you proper, and we'll be unruly. Because this guy was just trying to. So what happened? We got to the place where we're going to pay. So you go to the window to pay to see a doctor, the 900 naira, and they only take cash, and they give you manual receipt. Like back in the days, you go to a pharmacy and it has carbon. That's the way they give you receipt. So it's easy to manipulate and steal money. I think that's why they use that system. Anyway, that's not the crux of the matter. So there was a queue. There were 2 windows, and they were both serving everybody. So what we did was we formed one line. So one line, as soon as you get to the window, you go to whoever was free. So it was one line, but 2 windows were serving the same line. So this man came, and in the line, it was about 8 or 9 of us. It wasn't even a long line or long queue. So he came and he saw that, there's only one line. So he, in his wiseness, formed a second line in front of that free window as the first person. And I was like number 4 on the line. So I told him, I said, excuse me, sir, that, it's one line, but it's one line being served by 2 windows. It's quicker that way. He said, no, that doesn't make any sense. There should be 2 lines. I said, honestly, it works out the same. It doesn't change anything. We've just formed, I made a line, we've maintained the line. Just join the line. He said, no, that it doesn't make any sense. I said, it makes sense. So it doesn't make sense. So what doesn't make sense here is you cannot come now with 8 people on the queue and you now form a new line and be the first person.
We don't have sense.
You understand? So he said that wasn't going to change, that he's just going to do what he has to do, that he doesn't know why we're being silly. So everybody was more, because it was slightly well dressed by Ibadan standard. So a lot of people were like, they don't know who he is and all of that. And I'm like, brother, it's not me and you. I've not been in the, there's no way. Even before I left Nigeria, I've always stood up for myself. That's the way I was raised. So I told him, I said, not under my watch. See, I said, if the people behind me would agree, I will not let you go before me. So it became back and forth. He got loud and he started threatening, saying, I said, I will beat you now. And I said, Nigerian, we'll go to the police. I said, the way it works. Now, who pays them pass? Go win case. I said, I'm not about that life, but you can't outpay me at the police station. It's a wrong system, but that's the system we have. So I told him, I said, this is what's going to happen. So my mom was really worried because it was loud and as an amputee, she couldn't even come, but she was hearing my voice. Anyway, so it got to a point. So the matron came and she came and got involved and I explained, and she said, okay, explain to the man that he needed to join the queue. So when we finished, the woman now said, why? Okay, now, because when they now found out my name and all of that, and they realized that I was related to somebody without, giving too much, then I said, oh, do you want to make a formal complaint? They said they have this line. I think it's this line you're talking about. Local P, they gave me 3 telephone numbers. I called those all 3 for not that I wanted to report, but I just thought, let me even keep trying. I called all 3 numbers. Throughout the time we spent in usage for 4 hours.
Complaint number, good number.
Nothing. So they tell you there's a complaint number that doesn't work. What's the point?
Why would they put somebody on the complaint locker where they can barely put somebody to serve you?
The reason why that woman gave me the number was because she found out that I'm direct relation to somebody.
Yes.
I didn't mention it. I didn't say anything, but because they know my mom, so they're like, "Oh, you are her son," and they linked it straight away to say, "Oh, you can complain. These are the numbers." I took the number. I called it. Nothing. 4 hours. Nobody picked up. So forget all this. Their complaint number.
The talk. What happened with the talk now? He decided to give way.
Well, of course, he joined the queue. He joined the queue at the end. He joined because I just said. So I told him. I said, "See, I said you." And remember, it was around the election. I said, "You will be one of the people complaining about our politicians." I said, "So is this the fault of a politician that you came and you want? There are 8 people or 9 people, and you want to be the first person to pay? Why do you think it makes sense?" So I told him. I said, "If you carry on the way you're carrying on." He said, when the matron came, he said, "Oh, it's this boy, young boy. He's barking at me like a dog." I said, "If you sit down one more time, if I don't beat you, call me a bastard." I said, now. I said, "Try one more time."
But sure though, did you consider that maybe, just maybe, you might be a little bit smidgen out of line? I know that
No. The man needed to be straightened up. He did need to be straightened up.
Sometimes it is what
when you go to MNS, you know how when you go to MNS, you are queuing and another checkout opens. What happens?
Yeah.
People at the back of the queue go and join the other checkout.
A new checkout opens, not when 2 checkouts are running and somebody jumps the queue.
Okay, so 2 checkouts are running and somebody.
2 windows were open. It wasn't my decision. I joined the queue. I just saw that. Okay, you know the funny thing. I somewhat agreed with the man that it probably looks nicer. It's just for aesthetics that 2 windows, 2 lines. But people that I met formed 1 line, being served by 2 windows. It was moving quick. The line was moving quick because you just go left, somebody will go right, somebody will go left, somebody will go right. So I joined the queue. I didn't have energy to start correcting them to say, "Oh, 2 lines or 2 windows." It didn't make any difference. It was still quick. You now came and said, you now came and said you're going to be in front of the second queue that you are creating. I said, sir, it's not nice. So it's not, I've been in the UK. At that point, I lived in the UK for about 17 years.
You have the law of queuing down to a
T. UK people UK is the place where you go to a cash point. There are 2 cash points.
You queue anyway.
Everybody will queue. You now realize the second cash point is actually working. So in the UK, we like to queue. And I was respectful. I don't go about looking for trouble. I'm not interested. And this man said, that's why he's not interested where people are silly. What sort of this and that? I think it was more annoyed that everybody kept quiet. I was the only one who sort of spoke up to say,
Yes,
"Oh, sir, there's a queue."
and that is Nigeria's problem still.
You understand?
That's part of
He said,
Nigeria's
"He said, do I know who he is?" I said, "I'm not interested.
Wow.
I don't want to
Everybody
meet you.
goes to that
I
one.
don't want to meet you."
You know who
But
I
if you
am.
start saying, "Do you know who I am in this Ibadan?" then they don't born your father well. In this same Ibadan, that you now tell me, "Do I know who are you?" But it's not, you don't go around telling people I'm this, I'm this, I'm this, I'm this. There's no point. Let's just join a queue and pay our 900 so our relatives can see the doctor. You understand?
Yeah, it's one of those this thing. You're lucky you didn't start a fight though, because sometimes before you go and start a fight, your mother is there waiting for you and everything.
But you know, you so this might contradict everything I've said on this show so far. People might clip it and say, "Hey, look at him." But you know, he's in Nigeria. He's in Nigeria.
You think that you're thinking you are just shouting at each other, but nothing's gonna happen.
No. Something. I told him when the matron came. The matron said, "What's going on?" I was trying to explain, and he said, "Oh, is this young man? You know that condescending? Is this young man? Young boy? Is this young boy just barking like a dog?" I say, "I dare you. I dare you by I on everything that I believe in that I have. Call me that one more time and see if I don't beat you. We'll go to the police station. I said I will pay more than you will pay, and you'll be locked up. Try it."
You're already assuming that guy. Does he look like somebody you can take?
At that point, it didn't matter. It didn't matter.
You know, somebody go and start a fight, you go and chew more than you bargain for.
Brother, at that point, if he had called me a barking dog one more time, I would have attacked him like a dog.
Wow.
Yes.
And do you know what? Courtesy the fact that your mom was in the hospital and you are not even happy with your surroundings, your situation right now.
All I said was, "Excuse me, sir, there is a line, join the queue. How have I offended you?" You know, said, "Do you know who I am?"
That's something that I found a little bit interesting. He says, I don't know whether you've shared it before, something about amputee.
Yeah, my mom. Yeah. So during my mom's, being in the hospital at the time and everything, so they realized she's diabetic, so she had a sore on her toe, so gangrene. If you're familiar with medical, jargons, so that was gangrene. So the toe was never going to heal. He wasn't going to heal. So initially they said they were going to cut the toe, and we said, "Okay, go ahead with the surgery." But somebody got one of their top consultants to check the toe before they did the amputation, and the guy said, "Oh, that they are going to cut it from the ankle." And they said, "Okay, get worse." But eventually they cut it from the knee. Because they said he had spread that much. Yes, exactly.
Is it Nigeria they did this stuff, or in the UK?
In Nigeria, usage Ibadan. No, usage Ibadan.
I'm not surprised.
So we paid, we paid everything. It was the admission from the being in coma and everything that was the gangrene, that everything. She had like a heart attack in between all of it. So he ended up with the amputation. So after the amputation, she was there for a bit. So I went to Nigeria to spend some time with her because we're quite close. As the baby of the family, the last born. Went to spend time with her. So we're now going to outpatient appointments. I had to buy a brand new wheelchair. The wheelchairs in UCH. If I had any of you's number, I will send you the wheelchairs, bro. Like the rim of a tire. Like if you hear the noise these things were making, and we would have to push it up a ramp, going to that patient. No. So the first day we went there, and I was like, "These are the wheelchairs, okay? No complaints, no." I just went opposite. There's a pharmacy opposite. I went to buy a wheelchair. It was about 85,000 naira. No big deal. But how many people can buy that? When I complain, I'm not complaining because of me. I bought a wheelchair on the spot, 85,000 naira. I just thought it's less than £100. We thank God. We bought it. So we'll push her there every time. It was not convenient to get in the car, get the wheelchair out, push her up the ramp, no lift, okay. Push her up the ramp, go around. We now get there to pay. And we'll get there early. Then I realized that people were giving money. They'll put money, they will shove the HCAs, and those ones will move the files up. And I started to. So I was not trying even to pay, because before you can say, "Doctor, you have to pay," and show them the receipt. Now to pay, join the queue. This man now came and is now saying, he's now doing some madness. And I told him, I said, "Bro, I'm not in the mood for your madness. I'm not. You might be older and all of that, so please respect yourself. I called you, sir. I did all of this respect. I did, the British way of respecting people unnecessarily. I did all of that. And you're now.
You didn't appreciate my SARS. Now it's
you understand? I changed them for the guy. I changed them straight like, oh God, no carry that nonsense come. No carry and come. I don't care who you are. Telling me, do I know who you are? I get boys who will go school together. We don't become something for military. And they did that same Ibadan or cantonment. I'll call them for you.
Yeah, you have trouble now. The guy would have had
but it's not about that life intimidating other people or oppressing people. I just wanted to do the right thing. This man, and this is what baffles me about religion in Nigeria, Christianity and Islam have deviated now. I look at how our churches and mosques are packed on Fridays. Packed. Then you go out on Monday morning.
No.
And you see people doing mad.
No, let me stop you there. Monday was like in the 80s. Monday so far. After church.
The same people that were crying during praise and worship will be cursing you on the road.
After church, 2 hours.
The people who block something and pray on Friday and go to Jumat and leave work to go and pray, they will get back to the banking hall and they will frustrate your life. They'll get back to their custom desk and they will frustrate you. And you start wondering, so why did you go and waste time to pray somewhere just now as a Christian or Muslim? Why? What was the waste of time? Because you're the same people that is shedding tears and emotional and God touched your heart and you're singing the song. But the next minute, you're frustrating me. Why? You understand? So these are the things. We just need to do better. I know Mama Icho sometimes, some people might not agree, but what she was saying earlier, some of these things, it starts from the family unit.
Yeah.
Like you forefathers would like to say, politicians are not picked from mass. They are from the society. So, everyday people you meet are the people who end up being politicians and what. So, but if people are corrupt from the beginning, from any opportunity, they want to just play a fast one on you. Any opportunity, play a fast one on you. Why do we do that to each other?
It's just too much. It's just too much. And for me, anyway, my mind is still playing on how the illness, the diabetes, leg thing.
Yeah, I mean, the even funny thing is, the reason why she got that sore on her toe, the injury, it's so crazy. So the house was boggled. They had robbers go to the house. Thieves went to the house. Took her mobile phone, took a lot of things, robbed them. My nephew, who I talk about all the time, he was about to go to uni. He had packed his bag, first time going to uni. As a UI boy, he's going to graduate this year, thankfully, biochemistry. The boy was going to uni fresh, and he packed his stuff, ready to go to uni. They took the package. The way he packed it is, it's like he had prepared it for them. So they took their mobile phones and took everything. So Momsi now went to I don't know if it was MTN or the mobile phone people to retrieve her SIM. While she was coming out of the mobile phone company in Challenge Ibadan, she got knocked down by a keke. Is it keke marwa? Those keke. That was what hit her, and that's where she had a bruise on her toe that never healed. So you can see how these things are linked. So when some of us are angry about these things, the amount of Okada keke in Ibadan,
they kicked them out of Lagos now. So they pushed them all.
Mental.
I saw that they are also in Delta State. They are everywhere.
So you can see how these things are all linked. The failure of government, you can see how it's all linked to all. So she got the injury from that never healed. That led to, we're going to amputate the toe. No, it's the ankle. No, it's from the knee. So if you are diabetic, you are diabetic. Once you have an open,
it's dangerous. That thing, it has to be respected. It's dangerous condition to be in. But Nigeria is they do quite well in terms of world ranking, though.
If she was flown out to abroad, that probably would be something else.
No, I don't think in abroad they'll be telling you your toes, your ankle, and
you know the funny thing. She didn't tell us when the thing happened. I think because it wasn't a big deal. She just, she got up quite, she got up to like a scratch, whatever. She didn't make much of it. So she started going to a private hospital that she goes to for, So private hospital were just taking money after money after money. I didn't know anything was going on. She just kept it to herself. One of my friends went to, just popped in to say hello to Momsi. And he called me and said, do you know Momsi has this, like a really terrible sore on one of her toes? I said, no, I talked to her on a regular. He said, bro, that she told me not to say anything, He said, I have to tell you that looks really bad. So I was like, oh, so I called her. What's happening?
That boy told you. Wow.
So I now said, listen, you have to get it looked at and all of that. So that's when, and I'm not sure if it's the same across Nigeria. UCH is the biggest hospital in Ibadan. It's massive, like built by the massive. I mean, somewhere that the Saudi royal family used to come for treatment till the 70s or maybe early 80s. So it's a really well laid out, not maintained, obviously. But people have a phobia going to UCH in Ibadan. You know why? I'll tell you why. I only found out when I started dealing with them, recently. People leave it till the last minute. They go to their private, what should be your primary health care center. Which is all private in Nigeria. You keep going. The things that those ones cannot look after, they would tell you they can cure it because they want money.
Money from you.
So they will keep you coming back until the situation gets really, really bad.
They will not refer you.
They will refer you. So most people who go to UCH that we know growing up, they die. Because before they go to UCH, it's too late. But people don't see what precedes that. They only just hear died at UCH, died at UCH. So there was a stigma around going to UCH that you just go and die. So people who are afraid of UCH. So I'm not sure if it's the same. Honestly, that's stigma. UCH, this one died. This one, I can tell you how many family members died at UCH. Because I now realize when I grew up that people don't go until it is too late. So Momsi was making the same mistake. He was going to this private hospital. And they kept, we'll dress it, we'll wash it, we'll dress it, we'll skin it, we'll scrape it, They were doing all that nonsense that nobody knew about until it was really bad. To the point that she had, heart attack. How does that happen? It was like, she was in coma for days. The money we paid at UCH, money and life, you can't compare it. But I keep saying, how many people can afford that? The average person in Nigeria. And that's why it annoys me when our politicians will jet out and say air infection, they're going abroad to sort it out on taxpayers' money.
Yeah.
But the average Nigerian cannot get the basic thing.
They need to stop it, man. This healthcare thing that problem we have in Nigeria, it needs to start getting dealt with. And this is why I think we should start from this health tourism. At least that will concentrate their mind in Nigeria. Even if just hear that people are complaining constantly about it, we can't keep having this stuff. And many people that want to come to Nigeria from overseas, even one of the first things they check, and because we have a lot of people that are retirees from here that want to come back to Nigeria, they will think, how about the healthcare system?
Yes, no.
If it's not there for them, they can't come back. And they have a lot of money to spend.
Yeah.
Because in the UK, they make them sell their houses. They make them sell their houses to take care of them. They can bring all that money to Nigeria. It's the money you spend building good hospitals in Nigeria, it's going to pay for itself.
You will.
Honestly, if you look at the conversations we've had today, there's so much opportunities to make money in Nigeria.
Too many.
What's wrong with our government?
I was telling, who was I telling? Okay, there's a guy, there's a senior boss here in UK that I was having a chat with on WhatsApp, and I was telling him, I can't remember what led to the conversation on WhatsApp. So I said, that it really bothers me because the amount of money we can make through tourism in Nigeria, the amount of Jamaican, Caucasian, all these friends that we have that are non-Nigerians, non-Africans, that we would happily invite to come with us to Nigeria. But now me go carry person go where they go kidnap her. Wait till I go tell. Well, imagine you take your colleague to Nigeria and they kidnap your colleague. What do you say? How do you understand? So they say you plan it.
You go back to the West, like
you will be the first suspect.
You understand? So I was saying to this senior boss, I said, imagine where Nigeria, and Nigeria is like many nations put into one. For those, the amount of this is what led to the gist. I put something up on my WhatsApp status. The amount of tourists that went to African countries. There's a Twitter handle called African Fact or something like that. So I follow the handle. We'll post, random things about Africa, facts that you might not know. So the 10 top countries that were visited by foreigners in Africa, Nigeria was not there. So I posted it. I didn't say anything, didn't add any comments. So that bro said, "Oh, is this real?" I said, "Well, that's what we see." And I said, "Can you imagine that Morocco is there because people go to Marrakesh? How many of my friends don't go do 48? You know the wave of 48. Everybody going to Marrakesh." I said, "People go to Marrakesh." I said, "That could be our northern Nigeria.
Yeah.
Camels are there. We have sand. It's our Dubai." I said, "For those who want culture, like, you know, a bit of culture, a bit of life, and nightlife, they'll go to Ibadan. They'll go to Abeokuta. That's going to be similar to like your Portugal, where there's, you know, a lot of culture, or Barcelona, a lot of culture, history. The architecture is, you know, old, dated, but well maintained, and there's nightlife. And those who just want like city break, instead of going to New York and all this, or coming to London, you can go to Lagos. We have everything. We have
Nigeria
State.
is bustling. Nigerian people.
Do you understand? So I said, all these things could have just brought so many tourists. You know how much money we will make? But if you say, they will say, how much is that in the grand scheme of things? That can't solve our problem. Go and look at our budget. Let's keep adding to it.
They don't get it.
So the visa fee for like UK to Nigeria and vice versa, are they the same?
No, the same. Senior man said the same.
No, because I've never tried this, so I'm just trying to ask.
They don't understand that when people come into your country through tourism, they can, some of them, maybe 5-10% of them may come back to invest in that country. They just see only tourism.
Apart from tourism, but what is like if it's okay, like Nigeria will pay more visa fee to come here.
Of course.
Okay, so why
we pay a lot more?
The government say no, let's pay the same.
Because they see, my brother, they won't fight for you. They have other things they're negotiating for. They are not interested in.
Assuming they want to eat the money, and why not pay the same and let Nigeria eat the money? Let them eat the money, okay? But at least pay the same. They're looking for money to eat, right?
How do you mean pay the same? I didn't get what you were saying.
So, like same visa fee equivalent.
Okay, visa.
Visa fee.
What I'm arguing that our leaders should be doing is subsidizing our people from being able. If I was proposing for the transport minister or whatever, I would say subsidize airlines that are coming to Nigeria so that our diasporans will come more back to Nigeria. Because when they come and spend a lot of money.
Did you hear when Alex Oyema was complaining that to go to UK, the amount that UK is charging airlines from Nigeria landing in UK is almost twice what the airlines coming from South Africa. That is very far. It's almost twice that. You understand? Like they when it comes to Nigeria, they charge Nigeria high compared to
because they have subsidies amongst them. This is why. So I know somebody that traveled from UK to this in Morocco for 25 this in pounds. From UK to Bulgaria, £5. That is scary subsidies, because I know that to travel from one part of London to the other is not £5. It's more expensive. But
are you sure it's subsidy or is the real amount, or because Nigeria is just everything we do in Nigeria is just to have the price?
Come on, seriously, £5 to fly over from one country to another. It's just the petrol that is used to take off is more than all the money you pay.
Sometimes what happens with those flights is people actually stay online and they search for those cheap flights, because what happens with aviation, Paul is not here, probably you will have corroborated this. What I read, I think was during COVID, the aftermath of COVID, I read some, stories regarding airlines and all of that. So what happens is it's like a contract. You have a contract, your airline has a contract with this airport to say for the next 6 years or 6 months or 1 year, whatever contract you sign, you need to be landing there the slot you've booked. If you don't, you lose your right to be landed. So what they do is they were flying empty planes. So it's not a case of we don't have the full flight. They have to go, because if they don't go because we don't have enough people booking this flight, let's cancel the flight, refund the 20 people. They would rather fly with the 20 people. So what they do is when it's close to the time to the date of the flight, they drop the price. So instead of going with a quarter of the flight, they would reduce it to £10. And people, especially if you're single, you're bachelor, you don't have to tell your wife and plan with the kids, drop off, school drop. You just book a flight and you're gone. So a lot of people do that. They actually monitor flights, because those planes would actually travel empty or not, or full. Because if you keep canceling your flight, you will lose your license, not license, but your right to, to extend your
And
contract.
guess why they do that? They do that because those people are giving them a lot of benefits. Because if
Most
the
likely.
airlines are not getting any benefits for that, they wouldn't have been compelled to do something like that. They would rather go and apply again. You see what I mean? So this is why it's too heavy. Where £5 people can travel international flight. The Africans should learn how to play that game, because we, as like me now, if I was in the UK and I find out that the getting to Nigeria is going to be like $200, I will be jumping on the flight any chance I get.
Yep.
There's a way you reduce the price. You will see that people will be coming to Nigeria.
You make the money based on what you spend on hotel, tourism, souvenirs.
Exactly.
You make the money back.
Investments. Me, I'm always thinking about the long-term ones too, because the long-term one, when people come to your country, even if it's 1%, come back to reinvest and tell their friend to come back. I had this great experience in this country. There's something about it. They start thinking of coming there to come and do something in the country. Those are the kind of ways that's how you attract investment, and the place become more reputable. You are able to even get international loans more for other things you want to do. All this is feed off each other. And our leaders are not doing any of them. They are not doing any. They are just choosing to pretend as if they don't know that they are damaging the nation. And let's watch.
Ordinary Obudukato themselves, the governor, they shot Nigeria. So they are making money from the few persons that are coming to the place, the hotel, everything that Donald Duke built that time. They are making money from it. They will take the money, give to the government. Government is not even paying them salary. For the one,
Donald Duke, is it the one? Which one is that?
The Calabar,
yeah, I heard about that one. There was this thing that they were doing, isn't it? This African festival thing.
Yeah, no, the current governor shut it down. Said there's no more.
Who does that?
Just be shutting everything down.
Is it Cross River is the one with the happy hour, right? They're the ones that voted the happy hour governor.
That one is his cousin behind.
Akwa Ibom. That's Akwa Ibom. Yeah. The pastor with the happy hour.
Sorry, what is that supposed to mean?
Happy hour.
They would drink beer free or what? Is it?
He said they will subsidize it. The government would, I think he said the government will subsidize it, or maybe I think, I don't want to say government said it will subsidize, but what he's saying is, if your beer is 200 naira on Friday between 5 and 7 or whatever time, just like the UK, you sell it for 50 naira. Your pepper soup cocktail is 500 naira. Sell it for 300 naira, because more people will come out. I'm not sure if he said they will subsidize it. It's possible that they will subsidize it. But what I now found out that the guy himself is into hospitality business. He has hotel chains. So he's into that business. That's why he's very pro. Yes, let's do happy hour. But, I also read that he owes a lot of contractors and staff salaries as a private man, that he owes a lot.
You can imagine.
So, and he's a pastor on top of it.
All the overseas properties is consuming all the money they are supposed to pay their contractors now.
You understand? Because they're quite arrogant. They won't rent out their properties in the UK, US as even Airbnb for someone to manage. No. It's your gas house. They lock it. So they're paying mortgage without being there.
When you look at Nigeria and you see all the potential there, it's unbelievable. I'm even surprised that people that want to do better for Nigeria cannot even out of sheer greed. Because when you do all this sort of things, the country is going to do better. You have more connections. You can run businesses like the way Western people run business and make good money. There is a lot of scope. These people have not done anything. They've done so much to keep the country down.
I might be overreaching, but I think their fear is they come to the West. They don't have to come to see it, but they come to the West and they see how the ordinary citizen can challenge the politicians. I don't think they want that. They're not ready for that. So they would rather keep you in abject poverty, keep you uneducated, keep you unexposed. The internet is expensive. If internet is very cheap, everybody will be watching YouTube. You will see how Donald Trump is being queried, how he's going to court. Let's keep these people in the dark. There's no electricity. Like I said, I might be overreaching, but it's almost like it's deliberate to keep people in perpetual darkness, perpetual ignorance. And the ones that are exposed that know, those ones are sycophants waiting to take over because they're exposed, they know, they're educated, so they would rather do the bidding of these politicians and just say, I've been loyal, please hand over to me. Please make me special assistant. Please make, you understand?
Sometimes if you say internet, I mean, maybe not really agree with you there because I remember Okada man having Instagram accounts, Keke man having Instagram account, because Instagram is
They
like,
do, but it's expensive. Have you seen these people subbing? They say, sub. They will tell you they turn off the data at night. Honestly, for a long time, I have a friend in Nigeria. He used to tell me, multiple data. I've switched off my data. He used to tell me,
They do that.
I didn't want to ask him because I just thought, okay, we're speaking the same language, but this makes no sense to me. I didn't even understand that it's possible. Having mobile phone all my life, I didn't think you go on your data and you switch off your data. When they go to bed, a lot of them switch it off because they say, everybody belongs to like 200 WhatsApp group, church choir, football group, work group, neighborhood. So all these pictures and videos and all these things, they don't put it as automatic download. In the UK and US, your videos are automatic download. For them, they have to approve it. My friends will be telling me they know every video's megabyte, how heavy it is. They'll say, that video, I'll be saying this stuff to my friends. They didn't tell me they never watched the video.
Be careful. Before you
honestly,
have my
forefathers.
data.
If one of them told me, he said, that this secondary school group, you just be sending videos. He said, we don't watch it. I said, why? He said, because the videos are heavy. They don't watch it. Not all of them. Some of them do. So when you say they have, I told you my mom has TikTok for some reason. She sent me a TikTok link the other day, and I just thought, and he has a name. I thought, sorry, who opened TikTok for you? So they switch their data off at night because they don't want people from Australia, people from that are awake, at that time to be sending them things that would download. No. So they wake up and they monitor it. Yes, they can have Instagram. Kekeman has it, but it doesn't mean data is not expensive. I'll tell you, in Nigeria, I was spending about 30K on data a week.
There was a time
to maintain the sort of data I use in the UK, 30K a week.
I had this phone in the UK. I never use it for downloading data and anything. And I put 5 gigabits. I didn't know that was possible. It's possible to get 5 gigabit data in the UK. And the moment I start using it, I'm surprised how quickly it goes. I was like, oh my God. I have to be careful because the UK, everything, I never restrict anything. So it goes very fast. I can see why Nigerians, when they get like 5 gig, they will be careful. Because you don't want to play unnecessary videos.
Because most Nigerians, they just take the device, they're not IT compliant. They don't know sometimes, because it's a smartphone now, most of the apps runs on data, background data.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to put it off just to make sure this is so most don't know. Then the downloads, the notifications come in 247. So
where we work, we buy at least 125 gigs twice each month. You have to buy a lot of data in Nigeria if you want to operate normally.
Then automatic updates, you put it off. Many things, but they don't know.
Even 250 gigs altogether, you still find that when they get used to using it, they don't look back. They will still keep downloading and downloading.
One last thing.
Probably downloading movies and all.
I still suspect Nigerian data internet service providers anyway. I think there's a way to increase the size of what you are watching that
definitely
to your data immediately.
I won't be surprised. Honestly, no. Jokes apart, I won't be surprised. And these are the things. It needs to be regulated and monitored because these guys are out to make profits. So don't put it past them. PHCN, which was old NEPA, they raised tariff sometimes without informing the people. So don't put it past them. So, forefather, like you said, one of my friends went to Nigeria and, he was telling me when he came back, he said, that, we had fun and all of that. That one of his, old flames came to see him at the hotel where he was staying. And I was even he said, no, forget all of that. They said what annoyed him the most was as soon as she entered the hotel, she just greeted him, good to see you. And she just sat down, brought out her phones and started pressing. And I was like, what? She's like, I'm downloading movies. She's in the hotel with the guy. So the guy has free Wi-Fi. She's downloading movies that she'll go and watch later. So those sort of things make you understand that we should get to a point where data is affordable.
That's scarcity. Yeah,
but if you say it now, say there's nothing the government can do about. I don't even know what this government can do.
If one was advised, I would say first take control of the internet, then give Nigerians free internet. I think that's one of the key areas.
They spent some billions now. They've approved 24 billion that they said they're going to put free Wi-Fi at airports, universities, markets. ASAP and Tammy is trying to install.
Before they do that, they need to regulate the internet because if you give people internet without regulating it, the danger is that they are going to inculcate a lot of Western culture, and that is dangerous for Africa right now. All these
It's too
trans
late.
and all this stuff that is going
Exactly,
on.
exactly.
It's too late.
You don't want that to become part of
It's
our
too
side.
late. It's too late. It's too late.
It's too late.
Is Bobrisky a joke to you?
I think that maybe, just maybe, because of the data restriction, it's not as easy for us. It's easy, but it's not getting everywhere.
Is James Brown a joke to you? James Brown, Bobrisky, brother, you need.
Africa. Where do you have BBL market selling? Where in
Jeez.
Africa?
But the Northerners don't subscribe to this type of
Yeah, that's fine now. That's fine.
But that is good for them though, because
It depends.
They are bringing through from the West.
It's a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged sword. So you say it's good for them, but they are. I don't want to sound rude, and please, any Northerner watching, it's not anything personal, but even Atiku said that a lot of his people, they don't have social media, and it's not something to pride yourself about. The
reason why I say it's an advantage.
It's a double-edged sword.
Of course, it's a double-edged sword. Is that some of the things that our young people take on from the West is going to be damaging to the continent itself, because this is one of the ways they want to misalign the sexes, so that thereby reducing the population of the continent. But the Northerners, if they don't take that on, they are going to maintain the trajectory they are on. From my calculation, they are going to make up 60 to 70% of the population of the country in the next 50 years. And if that happens, hey, guess what? We might as well, we that are busy doing Western stuff now, start practicing facing Mecca 5 times a day. And that is going to be our fate in the future. And this is one of the reasons why I think you have to take control of it. Nigeria is such a major country. You can't allow your young to consume things that are going to undermine the wish you want for the nation.
I don't want to disappoint you. Maybe the young you're talking about that won't be corrupt. Maybe the ones that they will born after today. Because the young people in Nigeria, forefathers, majority of the young people in Nigeria today, you forget to.
Are they into all this transing and transgender and all that stuff?
Is Bobrisky a joke to you? Bobrisky has a followership. Bobrisky came to the UK to do meet and greet. That people are going to meet Bobrisky, meet and greet. Forget now.
What is Bobrisky? You keep saying Bobrisky. You don't have like
Google Bobrisky now. Google Bobrisky is a boy is a cross-dresser. Is a boy.
Oh God.
It was as dark as me, even darker than I am.
That's
it was Coyote something. He's a cross-dresser. I think he's done some work on himself.
Idris
Okuneye, something. He has a strong followership. There's another one called James Brown. The one that said was there a court. So they're there already. Cross-dressers.
I thought Nigeria has a strong law against anti-gay law or something like that. That's why.
I said cross-dresser. They don't come out as gay. They tell you they're cross-dressers.
Okay, just a cross-dresser. Okay.
That's what they claim. And that's why James Brown in his early days said, was there a court? Did they court me?
They didn't court me.
Did they court me? He said he's a dancer, he's an exotic dancer. So they're already out there. And they have a lot of celebrities who befriend them, who give them the platform.
This other boy, their senior colleague, the one now, the slim.
They really?
They had that one, yeah. With their senior colleague.
And for me, I don't even think Western influence is fully to blame. I think if there was social media in the days of our great grandparents, I think they would have been. Those guys were kinky, I think they got up to some nasty things, but there was no social media.
I think that the way I look at it from the outcomes you want from society. Because if you misalign the male-female relationship, what tends to happen is that you start having single-parent homes, and you start having this type of behavior, the way they treat this in relationships and marriages in the West. You start having it show up in Nigeria, and when you have that happen, for me, I'm very, very concerned about that, because when the Ugandan president said India is 12 times smaller than Africa but has the same population, what does that tell?
Henry, go to bed. Henry still posting comments.
What does that
tell? Divide the country.
I was telling you yesterday when I said I think it's high time we allow our traditional institutions to be involved in at least or have a say in governance, you understand, or democracy. At least those ones will help to curb this.
Yeah, but that is not the point now.
This immoralities from the West.
The issue I'm having with it is that if Africa is underpopulated, that is a very significant point that the Ugandan president made. How can you have a population density that is less than that of India by 12 times, and then you want to shut down your reproduction rate? That is just tying your hand behind your back.
Then bring in the traditional institutions now, so that they will help to bring back the culture.
I think.
So when you say traditional institutions,
somebody said I should go and speak to people in the traditional, in the South about it, because when I mentioned about the birth rate discrepancy between the North and the South, he said maybe if I go and speak to traditional leaders, they will be able to do something about it, because there will be consequences. We have to be prepared for it. All this stuff we keep complaining about the North, they are dominating. They will dominate even more and more and more every day if we carry on this path that we are.
So when you say traditional rulers, are you talking like the Obas and all these people?
Elders, all the elders that can influence this type of.
I was going to say let's make a distinction, because there are some Obas in Yoruba land. Don't go to those ones. So don't go. The Obas that go to party and spray money.
No,
don't go to those ones. So those ones don't please. There are Obas you can go to the Alakes of Egba, the Awujale of Ijebu. You can go to to the Alafin, Oni of Ife, somewhat maybe, but there are some. There's one in what's this place called? What's his name? It's Elegushi's friend. Can't remember his name. This light-skinned guy that married one Hausa lady and was begging. He's from Osun State. That wrote a letter to the governor to sponsor his wedding to one Hausa girl's wedding. Those ones don't go to them for anything, because those ones they would.
All those ones they need to pay attention, because they know. Most of them don't tolerate some of all these traditional leaders that we have. They will just change it to sultan and emirs, and that's the end of it. They have to be prepared. If you don't want to conform, if you don't want to compete, then prepare to bow down and do the normal prayers to Mecca. Well, was it you that said all these Tupac, this in Obas or something?
Igwe Tupac. No, yes, it was me.
Igwe Tupacs.
Yes, Igwe Tupac. No, don't need them, because they're the cause of all this problem. I'm telling you, they're the cause of all this problem.
We have quite a lot of them now in Nigeria now.
A lot, you understand? A lot of them, because like I said, ever since the constitution allows the elected governors to appoint and fire them at their own peril, at least I think that was where the destruction started from. Some said it was before the constitution it happened. I was like, I don't think so, but I think it's it started during the net constitution as amended, because that was where we started having councillors. I don't think before 1999 we were having elected councillors. It was after 1999 we started having councillors, and in the net constitution, the office of the councillor is higher than any first class Oba, any first class king in Nigeria. So I think that was where the issue started from. So, and that was where they twisted the hands of the Obas, first class Obas, not to say anything. So those who don't have something to say are now those who are now using their traditional office to support government institutions, as in backing them for elections, going to lead them for prayers, tell your people to vote for me. And if you do that, then I will not give you some relevance in society. But other than that, if they say no to you, they say no to you. Or like Wiki, somebody like Wiki now, we hire and fire you. Like as if
No. I mean, what happened in Kano? Isn't that what happened in Kano?
Exactly.
When Ganduje had issues with the emir.
As big as Sanusi.
You understand? It happened in Oyo State. It happened in Ibadan as well. The Olubadan, had the governor at the time had issues with the Olubadan, and so the government decided to create parallel, monarchs, and so it happened. So where governors are now demoting kings and all of that, so it's happening already. I mean, didn't Wike even say all these your gods when he was talking to the traditional rulers? He said all your gods, all these your gods. I'll go and bulldoze them. Tell them to wake up. I'll go and bulldoze all your gods.
Yes, we.
This was like 2 months ago. He said, tell all your gods. Tell them. I'll go and bulldoze all of them that they are sleeping. So there's no respect for the.
I think he needs to stop that. It's one thing to disrespect the actual individual, but don't disrespect the tradition. That's a little bit silly.
Which tradition? Tradition? Which tradition? Is it because I think there's no stool. The stool is appointed. I think a stool is like the Oni, the Alafin, the Oba, Oba Bini, the Olu of Wari, the something like that. I think those are spiritual stools, but the rest are just like appointees of the government. So he can hire and fire them. So he can talk to them the way he likes.
The important thing is to go and have serious conversation with some of all these people that can actually influence behavior, even if they don't have real power in terms of governing this thing, but they can influence behavior. They can encourage certain things because there will be consequences to all of them. Because when a nation goes beyond the tipping point, when it comes to Islamization, generally what tends to happen is that when it crosses that threshold, then there's a big push to just complete this thing, and it could lead to a little bit of instability, but then it's irreversible. You can't. And from my point of view, it's about stability. I think Nigeria needs stability for the next 30 years at least, so that we can get stronger and stronger and stronger over time. But if you start having a situation whereby the country is tipping towards one side of the country, you are creating a demographic time bomb that could lead to instability in a nation. Because I've never seen a nation that is, being replaced by another population peacefully. It never happens peacefully. We're already complaining now. If we think this is bad, it's going to keep happening more and more and more because they are just increasing in number over us more and more.
That's why I say we should stop talking. Let's start. Let's start anything. Just start.
We've already started. At least first is to notice what is happening and start thinking about it. And I've had one of their governors or something official in Kwara talk about. I wouldn't say he's talking about. He was bragging about this. That this country, something about this country is going to be theirs because of their. The idea is that they understand that they are growing in population. They understand that they are not stupid. You see, we always think we are smarter than them. We are copycatting the West, but they are the ones that are going to inherit most of our hard work. If you are not careful,
our land, our land.
Because sometimes we miss the important things, like our forefathers did. They were busy selling human beings for trinkets, while we are busy jumping, talking about Western transgender agenda and all the people are busy cranking out children. You don't know there are consequences to what is happening. What they are doing, they are creating the most advanced creation in the universe, and they are doing it more and more while you are busy chasing trinkets. That is why there will be consequences eventually. In life, you can enjoy yourself, but don't complain when tomorrow your children are competing with more children from the other side. There is a reason why people that enjoy themselves too much in history, they are not here to tell their tale. The ones that behave like the way the Northerners are behaving are the ones that made it to this point. Watch what happens to this in South Korea. Their population is like dipping like crazy. China, their population is dipping. In Russia, their population is dipping. South Korea is the worst. In time, they're going to have a lot of problems maintaining their nation, the strength of that country, because you've decided that you're going to reduce your birth rate without necessarily checking history. At least the South Korean, the reason why they did what they did, they believed in the 60s. And this is where all this nonsense started from. They believed in the 60s that if the population of the world rose to around a certain billion, that we are not going to be able to sustain it. We don't have the technology. We don't have anything. We are going to die. There's going to be famine. But it turns out that the more population you have, the more they invent ways to make more food.
Yeah, but there are people who are still talking about population control today. I mean, people in tech who should have no interest or knowledge of population control are the ones touting population control. People are still talking about it.
Are the ones that population has already dwindled. They are the ones talking about it.
Medicine, they are into agriculture, they are into everything. And they tell you population control.
If Western people, it's like when they tell you to come and, oh no, you want to use dirty energy, come and use clean energy. After they've done their own, they want you to come and do what they are doing. Don't copy them. You better do your own. That suits you. This is when they tell you that you should do family planning and reduce your population growth. They are telling you when their own population is already dwindling. They want you to be like them. They don't want you to grow to your full potential. Africa hasn't gone to its full potential, not even close. Because so far we've been dying of diseases. Look at our infant mortality rate.
Compared to natural resources in Africa, we are not many enough. We are still not much at all.
We are not even close. How is India, without their tiny land, able to have the same population as Nigeria? How is that possible? It's crazy. So we deserve to have our population rise at least double or 3 times. Now you can just hold off, and that is not even that populated compared to what they do in their own lands.
We just allow the miseducation of Africa to still continue. We are not trying to make conscious effort to hey, why must this information come from the West and they send it to us? And the only thing we think of is, okay, wait, that is your studies from the West. Okay, let's study our own African studies and see if it corresponds with.
They are the ones teaching us our history. And if your oppressor is the one, if your oppressor is the one writing your history,
you understand? There's no freedom there.
If you buy it, especially.
Forget it.
Our media is buying it. I mean, most of the time they say we don't. Can you imagine our media literally even till how many years? Just last year was reading that Nigeria doesn't. Do we need nuclear energy when we have oil? It's like, why? How is that your problem? Haven't you seen Germany and all the other people? All of them go nuclear anyway. America has more oil than Nigeria, but they go nuclear. So what are you going on about? The way our people treat our people, that the media treats our people, in short, that's the way the government treats our people. They treat our people like we are not like normal human beings that should exist in the kind of world other people exist in, where they can choose any power source they want, choose any technology they want. That we should just, keep our head down. We don't need that. We just need the economy alone to work. How is the economy going to work?
We have to be seen and never heard.
Yeah, that's it. I've heard that a lot in Nigeria. You should be seen and never heard.
Yeah, just keep quiet. Just put your head down, do what you're doing.
How do you change that mentality? Really? I know about mass media and all the rest, but how do you, when you confront people like me now? I spent a long time wondering, how do I talk to a northern Muslim to get them to understand that even if you're a Muslim, it's good for you to be a Muslim, but you need to do it in a way that benefits us. Because if we learn to do this thing, I think you were saying something about two-edged sword. Almost everything is a two-edged sword. It might look, all the things we are practicing now that seems to be an enemy to us, we can flip it. So I've always wondered, how do I talk to them? One of the things that came to mind recently when I was talking to an East African, actually, I think just 2 days ago, and I told him, but why is that we as Muslims just keep doing these things all the time, this into our own people? Because we're talking about the conflict in Sudan. That we as Africans, we go to the north, they've set their Islam aside and discriminate against us based on race. They put racial discrimination first before they put the fact that you are a fellow Muslim first. Now, why is it that but when we come to our own country, we still put the religion first when they too don't even put it first?
It's the way it was told to them. It's the way. See, all these things were done intentionally. There are no coincidence or mistakes. It was told to them that way, and they are doing everything to keep it that way, so that people won't think, people won't question anything. It's like the Almajiri system. Some people actually believe that they're born to be poor, and some people are born to be rich, and there's nothing you can tell them. It's years of brainwash. This is our lot, this is our portion. We are not meant to be.
Are you serious that they are believe that? Are you telling me they've internalized that they are meant to be poor? Like the African Muslims are. Oh my God!
No, I'm saying the Almajiri. I'm just saying the Almajiri in the north. They genuinely believe we are meant to be this way, and the rich people are meant to be that way. So it's years of brainwash. So when you say, maybe the Arab Muslims compared to the northern, it's similar to the way, and maybe not an average, but like a northern Muslim sometimes will look at the southern Muslim and they feel they're not as Muslim as they are.
They're not
so
pure.
there are hierarchies to it. So it's number one, the Arab Muslim, then the northern Muslim, and the southern Muslim. Of course, a liberal northerner won't think like that, so I'm not generalizing. But you see a lot of northerners, they would not sit and let a southerner lead prayers. Is that deep? Because they think you are not as Muslim as we are. Yes. I mean, why would they draw a cartoon of the Prophet, peace be unto him, in Denmark, be one of the Scandinavian countries, and they are burning things in Kano and Kaduna? Or was it Kano? Well, and you're burning things and trying to kill people in Nigeria. They drew a caricature picture of the Prophet in Denmark, and people in Kano are rioting.
And this is what we have to carefully disentangle. Without
and your fellow people in Dubai would invite Beyonce to come and do private show for them.
Yeah, I'm not interested in fighting them. I'm just interested in getting them to see that they need to put Nigeria and Africa first. I can't have a situation. Otherwise, to me, you are basically declaring an enmity against your own blood. I've never seen a people, and it will never end well. The blood that flows in your vein, you are fighting it and supporting some other group. That is the worst cause you can heap on yourself.
They'll say enemy of Allah is enemy of them.
The question you ask them is that why is it that when they go to the north, they don't do Allah first? They do race first.
Yeah, because they told them Allah comes. Because they told them religion comes before everything. That's the way it was delivered to them.
Yeah, but don't they see with their own eyes that when they go to
the same you that said they don't have internet, that you agreed? What are they saying?
Oh no, I think you are mistaken. I'm talking about when they go to North Africa.
North Africa.
When they go to North Africa,
who's going there?
Black people. When black people go to North Africa, even if you are black Muslim, you go to North. You saw what they were doing to them in Tunisia. When they go to North Africa, you don't know about the Tunisian thing.
Wait. So the black people in Tunisia, are they from the northern part of Nigeria?
Oh yeah, many of them are. That's why they choose Tunisia in the first place. Don't you see that most of them, if a black person that is not Muslim wants to go to university, they pick one of the Christian nations and all the rest. But many of them are northerners. Many of them are from Mali or all those other countries. And when they treat them badly, if you see how they kill them, even in Morocco and all the rest, they treat them very, very badly. In Libya, they are selling them. So if they are treating them like that in all these countries, I ask them, why are those people treating you that is a fellow Muslim so badly? You go to the Arab world, they call you slaves. That is literally the way they call black people. They don't have the word that they use to describe black people means slave. So you go there and they treat you like that, and you think that they don't put their Islam first and say they treat you like a normal human being first, and you don't see a problem with that. I would tell you that when you come to Africa or you come to Nigeria, you put Nigerians first and put your religion second, because they don't do the opposite for us.
It's brainwash. I mean, it happens on both sides. Of course, it's more prevalent on the other side. But wasn't it Rudolph that was saying the other day that the pastor, I think one of his opening news, the pastor in the church that told his members not to eat for 20-something days, and most of them died, and they rescued the rest. He must have brainwashed them to a point where he told them, you don't eat, we're going to heaven or something. There was one in one African country that told them to be eating grass. There's a video of it. It convinced them. They were like literally go out of your house.
But that's what I'm saying, that we need to try to change the mindset. I know it's brainwashing, but you need to try to, because when you start opening their eyes to the fact that the other side is not playing the game you are playing, and if you want to be like them, they take care of their own people. Like, you can even put it in a way that he said, the people that you admire, their behavior is not like yours. You notice that? They take care of their own people first.
Like someone said, like Stella said in the comment section, Stella said, where's the Nigerian Orientation Agency? They should sensitize the people. We have that agency. Does the agency work? Something as simple as the Naira redesign. You would expect them to sensitize the people, do campaigns.
We have that.
Let people know what's we do. Nigerian Orientation Agency. But it's like it's as bad as dead. There's a budget for that.
Salary now.
Of course, and these are the things we're talking about. If you go and find out how much money is budgeted for that agency, it would shock you. If we're now saying this agency, if it's not fit for purpose, close it, divert the money to something else. Yes. Some mad people will come and tell you it's not enough to solve our problem. It's still not enough. he can do something.
You want to come more food for our mouth.
Do you understand? So if the agencies they are not doing anything, oh yeah, someone just reminded me. The Oba was trying to remember the Oluwo of Iwo land. That's the one that I said, that every Fulani is welcome during the time of the Fulani, issue in the southwest. He said every Fulani person is welcome. He will make them. I think he started calling himself the emir of Iwo land or something. That guy is. There's something wrong with him. Probably does some hard drugs or something. I don't know. Yeah, thank you, Yemi. Yeah, someone just typed this in the comment section. So it's years of brainwash. It's a lot of work to do. And for me, I'm just one person. But anytime I see people who I think probably suffer that, I try and tell them I have a relative who was born a Christian, married into Islam. And we were talking a few years ago, and the person said, oh, in every family, not everybody's going to make it. I said, I agree. The person now said, that's the way God has designed it, that some of you will look after some of us that don't have. I said, I disagree completely.
Are you serious?
Yes. This person was born a Christian, but switched to Islam. And it's probably some of the wrong teachings because it can't be all Islam.
Is that a wrong statement? If somebody has Down syndrome and autistic stuff,
this person is not. This person is this person is just outright saying to me, "You live in the UK, you are doing well. Give me money. Give me money. You live in the UK, you have money. Give me money." Basically, that's what the person was saying, that we're family and the way God has designed it. No, this is a relative that was telling me God has designed it that in every family, some will be poor, some will be rich. And those of you that are rich are meant to look after those of us that are poor.
That's interesting.
You are educated, you're educated, you're everything, but you chose a way of life that has impoverished you. You are now saying that God has placed me in your life.
God didn't do that one. that one is not
it's some of the wrong teachings, and it's everywhere. I mean, theirs is probably poverty and all of that. It used to be that in Christianity. I'm not sure if you remember. They used to say as poor as the church rats. Christianity used to be synonymous with poverty back in the days. You have to be humble, very meek, quiet, timid. Anybody they slap you, turn the. Anybody slap me, I will tear you slap back. I'm not turning any cheek. It's not literal. That's not what Jesus meant literally. But they try to align Christianity with poverty. Now Christianity has now revolted. We've now gone 180 degree turn. We've now faced the opposite direction. It's now prosperity.
It's funny because I'm wrestling with that statement, whether it's so wrong, really. Because maybe there's some truth to read that.
To which statement?
Because I you see.
So which one are you? Are you created to be poor in your family or rich? Where do you belong?
No. I think I'm thinking about it.
I'm just asking now. So that your family members can know where you belong. Are you the rich? Are you the rich one or the poor one?
I'm not the same. Well, of course, I'm not depending on people, not necessarily.
So they can start billing you.
Yes, I think the reason why I'm saying that is because I do feel some sense of guilt if you have the capacity to help people and you know full well that they even if they are normal people but they don't have the capacity to help themselves and you didn't, and maybe as a family member something happens to them and they didn't survive,
brother,
you do carry that weight a little bit,
brother. Forefathers, say you be like they pick Nigeria people call. I think you're one of those that people in Nigeria have like my elder brother now, the one I'm directly after. They don't call him. Nobody calls him. Nobody calls my brother for anything. If they need anything from him, they go through me because they know we both live in the UK. He doesn't deal with. He will tell me if they need anything. Let them tell you first. At least when you tell me, I can tell you no or yes. I don't. So maybe you are one of those. The way the people in Nigeria will bill you, forefathers, you will have family members in Nigeria. You are the one that is advocating for many children. They will have 4, 5, 6 children. Me in the UK have 2. You in Nigeria, you have 4. You have 5. You are not telling me to pay their school fees. You're asking me to buy their school shoes. You are telling me to pay their exam fees.
That's a bit harsh.
No, it's not harsh. That's the billing. That's what they're saying, that God has created some of us to look after them.
Oh no, I've seen family people whereby you are even like. See, there are some families where you will see people like they will be telling them that, you know what, I'm going to help you take care of your child. and all the rest of it. I just hope that this money is used wisely. Oh, how dare you speak to us like that? Then the meeting is off. Somebody's trying to help you pay your school fee, your children's school fees, and all the rest, and Nigerians will just fight you for it. So I've seen cases like that, and I was like, what do you do with this type of people sometimes? Everybody's in their feelings and all that. I tried to mediate. I said, do you know she was just offering to help pay your children's fee? All she just said was the stuff should be used wisely, that she's spending. And you get cross and say, how dare you talk to me like that, and all the rest, and you kicked against it. It's like you can't. Some people in Nigeria, they do have pride too. Even if you are giving them money, they do have some pride. So it's not all families where they will just come and ask. I've seen cases whereby some Nigerians will like, even if you're overseas, so what? And one other thing they are doing now is that they work overseas too. Like some of them, they can just get
remote job.
Yeah, they do remote jobs overseas.
Yeah, they do remote.
That economy, the Nigerian government need to find out what is going on, because there's a lot of people doing all those things in Nigeria right now that is not being accounted for at all. I just discovered that it just occurred to me. I have seen it. I know it's happening, but it just became real to me about 2 weeks ago when I spoke to Ngosika about it. Because I was asking Ngosika, do you know people that do this thing? She was like, I do. I was like, how did that happen?
A lot of people do remote job. A lot of people do a lot. So for some of them, it's part time, but it's still money coming in. I mean, someone in the group in the chat said, Omar Ahmed said, phone calls from Niger are always about one problem or the other. They barely ask how you're doing self, which is true.
Yeah.
All of us have that one friend from high school or family member that in the last 10 years, I've never called to say, I just called to check on you and your wife and your children and your husband. It's never happened. When they call you, there's a bill to be paid. Or some of them, as we call it, formats. Some boys that I grew up with, they have formats. You won't hear from them. You won't hear from them for 6 months, 8 months.
Packaging and all.
Packaging. They will just water the ground. They will send you a message. Show how far now. Been a minute to how you, your wife, your children. Sorry, I forgot your birthday yesterday. They will greet you today. In 2 or 3 days, they will now launch it and say, by the way, because they've not spoken to you in 8 months. So those ones will post water ground. But most people, they don't even care. They just call you, they contact you as if like you're not human. They won't, just random, just check on me. Ask, how am I doing? Honestly, I have a sister in Nigeria. She's my favorite sibling. She will never say this anyway. She's not into all these things. She's my favorite sibling. When there was the snowstorm in the UK the last time, she messaged me, she said, I was just, listening to the news. They said, snowstorm in the UK. How are you? She mentioned all my friends that we all, grew up around her. My friends that are in the UK. She asked, how is this one? How is this one? How is this one? Tell them I said, hello. How are you guys doing? Hope it's not too bad. When the cost of living case came about a few months ago, she messaged me. She sent me a voice note on WhatsApp. Oh, how are you guys doing? I hope it's not too bad. I hope it's not, really affecting you too much. I know you're fine anyway. That's a sibling. She hardly asked me for anything. She's been to the West, not the UK, but she's been to the West. She's been to the West. So she has an idea. Yes, but there are other people that have been now. There are boys who come to this country to do masters and they've gone back and they're behaving like they've never lived here before. They only contact you when they need something and they just expect you to say yes. You are not allowed to say no. You are not allowed.
you have to have the money. You
don't understand. My brother does not pick anybody's call.
Sometimes
the only person that speaks to him from Nigeria is my mom. He doesn't talk to anyone.
Sometimes I do understand why they don't bother asking, because they just assume that family ties, friend ties is enough. There's no need to paper over it.
Even your father, if you don't get him any money, you have no right to ask him for any money.
Do you understand? These people just call you. They just
money. That the good money side. You can't ask him anything.
You have 6 children. You have 5 children. I have 2. You want me to look after your 4, 5 children plus my own 2? You think my something is not working? I don't know how to burn 5. It's working. It's still active. The last time I checked, I just know that I can't afford 5 children.
If you try that in the UK, oh my God.
Before in the UK, they used to give every child, they used to give them money every week. Now it's the first 2 that they give. They don't give beyond the first 2.
Children, they will put you on daily mail now. Like
they don't give beyond the first 2. They only give your first 2 children. Before when you go to college, they'll give you £30 every week. When I came to the UK, some of my friends would go and register for college. If you attend college for attendance, they give you £30 every week.
Wow. Yeah,
all that is gone.
What do they call it again? What did I call that £30
again? I can't even remember. I remember when they started that nonsense. Yeah. They used to give them £30.
All those government that came about 10 years ago, more than that, they just scrapped
They wiped it. It was Labour that was dashing money everywhere. In the UK, before, once you're 16 years old, you go and born, get one pregnancy, they'll give you a flat. 16-year-old, you still have them pushing buggy. 16-year-old friend plus another 16-year-old friend. All of them have one.
At the airport, at the hospital here, the queue at the hospital. If you go to the hospital now, you just set aside 12 hours. And
especially if it's A&E.
Yeah, that's it now. It just set aside because there's no way, because they are striking this man. You know what? Sometimes I look at that and say this country, they deserve what they got. Because they were busy worrying about the European Union and immigrants. They went and voted these crazies in to go and cause all these problems.
Yeah. I mean, some junior doctors earn as low as £14 an hour.
Jesus. That's what surprises me, I used to think that doctors earn a lot in the UK, but I was shocked.
So I was having this conversation with someone. So it depends on how you look at it. So there are doctors, there are consultants, ophthalmology consultants, some of them that I worked with. Ophthalmology consultants for Moorfields Hospital, for as an example, 120, 130, 90 K per year, 150, some of them. And that's their, basic. And some of them also do private with the same Moorfields. And for every private cataract surgery you do, for instance, I think it's £3,000 per eye if you go through their private wing. For every surgery you do, the same consultant that's doing regular, they all do private as well. If you do private, I think you get about 50%. And they do quite a lot. So it depends. But when you go in as a junior doctor, it's almost like fashion. For those who follow fashion, if you're a young person in fashion industry and you're not Stella McCartney, and your father is not, Sir Paul McCartney, you join fashion industry, because I worked in fashion for a bit. You join fashion industry as an intern, as a junior stylist. It's slavery part 2. The way they use those young stylists and interns and all of this, it's like junior doctors, £14 an hour. There was a project I worked on not too long ago. And during go live of the project, I was doing some, I had to be there at night sometimes to support the go live. We were rotating it. So I wasn't doing my regular 9 to 5 and I was in the office, no work from home. I saw some of the junior doctors, because the project team, they will buy food, they will order food to the office so people can eat, because people were doing crazy hours. It was a hospital. And I would see some of these junior doctors that were doing overtime. They are doctors, but they will come and do overtime on the project team because they were supporting us. They understood. They could answer most of the questions their colleagues will have. So we taught them the system, the program. So we'll go together onto the wards, and the medical questions that we could not answer, the operational questions, they will be able to help. So they were doing overtime as like project support. So I would see them go into the kitchen and go and pack food and take home with them. So I was thinking, now for these doctors. So I know they were junior doctors. I'm like, come on now. Not that they were stealing food. The food was surplus. They will order McDonald's some days, Nando's, whatever, Subway. They will order, and these doctors will pack food and take home. And I'm thinking, until this strike started happening, and I read some of those junior doctors were on £14 an hour.
Wow.
I was shook. £14 an hour for a junior doctor. Sorry, to do what? These people are literally saving lives.
That's ridiculous.
What they're capable of, saving lives. And I now look at the project team. I have an idea of what people are on as contractors. And I'm thinking, if doctors ever found out what some of this, what we are on, the strike would be times 10 of what they're having. £14 an hour as a doctor. I'll tell you what, when I came to this country about 20 years ago, I was a mental health carer, which required little or no skill. Basically, your mental health carer, you sit down, they allocate a patient to you. Sorry, we didn't call them patient, service user. So the job was basically you go into the mental health hospital and they will tell you, oh, sure, you are looking after Pokoli and forefathers today. So my job was basically follow them around, not too closely to the point where they get annoyed, but you keep an eye on them, So at the end of the shift, you write a summary. My job, I'll write a summary of their day. Oh, did this, complained, didn't want his medication, asked to speak to his solicitors. How much is my gyro? Everything that happened, refused lunch. I'll write a summary, like a detailed summary, and that was my job. 20 years ago, I was earning £14 an hour. Little or no skill. On Saturdays, I was earning 16, 17. On Sundays, £21, £22 an hour. 20 years ago, doctors today, junior doctors, £14 an hour. That's a slap in their faces. It's terrible.
I hope that they didn't vote Tories. If they did, they probably deserve what they got. Because when Labour was leaving office, NHS was on the high, isn't it? They were getting the best. If you go for Tories, you got what you asked for. It's that simple. The Tories never told you they were going to take care of the NHS. It's up to you now. So I really feel bad for it because the NHS right now has been trashed.
It's sad.
You know, one of the
You see a lot of them japa, you know. A lot of doctors in the UK are japing.
Yeah,
they're literally
Australia
leaving.
now. And New Zealand.
They're going to Dubai, they're going to Saudi, they're going to US, they're going everywhere else apart from the UK.
I thought it was Australia and
No,
New
they're
Zealand
going.
is the attractive one.
NHS, is it King's Hospital? King's, you know, King's in London. They are opening a wing in Saudi Arabia with about 200 staff. NHS England having King's NHS. Moorfield Eye Hospital, they have one in Dubai now. People will go there to go and make a lot of money. Yes, the laws might be tougher, the rules might be no this and that, but people will go and make money.
That's clever, you know. And Saudi Arabia, those people, they seem to have endless amount of cash to spend.
Of course they do. They do. Talk about the best EPR systems, the electronic patient record system. Is you find it in Dubai and Saudi, they will buy the best, they buy the best of everything. Money is not an issue. And the doctors it's similar to what our doctors are complaining about. A lot of our doctors that are japaing, yes, the salary is poor, but beyond that, the working conditions, the hospitals they go to, these people, they will tell you some of their harrowing stories. They go home and cry, especially the females, every day, because they see babies die, they see adults die, they see people who have no business die, because they don't even have what they need, the tools to do the job. Yes, the salary might be poor, but even if you go into the hospital as a doctor in Nigeria, and you know you've saved lives, the equipment are there, you might complain and grumble about your salary. But when there's no salary and people are dying because you can't even do your job, there are no tools. It's similar to, well, not on the same scale, but doctors in the UK, will go to Dubai and they'll see the facility. They will see the working conditions and they'll just think, wow. So, like you said, if they voted Tories, there's less pity for them, but still, I still feel sorry for them.
What is it to feel bad for them for? All those people that are like, my England, now is 12 hours waiting on the list. And you're going to my England now. My England is not going to, they've wrecked every system. The corruption is on a daily basis now. There's one person being sacked for bullying and the other one for anti-Semitism and all kinds of stuff going on in the British politics. British politics is so polluted, my God. Nigerians think things are tilted in favor of one party. In the case of Nigeria, you can even argue that, you can't say one party, the establishment is against one party because whatever party wins, everybody moves to that party. You can't even necessarily say that. People can move. But here in the UK, you can see that the establishment is targeting one set of parties, constantly in support of other parties. And, they hounded Corbyn out of office. The letter that Abbott wrote today, you see, this is the thing. That woman, there's something about her that seems a little bit off. I don't know why she does this sort of stupid things. One, what she did was like saying, racism. Basically, she was saying black people racism is
stronger. We face a stronger racism. She said, white people, they face prejudice. The Jews, the travelers, some sort of prejudice. But that they don't face racism every day like us.
That she mentioned. But they made it about Jews. She mentioned Irish. She said they didn't tell the Irish to sit at the back of the bus. They didn't tell the Scottish. It was only black. They didn't tell Jews to sit at the back.
The travelers
targeted, and the travelers too. So you can understand the point she's making, that the way they target.
But with the peace, political correctness, anything you say these days is going to offend everybody.
Especially if it includes the Jews, don't try it. And she shouldn't have done it. That's why I blamed her. She shouldn't have done it.
She should know. She should know. She should know better.
Something like, yeah, she should know better.
She,
I don't know why she
she
said
should know
something like
better.
that.
She caught a lot of wrong attention.
It's not needed now. Now she's got herself suspended from labor, and because
Yeah,
the thing about
it's
the
pending
left,
investigation now. They will reinstate her. It's suspended pending investigation. They will still keep her.
is that not what they did to Corbyn before they went and kicked him out and
So,
told him not to be allowed to conduct on that label anymore?
Corbyn has been handed out completely.
The thing about the left that I don't like in the Labour Party is that when the right wing is doing something terrible, they don't show disloyalty. But when Corbyn was in office, total disloyalty that the others show. They come out on TV running campaigns trying to remove him from office constantly, endlessly. But now, when Starmer is in office, they all line up behind him. It's like
you mean the Labour Party?
The Labour left-leaning side of the Labour
But
Party.
you know the Blairites, as they call them, you know, they are the main, you know, the powerful wing of Labour Party. So
they are the corporate end of the Labour Party now.
exactly. So whoever they support would enjoy less criticism. Corbyn was the opposite.
If you ask me, I would say the left side of the Labour Party doesn't have moral fiber. Because you can't keep complaining that the establishment is coming after you constantly. And then when they get into office, you don't treat them the way they treat you. And when you get into, or when you become, you get into government, they go and do a lot of Tory things that when the left-leaning leader comes in, they will say, after all, it's a party that they introduced tuition fees. It's a party that did this. It's a party that went to the war in Iraq and all the rest. When the left-leaning ones don't support those things. So I just feel like it's not fair on the left what is happening.
It's never going to be fair, unfortunately.
They should break away from the Labour Party. I've always said it.
And do what? Take over. Take over. What's that party again? The one with the gold tie. Leave them.
Leave them is even worse. Leave them, and they're not the one that gave us the Tory party. They could have killed the Tory party dead in his listen. They gave us the Tory party the first time.
It was neglected.
Yeah, the hung parliament. So I think when I watch the Labour Party or the British politics, I feel like there is nobody in the left. They've destroyed the left from both parties. In short, all the three parties, because Liberal Democrats came in and said there's going to be tuition fees, and they tripled it.
It went to 9 from 3K.
Yeah. They tripled it on top of it. So every time they do something, is to favor the elite and the powerful. All the parties have been compromised like that. So personally, I would say because Labour means it's a powerful thing. To concede it to these corporatists is a shame, because you can say, okay, if you want to keep Labour Party as it is, keep it. We are going to go with the unions and form another party again. Because that's what they wanted to do before they got Corbyn. I think the labor unions got so tired that they were already talking about forming another party, because they got fed up of the Miliband's and all the others keep taking over and all the rest of it, that they don't want. And suddenly they give them this Corbyn.
So sorry, I'm laughing. I know you're in the middle of something. Sorry. You know that action now that you said you have under your name? I just read Mama Echo's one. Me and my children versus corruption in Nigeria, and I just made me
I don't know what is going on, man. They're beginning to put another title on other people's system. I think somebody's just having fun with everybody.
It's probably ruled off watching, and it's just messing with everyone. I'm not sure. It's almost 3:30 in the UK.
It might be scribe, yeah. It's almost 3:30. The British politics just fascinates me, and that's where I first learned about all this. You start seeing the invisible hands in operation.
Of course.
In parties, whoever you elect into premiership in the UK, basically you're electing the same people into office. What you see in the UK is that the prime minister is very powerful. If you have a majority in the House of Commons, you can change the constitution literally. That's the thing. It's not like US where you have to 2/3 majority. No, you just 50-50. If you have a majority, you can win. Anything you go to House of Lords, you win. So you can change almost anything you want. And this is probably the reason why they don't want anybody on the left to get in there. You know, the Corbyn literally bribed them with everything, told them free internet, free this, free that.
You know, Corbyn had the youth with him. Even what's his wife's name? Stormzy. Stormzy was doing, promo and singing and dancing with him. So he had youth with him. He had them on side, but that dream is dead.
They hounded him to the hell with that. This in anti-Semitism.
Yep. They hung it around. They hung it around his neck.
And it showed you that the Labour Party members, at least 50% of them, were sabotaging him from inside.
Yeah, they didn't hide it. They didn't hide it.
Exactly. They didn't even hide it. They were just doing
They don't like him. They made it clear now.
The Leclerc, because not Leclerc, Starmer was part of the cabinet. So he was serving from behind the scenes. And there are so many of them that did so many things to sabotage the Labour Party. These people are so loyal, and it's about the money bag. That the thing, when you have this type of politics in Nigeria, you can now know why they do these things. It's about the money bags. So these money bags have probably influenced all these people and told them that this is what needs to happen, and whatever you like, whatever happens, you have to toe the line and get it done. And that's what they've done. And I believe that if the left wants to have any sense of a voice in the UK, you don't have to be majority. You don't have to rule everybody. If you want to represent the workers, just form another party. Go, leave them, let them have their Labour Party. Sooner or later, people won't be able to distinguish between them and Tories, and they will get rid of the Labour Party again and revert back to the new one you created. That's what they should have done. But power wins all the time. What can you say?
Yep.
Power wins all the time. If you don't wield power, forget it. I think we should round up. I guess it's almost 11 hours, isn't it? Today is Sunday. Oh my God, it's working day. Loco, have you got anything to say before we round up?
Loco, don't sleep.
Loco is gone. Okay, let me take him backstage.
We have 76 people on YouTube. Maybe they are not watching. Maybe they are sleeping as well. Probably have like 10 or 20 that are actively watching.
I just need to chill out. All right, then.
It's 3:30 in the UK. We've done well.
We've done well. We've gone quite a long time, and we've made a lot of progress actually. One of the memorable, that solution-oriented, is that his name? Not solution-oriented, solution-minded, isn't it?
Solution-minded, yeah, similar.
Yeah, it seems to. I like the approach he's taking in terms of trying to figure out these problems. It's a good one. See,
your twin brother.
Yeah, that look-alike thing. I think people were running off with that one on the chat. Like,
but it's true though. It's true though. You both wearing black headsets, glasses.
You can't make it up.
Yeah,
I think probably we are from similar fields.
You would do security. He will do IT. See, Nigeria is open.
Exactly now. So we just seem to have come. And it's funny. I said you are from the UK, isn't it? You're like, yes. Yeah. I don't know what's to do with the UK people, man. So, and we are all out here at night. I like the way he was coming across. He seems to be urgently into what he wants to do. And
let's get things sorted.
There's nothing to be scared of. There's something to be scared of.
For him, it's like there's no time to waste time.
There's no time. And when he comes again next time, and people like that, I have to come up with a formula that works, and maybe get suggestions from people, because you have to have a concrete formula that can work, because a lot of people have been wrestling with this problem. From the African Americans, they've tried to do these sort of things, but you often go and do it carelessly and things go wrong. I have to come up with a solid one but it might even need a rule change. It might need a rule change somewhere, because the systems are. You know what somebody told me once when I came up with some solution? He said, if you bring this stuff, they will kill you. They will kill you or they will destroy it. He said from the West that they will destroy that thing. I said, but you can't do that, because it's supposed to be open platform where, after all, people have Kickstarters. You have crowdfunding now.
Yeah, but I mean, it's for the people who are willing to change. If you suggest things to people who are looking for genuine change, you think our political class don't know what to do to make Nigeria work? They know now. So it's going to be, I'm not saying we should give up on anything, but I'm saying it's going to be an uphill task. It's going to be a battle. If they were genuinely clueless and they needed help and guidance and suggestions, it's a lot easier to, proposals and ideas. But these are people you bring stuff to and they will just collect it from you and just shred it. So it's going to be a fight. It's not something you take to them and say, this is it and they're wrong with it. They are not interested. They are not.
I think the key behind this is like you are not even needing their help in terms of when I say rule change, I'm talking about the banks themselves in terms of wanting to update the way they operated with their customers. So if it turns out that they feel like you don't need them anymore, they will want to compete for legitimacy, and that's the thing about politicians. They are just for some reason, I think even bribe doesn't do them enough justice on that one. They are willing to do anything to get their people's attention. So when they see that private citizens and the diaspora is making moves, you see that they want to compete, and that's a good competition to have. They want to do things to measure up. And I've seen cases where I don't know, you must have heard that lady that wanted to fix a road and they wanted to sabotage it. And people turned on the government officials that want to sabotage the lady from fixing the road, because it's a good thing she is trying to do. Stop trying to ruin. If you want to fund pregnant women now, who is going to come and stop you? Nobody will stop you. If you want to fund people that are proposing, medical tourism should stop. Yeah, they will try to come. That one, they will try to come for you, but all Nigerians will be on your side on that one. So in so many cases, they are not going to win that fight. So let's see. Anyway, next week is another week. I hope Patrice Lumumba comes back again, has a chance to come back. I'm sure
I'll go and watch his interview because I missed all of it. I didn't see any of it at all. I came quite later. Yeah, I missed all of it. I only came when I can't remember who was talking at the time, but I came quite late, like really, really late when people were making suggestions after he had left. So I'll watch the interview tomorrow at some point.
Okay, nice talking, and you've tried. You came in, and you contributed. You came up with some sharp ideas. Your mind is definitely. I thought, you know what? I don't want to sound as if I'm begging against Americans. Man, the UK people are holding it down, man. The UK people are holding it down.
See, let me just tell you.
Quality people.
Let me tell you. They're in the comment section. They are watching. God help you next week. They'll come for you.
I'm not about to start a diaspora problem here.
Were you online the day they not attacked? Attack is a strong word. The day they went for Dr. Rudolph, jokingly to say, so everybody you've given back end access, they're all from the UK. Why? So, forefather. And some people thought Scribe was still in the UK. He's moved to Canada, but people just said, why is it that everybody you've given back end access are from the UK? Okay, you see, somebody's already said UK people care. Clement is talking to you. Yeah, I'm going, I can't fight.
Quality they speak for itself now. We are holding it down. So, but it's all right, my American brother. They know that me and them are on the same. Thank you for coming in.
Signing up, man. Take care.
Yeah, bye. Let me get this guy out. I think I've ended the broadcast.